Chapter 601. He is coming. He is coming. Ha. Softly touching my lips and staring at the door, I stopped for a moment to process everything that had happened before turning my attention back toward the desk. I didn't have much time to waste. Even then, as I looked through the drawers, unknowingly, my heart, which was previously heavy, lightened up somewhat. She really. Shaking my head, I opened another drawer, and it was then that my eyes paused on a certain item. Found it. A quiet mutter escaped me. After finding my bracelet behind one of the drawers, I channeled my mana into it and checked its contents. Without a second thought, I left the room after making sure everything was there. Of course, right before leaving, I made sure to collect every single item that had previously caught my interest. Bah, thump, bah, thump. While moving, I could hear the slow, dragging beat of my heart, reminding me of the situation. I don't have much time. The feeling was much clearer than before. This sense of imminent doom and inevitable danger that I felt quite a while ago. It seemed closer than ever. Without a second thought, I activated drifting steps and hurried out of the place. Boom. An explosion erupted after the core was destroyed. There was a jolt throughout the room, causing Melissa to almost fall over. It was fortunate for her that Kevin was beside her to help her stand. I've got you. Then, go. Ha. Kevin pushed her inside the portal that had formed in front of him before she could finish her sentence. I'm sorry. Kevin secretly apologized inside his mind. Kevin turned his head to stare toward the top right corner of the ceiling. His expression quickly changed as his breathing became heavy. Emma, quick. Rushing Emma in his direction, Kevin felt something grip his heart. His eyes were lined with anxiety. He's here. He was borderline panicking. Coming. As she pressed her foot towards the ground, Emma appeared next to Kevin and entered the portal. Her speed was so fast that Kevin only caught a glimpse of her shadow. Immediately after, she entered the portal and disappeared, and Kevin followed her example. Crack, crack. When Kevin entered the portal, and right as his vision was about to blur, he caught a glimpse of the scene behind him, and there he watched the air stir as a figure slowly emerged from a crack. White hair, red eyes, and a black armor. It's him. Immediately recognizing the figure, Kevin's heart froze. Turning his head, Kevin's eyes met with the figure, and he felt his blood boil. A pity. Those were the last words he could make out as his vision darkened. Boom. The air rippled and the portal that was standing in the air shrunk. A depressing silence enveloped the room shortly after the portal disappeared. Cough, cough. Interrupting the silence was a series of short coughs. Turning his head to stare in a particular direction, Jezebeth blinked his eyes slowly. This was unexpected, he quietly murmured while he looked toward the broken core before staring in a particular direction. Tilting his head, Jezebeth wondered, how did they manage to defeat Magnus? For a prince-ranked demon to lose to several individuals that had not even reached S- rank. Did he perhaps interfere? A sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting a smile to form on his face. Indeed, only he can be responsible for this. The more he thought about it, the more convinced Jezebeth was with his theory. The most likely explanation is that Magnus was playing around with everyone by showing their memories to them. This strategy most likely backfired since he probably gave Magnus a glimpse of his true memories. My guess is that he most likely showed him an image of one of our most recent fights, the one in which he had lost. This inevitably led to Magnus losing his mind, making it easier for him to eliminate him. Ha ha ha. A laugh escaped from his lips as he covered his face with his hand. As expected of him, if there was anyone that could pull this kind of thing, it was him. With a smile on his face, he lowered his head. Extending his hand, he ripped the air in front of him, creating a small fissure. How about I ask him directly? How long is he going to take? Small Snake wondered out loud as he looked toward the entrance of the room. It had been quite some time since Ren went to find his items, but he still hadn't returned, making Small Snake worry. Despite not knowing exactly what was happening, Small Snake felt this incomparably heavy pressure bear down on him with every passing second, especially after he recalled the short conversation Ren had with Kevin not too long ago. The fact that Kevin and Ren were showing such worried looks was an indication that the situation was critical, and it was exactly because of this that Small Snake couldn't help but worry. After a few minutes, Small Snake began to fidget with his fingers as he thought to himself, "Don't tell me that something happened. I hope not." This was a habit he tended to do whenever he was nervous. Boom. Right as he was about to greet him, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the entire infrastructure, and the entire room shook. Ka. In that split moment, Small Snake almost let go of the portal. Fortunately, keeping his hand against the side of the wall, Small Snake was able to stop himself from falling down. The explosion lasted for a split second and so did the shaking. They must have broken the core of the building. Understanding what had happened, the sense of urgency that Small Snake previously felt became even more prominent as he felt the back of his hair stand. That was because not long after he heard the explosion, he suddenly felt a terrifying feeling engulf his entire being. Small Snake swallowed hard as his knees started to shake. "Ren, you better hurry," he quietly murmured. Clank. Suddenly, Small Snake heard a sound, and a figure appeared behind the door. As soon as he saw the figure, Small Snake's eyes lit up. "You're finally here." Halfway through his sentence, he stopped himself. That was because he realized that the figure was not Ren. The figure looked too feminine to be Ren. Walking past him, Amanda headed for the portal. "He's coming soon." Her eyes looked kind of puffy, Small Snake thought to himself as he looked at Amanda. Whatever the case, he remained silent and waited for her to enter the portal. Is he doing fine? Did you guys encounter anything along the way? He's fine, Amanda answered while moving toward the portal. It just took more time than we expected to look for the items. He should arrive soon. All right. Small Snake sighed in relief upon hearing her words. After pressing his hand up against the wall and tapping several different buttons, the portal that was running started fluctuating, and the air became more charged with mana. Waiting for a couple of seconds, and taking a look at the portal, only when the portal calmed down did Small Snake take a step to the side. All right, you can go in. Thank you. Staring at the portal, and nodding her head toward Small Snake, Amanda walked in without hesitation. Make sure to keep the portal open for now. Ren will be coming any second now. Before completely entering the portal, Small Snake was able to hear Amanda's last words, prompting him to nod his head in agreement. All right. She had a point. Although it would only take a couple of seconds to completely activate the portal, Small Snake knew that in a situation where time mattered, those 2 seconds would make a difference. Vroom. Submerging into the portal, Amanda's figure disappeared, and a ripple formed in the portal before the entire room became quiet. With his hand against the side of the wall, time passed, and sweat started to accumulate on the side of Small Snake's head. Why is he still not here yet? Keeping the portal open wasn't exactly the easiest of tasks. Not so much because it required a lot of mana, but because of the high mana density around it. Had it been someone as strong as Ren, they wouldn't have felt it, but since Small Snake was weak, the high mana density was too much for him to bear. It felt like staying in a room that was filled to the brim with oxygen. Agonizing. The pressure on Small Snake's body increased with each passing second. Had it not been for Amanda's reminder, he would have probably already let go. Hurry up. Clenching his teeth, the veins on Small Snake's forehead started to protrude, and his knees started to buckle. What's taking so long? Boom. Before he could even finish his sentence, another explosion rang out as Small Snake caught sight of a figure smashing against the side of the room at incredible speeds. Dust and debris flew in the air, masking Small Snake's vision. Tearing them apart, Small Snake was able to finally catch a glimpse of Ren, who was rushing in his direction with a face filled with anxiety. Quick! He shouted at the top of his lungs while he headed in his direction. It's ready. Small Snake shouted back while taking a glimpse of the portal that was next to him. Without saying a word, Ren ran at full speed toward the portal. His figure was so fast that it left after images behind. A tranquil voice suddenly echoed across the space. Got bored of waiting for you, so I took my leave. Let's meet each other next time. The entire room froze over at the moment, and Ren's body jerked to a stop. Taking a look at him, Small Snake was able to catch a glimpse of his expression. What? Tap. The calm sound of a footstep echoed throughout the room. Raising his head to stare in the direction of where the sound came from, Small Snake caught a glimpse of a figure calmly heading in their direction. He had snow-white hair that was somewhat similar to Ren's hair, an abyssal black armor that seemed to absorb all forms of light heading its direction, and fierce crimson eyes. At that moment, Small Snake stopped breathing. His chest constricted and a suffocating feeling settled inside of his body. Cat hack. Caw. Bringing his hands toward his neck, he gagged several times as saliva dripped down from his mouth. Keck. Dropping down on 2 knees, he clenched his throat. A long line made out of saliva dripped down from his mouth. This can't be. Forcing himself to raise his head, Small Snake once again felt his eyes pause on the figure that had just entered the room, and he choked with horror. That was because he felt it. He felt it very clearly. Death was here. Chapter 602. Fear. An unpleasant and inescapable emotion caused by the threat of danger, pain, or harm. It begins with your hair standing up. Next, your palms begin to sweat, and your body experiences a wave of nausea, making it difficult for you to comprehend what lies before you. The world feels foggy. Everything that seemed so clear the previous moment becomes blurry, and in an instant, your entire body begins to tremble, and your heart beats so loudly inside of your head that it feels suffocating. Fear starts off as an instinctive and primitive response designed to help us avoid dangerous situations. But what would happen when you're in a situation where you can't avoid this so-called danger? Helplessness. That was what they would feel. A wave of helplessness would wash over the individual as they find themselves in a situation where they could do nothing. Don't tell me you're planning on leaving right as I arrived? Jezebetha's words echoed inside of my ears, while the hair at the back of my neck stood up. Fear was slowly starting to permeate my body. Ha, ha. Unknowingly, my breathing became heavier. As I slowly lifted my head up, my eyes met Jezebetha's, and my heart stopped for a moment. Shit. I was overcome with a wave of helplessness as his presence completely enveloped my body, stopping me from moving at all. In the midst of my struggle, Jezebeth frowned. Coming a little closer to me, he tilted his head a little. You. He pointed his slender finger in my direction, as his glaring red eyes scrutinized my body up and down. My body felt completely naked as his eyes scanned it. It was as if he knew every secret inside my body. Gradually, as he continued to stare at me, his eyes dropped and his head shook. You're not him, again. There were hints of disappointment in his voice as he turned his head to look away from me. Right as he turned, I was able to hear his soft whisper. He would never make such an expression. Taking a step away from me, he looked around the room and continued to whisper to himself. This is strange. I'm sure I detected his presence before coming here. I don't think I'm wrong. For the next couple of seconds, he didn't say anything and just quietly walked around the room with a pensive look on his face. Coming to a sudden stop, he turned around to look at me. Once again scanning my body, his brows jumped and a thin smile formed on his face. I see. Tap. Taking a step closer to me, it didn't take long for him to arrive before me. Extending his hand, my vision darkened as his palm covered my face. I tried with all my might, staring at the hand that was snatching at my face, but it was all in vain. He stopped me without any effort on his part. Don't move. I'm trying to check something. His voice loudly echoed inside of my ears. As soon as his words vanished, I experienced an electric shock throughout my body. My body began to tense up in response to what he did, and my eyes rolled to the back of my head. I wanted to scream, but it was all futile effort on my end as my mouth was sealed shut. No matter how much I struggled, I couldn't say anything. The only thing that came out of my mouth were low muffled shouts. It makes sense now. Taking his hand away from my head, Jezebeth once again turned away from me. He had a satisfied look on his face. It's just like I predicted. You were the ones that resulted in Magnus' death, and it doesn't look like an accident either. As expected of you. Turning his body around, our eyes met. This time, his smile faded a little. You must be his fake copy, right? I felt the restriction in my mouth stop once he said these words, but I didn't say anything and remained quiet. Slowly, I began to calm down. Oh, Jezebetha's brow raised at the sudden turn of events. In a way, you're not that different from him. You can say that you bear striking resemblances to this demeanor at times. Even then, Jezebeth shook his head and slowly lifted his head. His face slowly turned rigid. You've already served your purpose. How about you disappear and let the real you take over? I have no interest in playing around with a fake. Although he spoke in a gentle manner, every word he spoke thundered in my head. I experienced a sense of helplessness as a result. Even though it pained me to be reminded that I was a fraud, I was gradually accepting this fact. The fact that I was just a replacement. I replied with a slow headshake. I'm good. You're good, Jezebeth mumbled while he looked at me with a strange look on his face. Ha. Covering his face with his hand, he let out one single burst of dry laugh. The laugh didn't last for long, as his complexion crumbled and his voice became deep. You actually think you have an option? His crimson eyes flashed with a scarlet color that totally enveloped the room as he snapped his head to gaze at me, and a dreadful pressure descended upon the space. Kirk. I instantly dropped on both knees to the ground. Clenching my throat with both hands, I slowly raised my head to look at Jezebeth. Tap, tap, tap. His slow and rhythmical footsteps echoed throughout the room before they paused in front of me. It was right at that moment that the pressure bearing down on the room stopped. Quick. Immediately after the pressure disappeared, my body reflexively gagged and a wave of vertigo hit me. With both hands on the ground, I began to heavily gasp for air while a single string of saliva dripped to the ground. My bad. Right then, I heard Jezebetha's voice echo beside my ear. I almost forgot about how pathetically weak you are at the moment. For a moment, I thought that you were going to die. Then, sitting crossed-legged on the ground, Jezebeth placed both of his hands on the ends of his knees. How about we have a talk? There are lots of things I want to say, and even though you might not be him, he should still be able to hear every single one of the words I say. Raising his finger, my head snapped up. How should we start? Lowering his head and pondering for a bit, Jezebeth tapped his head and murmured. My memories still aren't intact, you see, so I'm having a hard time remembering certain things. Don't mind me if I remember some things wrongly. Casually raising his head, Jezebeth looked at me. Setting that aside, it doesn't seem like you have much time till he takes over. I'll say a couple of years. That sounds quite troublesome. Jezebeth covered his mouth with one hand while extending the other toward me until his palm was directly in front of my face. At that moment, I caught a whiff of death lingering in the air. What should I do? Should I just kill you before he takes over? There have been several instances when he's brought me quite a bit of trouble. His smooth speech echoed in my thoughts like many whispers, resembling the hissing sound that snakes produce. If I kill you right now, a lot of my problems would go away. With every word he spoke, the stronger the hissing sound in my head became, sending me into this weird phase that made it hard for me to keep my focus. Everything around me felt so off-balanced. But I think I've got a better idea. It was only after he removed the palm of his hand away from me that the hissing sound stopped, and he appeared in my vision once more. He kept the same smile as before on his face. Why did he spare me? I thought to myself as I looked at Jezebeth before me. Although his looks were similar to that of a human, and the way he acted was also similar to how a human acted, I couldn't read his expression nor understand what he was thinking. He was a complete enigma in my eyes, and that was what made him especially scary to me. Seeing the confused look on your face, you must be wondering why I did not kill you. Seemingly being able to read my thoughts, I was jolted out of them by Jezebeth's voice. Wearing the same thin smile on his face, he slowly stood up from his spot. Then, he started to walk around me in circles. The sound of his soft footsteps echoed through my ears. The Akashic records are weakening. No, the Akashic records are already weakened. Hearing his words, I swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Something within my body started to tremble as a result. You may not know this since you don't have the power of the Akashic laws, but with every regression, or time loop, the records weaken. It goes without saying that meddling with time isn't cheap regardless of what type of entity you are. Be it me, you or the records, meddling with time doesn't come cheaply. Whatever the case, unlike me and you, the records don't use that much energy to reset the universe. Every reset is just a fraction of their power, and thus the burden they face is rather low. But what if? Halting his footsteps, Jezebeth turned his head to look at me. What if the loop happens over and over again? What if it happens so many times that the records slowly start to lose their powers like a fighter running out of stamina? And what if they get so desperate that they start to use even more of their powers to help the one they chose to kill me? The one who threatens their existence. Within my head, I could feel my heart beating loudly as he spoke. His words. My body began to experience a sudden feeling of dread as I began to comprehend what he was saying. Slowly, as the Akashic records weakened, and as regressions took place, I became aware of the previous regressions within my mind with each new regression that happened. The records could no longer expend any energy in trying to make me forget. Raising his hand, a white glow enveloped Jezebetha's hand, and his face twisted. This power, it's so addicting. Even though he spoke in a low whisper, his words reverberated so powerfully inside the room that it felt as if the room itself was shaking. Turning his attention toward me, the glow on Jezebetha's hand disappeared. Judging from your looks, you've already guessed it. This is the last loop. Once he dies, the loop will no longer continue. The vibrations inside my body grew more intense with each word he said, and my face began to twist in agony. So back to why I kept you alive. His whispering voice hissed loudly inside of my head, and my view of the surroundings started to twist. Even then, I tried my best to keep myself from passing out. I wanted to hear what he wanted to say. I wanted to know why he wasn't killing me. I wanted to know what was going inside of his head, and it's because I don't need to kill you. My thoughts blanked, and my eyes blinked several times, unable to comprehend his words. Amusement filled Jezebetha's face as his two glaring red eyes stared at me. No, he was staring at the other me. I am aware of your desires. You want to stop the loops. You want the suffering you've experienced to end, right? Then carry it out. Kill yourself right now. Put an end to your never-ending misery and, hold on. Jezebeth halted himself mid-sentence. Suddenly placing his hand over his mouth, he frowned. It doesn't look like you can kill yourself just yet. Not unless you devour him. While he was pondering, it didn't take long for his brows to relax. The smile also returned to his face. Staring in my direction, his smile became even more prominent. Actually, this might be even more fun. This time, I knew he was looking at me, not the other me. You want to live, don't you? He suddenly asked while he looked straight into my eyes. Before I could even respond, he continued. A part of you wants to die, while another wants to live. A small chuckle escaped Jezebetha's lips. How ironic. You're probably wondering how you'll find a way to escape the influence of your other self while he slowly devours you, and the other you are looking for a way to end me so that he can finally kill himself. The more he talked, the more his eyes glistened. His next words made my heart stop. Kill him. Wiping away the smile on his face, Jezebetha's face turned incomparably serious, sending chills down my body. Slowly, he raised his hand and pointed at me. Kill the Akashic holder, and all of this will stop. He dies, and the loop ends. The other you can die while leaving behind the body you are in behind, and you get to keep this body of yours. Doesn't that sound like a nice solution? As for me, I get to save 6 years, and finally get a hold of the records. After he finished speaking, a harrowing hush filled the space. The air was so fragile that one would have believed it would break. I opened my mouth, but then shut it when I felt his piercing red eyes glare at me, and my body violently trembled inside. I was shocked to realize that I couldn't refuse his words. I wanted to reject it, but as soon as I opened my mouth, nothing came out. A smile once again cracked on Jezebetha's face when he looked at me. It looks like you've made your decision. Ka. Stopping Jezebeth mid-sentence was a soft sound coming from the distance. Jezebetha's brows furrowed, and his head turned to look in the direction of where the sound came from. My heart dropped as soon as his head turned. A figure soared through the air and appeared in front of Jezebeth as he raised his finger and motioned it toward his direction. Right there, I caught sight of Small Snake hovering in the air in front of him. He was just half awake right now. Most likely, he had passed out from the previous pressure Jezebeth exerted. Jezebetha's cold voice echoed in the air, causing it to tremble as she stared at Small Snake levitating in midair. There was someone else in here? That's careless of me. A sense of dread washed over me as I looked at Jezebeth, who was staring at Small Snake. My attempts to move were thwarted by Jezebetha's pressure, which prevented me from moving. I tried to activate all of my skills at the moment, especially the limit breaker skill, but it was useless. No matter how much I tried, nothing seemed to respond to my calls. My desperation only grew with time, as I struggled even more. Take my body. Didn't you want to take my body? My desperation reached the point where I started pleading with my other half, but it was futile. He didn't seem to respond to my calls. No. A few words managed to escape from my lips as I stared at Jezebeth. Overhearing my words, Jezebeth looked at me. No, rather, he was looking at my expression. My heart stopped beating. Is this someone you know? He asked while alternating his gaze between Small Snake and me. I see. He began to murmur in a low voice. If I kill him right now, there's a chance he might hate me. But does it really matter? Once his other self takes over in a couple of years' time, he will kill himself, so I don't have to worry about him in the near future. Plus, he heard things that he shouldn't have heard. It would be annoying if he stayed alive. With every word that he spoke, the dread inside of my body only increased. Shaking my head, I pleaded inside of my mind. Stop him. In the meantime, a thin smile spread across Small Snake's face as he looked at me. The look on his face. It was similar to that of someone who had accepted their fate. I couldn't stand it. I detested it. I loathed it. No. Too late. The next set of actions happened so quickly that I was unable to react at all. Crack. With a twist of his fingers, the sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the room, and small snake's figure squeezed together. Thump. What followed after was a low thumping sound and a body fell to the ground. My vision's colors began to dwindle at that same instant, and everything around me appeared to go numb. My mouth slowly opened as my heart, which had been thumping frantically, stopped beating. Chapter 603. Did you get the files? Yes, I have got them. Hemlock smiled back at Brian as he flashed a card in his direction. The card was in fact a small USB stick in disguise. Excellent. As he looked around, he expressed his heartfelt praise. Observing the surroundings, his eyes were filled with vigilance and alertness. It would be a bit troublesome if the others caught us. Not that it would be any problem for me, but I do not necessarily want the others to know of me yet. He murmured in a low voice. Catching his whisper, Small Snake asked, Did you say something? No. Hemlock shook his head while he continued to look around. As of now, they were in a nice lobby filled with a lot of people who were walking around, each of whom was wearing a nice suit with hair that was neatly combed. In order to blend with them, Brian and Hemlock were also wearing similar attires. However, Hemlock's looks were too much of a problem, as they attracted everyone's attention wherever he went. Let's leave for now. Hemlock rose from the sofa and headed toward the elevator, much to Brian's confusion. Why are we leaving right now? Do we not have to hand this USB stick? Not yet. Hemlock pressed the elevator button. A small circular yellow light flashed around the button. Turning around, he looked at Brian. Brian, do not say anything for now. Let's find a quieter spot so I can talk to you. Okay? Though confused, Brian nodded his head. Though the situation looked sketchy, he trusted Hemlock and followed his instructions. It showed how much he trusted him. I knew you would understand. Hemlock quietly murmured with a smile. Ding. With a low chime, the elevator door slowly opened and he took a step in. Brian followed him from behind. After that, the elevator doors slowly began to close. So, what did you want to say to me? Taking Hemlock's gaze, Brian looked down at his glass cup filled with whiskey and ice before lowering it. As Hemlock sipped his drink, which was the same as Brian's, he slowly put it on the wooden counter before him. A tranquil atmosphere permeated the area they were in as dim light covered the area they were in. Brian, he muttered in a low tone while shaking the glass in his hand. Yes. Tilting his head a little, Brian was taken aback by his behavior. Was there something wrong with him? His current state. How could Brian explain it? He seemed different from the usual person he knew. Did something happen, Hemlock? He asked, his voice tinged with a little worry. Turning his head to stare at him, Hemlock smiled. No. He then shook his head and grabbed the drink from the top with all 4 fingers. Twirling it around, he quietly mumbled. Everything is just fine. Then why do you seem so down? Is that the impression you are getting from me? Squinting his eyes and taking note of his expression, Brian nodded his head. Yes you do. Hemlock's smile seemed rather fake at the moment, and his expression was not as relaxed as it was in the past. There was definitely something up. Does not seem like anything can escape from your sight. As expected of someone like you. Have a look. Hemlock tapped the air until a sheet of paper appeared in front of him, which he then slid across the table. What is this? Curious, Brian grabbed the piece of paper. What was he trying to show him? Brian thought to himself. The way Hemlock was behaving seemed a little too strange for him. Well, whatever, let him see what was on this paper. Shrugging his shoulders, he looked through the paper. A strange sound escaped from his mouth as he looked at the first sentence. A loud pounding sound erupted from nowhere, as Small Snake felt it powerfully ring inside of his head. What is this? Gradually, his hands began to shake and his face began to crumble as he continued to read the page. Then, after reading for the next couple of seconds, Brian's neck robotically twisted to look at Hemlock, who was facing him with an expressionless look on his face. It cannot be right. At this very moment, Hemlock, whom Brian thought of as a very close friend, and his only friend, started to look foreign to him. From his smile to his expression and aura, he no longer looked like the same person Brian knew. What is with that look? Jolting Brian out of his thoughts was his voice. Out of reflex, Brian dropped the paper in his hand, and he moved back a little. You. His voice began to stutter. Without saying a word, Hemlock stared at Brian without showing any signs of being offended. It was only after he realized that Brian could not say anything that he started to speak. Brian. He first started off by calling out his name. As a result of his words, Brian stopped stuttering and proceeded to stare at him. The expression on his face was completely pale. Shaking the glass in his hand, Hemlock looked toward the front. Remember the conversation we had not too long ago, in this very bar? Brian immediately shook his head. With a tilt of his head, Hemlock responded. I guess it makes sense for you to not remember in a way. You were pretty drunk that day. Taking a sip of the drink in his hand, Hemlock smacked his lips and raised his head to stare at the dim lights coming from above. There is no escaping the fact that mankind is on the verge of extinction. We are fated to go extinct, and that is the truth. No matter how hard we try, we will never succeed in winning this war. It is impossible. It is futile. It is suicide. Listening to Hemlock's words, Brian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His emotions were running wild inside of his body. His surroundings felt numb, and Hemlock, whom he considered very important, suddenly seemed like a total stranger to him. It was all because of this paper. Taking a glimpse of the paper from beside him, Brian's body shook. Why? This is for your own good, Brian. I am doing this to keep you from going extinct like all the other people of this world once he arrives. It is only natural that you are confused about why I suddenly assigned you a demon contract, but trust me, I am doing this to help you. Leaning his body forward a bit, Hemlock brought the paper to Brian's face. Brian, you have a very high level of skill. Initially, I did not think too much of you, but after working with you for the amount of time that we have, I realized that you are the one. You are the one that can help me save humanity and prevent them from going extinct. With your skills and my skills together, we can help change this world. Help them make the right decision. Reaching out his hand toward Brian, Hemlock smiled at him. In my search for a demon that perfectly matches your abilities, I had to ask a lot of favors. It was not easy, but I understood just how important your skills are. Please take my hand. Take my hand and help me save this world from inevitable destruction and… No. Brian pushed the hand away before Hemlock could finish his sentence. His expression froze at the rejection. Did you seriously think that I would accept your offer? Brian looked at Hemlock with a furious expression. His face was filled with anger and sadness. It is great that you want to save humanity, but can you truly be regarded as a human once you sign a contract? Do you not lose sight of yourself when you are overwhelmed by all of your emotions which become more prominent as a result of your signature? If you lose the things that make you human, why even bother doing this? Hemlock's countenance twisted more and more with each word Brian spoke. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, he said, "But Brian, did you not previously agree with me? Did you not also say that this was the only thing that could save humanity?" When? Brian's voice raised. When did I ever say such nonsense before? Right here, a couple of weeks back. I thought that you of all people would understand what I am trying to do. Hemlock also raised his voice as he smacked his cup against the wooden counter. Bang! The table broke in two, and Brian looked at Hemlock in shock. Alternating his gaze between Brian and the table, the expression on Hemlock's face soon turned completely expressionless, and he sat back down on the chair. Passing the paper back to Hemlock, Brian smiled in self-deprecation. I should have known better. There is no way someone would be nice to me without having some sort of agenda against me. Standing up from his seat, he took his black coat and wore it. Do not ever contact me again. Walking up to the bar owner, Brian paid for the broken table and drinks before he coldly looked at Hemlock and left the place. From how he did not react when the table broke, Small Snake knew that he was someone that was most probably working under Hemlock. Once Brian left, Hemlock remained seated in the same spot for a long time. Eventually, he let out a long exhale and murmured, I am disappointed. Out of all people, I would have thought that you would understand me. Covering his head with both hands and clenching his hair, Hemlock mumbled to himself. Why does no one understand what I am trying to do? It is not like I am doing anything bad. I am only just trying to save humanity from going extinct. Why is something like this so condemned by everyone? Are they just blinded by this false sense of security that the world is giving them? The more he spoke, the greater the insanity in Hemlock's eyes. A black light flashed behind them. Right. That must be it. The only reason why people are not agreeing with me is because they are too distracted with this false sense of security that is masking the real danger that is about to approach. They do not understand that death in this world is inevitable, and that there is no hope for them in the future. They need to experience true helplessness before they understand. Yeah, it must be that. Covering his face with his hands, Hemlock suddenly thought of something. Right. This must be the only way. I am sure he will understand. Dropping the drink on the ground, Hemlock's figure disappeared from the spot. While gazing into the window on her right, a lady sat up straight on the bed and cut some apples. She had a rather peaceful look on her face. I hope Brian is doing well. He has not paid a visit in quite a while. She pouted a little when she murmured those words. Usually, Brian would visit her every day. There were times when he would not come, but he would never leave for as long as he did. Is it because I am feeling better now? Does he think it is no longer worthwhile to visit me now that I am feeling better? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. What an unfilial child. That is not the case, ma'am. A voice suddenly echoed amidst her thoughts. Lorenta, Brian's mother, screamed out in shock when she heard a voice coming from behind her. She was so startled that some of the apples fell on the bedsheets. It was not until she saw who the individual was that she finally calmed down. She glared in his direction. Hemlock, why must you scare me like that? I apologize. Hemlock lowered his head in apology. I did not mean to startle you like that. Covering her chest with her hand, Lorenta waved her hand. Then, putting on a smile on her face, she grabbed an apple and handed it to Hemlock. Care for an apple? I have been spending my time cutting them all day waiting for Brian to arrive. No thank you. Moving toward her direction a little, Hemlock suddenly pressed his hand against her mouth and nose and applied pressure. Her eyes opened up in shock. Shush. Hushing her, Hemlock brought his body closer to her ear and whispered. Although his expression looked calm, there was a faint tremble in his hand. Do not think badly of me. I am doing this for Brian. I am doing this for him. Lorenta's eyes slowly started to close as she appeared to be able to understand his remarks. She may have wanted to say something, but it was not as if Hemlock would give her a chance to. Just as her eyes fully closed, a small tear fell down the side of her cheek. Soon her breathing stopped and so did her heart. Taking his hand away from her mouth, Hemlock jumped back and gasped heavily for breath. With sweat dripping down the side of his face, he looked at Lorenta. Then, lowering his head to stare at his hands which were shaking, he mumbled to himself. I had to do it. It was the only way. It was the only way to make him understand. Chapter 604. Jezebeth scowled as he fixed his gaze on Ren, who appeared to have lost his soul. Is this really how he used to be? Overlapping his image with the image of the man he knew, Jezebeth only felt disgust. To think that the death of someone so insignificant was all it took to reduce you into this state. In reality, it most likely wasn't just that. He was currently in this mental condition as a result of discovering the genuine facts about his existence and the death of one of his comrades. The man he knew was someone that closely resembled him, someone that would do anything to achieve his goals. It was exactly because he was like this that Jezebeth liked him. Unfortunately, this version of him that was before him was a far cry from the figure he remembered. In any case, this didn't concern Jezebeth. Should I just kill him? In that split moment, he had the sudden urge to end him right here and there. In the first place, the only reason he was keeping him alive was to save himself some trouble as well as time, but it wasn't really necessary. He had already won. All he needed to do was just wait 6 years, and the Akashic records would be his. Just 6 years. No, now is not a good idea. It took quite a bit of willpower to stop himself from killing him. Calming himself down, Jezebeth suddenly noticed that Ren was now glaring in his direction. A powerful and chilling pressure started to expand from out of his body, one that even made Jezebeth's spine tingle. Oh, his head tilted a little as the edges of his lips curled a little. Someone looks a little displeased. A little would be an exaggeration. Currently, it looked as though wanted to eat him alive. That look. It was not bad. Too bad now is not the right time, Jezebeth thought while he shook his head. Focusing his attention toward the portal in the distance, he motioned in the air with his fingers, and Ren's figure slowly floated in the air. The previous pressure that was coming out from his body disappeared just like that. The current Ren was nothing but a bug in his eyes. Regrettably, I don't have time to entertain your rage. Motioning with his finger, Ren's body slowly headed in his direction. Coming to a stop in front of him, Jezebeth scratched his neck a little before his eyes squinted. Don't forget the advice I gave you earlier. Everything will vanish if you kill him. You will have the option of either dying or living, depending on which of you chooses. He spoke with a hushed voice and an icy tone, one that sounded like 1,000 snakes were hissing at the same time in Ren's ears. Extending his hand, he pressed it against Ren's forehead. A gentle glow enveloped the room. Feeling Ren's soul, he mumbled, "For years." Removing the palm of his hand away from Ren, Jezebeth took a step back. Then, staring straight into Ren's eyes, he began to mutter, "That is how long it will take for your other self to completely fuse with your current self. If by that time the current you has still not killed the Akashic holder, the other part of you will take over and end both of your existences." A ripple spread over the vicinity as Jezebeth extended his hand and tapped Ren's forehead with his finger. After that, a black tattoo resembling a crown began to form on Ren's wrist. His face twisted in pain, but no sound escaped from his mouth as Jezebeth kept it sealed shut. "I've injected a small quantity of my blood into your bloodstream, just in case, in 4 years, something does occur, and he refuses to take control of your body, or you two come to an agreement. When 4 years have gone and you haven't passed away, the curse I set in you will automatically come to fruition, and you will pass away in an instant." Jezebeth wasn't someone that believed all his plans would work. Just because he was setting Ren free, he understood just how much of a potential problem he could pose to him in the future. If his plan didn't work out, then he would always have a couple of backup plans. It was in his nature to be that cautious. Nothing could stop him from achieving his goals. "It's time for us to part. Don't forget about what we've talked about." With a contented smile on his face, Jezebeth patted Ren on the cheek as Ren's body floated slowly towards the direction of the portal in the distance. Throughout the entire time, the only thing he could do was glare in his direction with an undisguisable hatred. Jezebeth merely smiled when he saw his glare. "Time is ticking and you don't have much time left. Whether you live or die, all will depend on your next course of actions." Pressing his palm forward, Ren's body shot toward the portal that was already set up. After that, his body completely disappeared. The last thing that Jezebeth saw was his terrifying glare that was filled with bloodlust. After that, a deep silence enveloped the room. It was only after a couple of seconds passed that the silence was broken. Should I have just killed him? Once again, Jezebeth started to have second thoughts. Thinking back at the glare, Jezebeth had an unsettling feeling. He was starting to doubt himself a little. I mean, how could he not? He knew just how powerful Ren was. He was someone who could stand on an equal level with him. There was no way he would treat him the same as the others. If I stop to think about it, my strategy ought to be foolproof. If he rejects my offer, he will seize control and commit suicide in 4 years. If, however, he does not commit suicide, the curse I cast upon him should finish the job for me. Additionally, as the Akashic holder is the only person capable of killing me, there is no need to worry about him harming me in any way after he kills the Akashic holder. The truth is that I have won. Everything should be within my grasp, yet why do I still feel so uneasy? This feeling. Jezebeth clenched his fists together. I don't like this. It was anything but pleasant for Jezebeth. For someone of his caliber to feel this type of emotion, it felt nothing short of irritating. The prospect of something going unnoticed was unsettling, and right now even his backup plan didn't seem as secure as he had believed it to be. I need something else, he quietly murmured to himself. It was then that he realized that he needed something else to completely feel in control of the situation. Something that would truly be able to turn the tides of the events on the off chance that something wrong happened, and his plan failed. Standing in the middle of the room, while deeply contemplating the matter, Jezebeth scanned the room with his eyes. It wasn't long before they paused in a certain direction. At that moment, a startling notion crossed his mind as his eyes shone a bright red hue. After a while, wearing a thin smile on his face, Jezebeth mumbled something. What if? What's taking him so long? In a vast room full of scars and broken equipment, an immature, borderline childish voice resounded throughout the space. Pacing around the room, Ryan looked at the portal with worry in his eyes. It had been quite a while since he had left the planet, and he had returned to Earth. Upon returning, he discovered his mercenary headquarters in a deplorable state. Nearly everything was damaged, and Ryan believed that the entire warehouse would have been lost in the annals of history if it weren't for the training ground's solid walls. On another note, he wasn't the only one who was back, as everyone else was also back. Everyone apart from Kevin, Emma, and Melissa, who seemed to have teleported somewhere else. Not only that, Small Snake and Ren were also still not back. Did you say that Small Snake was waiting at the portal when you got back? While Ryan was pacing the room, a loud, distinct voice resounded across the space. Angelica, who was speaking, turned to face Amanda, who nodded in response to her query. She seemed rather uncomfortable talking to her, but she still remained quite courteous. Yes, before I left, I remember seeing Small Snake. I told him to keep the portal open for when Ren comes. I see. Angelica nodded her head. Then, after a couple of seconds, she frowned and asked, last I recalled, you were with Ren. Why didn't you go back with him? Amanda pursed her lips when she heard the question. Lowering her head a little, she softly murmured, it's because I didn't want to hold him back. Thanks to her long-range shooting, Amanda was able to help him get to the top level more quickly, but she soon realized that she would only be getting in the way from that point on and chose to leave. Also, thinking back at the conversation she had with him, she couldn't stand to stay in that room anymore. It felt too suffocating to her. The portal is reacting. Amanda was abruptly startled out of her thoughts by Ryan's yell as ripples started to develop on the portal across from them. Everyone in the room instantly turned to focus their attention on the portal. Ryan's face was especially excited as he looked toward the portal. Looks like they've made it in time, he murmured in relief while a thin smile spread across his face. Swoosh. In the fraction of a second that followed his words, a figure blasted out of the portal and fell to the ground in front of everyone. Bang. Cough. Cough. Accompanying the crash was a series of coughs as everyone turned their attention to focus in the direction of where the figure crashed, only to see Ren's pale figure laying on the ground. It's Ren. Ren. When they noticed his condition, Ryan and the others yelled out in shock. None of them appeared to be acting any differently, and they had in the past, as if the recollections of the dreams they saw were simply fleeting images in their brains. The first to move to him was Amanda, who looked at him with worry in her eyes. Something's wrong. And it was right when her eyes paused on his face that Amanda suddenly noticed something wrong with his expression. If before she left, Ren looked lonely and broken, right now, he looked completely out of it as he looked toward the ceiling, while murmuring something in the air. His voice was so soft that barely anyone could hear it. Not even Amanda could hear it, and she was right next to him. What is he trying to say? Amanda leaned in close to hear what he was saying while adjusting her body position. Small, snake, small snake? Only when she put her ear next to his mouth was she finally able to decipher what he was trying to say, and when she repeated those words aloud, the entire room instantly went utterly silent, especially Ryan, who was looking toward the portal with anticipation. Turning his head to look at Ren and noticing his expression, he took a small step back and let out a dry laugh. Small snake. Where is Small Snake? He was met with no response. Haha. Ryan laughed again, while he looked around toward the others. Snapping his head around, he looked around the room. Surely this is a joke. Small Snake is somewhere here, hiding and trying to get back at me for all the problems that I have caused him. Right. Gradually, taking note of everyone's expressions, Ryan's voice turned weaker, and his body started to tremble. Moving toward where Ren was, he fell on both knees and grabbed him by the shirt. Lifting his head up, Ryan's voice raised. Ren, please tell me this is a joke. It has to be a joke. Opening his mouth, Ren tried to answer, but he didn't need to finish his sentence for Ryan to understand what happened. No. Letting go of Ren's shirt, Ryan fell back on his butt and blankly looked toward the ceiling of the room. It can't be. Didn't he promise to come back? Tears slowly began to fall down the side of his back as he tried his best to smile. He wouldn't just leave like that, right? Haha. Aye, please? Chapter 605. Pitter. The muffled sound of rain hitting against the window beside me woke me up. I groggily opened my eyes and glanced toward the window, where I was greeted by a gloomy scene. It was a dark and dreary sight, typical of any rainy day. It perfectly synchronized with my mood. Status. You have 37 missed calls. When I finally had the opportunity to check my phone, I noticed several missed calls. They seemed to come from my parents, Amanda, Kevin, and the others. I ultimately did not answer them back and just shut off my phone. I was not in the mood to talk with anyone at the moment. Everything felt like a dream to me at the moment. No, rather, a nightmare. One that I could not possibly escape from. What time is it? An unknown period of time passed, while I lay on my bed just blankly staring at the ceiling of the room I was in. Raising my hand and turning my wrist, I checked the time. I felt a sudden pang in my heart, while I stared at the time. 16:39 p.m. It is almost time, huh? I reluctantly got out of bed and stumbled toward the closet where I pulled out a set of black clothes. Grabbing onto the clothes, my hands shook. It was almost time for Small Snake's funeral to start. A few days had passed since the incident, and those few days had been among the most difficult in my life. It was difficult to prepare a funeral for someone you had assumed would accompany you till the end, and would always be around. I just could not stomach it. How? Just where did things go wrong? Why must things have turned out this way? What is this? Unknowingly, I felt something wet stream down from the side of my face. Ah shit. I raised my hand and clenched my chest as a sharp, heartbreaking agony swept across my chest. It hurt. It really hurt. I really did not expect things to turn out this way. I really did not. Ryan looked toward the empty casket in the distance as he passed through the long aisle that was covered in a long red carpet and seemed to stretch for miles. It was probably shorter, but to him it looked endless. His footsteps felt heavy, and his eyes were rather blurry. It still had not sunk into his mind. The fact that Small Snake had left him, the fatherly or brotherly figure he had been missing throughout his entire life, was gone just like that. I shouldn't be like this, he mumbled to himself while he walked down the aisle. Fix your clothes, you look like a total mess like that. Is that really how you want to look at my funeral? At least wipe your tears. What a mess, I thought I taught you better. A bitter smile formed on Ryan's face as he suddenly thought of his appearance. Raising his arm, he wiped his tears away. He would probably nag me if he saw me in this state. A hollow laugh escaped from his lips. Moving toward the empty casket, another wave of sadness swept past Ryan, who felt something grip his chest. Once again, he felt the corner of his eyes tear up, but as he thought of Small Snake, he stopped himself. I must not show him that I am crying. He may not have been here, but to Ryan, he was here. He was always here. Staring at the casket for a couple of good minutes, Ryan lowered his head. He then made his way to a seat and sat down. The entire chapel was filled with familiar figures. Angelica, who was currently disguised as a cat, Ava, Hein, Leopold, Kevin, Amanda, Emma, all of Ren's friends and people that were previously on the other planet. All of them were mourning Small Snake's death. But there was only one person missing. Where is he? Looking around, Ryan tried to look for Ren. It did not take long for him to spot his parents, whom he had met once with Small Snake. They were here, yet Ren was not. Everyone was here apart from him. Why? Ryan wondered while he continuously looked for him. Why is not he here? It did not seem like he was the only one that was looking for him. How could they not? He was the one that was supposed to speak first. He was supposed to be the one guy that known him the longest. So why was not he here? Why? Does he not care? Ryan ultimately found himself thinking about the dream he had witnessed as a result of the demon's meddling. Does he really just think of us as just pawns? He never put much thought into it back when he was watching everything. In the first place, he did not understand much of the content that was shown to him. It made no sense. Nonetheless, if there was one thing he managed to pick up from the flashbacks, it was Ren's mentality and the way he behaved. He killed individuals without showing any remorse and treated everyone as though they were expendables that could be tossed at any time. It did not matter whether he knew them or not. If they were in the way of his goals, they were nothing but a roadblock that needed to be removed. This was the Ren that Ryan saw in the visions, and this was also this behavior that made Ryan understand that the dream was probably a fake. The Ren he knew was not like this at all. He was not. Never. At least that was what he thought before. But as time ticked, and everyone quietly sat down waiting for him to arrive, Ryan started to have second thoughts. No, it cannot be. His emotions were gradually beginning to spiral downward in a negative direction, possibly as a result of the fact that he was not in the finest emotional state. No one could blame him for his thoughts. As crazy and unlikely the probability of that Ren being the Ren he knew, Ryan just could not stop overlapping the two figures together. No, they are not the same people. The memory of Small Snake conversing with Ren in the same way as before was the only thing keeping him from going further down. He was also the one that informed him that Ren was not that way. It was Small Snake's words that kept him from going down an even bigger downward spiral of thoughts. Hume. Jolting Ryan out of his thoughts was a small cough. Raising his head up, he found Kevin standing at the altar. Why is he there? Ryan quietly mumbled while he looked at Kevin. He barely knew Small Snake. What right did he have to stand there? I know that some of you are uncomfortable with my sudden appearance here, but... Lowering his head, Kevin turned his wrist and checked his watch. We are currently running late, and it does not seem like Ren is here yet. Since we cannot afford to take the whole day, I can only start the clank. Right as Kevin began to speak, the doors slammed open abruptly. As soon as that happened, more than half of the audience turned to look in the direction of where the noise came from, and there they saw a ragged figure coming in slowly. Ren. Ryan thought as he spotted him from the distance. He was not the only one that noticed his appearance as the chapel was filled with murmurs and whispers. Taking note of his glaring black circles, pale face, crooked tie, and wrinkled clothes, Ryan pursed his lips. His appearance brought a small turmoil in the chapel as several figures rushed to him, only to be rejected by him who slowly walked toward the altar. His steps were rather slow, yet seemed extremely firm. Silently clenching his teeth, Ryan lowered his head. He felt a deep sense of shame rise from deep within his chest. Right, it was stupid of me to think like that. Small Snake's death probably hit Ren the hardest. He previously thought that he should have been the one who was supposed to be the saddest about his apparent death, but staring at Ren, who had trouble walking, Ryan realized how immature his thinking was. In truth, he was probably jealous. To him, Small Snake was like the father he never had. He was naggy, yes, and he hated it. But, why do I suddenly miss his nagging so much? Why? PETA. A tear fell down from the corner of his eye. Does this work? A groggy voice jolted Ryan out of his thoughts. Raising his head, he spotted Ren standing behind the podium. In his hand was a small piece of paper. Gathering the attention of everyone present, including Ryan's, he began to speak. At first, his voice seemed rather firm, but the more he spoke, the fainter his voice became. I would like to first extend my gratitude to all relatives, friends, and attendees that have come today to honor a great man, Small Snake. Haha. A hollow laugh suddenly escaped from Ren's lips. This is much harder than I thought. Crumbling the piece of paper in his hand, he leaned his body forward and looked at everyone present. His sudden actions startled some of the people present. Do you guys want to know something funny? Regardless, he did not seem to care as he continued. I have known Small Snake for about 4 to 5 years. He is probably the first friend I have ever made in this world. He was also a person that I liked to joke around with. Thinking back, I was probably really harsh on him. My jokes were extremely nasty. Back then, I did not think too much of them. In the first place, I never thought that he would die. Just casual banter. I was probably really arrogant. But that is not the funny part. Turning his head to look at Small Snake's image, Ren drummed his fingers on the image. Small Snake, Small Snake, Small Snake. He mumbled his name repeatedly. Covering his face with his hand, Ren's voice suddenly trembled. He seemed to be struggling with his words. The really funny thing about all of this is that I still do not know his name. From the first that I met him, I never once asked him for his name, and just called him Small Snake. Haha. He let out another laugh. Pathetic, is it not? His hands started to shake while the entire chapel was enveloped in silence. His words deeply resonated with the hearts of some of the people attending. This is not all. As a leader, Small Snake's death can only be attributed to my own selfishness and… Ren bit his lips. Unable to finish his sentence, Ren clenched the piece of paper in his hand even more tightly. His hands started to shake uncontrollably as his head lowered. While this was happening, no one said anything. There was a stifling silence inside the room, one that felt really suffocating. During the silence, most people had their heads lowered. Everyone apart from Ryan and a couple of others that kept their gaze on Ren. And it was because they kept their eyes on him that they suddenly noticed him looking in a certain direction. Following his line of sight, Ryan realized that he was looking at Kevin, who was also looking back at him. Alternating his gaze between the two, Ryan suddenly noticed that Ren's body was shaking even more as his mouth opened and closed several times. His expression was heart-wrenching. In the end, Ren mouthed them since he was unable to utter them. Please die. Chapter 606. Pathetic, isn't it? As I mumbled those words, I turned to face the people in the seats across from me. My throat tightened as I felt the gazes of the people in the room. Their gazes. They felt rather suffocating, especially when I met the gazes of Ryan and the others that were close to Small Snake. I felt a deep sense of guilt when I saw the pained expression on their faces. A part of me felt responsible for this mess. It wasn't just that. As I spoke, memories of Small Snake started to resurface inside my mind. Each and every one of them caused me to experience intense anguish. Time stood at a standstill, and a great sense of weariness washed over me, enough to give me the impression that my body had completely lost all of its vigor. I look pretty pathetic, don't I? I lowered my head and stopped speaking. I probably looked a far cry from how I usually acted, but I couldn't help it. Never did I expect a loss to impact me so much. Unlike the other me, I still had emotions, and they weren't something I could just turn off with the flip of a switch. I wish I could. I really wish I could. I slowly raised my head and opened my mouth to speak. My eyes quietly swept the room in the process. My gaze halted in a certain area just as I was about to speak. My body began to tremble. A flood of emotions burst out from deep within my body, while my eyes focused on a particular person in the distance. He looked just like me. Black hair, blue eyes, and an indifferent look. It would be more appropriate to say that he was me. He was standing near the rear of the room with shackles around his hands and feet. Everything around me started to vanish at that very moment, leaving only him to fill my field of vision. Everything around me felt dark. It seemed as though the world had ended, and the two of us were the only people remaining in this world. Breathing and standing got a little more difficult, which intensified the feeling of unease that I felt. All of this. Blinking once, the world around me cleared up and I found myself inside the chapel again. He was still standing there. His image continued to haunt me in my mind. All of this is his fault. I quietly mumbled to myself. Everything that was happening to me, and Small Snake's death. It was all his fault. I was sure of it. Small Snake's death was something he had planned. At first, it didn't make sense to me, but by this point, I was positive. Small Snake's death was planned by him. He had planned his demise with the sole purpose of inciting animosity between Jezebeth and I. His actions didn't make sense to me, but I just knew. I knew that everything was his fault. He was cursed, yes, but so was I. He was my curse. That's why. Opening my mouth, I quietly mumbled, "Please die." The funeral lasted for over 3 hours. At that time, several individuals walked up to the podium and shared their memories of Small Snake. A large majority of the attendees didn't quite know Small Snake. They were mostly there to support those that were affected by his death. In fact, the number of people that were actually close to him didn't number more than 10. It was sad. But what was sadder was the faces of those that were mourning his loss. Watching everything unfold, Kevin understood something. He understood just how much this individual known as Small Snake meant to the people around him, especially Ren, who seemed to be in a terrible state. But, please die. Catching a glimpse of his words, Kevin found himself unable to continue paying attention to the funeral. Recalling his expression as he said those words, and the direction he was looking at, Kevin felt numb. Was he talking about me? Why? Why did Ren want him to die so badly? Actually, Kevin understood why. He just didn't want to accept it. The loops, the memories, they felt weird to Kevin. In a way, he looked like the bad guy. He was the guy that turned Ren the way that he was. But Kevin felt that something was missing. In a way, his actions made sense to him. If he was presented with a choice to restart the world, when half of it was destroyed as a result of Ren's actions, he would make the same decision again. In a sense, what Ren was going through was what he deserved to go through. His actions, they were no worse than the Demon King. Kevin understood that. Yet he couldn't bring himself to hate him. In a way, he felt sympathy for him, especially after understanding just how much pain he went through, and the reason for his actions. Kevin had no doubt that he would behave the same way if put in the same situation as him. Nonetheless, that wasn't the thing that bothered Kevin. There's something missing. Something else was bothering him. He wasn't exactly sure about what it was. For now, it was just a feeling, but at the same time, Kevin knew that there was more to this feeling of his. Hey, it's time to go back. Kevin looked toward Emma after sensing a pull at his arm. After briefly focusing his attention on her, he turned around and swept his gaze around the room. Soon his eyes paused on Ren, who seemed to be with his parents. After focusing on his figure for a few seconds, Kevin's eyes drooped. Then, turning around, he left the chapel. Let's go. You not going to talk to Ren? Not now, Kevin quietly mumbled. Pursing his lips, he repeated in a softer voice. Not now. I followed the others back toward the headquarters right after the funeral. There were a lot of things that needed to be sorted out in the absence of Small Snake. Clank. Opening the door of the warehouse, the first thing that greeted me was darkness. It was a rare sight. Usually, I would be greeted by lights and Small Snake's presence. You're finally here, Ren. Shut up. Fuck you. Haha. A short laugh escaped from my lips when I recalled our typical interactions. Who would have imagined that such simple recollections would make me feel so bad? I'll go train. Me too. We had just walked in when I heard numerous voices behind me. I then saw Hein and Ava walk straight into the training rooms. Their expressions were more restrained than before. Their appearance conveyed a strong impression of determination and resolve. Small Snake's death seemed to have finally woken them up to the harsh reality of this world. But it wasn't just them that were affected. Here, a hand extended toward me, and I felt something land on my hands. I lowered my head and found a crumbled up pack of cigarettes. It was Leopold. I couldn't tell much from his expression, but his actions were enough to convey to me what he was feeling. He always told me to stop smoking. I guess it's about time I took his advice. He left right after that. Following him from behind was Angelica, who didn't say a single word. She was followed by Han Yufei and Liam, who simply left the room without saying a word, leaving Ryan and I standing in the hallway. You know, it was then that Ryan opened his mouth. Turning my head, our eyes met. You know, Small Snake never hated you despite the way you treated him. A great pang gripped my heart when I heard his words. Thinking back to how I treated Small Snake in the past, I felt great regret. If only I was nicer to him. His death made me realize just how much of an asshole I was. And it was exactly this realization that ate away at my consciousness as I felt deep remorse. If only. There's no point regretting the past now, Ryan muttered while he handed me a small black box. I lowered my head and glanced at the box. What's this? It's something Small Snake told me to give to you in case something happened to him. Shoving it at me, he followed the others, leaving me behind. A stifling silence permeated the air as I stood rooted on the spot, staring at the small black box in my hand. I already had an idea of what was inside the box, and it was precisely because I knew that I felt hesitant. My lips trembled as I squeezed the package tightly into my palm. You really? Chapter 607. Darkness engulfed Ashton's metropolis with the passing of the 12th hour. Ha. Melissa stared at the scenery outside and sighed. Her features were beautifully illuminated by the lights coming from above as she sat on a tiny stool. Ashton City looks a lot better at night, don't you think? Excuse me. The barista in front of her was taken aback. In spite of the current time in Ashton City, Melissa's orders were absolute, and he was thus forced to work at these hours. Yes, it indeed does look more beautiful. The beauty of the lights coming from the buildings is best appreciated at night. They dispel the darkness brought on by the night. Right. The barista reluctantly nodded his head. If he had to be completely honest, right now, all he wanted was to sleep. Additionally, he found Melissa's comments to be incomprehensible, which made the situation rather uncomfortable for him. Regardless, a job was a job, and he could only put on a fake smile and nod his head. Piffed. Melissa suddenly let out a small laugh as the cup in her hands loosely hung by the tips of her fingers. Looks like you find my words boring. The barista's face hardened. He had been caught red-handed. Melissa laughed in self-depreciation when she saw his expression. She then waved her hand in his direction. Don't worry, you're not fired. I get it, I'm annoying. Taking a sip of her drink, she smacked it against the counter. I'm one annoying bitch, so do me a favor. Give me another shot. As she raised an eyebrow at the barista, a slight flush developed on the side of her cheeks. At this point, she was acting extremely differently from how she usually did. She was obviously inebriated, as evidenced by her flush and words. I don't think. No point refusing. If you won't give it to me, I'll just get it myself. Melissa stood up from her seat, sweeping her eyes on the numerous bottles that stood behind the marble counter. Her eyes paused toward a certain bottle. 1987, Millionette. Sounds fancy. Setting her eyes on the target, she tried to jump over the counter. Let's stop here. A hand pressed against her shoulder before she could do that. Melissa turned her head. Emma. Amanda. It surprised her to see Emma and Amanda standing behind her. What were they doing here? Emma ignored Melissa while she turned her head to look at Amanda. Looks like you were right, Amanda. She's acting exactly like you said she would. Amanda quietly nodded her head. She was currently wearing a one-piece black dress that perfectly highlighted her physique. It was the same dress she wore at the funeral. The same was for Emma. It was clear from their attires that they didn't have time to change. What do you guys want? Melissa's eyes grew clearer as her thoughts started to slowly calm down. How did you get in here? Emma flashed a black card. Melissa's brows twitched when she saw the card. She could faintly recall giving one to Emma in the past when she was begging her for one. Melissa gave her one out of pity. Naturally, she knew about her situation. She was starting to regret that decision right now. What's with that look? You think we wouldn't know what you're thinking about after seeing the state you were in after we returned? Moving to the counter, Emma sat down on a stool. Then, looking at the barista, she pointed at the same bottle Melissa was previously looking at. 1987, Millionette. A glass each. Sure. The barista nodded after taking a short glance at Amanda and Emma. They looked responsible. I thought you were going to stop me from drinking. Why would we? Emma asked while a small pill appeared in her hand. She then handed it to Melissa. Not like I'm worried about getting a hangover with this. Right. Melissa weakly turned her head and sat on a stool beside Emma. Amanda followed her example and sat next to her. Silence permeated the room as the three women sat serenely next to one another. The stillness was allowed to linger since none of the three of them wanted to speak first. Your drinks. The clicking sound of glasses being set down on the counter disturbed the silence. Simultaneously, all three girls reached out for their respective glasses and took a sip. The silence continued for the next minute. You can laugh if you want. The first one to speak was Melissa. Keeping her gaze on the display of drinks before her, she set her glass on the counter. You've seen my memories. You must find it amusing, I suppose. That Melissa Hall, who appears to be so powerful on the outside, really just wants her father's favor. And the only reason why she acts the way she does is because she has no expectations of others. It must be hilarious, truly. Melissa took the drink she set down on the counter and gulped it all in one go. Must be really funny. Nah. Emma set her glass down beside her. Stretching her arms, she frowned. This is uncomfortably tight. Grumbling to herself, she turned her attention back to Melissa. Scratching the side of her cheek, she mumbled. To be honest, I kind of get how you feel. Emma tapped the tip of the glass. I could kind of guess why you acted the way you did. It's not like I only knew you from the academy. Ever since we were little, I would always see you try your best to please your father. At one point I was even jealous of you. Jealous? Melissa shook her head. Please, as if anyone would be jealous of me. You'd be surprised actually. Not only is your father the strongest in the world, but you're also incredibly smart. There's many out there that don't have it as good as us. Smart, huh? Melissa took off her glasses and wiped them with her clothes. Her eyes strained. If only that was actually useful in this day and age. You think too little of yourself. Emma rolled her eyes. You might not realize it, but just your inventions alone have enabled civilization to rise to heights previously seen as unthinkable. One example of that is the magic card system. That invention alone has helped us advance in so many ways. If I were you, I'd simply put more emphasis on myself than on what other people think. It's what I've been doing, and it kind of works like a charm. That's so. Melissa pursed her lips as she thought of Emma's words. In a way, Melissa could see what Emma was trying to express, but she was still struggling to alter her way of thinking. Her brows furrowed. I'll keep it in mind. She then tapped on her ring and took out several potions from her dimensional space. A complicated look spread across Melissa's face when she looked at the potions. What are those? Emma's curious voice reached her ears. After staring at the potions for a moment, she spoke. Something that I need to get rid of. Having her memories exposed, seeing Ren's memories, and her talk with Emma, Melissa understood that she needed to change. Though a bit late, it was time for her to grow up a little. She realized that she could no longer be who she had been in the past, and getting rid of the potions was the first step in her transformation. Taking another look at the potions before her, Melissa swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It wouldn't hurt if I took another one. No shit. Take them. Melissa pushed the potions in Emma's direction. For a brief moment, she almost lost herself in the temptation. Right. Emma took the potions and put them away. Even though she was confused, she still complied. Then, she looked at Amanda. You've been quiet for quite a while now, Amanda. Isn't there something that you want to say? Amanda's body flinched when she heard Emma's voice. Her reaction startled the two girls, who looked at Amanda with an odd look. Just as she was about to say something, her hand twitched and her eyes darted toward a particular area on the counter. An area where there was a slight stain that came as a result of Melissa's careless drinking. Amanda. Yes. Amanda's body flinched once again when she heard Emma's voice. Did you not hear what we were saying? My god. Emma facepalmed halfway through her sentence, as she finally got the gist of the situation. Using her arm, she wiped off the stain. You happy now? For what? Amanda looked at Emma with a blank and expressionless look. She was clearly trying to feign ignorance of what just happened. Click. The big monitor in front of me turned on when I inserted the black box into the computer processor. It was eerily quiet around me while a dim white light illuminated the area around me. I moved the cursor till a message appeared on the display. Would you like to play the message? Yes. No. Dragging the cursor around the screen, my hand paused. I was starting to hesitate. I let out a nervous breath and tightened my grip on the mouse. Click. I then pressed the top part of the mouse. How should I start this? A familiar voice echoed throughout the air once I pressed on the mouse, and I lowered my head. Appearing on the screen was Small Snake. He was currently sitting in the same room I was sitting in. No, rather, it looked an awful lot less advanced than what it was at the moment, clearly indicating that this video had been taken quite a while back. Not really sure why I'm even making this video, to be honest. I don't think I'll ever be in a situation where I will have to go on a dangerous mission, but I guess you might never know what will happen in the future. Could just be a video log for me to relieve some of my stress, who knows? Turning his wrist, he checked the time on his watch. Well, since nothing particularly important happened just yet, I won't make this any longer than it has to be. Small Snake. A voice suddenly interrupted. It sounded awfully familiar. Small Snake, where are you? Oi, Small Snake. Alternating his gaze between the distant door and the camera, Small Snake sighed. Shit, looks like I'll have to cut this video short. Small Snake. I'm coming. Extending his hand, the screen turned black. Ha 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 ha. A restrained laugh escaped from my lips while my arm covered my mouth and my body trembled. I felt a bundle of emotions rise from deep within my body. I remember this. That day, I remember needing Small Snake for something urgent. Was taken aback by his sharp response. I guess it makes sense now. Well, it's been a while. A new image formed on the screen. Small Snake showed up on the display. His physique appeared somewhat drab in comparison to the last time, and beneath his eyes were prominent black rings. His voice also sounded croaky. Scratching his nose, Small Snake leaned back on the chair and blankly looked toward the ceiling without saying anything. So it's been about a month since you've disappeared. From his words I understood that this video was recorded while I was in the monolith. Many think that you're dead, but I know you're not. The fact that Angelica is still doing fine is proof of that. 'Cause you know, the two of you have signed a contract with each other and stuff, so she would definitely know if you were alive or not. And what's the relationship between you two like? No, never mind. I can't do this. Please come back, it's really hard doing this alone. The screen went blank as Small Snake leaned forward and tapped on the keyboard. A new video began to play after that. You're a fucking asshole, you know that? I was slightly taken aback by his sudden outburst. You see, I'm a human too. I've never had you not tell me to shut up after more than 2 phrases. The worst part is that I've become accustomed to it. Small Snake smacked the desk. If before I used to complain whenever you tell me to shut up, and now accept it like it's a given. Not even that, Ryan has also started to pick a couple of things from you, and this is sadly one of the things. I can't do this anymore. Leaning my head against my arm which was resting on the table, my body trembled as I tried to suppress my laugh. My other hand clenched at my chest which was hurting. More and more videos began to replay, arousing all sorts of different emotions in me. Your sister is an angel. Should I open up a shrine for her? Remember when she said to apologize to me? Oh God, the face you made. Ahahaha, you should have totally seen it. Guess what? Angelica no longer calls me stick like human anymore. That's progress, I tell you. Wow, just wow. Did you seriously just go on a trip without us just like that? How irresponsible do you have to be? Laughter, anguish, sadness, grief, guilt. Slowly the timer started to reach the end as the videos continued to play. A sense of dread filled me while my eyes tracked the timer. No, I didn't want it to end. Small Snake rubbed his head as he reclined in the chair. He looked much more serious than before, drumming his fingers on the table, his brows furrowed. I wiped the corner of my eyes and sat up straight. Slowly, Small Snake raised his head and our eyes met. Or at least, that was what it felt like. How should I start this? Small Snake crossed his arms and leaned back on the chair. Turning his head, he looked behind him. Bringing his arm over the top of the chair, he scanned the back of the room. Making sure that there was no one there, he sat back down on the chair and sighed. Good thing that no one's here, he murmured in a barely audible tone. Then, lifting his head, he stared at the camera. Thinking back at our trips to Henlauer and Isenor, I realized something. Life is really feeble, isn't it? Having stayed in the human domain for as long as I did, I never truly realized just how bad the situation outside was. It's only after having experienced everything myself that I am once again reminded of how meaningless and feeble my life is. Small Snake lowered his head and stared at his shaking hands. Honestly, I'm scared. His voice turned a little weak. Just barely. You see, I'm not actually scared of dying. I've already come to terms with this idea from a very young age. I'm not really talented like you and the others, and so when the time truly comes, I'll probably die. Haha. Letting out a small laugh, Small Snake bitterly laughed. I bet you'd curse at me when you see this. Shut up. The only way you can truly die is from being overworked. Raising his shoulders wide, his voice deepened as he tried to impersonate me. Piffed. There's no way I'd say that. Oh please. You know yourself that I'm right. Haha. I laughed out loud. The pain in my chest only intensified. I only stopped once I saw Small Snake's face turn serious again. On a serious note, there's a reason why I'm scared of dying. Halfway through his sentence, his body started to shake a little. As I've said before, it really isn't because I'm scared of death but, well, Small Snake slowly raised his head and stared at the ceiling. It's because I have something to do. A goal you might say. My body leaned forward to better hear his words. Meanwhile, I used my arms to wipe my eyes. As if synchronized with me, he also wiped his eyes with his arm. In case you were wondering, my name is Brian. It's the name that my mother gave to me, and a name I slowly became unfamiliar with after her death. It wasn't a name I wanted anyone else to know, but after having stayed with you for as long as I did, I don't find the need to hide it from you. Pressing both hands on the table, he slowly rose from his seat. My story really isn't that compelling, so I won't really dwell too much on it. If I had to break it down in simple words, it would be, my mother was killed by someone whom I thought of as a close friend. Brother? Small Snake's teeth clenched as he stared at the camera. He then inhaled deeply, doing his best to hold back the anger and despair that were visible on his face. He closed his eyes and opened them again quickly. There's not much I know about him, but his name is Hemlock. Currently, he goes by the name Malik Alshay. Click. The video cut off halfway through his sentence. Nonetheless, I understood his words. However, that wasn't what interested me at the moment. No. I stood up from my seat and reached for the monitor. My eyes were fixed on the small bar at the bottom of the video. It was currently filled. I felt my heart sink at that moment. Grasping the monitor with both hands, I clenched it tightly. Is that really all to the video? No, it can't be. There had to be more. At least, that was what I hoped for. But sadly, there wasn't. And it was only then that it finally sank into my heart. Small Snake was dead. Ding. Synchronization complete. Mission reward. Minor rank up. A-2. A+. A burst of energy spread across his body, and Kevin felt the world around him spin. The muscles on his body became firmer, and his head became clearer. He felt a sudden burst of euphoria in his body. But in spite of all the changes that were happening around him, his gaze was locked toward the ceiling of his room. Currently, his eyes were not very well focused. He had a similar expression to someone who has just seen a ghost. Haha. A hollow laugh eventually escaped from his lips. Raising his hand to cover his face, he silently mumbled, "Ah, I understand now." Thinking back at what he saw in the synchronization visions, a bitter and sad smile spread across his face. Everything finally makes sense. The previous questions he had been asking himself, about why he couldn't defeat the Demon King after all the loops, about Ren's regressions, about the Demon King, and the Akashic records. He finally had all the answers. Ha. Another hollow laugh escaped from his lips. And here I thought Ren was the crazy one. Turns out, I'm way worse than he is. A lot worse. Kevin closed his eyes. The dazzling red of his crimson eyes glistened. His expression then slowly started to morph, before gradually becoming expressionless. I've already reached this point. There's no turning back anymore. Chapter 608. The sky was slowly darkening as the sun proceeded to set. A misty orange layer began to envelop the sky. This was typically the time when people would come back home from their jobs. Today was different, however. Triannual Hero Ranking Assembly. At the moment, everyone was tuned onto one specific event, whether they were watching it on their TVs or another available gadget. The Hero Ranking Assembly. The assembly that would determine the ranks of the top heroes of the world. At first, it did not seem all that great, but it was important to highlight that the central government would provide financial support as well as amazing chances for all of the top rankers. Not only that, but the fame attributed to becoming a ranker was not something to be taken lightly. Large guilds would salivate at the prospect of hiring a ranker, and the resources made available to them would be substantially more than in the past. If that was not all, those who made it to the top 20 in the rankings would also be given some form of legislative power. An illustration of such power would be the ability to cast a vote while determining a crucial matter affecting humanity's future. Essentially, the stronger you were, the more power you held. I wonder what rank Ren will get, Amanda mumbled as she fixed her gaze on the TV on the wall across from her. The TV was rather enormous, taking almost half of the wall, and the images it showed were clear and of the highest possible quality. It had the effect of making one wonder if they were actually there if one was not paying attention. Her hand reached to her right as she relaxed on a sofa, toward a tiny bag of chips. Amanda felt a tiny hand reach out for her hand as soon as she took a chip. Brother is the best, Nola commented while she took the chip from Amanda's hand, leaving her speechless. He sure is. A small and helpless smile spread across her face when she looked at Nola. Your brother will definitely get a high rank. What about first? That is not possible, Nola. Another voice echoed from the other side of the room. The voice belonged to none other than Samantha Dover, Ren and Nola's mom. Your brother has barely turned 24. There is no way he can rank first. It would already be a miracle if he ranked anywhere near the hundreds. Samantha set a few plates on the modest wooden table in the living room and tilted her head to face Amanda. Actually, what rank is he? No idea. Amanda shook her head. Despite all the time she spent with Ren over the years, his rank was still an enigma to her. She knew it was high, but she did not know just how high. It was not something that came up in their conversations. It is starting. A soft, deep voice echoed. Ren's father had just walked into the room. The moment that happened, the television screen went black, and Amanda saw her mother's reflection. She was currently seated next to Nola. Meeting Amanda's gaze on the screen, she sadly said, "I am sure your dad will be devastated to know that you are more worried about Ren than him." Amanda merely shrugged at her mother's words. She already had an idea of what rank her father would get, so she was not particularly interested. At least, not as much as she was interested in knowing what placement Ren would get. She figured it would be in the early hundreds and perhaps even in the two-digit figures, but knowing Ren, she knew that estimates were worthless. He was not someone that could be predicted using common sense. The rankings are determined by taking into account a number of elements: strength, accomplishments, and overall contributions to the growth and advancement of humanity. In a spacious auditorium filled with round tables and benches, a firm, solemn voice resounded. Rowan Keilimer, a representative of the central government, took the stage in front of a tiny wooden podium, while donning a pair of squared spectacles and a crisp gray suit. His hair was well brushed back, and he had a rather solid frame with broad shoulders. The top individuals who are currently existing in the human realm have been ranked, after taking the aforementioned aspects into account. This event aims to make the world aware of their accomplishments. A large chandelier with brightly glistening light bulbs in the shape of crystals vividly lit the area. There were more than 1,000 people seated on the chairs beneath the chandelier. Though it was not obvious at a glance, the pressure that came out from each one of the individuals present was terrifying, enough to make any regular person faint at the mere breath. Near the back of the room, not too far from them, and standing behind a transparent blue barrier, a number of figures silently moved the cameras to focus on the faces of numerous profiles, while quietly coordinating with each other to get the best shot. Over 1,000 different individuals are gathered today for the new ranking assignments. Some will find themselves dropping out of the rankings, while some others might find themselves entering the rankings for the first time in their lives. Rowan raised his head and swept his gaze over the thousand of individuals present. With regard to the benefits of being a ranker, I will not go into great depth. Everyone present should already be familiar with this. Rowan laid his arm on the wooden podium and turned to face the opposite direction. Then, elevating his spectacles with the index finger of his other hand, he raised his hand and pointed to his right, where a large monitor was situated. It was necessary to mention that there was another monitor of comparable size on the opposite end, to the left. It will take some time until we get to the top 20, so I will start disclosing the lower rankings right away. For those that are called up, please remain seated on your chairs. There will not be speeches. A picture suddenly showed on the two displays behind him as he pressed the right side of his glasses. Depicted on the picture was the image of a burly man with red hair and fiery brows. Next to his name was a shining golden symbol. Top 500. Albert Bray, first-time nominee. Congratulations for making it in the ranks. The monitors behind switched and started to play short clips of the man known as Albert Bray. On the monitors, the people attending were able to catch a glimpse of his skills from the short clips that were playing. His fighting style was akin to that of orcs, where he would rip through anything in his path. While everyone else's focus was on the monitors, the cameras were trained on Albert Bray, who was seated at the rear of the room with his arms crossed. Although his back was straight and his face was expressionless, it was obvious from the slight curl of his lips that he was trying to hide his joy. Nonetheless, no one would point this out. After all, he had just become a ranker, one of the most respected people in the world. Who would dare mess with such a figure? He is pretty good, Kevin quietly commented to himself while he stared at the video on the monitors. Carefully analyzing Albert's movements, he was rather impressed. Well, at least for someone of his level. Kevin took his eyes away from the monitors. Although he was impressed by his skills, that was all there was to it. Just impressed. Kevin's strength had increased significantly over the previous 2 years, and he no longer viewed someone in the top 500 as a challenge. He was not being arrogant, but it was simply how things were. If he had to make an estimate, he was at least within the hundreds. Where is he? Kevin took his eyes away from Albert and nonchalantly scanned the room with his eyes. They soon paused toward a certain individual sitting near the front. I wonder why he has decided to come. He was none other than Ren. His appearance surprised Kevin quite a bit. Never in his life did he expect Ren to attend a meeting such as this one. His displeasure for such events was quite well known by everyone that knew him. He never really tried to hide it. Right as Kevin's eyes paused on his figure, his eyes squinted a little. Crossing his arms together, he leaned back on his chair and carefully scrutinized him. He looked to be in serious thought as an expressionless look adorned his face. He did not seem to be amused by what he was seeing. Rather, he seemed to be thinking deeply about something else. It was like his mind was not in the event. At least, that was what Kevin could deduce from simply glancing at him. He had no idea if it was true or not. He had a rather hard time figuring out Ren's thoughts, especially in light of what happened 2 years ago. He was no longer acting or behaving in the same manner as before. He was in some ways much nicer than before, but at the same time, a lot more reserved. He used to make crude jokes and remarks, but those days were over as he now no longer bothered doing so. In a way, his change was sad, but necessary at the same time. I am also the same, am I not? Kevin lowered his head and stared at his 2 hands which were resting on his knees. That vision he saw, it drastically changed his worldview. He could no longer see the world as he did in the past. Wrinkles slowly started to form on his pants as he clenched them. It was the only way. Next up, Moreland Jones of Hell's Cat Guild. A new name was called out after Albert's name was mentioned. More and more names began to show up on the screen after that. Next up, Jessica Blaine of Raging Fist Guild. Next up, Luke Render of the Union. A growing number of people approached the stage, while Kevin was in the middle of his thoughts. Rankings from the 500s to the 200s were beginning to emerge gradually. The majority of those in attendance made an effort to control their reactions, but it was inevitable that some would express their happiness, and others their disappointment at their overall results. Next up, Donna Longburn of the Locke Academy. Jolting Kevin out of his thoughts, he heard a familiar name. Lifting his head, he spotted Donna seated on one of the seats near him. She was wearing a stylish black one-piece outfit that suited her hair and accentuated her curves to perfection. Her eyes were complemented by a big purple necklace that dangled from her chest. From the last time he saw her, she had not aged a single day. Raising his head to stare at the monitors, Kevin focused his attention on her highlights. Compared to the ones he had seen 3 years ago, her highlights were not much. It was clear that she had been focusing on school duties rather than making any achievements. It was also why her ranking did not increase by much. It was still nonetheless an increase, which was always good. Top 107. The golden numbers hang beside her name. When the cameras at the back of the room pointed at her, she gave a simple smile, and the people around her clapped. Her moment only lasted for about a minute, before a new name was called up. Next up. This continued for a little bit more until Kevin finally heard his name. Next up, Kevin Voss of the Union. Kevin felt thousands of eyes pause on his body when his name was called out. Not minding the eyes of the people present, he calmly smiled. The reactions of the people around him were something he expected. He was already ranked in the top 100 while he was just 24 years old, a feat that was on par with Monica's, who at the same age had been classified roughly on the same level as him. No, rather, he had achieved the feat a year earlier than her. With the fact that she was now SS- ranked, Kevin's prospects were especially promising, enough to justify the enthralled reactions of those around him. Additionally, no one thought Kevin's position was unusual, because his accomplishments were obvious to everyone. Unlike Ren, Kevin was not one that kept a low profile. Top 94. The golden numbers appeared beside his name. Another wave of applause enshrouded the auditorium. Next up, but just like Donna, his moment did not last for long as a new name was called up, and with each new name that was called up, the louder the clapping became. Kevin kept his gaze on Ren throughout the entire time. He was genuinely curious about what his rankings would be. Top 60, top 50, top 40. Time passed and more names began to be called up. There were hints of surprise on Kevin's face as he realized that Ren's name had still not been called out yet. Looks like he is serious about this. His surprise did not come from Ren's high ranking, but from the fact that he did not hide his strength like in the past. Normally, he would have probably only shown a skill level that was near to his. But for him to go this low, there was clearly something he wanted from this. Top 30, top 20. Kevin's expression was very serious by the time the top 20th ranker was revealed. He sat up straight on his chair. This might become troublesome. Kevin took a glance at the people in the auditorium. None of the people present currently knew what was about to happen, and Kevin could only imagine the effects that Ren's announcement would have on some of the people present. Without a doubt, more than half of the people present would show their discontent. Ren's age was not really a factor. Rather, his lack of notoriety was the main reason. He only had one significant accomplishment: the conference. And that was all. His strength was unknown, his achievements were unknown, and his contributions to humanity were unknown. His lack of presence would certainly cause quite a scene, and Kevin could feel it. Nonetheless, he leaned back in his chair. I am sure he must have something planned. In no way would Ren come here without any plans. Next up, Ren Dover of Casa Mercenary Guild. Silence. Just like Kevin predicted, the auditorium fell into a state of silence. Immediately after that, everyone's gaze focused on one particular individual. Black hair, blue eyes and a calm look on his face. He turned his head and smiled as he sensed everyone's attention briefly focusing on him. His smile, appeared incredibly false, at least to Kevin. As everyone turned to stare at one another with suspicious expressions on their faces, whispers resounded throughout the hall. What is going on? I think I know him. Wait, is he not 24 as well? Ranked 18. What is going on? With Ren's information displayed next to him, everyone's eyes grew wide when they learned of his age. The look of suspicion only increased. Ren's accomplishments were simply too much for some of the individuals in attendance to comprehend, as their faces changed. If they could hardly accept the idea that Kevin was among the top 100, then Ren's rank was simply not something many of the people present could digest. Regardless, no one dared to voice out their objections. They were not exactly stupid. There would be no way the central government and the union would allow something like this to happen without reason. Nepotism, bribery, error. There were multiple reasons that could have contributed to Ren's rank. But his capabilities were not one that flashed in the minds of most people present. It was just too monstrous of a feat for them to accept. Judging from your looks, it appears as though some of you are unsatisfied with his rank. Kevin and a large portion of the audience were shocked to hear Rowan's voice echo across the entire auditorium. This was the first time that he had not followed the script. What is going on? The sudden turn of events aroused Kevin's interest. His eyes once again paused on Ren. He had a faint inkling that this was orchestrated by him and someone else. Rowan looked around the auditorium. Several elements are considered while deciding the rankings, and Mr. Dover over here meets the requirements to get the ranking that he has achieved. We can guarantee you that there has been no foul play when deciding the rankings. His voice echoed loudly in a serious and harsh manner. In spite of his words, a large majority of the people present still did not seem convinced. None of them voiced their dissatisfaction, but their expression said everything. "We do not trust you." Rowan's eyebrows furrowed when he noticed the atmosphere around the auditorium. Just as he was about to say something, Ren, who was leaning his head against his arm, suddenly extended his hand and tapped the air. Ding. The auditorium echoed with a crisp sound, reminiscent of two glasses clicking against each other, as ripples spread outwardly from Ren's fingertip. They spread throughout every corner of the auditorium in the time it took for the heart to beat. The air began to fracture as an immense pressure began to settle over the entire region, making breathing more difficult. Sword rays progressively emerged from the air fractures in a slow manner, resulting in some of the audience members' faces to flash with horror. Within the span of a couple of seconds, the entire hall was filled with sword rays that hovered the heads of everyone in the room like a guillotine waiting to be released. Gulp. Gulps were audible throughout, and several of the attendees' cheeks became pale. Their reactions were enough to prove to the people present just how domineering Ren's actions were. On another note, Ren did not specifically target the individuals in the back, the ones recording everything, which was fortunate for them. However, they also had trouble breathing due to the intensely tense mood that pervaded the auditorium. "I think that is enough." A crisp voice rang in the air. An orange veil blanketed the air after the voice echoed, and the sword rays that hung in the air disappeared. The overbearing pressure that was pervading the air disappeared, and a short and beautiful figure appeared in the middle of the hall. Silently glaring at Ren, she placed both hands on her hips. "That was a bit much, do not you think?" "I apologize." Ren disinterestedly looked at the people present before focusing his attention back on the monitors that hung on the walls. Monica's eyes focused on Ren for a couple of seconds before she turned around and looked at Rowan, who signaled to her that everything was all right. Nodding her head, she disappeared from the spot and the air became breathable again. It goes without saying that this only pertained to locations farther from Ren. The air was still very tense for those who were close to Ren. Only a select few people, Kevin included, were able to maintain their composure. At this very moment, Kevin's brows were furrowed tightly. Right now, Monica was on his mind. Although she tried to hide it, Kevin caught sight of her palm trembling in the aftermath of the attack. The thought made him squint his eyes. Were my eyes playing tricks or? Chapter 609. He's changed a lot since the last time I saw him. Donna quietly thought to herself as her gaze fixed on Ren, who was seated a few tables ahead of her. Even she felt pressured at the time he revealed his strength in front of everyone. The power he displayed. It was frightening. I knew he was talented, but I didn't think it was to this point. One could not come close to describing the rate of his progress. It was simply frightening. To the point where both Monica and Kevin were left behind. She was more shocked to find that not much time had elapsed since she had taught him at the lock. About 6 years. In about that period of time, he had transformed from a typical G-level ranking student to someone whose strength had surpassed hers. How monstrous. She mumbled to herself once more. In the past, she thought that Monica was the most talented human she knew, but it was clear to her that there was someone else that was above her. It was none other than Ren. His strength isn't the only thing that changed about him, his demeanor also seemed to have changed. When Donna looked at him more closely, she saw that he was different from how he had been in the past. Around him, there was a somewhat melancholy vibe, one that left Donna feeling uneasy. It was sufficient to make her face turn grave. Just what happened during the few years that I haven't seen him. He wasn't exactly cheerful, but he sure as heck wasn't like how he was now. It kind of worried her a little. I should probably talk to him after this is over. Thus, she made her mind up to talk to him after the meeting was over. It had been a couple of years since they had come to contact with each other. Might as well catch up a little. Bang! My fist smashed against the side of the bathroom wall, and fine miniature crevices extended all the way toward the ceiling of the bathroom. The meeting had ended a couple of minutes ago. As expected, Octavius ranked first, and Maximus, who was previously ranked third, was now ranked second. But that wasn't what resulted in my rage. Rank 18? Seriously? After all that hard work? I gritted my teeth as a burst of rage erupted from deep within my body. I was upset with my slow improvement, rather than my poor ranking. I had been working hard for the past 2 years. Really hard. During that period, I went through a phase of relative strength increase, helped by the air's increasing mana density, and the merging with the strength of my former self. My efforts paid off, and I was able to advance to S+ level in just 2 years. I was just a little shy of reaching SS- rank, but too slow. I muttered through my clenched teeth. 2 years. That was how much time I had left before my other self would take over, or the curse that was in me would activate. 2 fucking years. That was how long I had to live. The rate at which I was progressing was slow. Too fucking slow. I miscalculated. I didn't come to the meeting and exposed my strength on a whim. Rather, I did it with a goal in mind. The meeting today was important to me for a certain purpose. The monolith and the Union's ceasefire was set to expire the following month, and I would only have a chance to influence the situation and participate if I had a high enough ranking. I had previously anticipated that I would already be SS- rank by the time the meeting started. However, I had severely underestimated just how hard it was to break through to the next level. In the end, I only ended up ranking 18th, which was far beneath the rank I wanted it to be. Bang. Damn it. The thought sent me into another fit of rage. I only stopped when I felt a wet sensation running down my nose. I saw a noticeable red stain on my hand when I wiped the area with my arm. Blood. My left arm spazzed a little, and my vision blurred. This lasted for a good minute before stopping. Not again. I lowered my head and stared at my trembling hand. Fuck. A curse silently left my mouth, while more blood dropped down from my nose. Wiping the blood with my arm, I raised my head to stare at my reflection. What's wrong? Nervous. My ears picked up a recognizable voice as my reflection moved independently. Slowly, my face sank. Hugh. Taking another deep breath, I was able to calm myself down and washed my face with some water. My sudden outburst came as a result of his personality merging with mine. It was starting to be increasingly difficult for me to contain my emotions. You not going to say anything? My hands paused on my face while water dripped down toward the sink. Slowly raising my head, I glared at the mirror, or to be more precise, my reflection. Our eyes met. Are you still hung up on what happened to Small Snake? 2 years have already passed, move on. Why even bother with the monolith? I closed the valve without saying anything. Only then did I open my mouth to speak. If you expect me to give you my body after what you've done, you can only give up. Oh, the eyebrows of my reflection raised. Do you think I mind if I have to wait a few more years? The seal Jezebeth placed on you will put an end to things even if I don't take control of your body and do it myself. You've lost no matter what you do. Right. I gripped the side of the sink with all my strength. Crack, crack. Cracks slowly started to form on the porcelain sink. About Small Snake, what makes you so sure that I was the one behind it? It could just be you blaming me for your incompetence. Hearing his words, my head slowly raised. You think I'm stupid? I asked while calmly staring at the mirror. My voice became icier as I drew nearer to the mirror. Sure, I did have a fault in his death, but do you seriously think that I wouldn't know this was something you devised? I may be stupid at times, but I'm not mentally challenged. I tightened the grip on the sink as I recalled the events of 2 years ago. I could sense it at the time. Jezebeth sustained damage. He may have not been a clone, but he wasn't exactly in top shape. Not only that, but his injuries worsened shortly after Kevin destroyed the core. Even if he didn't show it, I could tell. I may have not been able to defeat him, but I sure as heck would have been able to delay him. Enough to buy Small Snake some time, had you lent me your strength. Even now, the events that transpired back then haunted me. Thinking of all the things I could have done to prevent such a situation from happening felt agonizing. Additionally, there is no way you could have overlooked Jezebetha's unexpected appearance. You aren't this negligent. His appearance was unquestionably something you wanted to occur. You were aware that he would show up, but despite this, you weren't concerned for my safety because you also knew that he was hurt. This shows that you had something planned, and that something was Small Snake's demise. He may not have known that this was the last loop, but I sure as heck knew that he had enough power to confront Jezebeth. Furthermore, from the enigmatic words he said after his memories stopped playing, I knew that he wasn't planning to end the loop just yet. I raised my head to glare at the mirror. You may not have set your targets on Small Snake in particular, but without a doubt, you wanted someone involved to die. Without saying anything, he just looked at me. The silence persisted for a little bit before he opened his mouth to speak. You're right, I could have helped you and avoided his death. In a way, you can say that I did plan for this. My heart tightened when I heard his words. I knew it. As I never attempted to conceal it in the first place, there is no use in lying about it now. Jezebetha's imminent presence and everyone's appearance on the planet were things that I was aware would happen. Even if I may not be able to completely anticipate what will happen, major factors like that are indeed something that can be predicted. And from there, changing little things to make them go your way isn't exactly too hard. Why do you think you were able to see the memories for as long as you did? And why do you think you were even allowed to see them? But, I'm sure you know exactly why I did what I did, right? I ground my teeth. Nonetheless, he continued speaking. You see, with that shaky resolve you had at the time, there was simply no way for you to defeat Jezebeth. Quite plainly, the likelihood that you would succeed in fighting him was dwindling as you began to stand still. My decisions were driven by need. Small Snake had to perish in order to enhance your... Bam. I punched the mirror with all my force. The glass shattered and shards fell on the floor. The reflection in the mirror vanished. Looking around the room, my breath felt heavy. I don't have time for this. I then turned around and no longer bothered staring at the mirror, or the room which was half destroyed at this point. The words my other self said did hold some weight. They weren't necessarily wrong. My resolve back then to defeat Jezebeth was half-hearted. Back then it was merely out of necessity. Something that I needed to do for the sake of doing it, and stopping the world from being destroyed. Now, however, it was personal. Jezebeth needed to die. And the same went with the other me. They both needed to die. And in the 2 years I had left, I would make sure I would do everything that was within my powers to make sure it happened. Ding. At that moment, my phone rang and I received a message. My face softened when I took out my phone and checked the message. You need to work on your fake smile. It was from Amanda. The hell. I almost burst out laughing when I saw the message she sent. It wasn't that bad, was it? I didn't think anyone would notice my fake smile. I seriously hoped it wasn't that bad. An image of me appeared on the screen. Amanda's text came after. Yes, it was. Enough to make my toes curl in. I pinched the screen with my fingers to get a better look at myself. Shit, it really does look terrible. Actually, terrible wouldn't be enough to cover it. In the picture she sent, it was glaringly obvious that my smile was fake. No wonder Amanda's toes curled in. The same was happening to me right now. Ugh, I guess you do have a point. Right. What's with the emojis? Anyways, when are you coming back? Nola says she misses you. Give me an hour. I didn't think I would need any more time with that. The only thing I needed to do was talk to Waylon, and that was it. Okay. Nola said that she will be waiting for you. Aren't you having way too much fun with the emojis? Am I? Yes you are. What are you going to do about it? Flips table. I sent an emoji of my own. Serves you right. I then turned off my phone and placed it in my pocket. Shaking my head, I made my way out of the bathroom. Unknowingly, a thin smile spread across my face. I guess not everything was as dark as it seemed. Chapter 610. That actually hurt. Monica strolled into a small hallway softly muttering to herself. Her feet eventually stopped moving. She lowered her head to examine her shaking hand before carefully clenching it. Didn't they tell him to go easy? His attack, or display of strength, was a lot stronger than Monica had anticipated. Everything was scripted. At least, Ren's attack was supposed to be. Monica knew from the very beginning that Ren was going to show off a little in order to silence the people. It had to be done so that the reputation of the Union and the central government would not plummet. It was something that was discussed beforehand. Ren had kept a far too low profile during the previous few years, which had led to his name losing favor with the general public. The incidents that occurred at the conference were still fresh in many people's minds, so they did not quickly forget his name. But his lack of notable accomplishments, or notoriety after that, caused him to lose a lot of his previously obtained fame. In a sense, his actions were necessary. They had to be done in order to quickly establish himself as a big name in the human domain. I am sure everyone will remember his name now. Monica grimaced while she shook her hand. Fuck, that hurts, she murmured under her breath. Ren's growth left even her speechless. Despite the fact that she had a strong sense of competition, she had no desire to compete with Ren. No point in competing in a losing battle. Without a doubt, he would overtake her sooner or later. Ha, life is so unfair. The thought made her shake her head. I kind of miss those days where Donna and I would beat him and Kevin senseless to help them progress. In just a few years he is already this strong. It makes me feel old, and I am only in my mid-30s. Age was a sensitive topic for women, and Monica was no exception. She detested knowing that she was getting older. Well, at least I am not as bad as Donna. Mention her age to her, and you would find yourself stuck on a wall before you know it. Tucking her chin under her hand, Monica thought to herself. Thinking about Kevin, he sure has improved quite a lot too. Although not as much as Ren, still an impressive level of growth. He was about S rank now. Compared to Ren, it did not sound all that spectacular, but it had to be remembered that S rankers typically never placed in the top 100. They were typically between 200 and 300. Top 100 was solely intended for people who attained a S+ rank. This alone demonstrated the numerous contributions he had made throughout the years. Additionally, despite the fact that he was still not quite there in terms of actual rank, his strength was also judged to be in the S+ range. That alone went to show how amazing of a talent he was. Sigh, I truly feel helpless when I think about the two of them. Hanging her head low, Monica resumed her steps before she eventually stopped in front of a large wooden door. Status: Vice President of the Union. Seeing the metal engravings on the door, Monica grasped the handle and opened the door. She then leisurely entered the office. Clank. A spacious office, roughly the size of a tennis court, welcomed her. A person was seated at a sizable wooden desk near the room's end. He was conversing with someone at the time. It took Monica one glance to identify who the individual was. Looks like you are already here, Ren. Smiling, Monica closed the door behind her. In the midst of my discussion with Waylon, the door behind me burst open, and Monica appeared. Looks like you are already here, Ren. Sure. I lazily waved at her before I turned my attention back to Waylon. When is the meeting going to be held? In less than a week's time. Waylon replied in a stern tone, his eyes sparing Monica a single glance. I will give you the details when the time comes, but you better not be late. I understand. I quietly nodded my head. Then, seemingly recalling something, I asked, how is the progress with regards to the alliance? Over the previous 2 years, I had not shown any interest in anything having to do with the outside world, so I was unaware of the current state of the alliance with the other races. Now that I was planning on taking action, I was curious as to how things were progressing. It is slow, but there has been some progress. Waylon replied in a somewhat helpless tone. Even though the other races seem keen to form an alliance with us, we are still negotiating a few minor things, such as the amount of power and influence our votes will have when making important decisions, the exchange of technology, and raw materials. Just the boring stuff, you know? It really does sound boring, Monica commented while she sat down on the seat next to me. She then reached forward and took a piece of candy out of a tiny glass dish that was laying on Waylon's desk. Unwrapping the candy, she tapped on my shoulder and showed me her hand. You will soon be able to attend such meetings, so allow me to offer you some advice. Pinch your hand in the area between your thumb and index finger. When you are about to nod off, it is a terrific method to wake you up. I see. I slowly nodded my head while he listened to Monica's random ramblings. Waylon, on the other hand, only shook his head in frustration. It was obvious from the expression on his face that he was used to this. All right, I better get going. I stood up from my seat once I managed to hear everything that I wanted to hear. At the exact moment I stood up, I felt Monica's gaze pause on me. You are already leaving? Yeah, I replied while turning around to face the door. I have an appointment after this, so I will not be able to stay here for long. Well, all right. Monica reclined back in her chair while placing a candy on her tongue. I guess I will see you next week when you attend the meeting. Will do. Hold on a second, Ren. Waylon called out for me just as I was about to leave. My feet came to a pause. Yes, I almost forgot to mention this, but Octavius wants to talk to you one of these days. I am not sure about what he wants to talk to you about, but it seems like it is about something the two of you had previously discussed. My brows furrowed when I heard his words. I then nodded my head. Sure, tell him I will meet him before the meeting in a week's time. As soon as I finished speaking, I opened the door and left. I was going to be late if I did not hurry. Clank. Waylon speechlessly stood up as he gazed at Ren's departing back. He continued to stand for a couple of seconds before he fell back on his chair and sighed. What am I? Their messenger? He grumbled to himself while clenching his hair with both hands. Why could not Ren and Octavius just talk to each other like any other human being would? Why did he always have to be the messenger between the two of them? This was not the first time it happened, as it had been a recurring thing for quite a while now. To make matters worse, it was not as if he could do anything about the situation. As the union's vice president, he was responsible for meeting all of Octavius and the head's demands. It was basically his job whether he liked it or not. The more he thought about it, the more powerless he felt. Maybe I should just quit my job. A soft whisper escaped his lips. Don't say that. Monica spoke after overhearing his comment. She then handed him a candy. Here, have a candy. It will help you alleviate your mood. Clank. I looked to my left and right as I closed the door behind me before heading for the exit of the building. It was about time I returned home. Or so I thought. You made me wait long enough. A familiar voice echoed from behind, and my feet came to a pause. I then slowly turned around. Kevin. Been a while. I swung around and feigned a smile when I spotted Kevin. How long has it been? About a year or so. Wanted to meet you when we were at the ceremony, but well, I was a bit too busy. I know, I saw you. Kevin's popularity far outstripped mine. It was hard for me to not notice him when he was always the center of attention. A far cry from what I was. Nevertheless, that was what I wanted, so I was not one to complain. So, looking toward my right and left to check if there was anyone else present nearby, I slowly asked, "Is there anything you wanted to say?" Kevin titled his head. We have not seen each other for a year. Thought I would catch up a bit. There is nothing I really want to talk about. Oh, I casually replied as an awkward silence permeated the air. Neither one of us talked for the next couple of seconds. I could not quite put my finger on what it was, but there was some strange awkwardness and uneasiness that I could not quite shake. I dismissed it by assuming that it was because we had not seen each other in a year or two as both of us were extremely busy. How have you been? Kevin started, scratching the side of his face with an awkward-looking smile. I am all right, just a bit annoyed. Annoyed? Yeah, to be honest, I would have rather not revealed my strength. The only reason I chose to reveal my strength was for the sake of getting a commanding position when dealing with the matters regarding the monolith. This was something that I could not give up on. A look of understanding appeared on Kevin's face. As expected, you really did have something in mind when announcing your strength like that. Yeah, if not for that I would have just been like Jin. Switching the conversation to Jin, Kevin's brows furrowed a bit. Speaking about him, I wonder why he did not come here. With his strength he should have no trouble making it to the rankings. Same for the guy in your group. The forgetful guy. You mean Liam? Yeah, him. Kevin snapped his finger in remembrance. I shrugged my shoulders. Beats me, they must have their motives. Well, at least Jin. Liam just is not interested in this kind of stuff. The rankings were not exactly accurate. There were many people out there that did not disclose their strengths, such as Liam and Jin in this case. Had they disclosed their strength, they would have defiantly knocked a couple of people out of the rankings. Especially Liam, who was probably going to rank close to me. Thinking about it, there is a chance he might rank higher than I did. Without a doubt, he has improved a lot over the last few years. I have been exercising like crazy for the past 2 years, in between spending time with my family and trying to find whatever way I could to find a way to cure my soul. From exploring dungeons to engaging in combat with everyone in the mercenary group. Well, I do say everyone, but it was mostly just Liam and Angelica. And it was exactly because I sparred with Liam almost every day that I knew just how frightening his strength was at the moment. At times, I wondered why the Akashic records did not choose him instead of Kevin. His talent was simply out of this world. Why are you looking at me like that? I was jolted out of my thoughts by Kevin's voice. Blinking a couple of times, I tilted my head. What do you mean? You were looking at me weirdly just a second ago. Really? Must have done it unconsciously. Kevin squinted his eyes for a moment before he shook his head. Never mind that for now, I will take my leave now. It was nice talking. Wait a second. I grabbed Kevin's shoulder before he prepared to leave. I suddenly remembered something. His face conveyed a faint indication of discomfort as he lowered his head to look at my palm pressing against his shoulder. I was not really sure whether it was just my imagination, because it appeared and vanished as quickly as it came. Yeah? He asked, and I snapped out of it. Must have just been mind. Nothing unusual with how messed up it is at the moment. I need a favor. I took a deep breath. Then, meeting his eyes, I said, help me set a portal for Immorra. Chapter 611. 60 to 70 years. That much time has elapsed since my departure from Immorra. It seemed like a lot of time, and in all honesty, it was. At this time, the average lifespan of a human was 200 to 300 years. 60 to 70 years were approximately one-third of a human's lifespan. Obviously, that only applied to those who had mana within them. If they had no mana, then their lifespan would only equate to at most the early hundreds. There were ways to extend one's life if one had no mana, but those strategies were sometimes far too expensive, because they called for the acquisition of incredibly expensive and potent medical materials and potions. In any case, even if it seemed like a lot of time, this wasn't a huge issue for an orc. Compared to humans, they lived much longer lives. For them, 70 years wasn't anything noteworthy. Of course, that wasn't what I was worried about. The problem was the situation surrounding him. I don't believe Sulug's strength has increased much because Immorra doesn't have a high aura density, and there is still a conflict going on. He is most likely at least on the same level as me. Back then, the only reason Sulug was able to break through to S- rank was because of the medical ingredients I had given him. That was in the past, however. With the state Immorra was in, I feared that his strength might have stagnated. Resources were that scarce. I shouldn't have held this off for as long as I did. This made me realize just how negligent I had been in the past. The situation was probably dire for the orcs at this moment, dire enough to not make me want to help them. It sounded really troublesome, and if not for the fact that Angelica's life was on the line, if Sulug died, I would have already discarded the idea of saving him. How annoying. I murmured to myself as my vision became slightly foggy. My feet soon came to a halt. Before I knew it, I was in front of my house door. Feeling something trickle down my nose, I quickly wiped it away with my hand. I didn't need to look to understand it was blood. Shit, not again. I was forced to lean my hand against the side of the door as a wave of dizziness hit me. The world around me started to spin, and I started to choke on the air. Quack. My body shook to the sides as my eyesight zoomed and unzoomed. My hold on the door handle was all that was preventing me from falling. The experience I was having reminded me of being stranded aboard a tiny wooden boat in the middle of the ocean with waves twice the size of me. My stomach churned. My breathing was labored, and it took a total of 5 minutes for the symptoms to subside. Even then, I didn't feel so good. Was it because I was overworking my body to the extreme or because the other me was slowly taking over? I wasn't sure, but it's getting worse. The frequency and duration of them were increasing, if there was anything I observed. A thought occurred to me. I hope Melissa is done checking over my conditions. When the symptoms first appeared, I visited numerous medical professionals. None of them, though, appeared knowledgeable enough to understand what was happening inside of me right then. This was why things had gotten as bad as they did. Melissa was my sole ray of hope at the time. I had thrown my pride to the wind and sought her for assistance. Surprisingly, she came, took a sample of my blood, and didn't seem to be against the concept of helping me as I thought she would have been. All I had to do was wait for the results to come back. That being said, it was taking longer than I had anticipated. Not that I was one to complain. The only thing that was a bit troublesome was the fact that she wasn't a doctor, but a man could only hope. Ding. Dong. I rang the doorbell to my house once I managed to calm myself down. The sound of rushed footsteps echoed shortly after, and coming to greet me at the door was my mother. Clank. Welcome back, Ren. Yeah. Receiving one of her usual hugs, I went into the room and took off my shoes. After that, I headed into the living room, where I saw everyone already gathered. The moment I entered the room, they all looked at me with strange faces. What? The way they were looking at me. It was kind of weird. Right. It took me an instant to realize why they were looking at me like that. Bitterly smiling, I sat down on the sofa. I didn't do it because I wanted to. Circumstances made me have to act that way. I didn't explain more than that since they wouldn't understand anyways. Fortunately, none of the people present seemed keen in asking for more as they greeted me and went back to their own thing. Want one? Nola offered me a chip once I sat down on the sofa. I gladly took her up on the offer and ate the chip. Meanwhile, I rubbed Nola in the head with my head. Don't mind if I do. Stop it. To my shock, Nola stood up and glared at me. No. Her reaction left me dumbfounded. Why was she reacting like that? Look at what you've done. Now her hair is all messed up. Amanda walked toward Nola and began to style her hair, which further confused me. It took a total of 2 minutes for her to fix Nola's hair. All done. Amanda took out a small mirror and showed it to Nola. She immediately smiled when she saw her own reflection. Happy? Nola happily nodded her head before sitting back down on the sofa. This time, she chose to sit on the other side, right next to Amanda, and further away from me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Amanda shook her head and sat down next to me. How was I supposed to know? Here, look. Unexpectedly, Amanda leaned down and handed me her phone. She leaned so close to me that it wasn't long before I felt her head on my shoulder. My eyes opened up a bit as I looked around me and whispered near her ear. Hey, you're leaning a bit too close. So, everyone is looking. Shifting her head up to look at me, she grinned. And, ugh. Speechless, I opened and closed my mouth repeatedly. Eventually, I let out a long groan. After his death, a lot of things changed throughout the course of the last 2 years. You'd think Amanda would have kept her distance from me throughout that period. I would have completely understood if she buried her affections for me after what she saw, but, applying more pressure on my arm, she murmured, "Let them watch if they are interested." I could only sigh in exasperation. Right, in the end, this is my decision. Whether it was because I needed to come to terms with Small Snake's death, or because she stuck with me after finding out the truth, I eventually made the decision to accept her feelings. Not that our relationship changed that much. Although that was a rather significant jump for me, I eventually discovered that aside from Amanda acting more pampered than usual, our relationship hadn't actually changed all that much. It was mainly because we were both busy with our own things, her with the guild, and me with the curse. But that was all right. We were moving at our own pace, and that was all that mattered. There was no need to rush things. Here, have a look. Amanda nudged her phone in my direction. Oh right. Taking the phone from her hand, I looked at the screen. Rank 18 at the age of 24. Monster, or a spy from the monolith? Ren Dover makes a shocking return. From the conference too. I handed the phone back to Amanda. Why are you showing me this? Take a look at the pictures, she pointed out while leaning her body closer. Oh, it was only after she pointed it out to me that I realized that all the photos used in the articles were that of me with a fake smile on. I let out a tired sigh. Out of all the pictures they could have used, you can't really blame them. The screen turned black after a certain period of time. Amanda's mom interjected in the middle. She had a rather amused smile on her face. I feigned ignorance to it. Screen turned black. Yeah. At one point, the screen turned black. I think it was because of something you did. Right. And here I thought they had all seen what I did. I guess I had used a bit too much strength. Well, it doesn't matter. I wanted to get the message across to the people in the hall, not them anyways. I think that was for the best. Why's that? Natasha curiously asked. Amanda answered her before I could answer. The fewer people get to see his real strength the better. Then again, lifting her head slightly to meet my eyes, her lips curled. You didn't exactly show all your strength, did you? She knows me too well. I mysteriously smiled. Maybe. Who knows? Amanda lifted her head from my shoulder. After that, she scooched over to where Nola was. She was currently busy playing on Amanda's phone. Well, since you won't say anything, I'll just play with Nola. Hey, wait. Clank. After locking the door behind him, Kevin turned on his apartment's lights. When the light flared and brightened the space, he experienced an odd feeling of loneliness after giving his apartment a careful inspection. His apartment was rather big, enough for a whole family to comfortably live in. It had everything, from 2 bathrooms, 4 bedrooms, a living room, and a gym, yet at the same time felt extremely empty. Taking a bottle of water from the fridge, Kevin sat down on one of his sofas in the living room and turned on the TV. To be honest, I'm quite frankly shocked by his achievements. For him to rank 18 at the age of 24, could this be a sign? Carol, I'm quite frankly still not really convinced by. Looks like you've become the talk of the town, Ren. Kevin lightly laughed as he looked at the news. He found the picture used on the screen especially funny. It was so glaringly obvious that his smile was fake. Ding. It was at this moment that his phone rang. Kevin took out his phone and looked to see who the sender was. Hey, why aren't you answering me anymore? It was from Emma. His smile slowly faded. Clenching onto his phone, his hand started to shake. Biting his lips, he turned off the phone and leaned his head back against the sofa, blankly staring at the ceiling of the room for what felt like forever. He smiled in self-deprecation. Kevin lowered his head and clenched his teeth. Extending his hand started to glow in white color. His eyes flashed with loneliness when he looked at the white glow. In the end, this is the only way. Even if you end up hating me for forcing you into this situation, for making you remember all of your regressions, you're the only one that can do something about it. Kevin slowly clenched his hand. After all, a puppet can't fight against their master. Chapter 612. A new morning arrived. As soon as I woke up, I washed up and had breakfast with my family. After that, I got changed and left the apartment. Not going to lie, the last part took me a little longer than expected due to some unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, I was still on time. Are you ready? I was greeted by Amanda when I arrived at the front of the flat. She looked quite vivacious with her long white skirt and a black turtleneck that hid her neck. Upon seeing her, I apologized immediately. Sorry, Nola was giving me a hard time. What happened this time? She had a nightmare, and she didn't want to let go of me. Amanda covered her mouth and laughed. That's adorable. Not when you're in a hurry. It's fine, let's go. I've got the driver waiting downstairs. Thanks. Thanking Amanda, my mood shifted. Not in a good way as I was reminded of my purpose. It has been a while since I last paid a visit to Small Snake's grave. About a year or so. I just couldn't bear to go. It reminded me of my failure. My failure in saving someone that was dear to me. But I also knew that this couldn't go on anymore. As I was getting ready to leave for Immorra, I thought I should pay him a visit. It was about time I moved on. It's all right. I felt Amanda squeeze my hand as she looked up at me. Meeting her gaze, I felt my heart calm down a little as a smile spread across my face. Then, squeezing her hand back, I leaned my body forward and gave her a peck on the cheek. Thanks. I let go of her hand and moved away toward the elevators, pretending ignorance to her bewildered expression. It was about time I got her back, because of how cheeky she had been acting lately. I was satisfied with just seeing her reaction, and it was exactly because of this feeling that I was experiencing that my face turned somber. I can't lose this little joy in my life. It was probably the only thing that was stopping me from losing it. So, I had to do everything to not lose it. Amanda stared at Ren's parting back with her hand pressed against the side of her cheek. It is hot, she inwardly mumbled to herself, while she felt the heat rise on both sides of her cheeks. Ren's unexpected actions shook her more than she expected, most likely because this was the first time he had ever taken the initiative. Typically, it would always be her who initiated. She didn't blame him, however. She was completely aware of his feelings and never attempted to force her emotions on him. Even though their progress was extremely slow, it was nonetheless still progress, and Amanda could see from Ren's behavior that he was gradually coming around to accepting her. His actions were testimony to this, and her heart warmed up a little. But, covering her mouth with her arm while her other hand touched her cheek, she stuttered. But, it was just a peck. Tap, tap, tap. All sorts of tabs flashed across Ryan's screen as his fingers danced on the keyboard. One had to wonder if Ryan was actually able to see what the tabs exhibited given how quickly they arrived and disappeared. Unexpectedly, it seemed like he could see them clearly. Darting his eyes over the 5 monitors in front of him, Ryan's hand paused. Then, with a furrow of his brows, he mumbled under his breath. There seems to be an external generator that is powering up the system. If I disable the system, the generator will activate, and the enemies will be alerted of our presence. How troublesome. Shifting his head to stare at one of the monitors, Ryan pressed his ear. It appears that I won't be able to assist you any longer, guys. They have a backup generator for their system. You must act quickly since the only thing I can assist you with is preventing any communication from leaking out. No problem. A crisp voice echoed inside of his ear. It belonged to Ava. Hein and I can handle this without a problem. I will get back at you in 10 minutes. We should be able to finish the mission by then. Got it. The communication shut off after that. Shifting his head back toward the main screen, Ryan took a pen from the side of his desk and signed something off. With this, we should be able to meet our monthly quota. Being mercenaries, they unavoidably had to perform tasks from time to time. They were required by law to meet certain monthly targets in order to maintain their rank. Since they were of the lowest rank in the past, it wasn't an issue before, but when their mercenary organization rose in status, they were required to accomplish missions each month to maintain the rank. The perks that came with being a highly ranked mercenary group weren't something to be trifled with. It wasn't just the fame that came with it, but they were also granted priority to certain dungeons. That alone was a great incentive to rank up. Regarding the missions, everyone in the group took turns, and at the moment, it was Hein and Ava's turn to complete the missions. With this mission complete, we can relax for another month. Ryan dropped the pen on the table and reclined on his chair. He then blankly stared at the ceiling. This job sure is tough. Inheriting his connections and role, Ryan tried his best to make up for his absence, but even after 2 years had passed, he was not as efficient as Small Snake was. It was only after he took over his role that he understood just how good Small Snake was at his job. Let us not think about it. Ryan felt his chest tighten whenever he thought of Small Snake. Even after all this time had passed, he couldn't move on from what happened. His death agonized him every day. Maybe because he was still a teenager, or maybe because Small Snake meant so much to him, but every day, he would force himself to learn and improve his methods. It was the only thing that kept his mind busy. Never again did he want such a situation to happen again. Ding. Right then, Ryan received a message. It was from Ren. Tell the others to drop whatever they are doing. We are going to another planet in 2 days' time. I want everyone to be present. Ryan blinked a couple of times as heavy silence fell upon the room. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm down, but when he saw the words another planet, he couldn't stop himself from trembling. It brought rise to memories he wanted to forget with all of his might. Unknowingly, his foot started to shake in a nervous manner. Calm down, Ryan. It took several seconds for him to quell his rough breathing, and even then, he could feel his heart beating uncontrollably inside of his chest. Huff, huff. Clenching his teeth, he brought his fingers to the phone. Okay. He sent a simple message. One that only contained a single word, and one that took all of his energy to send. Ryan stood up from his seat once he sent the message. He carefully raised his head to look at his mirror, while resting both of his hands on the desk to support his body. He said, staring at his swollen eyes, "This can't go on. I need to move on. We're here." I exited the black car and stretched my body. A familiar chapel appeared in the distance. I closed my eyes while breathing in the air. Here I am. It had been a while since I had been here. Honestly, everything felt so familiar yet so unfamiliar at the same time. I couldn't quite put how I was feeling into words, but it wasn't a pleasant feeling. It almost felt like it was eating away at the little sanity that I had left. The weather's nice today. Amanda's voice reached my ears. From the tone of her voice, I could tell she understood how I was feeling, and was trying to shift my thoughts to something else. You're right. Taking a deep breath, I slowly opened my eyes. The weather is indeed nice. Cloudless and azure blue. It was the best weather one could ask for. Then, smiling slightly, I proceeded to head toward the cemetery. Contrary to what movies portray, the cemetery was actually quite beautiful. In addition to its short green hills, the cemetery was surrounded by beautiful trees and flowers that livened up the place. The fresh smell of cleanly cut grass permeated the air as the sun brightly lit the surroundings. A peaceful yet sad vibe enshrouded the area as I quietly walked around the cemetery with one direction in mind. Yes, the setting was lovely, but that didn't lessen the sense of loss I experienced as I passed the tombs and saw the writings on the tombstones. Treasured husband, dad and granddad. Treasured wife. Treasured daughter. It wasn't long before my heart started to feel heavy. The sense of loss I felt only intensified the more I looked around. I still nonetheless continued to move forward. Soon enough, My feet came to a stop, my brows furrowed. Isn't that small snake's grave? Or am I remembering wrongly? I turned back to look at Amanda and pointed to a particular tomb. That is his grave. She stopped right next to me and wrinkled her brows as well. I'm certain it is. Is that so? When I heard her affirm it, I looked back toward the tomb. My gaze then fixed on a particular person in the distance, who from the looks of him appeared to be a guy. He silently knelt on the ground without moving, his long black coat reaching all the way to his knees, and his long black hair covering his face. Although I didn't know who he was, I could tell from the texture of his coat that he was from an affluent background. Also, the way he continued to kneel on the ground without caring if the coat became soiled, made me think that perhaps he was someone who was quite close to Small Snake in the past. Who is he? The only thing that confused me was the fact that I had no idea who he was. Realistically speaking, anyone apart from a select few knew that Small Snake was dead. The fact that there was someone else that I didn't know made me feel somewhat confused. Then, just as I was about to move, we briefly locked eyes as he gently raised his head and turned to face him. My foot came to a sudden halt, and my heart slowly started to sink. The man. Those devilishly handsome features that only Kevin and Jin could rival. That tremendous pressure that made the hair at the back of my neck stand. It's him, I thought to myself as I swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Malik al-Shayaden. Chapter 613. Calm. When Malik's eyes stopped on me and our eyes met, I felt completely at ease. His pressure. It was terrifying. More than I could have bargained for. Enough to make me feel suffocated with just a single breath. SS- rank. Although it was unclear to those watching, I, who was close to achieving SS- rank, could discern from a quick glance what level he had attained. The way the mana around him bent to his will. The way the world seemed so focused on him. And the pressure that closely resembled a couple of figures I had met in the past. Without a single doubt, he had broken through to SSS- rank. Before I knew it, he was a couple of steps away from me. You must be Rendover. Or should I say, 876. His voice echoed out. It sounded crisp and pleasant to the ear, yet, at the same time, felt extremely chilly. Nevertheless, I did not get shaken up by his voice or pressure. At this moment, it seemed as though the emotion known as fear had completely dissipated from my body. My head tilted slightly as I asked in a rather monotonous tone. At this point, I was starting to doubt whether the one speaking was me or the other me. What are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? As he said, Malik al-Shayaden, or lesser known as Hemlock, took a step to the side and gestured in the direction of Small Snake's grave. I am here to pay a visit to my friend. His remarks would have normally made me angry, but as I have said before, the emotion known as anger vanished from my body. His reply aroused no emotion from within me. At this point, I realized that something was wrong, yet at the same time, had no time to understand what was going on. Friend, last time I heard, you were the one responsible for killing his own mother. I am sure no friend would actually do that, so he is still hung up on that. Hemlock quietly whispered to himself. The whisper was low, but it was audible enough for me to hear. He then repeatedly pointed toward his chest. You see, it was only because I was his friend that I did what I did. I did it to make sure he understood. He understood just how serious the situation is. In the end, I did everything for his benefit. I wished to show him the reality of the world. And the death of his mother was the only way that I could open up his eyes. I wanted him to understand just how feeble human life is. Without realizing it, my brows knit as I noticed signs of agony on his face. Why is he making such a face? I was starting to grow curious. What exactly was he trying to say? And why did it seem like he genuinely felt that his actions were correct? What reality are you speaking of? Curiosity got the better of me in the end. Hemlock lowered his head and met my sight. He let out a tired sigh. The reality that joining the demons is the only way for humanity to avoid extinction. We will not be able to protect ourselves in any other manner. What sort of nonsense is this? I wanted to blurt out loud these words, but as soon as my mouth opened, I realized that I could not. My mind grew numb when this realization dawned on me. Hemlock on the other hand seemed to have noticed my reaction, and a thin smile formed on his face. It appears that you are aware of the seriousness of our situation. Your inability to refute my arguments suggests that you are aware that they are not mere heresy from a psychopath, as the others appear to make it out to be. My hand started to clench, but it wasn't out of anger, but rather, annoyance. His words, I had no means to correct them. After observing the various regressions that my body underwent, I realized that the Demon King was an entity that was simply too strong to be beaten. One might think that after multiple regressions defeating the Demon King would be possible, but it did not seem to be the case as both Kevin and I failed. Even after hundreds of different regressions occurred, it always ended with the timeline resetting. Had it been anyone else but me, they would have perceived Hemlock as an absolute psychopath, but for someone like me, who understood the truth, his words did not sound that wrong. Rather, they sounded rather convincing. And that was worrying. There was a sudden look of understanding on Hemlock's face. You appear to have met His Majesty based on the expression on your face. You can't really grasp how hopeless the situation is until you actually meet him. It was from my short meeting with him that I understood just how dire our situation was. It was Hemlock's words that snapped me out of my thoughts. He was still rambling about the Demon King, and how powerful he was. He did not need to tell me to know this much. I already knew and experienced the helplessness that came with meeting him. Hence why I shifted the topic away to something else. How did you know that Small Snake was dead? Small Snake? Hemlock blinked his eyes a couple of times. seemingly unable to understand who Small Snake was. It was only after I pointed at his tomb that he understood who I was talking to. Oh, you mean Brian? Right. Brian was indeed his name. Hemlock slowly nodded his head. Turning around to look at Small Snake's tomb, he sighed. Actually, I did not know until last year. I was too busy trying to break through to notice that anything happened to him. Brushing his hair to the side, he fixed his eyes on me. But do you seriously think that Brian could actually hide away from me? Especially from someone like you whom we have been keeping a close eye on after it was revealed to us that you were 876. I stared back at him without saying anything. Indeed, for someone as powerful as the monolith, it would not be strange for them to know my movements. Although I took a series of precautions to ensure that they did not know all of my movements, it was inevitable for them to hold some information about me, such as who worked for me and stuff. I put a little lump of mana into his body just before we parted ways. There was no grand purpose behind it. It was so that I could find him as long as I was nearby. Just by feeling the mana, I would be able to get a general idea of where he was. It was also because of this that I knew that he was working in the black market. Surprisingly, the answer I received was far off from what I assumed was the case. I never did anything to him over the past couple of years, because I hoped that he would slowly start to understand me. I was planning on meeting him up again soon, but as I was too busy with several problems that occurred due to a certain someone. A slight pause ensued after he said those last words. From the way he was looking at me, I knew about what he was talking about. He was definitely referring to the 876 incident. Who would have imagined the incident would have, in its own way, saved Small Snake? He unexpectedly vanished from the human realm as soon as I was preparing to approach him again after solving all the issues that you caused, but no matter how hard I looked for him, I was unable to locate him. How astonished was I, do you know? I briefly believed that he had passed away before realizing that I was still connected to the mana I had left in his body. From there I realized that he was outside of the human domain, and waited for him to come back. Raising his hand to cover his face, Hemlock suddenly laughed. And that is where more problems came up. I got totally played by Octavius when he sent me a fake corpse of what was supposed to be you. He inched a little forward. The pressure that came out of his body became extremely overbearing, sealing all my movements. His low, deep and sinister voice reached for my ears. I am not one to get angry easily, but you have managed to anger me more times than I could have ever imagined. First, with all the troubles you caused at our headquarters, then when you sent us the fake corpse in your place, and lastly, he slowly turned his head to face Small Snake's grave. And lastly, your inability to protect Brian. The ground beneath cracked, forming a 1-inch deep circular crater. I could not move my body while this was happening. It was not like back when Jezebeth sealed all parts of my body, but it felt as though over 50 trucks were weighing down on me. It felt agonizing. Nonetheless, I mustered every bit of strength inside of my body and moved my finger. It was just a simple movement. A simple tap in the air with my index finger. But it was that seemingly gentle tap that brought rise to an incredible scene. An echoing hollow, clicking sound resembling two glasses tapping against each other echoed out, bringing forth 4 bright, yellow rings that stretched outward. After that, there were rifts in the atmosphere where vivid, yellow, tangible sword energies slowly emerged. In the space of a few seconds, Hemlock was consumed by over 30 sword energies, all aiming at him with their pointed tips. Rumble, rumble. The air around us started to shake, and so did the surroundings. Leaves fell from the trees, and the ground beneath us cracked even more. Not bad, not bad. Hemlock was the first of the two of us to give up just as the situation was about to get out of hand. The tightness that had been encircling me dissipated as soon as he raised both of his hands in the air in a sign of retreat. The sword energies in the air disappeared at the same time the pressure disappeared. Fixing his clothes and coat, Hemlock calmly looked around him. It would have been nice for us to continue our little bout, but it would be inappropriate for us to do it here. I may be the leader of the monolith, but I am not heartless. He laughed to himself before he took a step forward and paused beside me. He then pressed his hand against my shoulder. Of course, the fact that we are still in a truce means that I cannot touch you just yet, but a smile slowly formed on his face, and his eyes paused on Amanda, who was standing behind me. You should keep a good watch on those that are close to you. Let me remind you, the monolith has eyes everywhere. He gave my shoulder a light pat before walking away from the scene, leaving Amanda and I standing by ourselves in the cemetery, which was now in a mess. The anger that I previously felt was gone slowly started to emerge from deep within my body, but I was able to suppress it. I then slowly closed my eyes and clenched my fists. I need to break through to SS- rank. Even though our exchange was brief, there was still a clear difference between Malik Al-Shaedan's skills and mine. I would not be able to fight him unless I advanced to SS- rank, and even then, the likelihood of me winning was slim. I could not waste any more time. Ren, I felt a sudden tap on my shoulder, and I snapped out of it. I did not need to turn to know it was Amanda. Taking a deep breath, I turned around. Are you okay? She asked, in a rather worried tone. Staring deeply into her eyes, I shook my head and honestly answered her. No, I am not. Chapter 614. The scenery outside of the window kept shifting as the car continued to move through the streets of Ashton City. There was an unusual silence inside the car as it passed each street. Are you okay? The silence was only broken by Amanda's voice, which contained hints of worry. If you are worried about my safety, you should not be. I am about to reach S- rank soon. I can hold my own. I cut her off before she could continue speaking. I then turned my attention in her direction. Your safety is not what is bothering me. I already know just how strong you are. There is no need for me to protect you. Amanda was one of the last people that needed my protection. With a big guild backing her up, and her father, who was now SS- rank helping her, she was safer than anyone else I knew. Not only that, but her strength was not anything to scoff at. Even I would have trouble fighting against her if she started attacking me from a long distance. She was the worst opponent for me. Then what are you worried about? My strength, I truthfully replied. Lowering my head to gaze at my hands, I quietly whispered, I need more strength. I was strong, yet so weak at the same time. If only I could become stronger, faster. Sadly, time was not on my side. With only 2 years left, I did not see much hope in the dark tunnel that I was walking in. Nonetheless, I still continued to walk. I had no choice but to. Amanda did not say anything after overhearing my words. Her gaze was on me, but she did not say anything. It seemed as though she understood my sentiments. The last thing I heard from her throughout the ride back home was her soft whisper. Me too. Union Tower, executive floor. Octavius overlooked the entirety of Ashton City from the comfort of his own office. Glass windows that stretched from one end of the room to the other allowed him to see everything. From the streets below, the skyscrapers in the distance. He stared at the city for what seemed like hours, until he raised his head to stare at the large crack that was in the sky. What am I missing? A low, monotonous voice echoed out. Several years had passed since the crack in the sky appeared. During that time, Octavius watched as more and more people broke through to the next rank. From Monica reaching the SS- rank at the age of 32, and several other known figures also breaking through their previous talent limits, Octavius knew that this was the best time to break through. Humanity was in a state of prosperity. Only one issue remained. In spite of all the time that had elapsed, he was still only at the SS+ rank. Octavius was a patient man, and in a normal situation, he would not have given a damn about how long it took for him to advance to the next rank. However, the situation was different now. I cannot feel it. The sensation one would feel when they were close to reaching the next level. Octavius could not feel it. This only meant one thing. He was still far from reaching the next rank. What did I give up my emotions for? Octavius's languid eyes rippled as he stared at the azure blue sky. Traces of loneliness flashed across his turbid eyes. Taking a deep breath, he turned around to face his desk. It was then that his eyes paused on a certain frame. On the frame was a little girl with brown hair and green eyes. Octavius lowered the frame with his hand to reveal several post-it notes in his handwriting. One he remembered writing a long time ago. Make sure to smile in front of children. Even if you lose your emotions, you should try your best to not let your own daughter down. Try patting her on the head when she cries. It should appease her, if even for a little bit. Give her milk when she cries. I saw that candy makes children happy. Try giving them to her when she is crying. Make sure to show her some affection even if you cannot feel anything for her. It is the least you can do for giving up on your emotions in exchange for more power. He raised the frame back up to hide the post-it notes. Even though he could not understand them, he felt like they were important. He just did not know why. Soul, 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 he mumbled to himself, taking out a large brown leather book from one of his drawers. Placing it on his desk, he started to flip through it. He had an inkling that the reason why he could not break through had something to do with his soul. The next day. Are you guys ready? We were currently standing in front of a large expanse of grass. Beside me was Kevin, who had his hand extended outwardly. The mana around him danced and fluctuated in a weird manner. He was about to open the portal that led to Immorra. Since I have things to take care of at the Union, I will not be able to accompany you guys, but that should not be a problem. When you people are finished, I will visit. Just teleport to you guys and set up a portal. That will do. I thankfully nodded my head in Kevin's direction. The meeting time was supposed to be in 7 human days, which was about 70 days in Immorra. By then, Kevin would teleport to us and he would set up a portal. For obvious circumstances, Kevin could not come with us. Him being too busy was merely an excuse. The real reason he could not come was because his presence would definitely arouse Jezebetha's interest and in turn, raise the possibility of him appearing in Immorra, which was not something I was keen on having. Are you ready? Kevin called out. Turning my head to look at the others behind me, I nodded my head. Judging from their looks, they looked ready. Yes, we are ready. Okay. Kevin's physique started to radiate a reddish glow. The color grew quickly this time. Unlike the previous times, he attempted to open the portals, before gently creating a net to enclose a white ball that formed in the middle of his palm. I have learned my lesson from last time. Kevin started to speak. In order to avoid leaving any traces of me opening up the portal, I have found a way to use my mana alone instead of a. He paused mid-sentence and looked at the others. After that, his eyes rested on me, and he no longer spoke any further. Nonetheless, I clearly understood what he was trying to say. He was most likely trying to refer to the Akashic laws, a power only he and the Demon King held. Get ready. Extending his other hand, the free one, Kevin took out a large core from out of thin air. He then crushed it with his hand. Crack. Like glass, the core shattered into millions of pieces, and a glass-shattering sound echoed. Following that, a surge of magic erupted from the center and traveled toward the white sphere that was encircled by Kevin's crimson color. Like furiously dancing snakes, a wormhole began to form, spiraling around the white core. In the process, a gust of air was released and my hair and clothes fluttered wildly. I ignored it and looked at the others. Everyone was here. Ava, Hein, Leopold, Liam, Han Yufei, Ryan, and Angelica. Yes, Angelica too. To my surprise, Angelica chose to remain with us despite the contract expiring a year ago. In all honesty, I never expected her to remain with me after everything that happened, but at the same time, I sort of understood her. After all, this was the only place she had left. Her relationship with her clan must have suffered greatly as a result of what occurred a few years ago in the dungeon. She would have without a doubt get into trouble if she had gone back. After all, they did suffer tremendous losses back then. Thus, it was within her best interest to make another contract with me. Compared to the previous contract we signed, it was not any different. Perhaps there were fewer restrictions on her, but that was about it. The time for the contract was set for 2 years, for obvious reasons, and she could not betray, or think of betraying anyone in the group in the time period set. The same went for me. Not that I thought she would actually betray us. But who knew, there was always a chance for everything. I at least knew this much. Are you guys ready? I asked while my eyes swept past everyone present. All of them were currently wearing grave expressions on their faces, and were paying close attention to the portal. Without them knowing, their faces had already begun to pale when they gazed at the gateway, even though they tried their best not to show it. Evidently, they were reminded of what happened 2 years back. I could not blame them. I too felt a mix of emotions when I stared at the portal, but I was able to quickly squash emotions down once I saw that the portal was about to form. I will go first. I decided to step in first to make sure that nothing was wrong with the portal. I looked at the others once more before turning to Kevin, who gave me a short nod. I reciprocated his slow head nod by doing the same. After that, without looking back, I entered the portal right after. Chapter 615. Coup. When I emerged through the portal, I inhaled deeply. The teleportation had somewhat upset my stomach, as it had in the past, but I was able to bear it. It was fortunate for me to know that the effects weren't as bad as the previous times. Was it because of my strength increase? I wasn't sure, and I didn't care. At the moment, my mind was preoccupied with other things as I extended my hand. This sense of heaviness, yeah, it truly feels like I'm back in Immorra. It only took me a single minute for me to know I was back in Immorra. The distinct gravity that came from this place was quite familiar to me. It wasn't just that. The suns illuminating the sky wasn't just one sun, but another one, making it clear that I wasn't on Earth. Apart from that, the land looked exactly like Earth. Well, that was how it was supposed to be, but why is the sky gray? It took me a moment to realize this, but the sky was of an ashen gray color. Compared to the last time I had been here, the azure clear sky had completely changed. Because there were no clouds in the sky, it was necessary to point out that the sky's color had not changed because a storm was brewing, but rather, it was the pigmentation itself that had changed. The demons must have corrupted the mana to the point where the sky has changed color. Similar to every place I had gone before, especially those where a significant amount of the mana, or in this case, aura, in the air had been transformed into demonic energy, there were phenomena that would result in a shift in the surrounding environment. In this case, the color of the sky had changed. Ugh. A wailing voice from behind me startled me out of my thoughts. When I turned around, Hein was standing in the middle of the grass with his eyes closed and his legs extended widely in a horse stance position. From the looks of things, he was trying to get adjusted to the sudden shift in gravity, but was having trouble with it. Ugh, what in the world? Another figure appeared behind Hein, and they showed similar first-time reactions to his. As I got a better look, I could see that it was Ava, and she appeared to be having more difficulty adjusting to the gravity than Hein. But this was to be expected. After all, Hein's physique was much stronger. Not minding the two of them, I walked near them and waited for more people to show up. Soon, Leopold, Han Yufei, and Liam showed up one by one. Leopold aside, Han Yufei and Liam were able to quickly adjust to the shift in gravity. From the way they were moving, it didn't seem as though they were affected in the slightest. Han Yufei because of his extremely sturdy body, and Liam, well, Liam, because he was Liam. There was no point in using common sense with him. It's only Angelica and Ryan left. They were the only two that were missing. Fortunately, the wait didn't last for long as the two of them appeared at the same time, with Angelica holding onto Ryan's hand. The faces of some of the people near us changed when the two of them appeared. I shook my head when I saw this. There was a very good reason why Ryan came with Angelica, despite the fact that he was no longer a child, but a fully grown teen, and their appearance were therefore somewhat perplexing. Ugh. As soon as the two of them landed on the grass, Ryan's face distorted with pain, as he almost fell on the floor right then and there. Had it not been for Angelica, he would most likely fallen hard on the ground with no way to stand up. And the reason why he couldn't come alone was because he was still, unfortunately, too weak for this place. Here, wear this. It was good that I knew this and came prepared as I handed Ryan a small bracelet. What's this? Ryan questioned as he took the bracelet. It's nothing much, I answered back while turning around to see how the others were faring. You can increase your strength with this simple artifact. You shouldn't have any trouble navigating this gravity with it. The only drawback is that it requires mana to activate, so utilize the potions I provided you before the trip, alright? Alright. Ryan obediently nodded his head and wore the bracelet. Satisfied with him, I focused my attention on the others. The reason why I didn't give him the bracelet before was because I wanted to see if he could adjust to the gravity or not. It was unfortunate that he couldn't. After seeing that they had all adjusted to gravity, I turned to Angelica and asked, Which way should we go? Without saying anything, Angelica closed her eyes for a brief moment before delicately raising her hand to point toward the west. That way. Nodding my head, I rushed the others to follow me. All right, you heard her. Let's go. I raced my pace, leaving the others to follow after me at an increased pace. Ashton City, undisclosed location. It took a total of 10 minutes for everyone to finally enter the portal. By the time they all entered, Kevin felt his body grow tired. Despite his strength, keeping a portal for as long as he did still took a heavy toll on him. Staring in the direction of where the portal used to stand, Kevin mumbled. Now that he's gone, I should be able to sort everything out without any problems. The air around him began to tremble as he reached out to the right. In contrast to the typical red glow that emanated from his arm, a white glow appeared in his palm. Then, out of nothing, a book began to take shape in his hands. The book was of a red color, and was extremely familiar. Ren would instantly recognize it if he were present. It was the same book that had previously traveled with him, and had assisted him in changing a number of crucial situations. It's almost time. Opening the book up, words started to form on the paper. Carefully reading through them, Kevin carefully closed the book in his hands after a while. Then, taking one last look at the area where the portal was set up, he directly left the area. From the sky, bits and pieces of red rained down. Spurt, spurt. As the chunks fell to the ground, they splattered all over the ground, dyeing the grass red. That's disgusting. While this was happening, Hein took a step back and disgustingly stared at the ground. He then turned to face Ava, who was standing next to him. Couldn't you have, done this in a cleaner manner? I could've, Ava answered, extending her hand to the sky, allowing for multiple eagle-like creatures to land. Upon landing on her arm, she took out her flute and tapped the eagles on the head once. They instantly disappeared after that. But I don't see the need to do this in a cleaner manner. Our priority right now is to get rid of anything that can give away our location. She sounded rather cold, but no one seemed to take offense to her tone. Ever since Small Snake died, one by one, everyone changed. Not a single person apart from Liam and Han Yufei, who barely knew him, wasn't affected by his death. In a way, everyone became more serious and focused. The changes were great, and they were nice to see, but at the same time, the cost that came with the changes wasn't something that I could have ever have hoped to afford. I've been wondering, Ren. It was then that I heard Leopold's voice from beside me. Just like the others, he had also changed quite a bit. He no longer smoked. That was a real struggle for him to get past, but he was now a cigarette-free man. What is it? I asked while paying attention to my surroundings. Your strength is about S+ rank, right? Yes. I quietly nodded while I extended my hand to push away one of the bushes in front of me. It wasn't something that I hid from the others. After all, I did spar with everyone in the group. Just as how they knew my strength, I knew theirs, and I was happy to say that apart from Ryan, everyone was above B rank. A praiseworthy result if I had to say so myself. Liam's strength is also about the same as yours, right? Leopold whispered, while he quietly shifted his attention toward Liam, who was walking not so far from where we were. He had a rather lost and confused look on his face. Yes. My speed slowed down a little. Wasn't sure where Leopold was getting at. If I remember correctly, you also said that the strongest people on this planet were Marquis rank. My feet came to a full stop. So why in the world are we going around moving so quiet? Shush. I put my finger on his mouth right before he could finish his sentence. The reason for this was because I spotted several demons in the distance. Everyone around me also stopped moving. It looks like several Viscount-ranked demons, Hein whispered. Taking a closer look at the demons ahead, I relaxed and nodded my head. Hein is right, it's a couple of Viscount-ranked demons. Then, scanning the people around me, my eyes paused on Han Yufei, and I ordered, "Take care of it." Got it. His figure disappeared as soon as he said those words. After that, he appeared next to the two demons and crashed their heads against each other by pressing his hands against the back of their heads. In total, it only took about 10 seconds for Han Yufei to dispatch the two Viscount-ranked demons. I was deeply impressed by his performance. Good job. Thanks. We continued moving after that. Meanwhile, I recalled what I was previously talking about with Leopold. Leopold, regarding your question. I turned to look at Leopold. Although it is indeed true that I can probably wipe out this place with just Liam, you have to take into consideration that one wrong move can lead to our death. What worried me the most wasn't meeting a demon that turned out to be stronger than I anticipated. No, my worries lay with the fact that my actions could invoke Jezebetha's attention. Quite frankly, I was still far from his level. I'd be squashed like a bug if he met me at this moment. And in no way would I ever allow that to happen. I made a promise to myself that I was planning to keep. I'd never be satisfied without knowing that I failed to kill him after what he did. Never. All right, if you say so. Leopold dropped the conversation and followed the others deeper into the forest. Squinting my eyes, I gazed toward the far distance. Honestly, that wasn't the only reason why I didn't just go all out from the beginning. That was because I was planning on using my time here to finally break through to SS- rank. 1 week was equal to 70 days, and in spite of the low mana density around this place, I brought several things with me to aid my breakthrough. They cost a lot of money, but it was well worth the expenditure. Ever since my meeting with Malik Al-Shaeden, I had made up my mind to do anything within my power to increase my strength. It wasn't about revenge or anything like that. What came foremost before that was my survival, and I knew I knew that with my current abilities, I couldn't guarantee my survival. I needed to keep improving. Although I'm not sure if this will work or not, it's better to give it a shot rather than doing nothing. Taking a step forward, I followed the others into the forest. Chapter 616. A castle was perched alone atop a cliff, surrounded on all sides by tiny towns. It had been standing there for many centuries, heavily worn out from the times. With some mismatched towers and asymmetrical designs, it had a fairly crude appearance. Even yet, it did not lessen the imposing impression it left. But in contrast to its imposing exterior, it was completely empty inside. In a large hall where large banners cascaded down the sides and a large throne sat at the far end, a meeting was taking place. We have lost ground. The demons will reach the city within the next year. The orc kneeled down on one foot. 1 year. A low, solemn voice filled the room. How long will our supplies last? 5 years. Supplies are not a problem. I see. Silence descended on the room. It was only after a while that the voice once again echoed. You may leave. Understood, Chief. Standing on 2 feet, the orc thumped his chest once and left the hall. Sulug kept his gaze locked on the orc until he left the hall. Once he left, only his presence and pressure filled the room. 40 years. Today marked the 40th year that he had been the Orson chief. The path was not simple. He only succeeded in becoming chief by pure luck. Had it not been for that human that had helped him many years ago, none of this would have been possible. He was then able to prevent the orcs from losing the conflict and forcing a stalemate with the demons. Unfortunately, it did not look like this deadlock would last much longer. The demons proved to be far too powerful for them to handle, and the orcs were overwhelmed by the lack of reinforcements, losing more than 3/4 of their forces during the course of the previous 10 years. There might be a way. Thump. Sulug pressed his foot against the hard ground. Immediately, the hall trembled and a shockwave pulsed in an outward manner. Cracks began to form beneath the throne as Sulug slowly stood up from the throne. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks quickly became larger, and the throne behind him began to slant into one of them. Soon after, a hole started to appear, and the throne sank into it. Sulug stepped toward the black hole where the chair fell, and he similarly fell. Thump. His feet crashed against the earth as rocks raced past him after he fell directly down the hole for more than 10 seconds. It is dark. His voice echoed throughout the dark space. The only thing he could see at the moment was an endless darkness. Aside from that, he could also hear a faint rhythmic breathing coming from the distance. Pressing his large foot against the ground, Sulug extended his hand toward the right until he felt a rough surface. Only then did he channel his aura, and he pressed with much more force. Rumble. The room started to shake. In the process, Sulug's thick and muscular arms erupted in a darkish green glow that snaked forth like several snakes and connected with the wall, gliding along the bricks and illuminating the surroundings. It did not take long for the darkness to disappear. Better. Sulug was left satisfied once the room was brightly lit, and he was able to get a good look at his surroundings. He was not satisfied for long as his face once again turned solemn once he turned around to face a certain direction. There, a cell stood. Thick metal bars with small gaps in between, a dense rotting smell, and long chains that were connected to the ground. It has been a while, Ombalum. Sulug greeted when he faced the cell, his slightly greener than dark eyes fixed on the chained figure inside the cell. His features were somewhat hidden by long white hair that covered his face and muscles that were only half as large as they had once been, but nonetheless, the figure still bore a striking resemblance to the figure he knew in the past. He was none other than the previous Orson chief, Ombalum, the only orc in Immorra who rivaled his strength, and the person whom he defeated in order to become the next chief in line. Someone who used to stand at the peak of the planet. With the ongoing war, it has been hard for me to visit you. The room fell silent for a moment. Ombalum, whose head was hung low, slowly raised it till his eyes met Sulug's. We are about to lose, are we not? A croaky and deep voice echoed out from his mouth. Sulug's face changed upon hearing his words. Nonetheless, he nodded his head. We are. He was honest with his reply. There was no point in hiding anything. I see. Ombalum lowered his head, his tone fading a little. Sulug took this moment to speak. I need your help. His words were straightforward, just like how orcs were. It was within their culture to go straight to the point instead of going at things in a roundabout manner. Though prideful, they were never the ones that shied away from asking for help from each other. It was this trait that made them extremely formidable. My help. Ombalum once again raised his head, blinking his languid eyes. Asking for my help after all of these years have passed. What makes you think I will help you? Because of the people. Sulug calmly replied. His tone contained unbounded confidence. We do not have any longer than a year before the demons arrive. If by then, nothing happens, we will go extinct from this planet. All of the orcs that have survived will die, and we will be nothing but rotting corpses and bones. Silence once again descended on the room as Omalug quietly stared at Sulug. What if I betray you? The mood became very tense as a result of his words. For the next moment, the two figures continued staring at each other without saying anything. They seemed to be gauging each other. So be it. Sulug's response did not come long after that. He then stepped forward and pressed both hands against the thick metal bars. What difference will 1 year make with now? So what if you betray me? I will die regardless of choices. If so, I will gladly gamble on this choice. Creak. Pulling the bars apart with his arms, Sulug's muscles began to bulge, and a creaking sound echoed out. It did not take long for the bars to bend to the side, allowing Salug to step forward. He arrived before Ombalung in no time. Taking a deep breath, he knelt down on one knee and extended his hand. Will you join my hand and help me avert this calamity and help our people live, or will you allow our people to die knowing that you could have helped? The situation looks quite grim. I stood atop a hill to overlook our surroundings when I heard Ava's voice coming from beside me. With her hand extended, a bird gently paused on her arm. Ava closed her eyes for a brief moment before reopening them and looking at me. The situation does not look good. Most of the land has already been overtaken by the demons. There does not seem to be any orcs in the vicinity. Is that so? I turned to look at Angelica. Do you feel anything? Let me check. Just like Ava did a moment ago, Angelica closed her eyes. It did not take long for her to open her eyes again. We should not be too far off from Salug. I might be able to communicate with him if we get closer. All right. Angelica's words were enough to make me understand what our next courses of action were. I stepped forward and fell down the cliff we were on. There was no time to waste. A whole different, far grander castle rose atop a little rocky cliff from the one where Salug lived. It was much larger and more impressive. Thin, long bridges that hung precariously in the air connected the castle's gates to a nearby mountain, with an endless abyss beneath. Another meeting was taking place. How long will it take for your forces to reach the Orson stronghold, Aziroth? A deep and sinister voice resounded inside a large majestic hall. Lined up in front of a large golden throne were several figures who knelt on the ground on one knee. It will take no longer than a month. Marquis Aziroth replied in a detached tone. Give me your orders and I will take the chance to eliminate the orcs. The demon sat on the throne fell into deep thought. No, we will hold on from attacking for now. They eventually shook their head. I have received orders from the higher demons that reinforcements will be coming soon. Big plans are ahead of this planet, and our time in this place is almost up. I understand. Marquis Aziroth lowered his head and no longer pressed. Secretly, he was unsatisfied. They appeared to still be quite apprehensive about putting an end to the conflict despite being so close to victory. He was incredibly irritated by this, but as a Marquis-ranked demon, he was powerless to say anything. He may have been the strongest in the past, but this was no longer the case. Aziroth's head suddenly snapped in a certain direction as he felt something at that same instant. Something extremely familiar to him. It did not take long for his formerly serene visage, at least on the outside, to twist viciously as his jaws tightened hard. You are finally here. The thief. He was back. Chapter 617. 2 days have passed since Ren went to Immorra. Nothing changed in Ashton City during that time. Everything was just as calm as it had been for the past couple of years. Of course, that was merely on the surface level. Anyone in a high position knew that this was the calm before the storm. And it was not just any regular storm, but a large storm. One that would severely affect the conditions of the human domain in the near future. That was due to the fact that the truce between the Union and the monolith will expire in less than a month, ushering in the start of a new era. An era that was filled with conflict and death. Why are you so confident that they will declare war on us as soon as the truce is over? A gathering was taking place at the top of the Union Tower. Currently, all of the top tankers were present, including Kevin, who stood beside Monica, and Donna, who was also present and standing beside him. It was clear to see that they belonged to the same faction inside of the Union. Monica's faction. It is not a matter of why anymore, Monica. Daphne, the now third-ranked hero, spoke up. She began to explain the situation to her. Over the past few years, we have observed that the monolith has used this opportunity to consolidate their authority and influence. Their forces are stronger and more powerful than ever, and although it isn't confirmed, we can conclude from that there is a high chance of a war breaking out between the two of us. Also, have you not noticed, Monica? Daphne paused while her eyes swept over everyone in the room. Have you not noticed how both the demons and the members of the monolith have become so quiet right after that crack appeared in the air? Monica immediately became calm after hearing her remarks, sitting back in her chair and thinking to herself. Before she could say anything else, Maximus spoke up. Regarding the crack, I think this will be useful for all of you to look at. He then pressed his hand against the desk, and a hologram appeared in the air. The image of an elf appeared in the video. Everyone in the room was familiar with the video that was currently being displayed. A manifestation of the most recent cataclysm is the crack that has appeared in the atmosphere. The main objective of the crack is to fill the planet with as much mana as possible in order to open the door for monsters from the demon world to arrive. Previously, due to the planet's low mana density, dungeon creatures could not survive on the surface for very long. This isn't true though, when there is a lot of mana in the world of humans. If it were to occur, monsters would be free to wander the earth, allowing the demons to start a blown-out war against humanity. Pressing his hand against the desk once more, Maximus ended the video. Then, scanning the faces of everyone present in the room, he solemnly said, I'm sure most of you have already seen the video before. With more reports talking about dungeon overflows becoming more prominent, and the monsters no longer dying like in the past as soon as they enter the earth, it is safe to assume that we don't have much longer before the third calamity hits. It's just like Ren has stated in the past, during the press conference that almost everyone here is all too familiar with. The third calamity is no longer a question of if it will come, but a matter of when it will come. The tension in the room rose at his words. Regardless, Maximus continued to say his piece. I don't exactly know when the third calamity will hit, but it is within the reasonable assumption that it will take no less than 10 years, and during that time, the most appropriate thing for an organization that is linked with the demons would be to try their best to weaken humanity. When they heard his comments, everyone's expression turned ugly. In a sense, everyone already knew this, but it wasn't until it was brought to their attention that they truly understood how serious the situation was. The only one in the room whose face didn't change was in fact Kevin, who kept his head lowered with his eyes closed. He already knew all of this. In fact, he knew more. The third cataclysm was not going to hit in 10 years, but rather 4 years. Or perhaps even 2 years considering a certain factor. The situation was a lot more dire than the people inside the room knew. One couldn't begin to describe how helpless it was. If that were not enough, all the other organizations pitted against the 3 races, with the exception of Inferno, which Ren had largely cleared out, were going to start waging war against the respective races not long from now. Regarding Inferno, it was not actually over just yet. Unfortunately, Inferno was not that easily defeated. There were a couple of remnants that survived, and might cause significant damage to the dwarves in the near future. Not to the point of destruction, but enough to make them feel the pain. Next up, Octavius. How close are you from breaking through to SSS- rank? Maximus asked, shifting the conversation away from the situation on Earth. Everyone's eyes fell on Octavius once Maximum's words fell. He, who sat at the far end of the round table, slowly opened his eyes. A terrifying and tangible pressure emitted from his body once he opened his eyes. Everyone held their breath while they waited for him to answer. They were unfortunately left disappointed with his answer. I'm still not there yet. Hearing his remarks caused everyone's hearts to clench. Even while no one was certain if Malik al-Shayaden had attained the level of SSS-, just the idea that there was a rumor of him doing so was enough to leave them feeling helpless in the face of the unexpected circumstance. Coupled with the fact that he signed a contract with a demon, granting him more power than those that did not have a contract, everyone felt their heart sink at the revelation. Are you at least close? Monica asked, clinging to the little hope they had regarding the situation. Unfortunately, she did not get the answer she wanted. No, I'm not close. The atmosphere became even more somber after he said these words. For the following minutes, no one said anything as an uncomfortable silence swept the surroundings. Let's end the meeting now. The meeting came to an end when Octavius casually got up. He turned around and left the area without saying anything further. Following his example, the others also stood up and left one by one. Judging from the looks on the faces of some of the people present, it was clear that they were filled with anxiety regarding the future of the Earth. Even Monica was quite shaken after the meeting as she remained quiet throughout the walk back, something that was unusual of her. What are you doing, Kevin? It was her words that brought Kevin out of his thoughts. Lowering his head to glance at Monica, he smiled. Nothing, I was just thinking about the situation. That was a lie. He was trying to recall a few faces at the moment. Although it did not appear that way at first glance, this meeting was immensely detrimental to the Union, especially in light of the fact that several top-ranked heroes were invited to participate, and not just the heads. It was from this meeting that several people made up their minds to betray the Union and join the monolith. Kevin's mind was preoccupied with trying to find ways to silently eliminate them. He did not even bother thinking about changing them. No, he much rather have them eliminated. It was the fastest and most efficient way. Kevin knew that this was a necessary step in order for him to raise the chances of beating the monolith. Even then, he knew that they were merely the stepping stone to the real war. What are you going to do now, Kevin? Monica stopped and looked at Kevin. Kevin gave her a simple smile and stopped as well. I still have something to do, so I will not be following you. Monica narrowed her eyes and nodded. All right, suit yourself. I've got stuff to do as well. She then turned to look at Donna. I'll go with you. I've got something to talk about with you. Oh, okay. Waving goodbye to Kevin, the two disappeared in one of the corridors. Making sure that their figures were completely gone, the smile on Kevin's face faded. He then made his way toward his office, which was located on one of the bottom floors. Clank. Only when he was in his office that he finally relaxed. I need to hurry. He sat down on the edge of the desk and outstretched his hand. On the palm of his hand, a red book started to progressively take shape. His palm began to glow white, encompassing the crimson book as it did so. The book began to slowly become engulfed in a cocoon-like white light, which caused it to fall flat onto the top of his palm. Then the pages started to turn. In a state of complete calmness, Kevin kept his eyes on the book until a series of notification prompts appeared in front of him. Status. Time codex absorption. 0%. 16%. 100%. Synchronization. Plus 5%. He lost consciousness soon after. Chapter 618. The world was shrouded in melancholy as ashy gray clouds filled the sky. Weeing. A dazzling light burst forth in the middle of the vacant space and quickly spread everywhere. The gloomy clouds then parted under a terrible pressure that stretched toward the entire world. A human figure with distinct facial characteristics was visible within the illumination. The air vibrated as a result of the pressure the figure was emitting. Whoever the figure was, they were an absolute master. Soon enough the brightness diminished and the human form within the brilliant light became more and more distinct. A black-clad male with two crimson-colored eyes finally emerged in the air as the light dimmed completely. Taking a step back, the crimson-eyed figure looked towards the horizon with an uncharacteristically serious expression. Rip. It was then that a hand suddenly stretched out of thin air, grasping the sky and tearing it apart, as though it was tangible. White hair, red blood eyes, and fair skin. Out of the darkness came a figure that appeared human. He appeared to be rather ordinary, but only someone with strength approaching the boundaries of the human limit could realize what a miserable existence he actually led. The power hidden in this weak-looking body could wipe out the planet with a single wave of his palm. It was horrible. Devastation was what the white-haired figure saw as he floated in the sky and cast a detached gaze downward. A world now on the point of extinction. A smile formed on his face. Then, lowering his head and staring at the crimson-eyed male below him, the white-haired individual's eyes rippled slightly. The crimson-colored-eyed male, Kevin, stared back, and silence enveloped the world. While neither of the two figures spoke, a great deal of energy erupted from their respective bodies before they silently collided. Everything below them crumbled as a powerful wave from their collision fanned out. Finally, after an unknown period of time, Kevin opened his mouth. Jezebeth. His soft voice traveled through every corner of the world. Yet, deep-seated hatred could be felt in his voice as he spoke. Staring at Kevin below, Jezebeth closed his eyes slightly before the smile on his face deepened ever so slightly. How have you been? It's been a while since we've last seen each other. Kevin didn't say anything in response. Instead, the red hue surrounding his body became more intense. The sword in his hand glowed in a majestic color, and the world around him shook fiercely. In spite of that, Jezebeth showed no change in his expression. Rather, he seemed even more relaxed as he watched Kevin glare in his direction. You should already know by now that your efforts are futile, right? His words echoed throughout the globe. Kevin's expression sank. Not only do you not have the strength to beat me, but you very well know what consequences my defeat will lead to, don't you? Jezebeth's body gently floated toward the ground. To the records, I'm cancer. Something that they weren't able to predict or find out until it was too late. By the time they discovered my presence, I was already reaching the peak of this world. His feet landed on the ground. With both hands behind his back, Jezebeth leisurely strolled around. Kevin could only watch him from the distance without doing anything. You might wonder, how is it possible for the records to have not detected my presence when they are supposed to be so powerful? Well, the answer is rather simple. The records aren't exactly a sentient being, rather, they are a primal source code of the universe that has basic cognitive abilities. Almost like an infant, it will only act when it finds its existence is under threat. Jezebeth chuckled a little. And that existence is none other than me. A majestic white glow erupted from Jezebeth's body as he extended both of his hands. Kevin fiercely stabbed his sword on the ground and held his ground as a gust of powerful wings swept past his body, sending his hair and clothes fluttering away. The gale didn't last for long as it soon calmed down. And with regards to their reaction to finding the existence that is threatening them, Jezebeth met Kevin's eyes. That's where you came into play. Desperate to stop me from reaching them, the records created you. Everything that happened to you in the past was all premeditated by the records. Stop talking, Kevin mumbled while he clenched his teeth and glared at Jezebeth. But in spite of that, he never once moved to fight Jezebeth. It wasn't that he couldn't, it was that he didn't want to. Want to know a funny coincidence? Jezebeth suddenly asked. Kevin didn't respond. Don't you think we have a lot of things in common? From our red eyes, our past, which is shockingly similar. Both our parents dying from a very young age, both from outsiders, leaving us orphaned. Do you really think it's a coincidence? Kevin didn't answer. He honestly didn't know, nor did he want to hear the answer, but it wasn't as if Jezebeth could read his thoughts. And even if he could, he would have probably still continued speaking. His next words thunderously burst inside Kevin's head. Nothing is a coincidence. You were created by the records, and modeled after me. From your past to your unique features, you were modeled by the records to resemble me, because you were created for the sole purpose of killing me. But, he tilted his head slightly as he looked at Kevin. But I swear I could remember you having white hair in the past. What happened to your hair? It's none of your concern, Jezebeth. Kevin cut off in an aggressive manner. Oh, Jezebeth inched closer to Kevin, surprised by his reaction. Is there something you are hiding from me? He asked in a curious manner. Kevin instinctively took a step back when he saw Jezebeth nearing him. His eyes opened wide when he realized what he had done. But it was too late. Jezebeth noticed his reaction and smiled deeply. But I can tell. He inched even closer. I can tell that you can't kill me. I don't know exactly why, but for some reason, I know that you are purposely not killing me despite having the power to do so. Jezebeth's head tilted a little. Now, what I really want to know is, why? Why are you refusing to kill me? Status. Synchronization complete. Progress. 5%. A low chime rang inside Kevin's head and his eyes opened. Why am I refusing to kill you? Taking a deep breath, Kevin's crimson red eyes flashed with a cold light. Then, focusing his attention on the red book in his hand, he mumbled. Because your death will destroy the universe. Embarrassment. That was how one would describe how Azeroth felt in the last couple of decades. He felt utter embarrassment. Ever since his castle had been infiltrated, and he had lost track of the thieves who had stolen his possessions, Azeroth had become the butt of the jokes of the other marquee-ranked demons present in Immorra. If that wasn't all, during his fight against the Orson chief, he was suddenly ambushed out of nowhere by another orc, who appeared to be of similar strength to his. Although he had managed to escape back then, he had lost a major part of his territory on that day. Defeated and embarrassed, Azeroth became the laughingstock of the demons. Bastard. I'll kill you when I find you. Since that day, Not a single day has gone by that he hasn't reminded himself that he will exact justice on those who have mistreated him. For years he had been biding his time, gathering his forces, and improving himself. In those years, he had managed to remove several people who had mocked him in the past, including high-ranking demons that were on the same level as him. However, he was never satisfied with their removal. And there was a simple reason for that. The reason was that he knew who the main culprits were. The people who had infiltrated his castle and robbed him of his possessions. They were the ones who were responsible for all of his troubles. The orc too. And for over 60 years he had been waiting for those individuals to come back to this planet. There were several items in his possession that were connected to him by blood. If ever, the thieves who infiltrated his castle and robbed him of his possessions showed up in Immorra, he would know in an instant. And he finally managed to sense his items again. After 60 agonizing years, the thieves were back, and they were in the exact location where the orc was, proving to him that they were working together, or at least, knew each other. Irgon! Azeroth suddenly shouted at top of his lungs, while he walked across a long corridor that was blanketed with a red carpet. Immediately after his words came out, a creature appeared out of nowhere. You have called? I have. Azeroth replied in a deadpan tone. Gather all of the forces. We're moving. Gather all of our forces? Irgon's eyes shot wide open. But, shut up and do what I say. Azeroth cut the demon with a glare. Clenching his teeth, he spat through his gnashed teeth. Prepare for war. It was finally time for him to reveal his fangs after he had hidden for so long. So what if his actions resulted in the demon delegate to get angry at him? In his mind, there was nothing else but revenge. Chapter 619. If there was anything that changed during the 2 years I devoted to training, it was my combat approach. Even while I continued to use the Keiki style as I had in the past, I was able to modify it in my own unique way. I didn't need to grip my sword and hang onto the sheath like I had in the past. The only thing I needed to do now was to gently tap my finger in the air. When I sheathed and unsheathed my sword, the speed at which I could do so increased to the point where those of a high level could no longer see it with their unaided eyes. To those on the outside, it appeared as though I was simply pointing at my enemies and killing them, but in reality, I was actually doing the same movement as in the past, but a lot faster. But it wasn't just that. I was also able to tap into a new power, mana agglomeration. Typically, one would form an armor when reaching this level, sort of like Monica with her shining orange armor. I knew this because she tended to show this off quite often. Liam could also somewhat do it, although his armor was a bit strange. How could I describe it? Let's just say that it is severely lacking in the defensive department, with gaping holes everywhere. In any case, it was different for me. Unlike them, I never created an armor for myself. Rather, I came up with something else. Mana aggregation functioned by physically bending the mana in the air to your will, and controlling it in such a way that you could make it into a tangible material that could be used to cover the human body as armor. I could now summon actual sword energy out of thin air by bending the mana in the air to my desire. Due to my 2-year research of the Cian composition in the air, and the pill I took after returning from the conference, I was able to regulate my Cians to an extreme degree, which was necessary for my new technique. In a way, I was confident in facing any opponent of the S+ rank range without feeling the littlest of intimidation from them. I was jolted out of my thoughts by the presence of several shadows in the air. Squinting my eyes, I casually tapped the air. Thump, thump. The 2 shadows fell from the sky after I pointed in their direction, revealing the figures of a couple of demons. They crashed against the hard ground, sending dirt flying in the air. At the moment, over 10 different birds, each with a different size and strength, were circling the skies above us. I glanced at Ava as we walked silently side by side in their direction. Quick question, Ava. How many beasts can you control at the same time at the moment? About 40, Ava replied, leaving me impressed. 40 beasts at the same time. That was practically a small army. It looks like she has made a lot of progress over the past few years. She was the only one I hadn't sparred with because she was out searching for monsters to tame, unlike the others, who didn't need to do that. It also explained why I didn't know how many beasts she could summon at the same time. Your rank is B+, right? Right. Ava nodded her head, and I fell into deep contemplation. Eventually, my eyes paused on the flute that was in her hands. I see, so does that mean you're about to unlock the 3rd seal of your flute? Ava confirmed. When I reach A- rank, I will be able to break the next seal, and have the chance to take more beasts and help them improve faster. There were hints of visible excitement in her voice when she said the last words. Clearly, she loved the idea of her and her pets becoming stronger. With her being in my group, I was naturally pleased with this development. That's good, keep up the. I wasn't even able to finish when I heard someone's voice coming from the distance. Ren, I can see the fortress and castle in the distance. What should we do now? The voice belonged to none other than Ryan, who seemed a lot more comfortable walking around. At least compared to when he first arrived here. With my feet coming to a halt, I thought for a moment before shifting my attention toward Angelica. Call for him. Got it. Wearing a solemn look on her face, Angelica closed her eyes. The empty, yet grandiose halls within the castle were currently filled with several figures. All of them were the highest-ranking members of the Orson race left in Immorra. Sulug sat on a big throne at the opposite end of the room. The hall was completely, or at least partially surrounded by his presence as another, slightly lesser presence also filled the hallways. It belonged to none other than Ongalung, the previous Orson chief. All of the Orson delegates' attention was currently fixated on Ombalung, and the entire room was dead silent. The arrival of the former chief caused some people to express obvious happiness, shock, and sadness. Nonetheless, it wasn't something they could vividly show, as they all focused their attention back on Salug, who quietly saw on the throne without saying anything. Krr krr. His labored breathing resonated across the space, shaking it along with him. Prepare yourselves. He finally spoke, allowing for his deep and coarse voice to echo throughout the entire room. Pressing both of his hands on the side arms of the throne, he slowly stood up from his seat and scanned everyone in the hall with his eyes. His physique exuded a deep green tint that heightened the tension already present in the space. None of the orcs present dared to move a muscle, as they all focused their attention on Salug, who was about to speak. His next words stirred the heart of everyone present. It's time for us to start another war. It is time for us to take the initiative and recapture some of the territories we have lost. Shifting his attention toward Ombalung, Salug announced. Ombalung will lead the army going forward as its top general. He'll be running the army, and his words will count just as much as mine. The entire hall stirred as they looked at Ombalung, a figure whom they used to follow in the past. Sure, he was a lot skinnier and weaker than back then, but the presence he gave out did not lose out from the one Salug gave out. They happily accepted Salug's orders. Yes, all the representatives shouted in unison. Salug was left satisfied when he saw this. That's good. I would like it for you all to prepare for war. Starting tomorrow we will officially go to. Salug stopped himself mid-sentence, and his face changed. This obviously did not go unnoticed by the orcs, who looked at each other and wondered what was going on. It was unusual for Salug to behave this way. Just as someone was about to voice out their concerns, Salug's deep voice echoed throughout the halls. His expression was unusually serious. We have guests. Someone go and receive them. 10 minutes after sending a message to Salug, we headed toward the castle in the distance. We didn't make it far before we were forced to stop. It looks extremely guarded. At the base of the castle, hundreds of orcs appeared in my vision. A number of Spartan stone homes could be seen behind them. They seemed to be the first line of defense. What should we do now? Leopold asked while he gazed at the numerous orcs in the distance. Please don't tell me that we have to directly break through their formation, because I don't think we won't. I cut Leopold out of his delusions. Then, squinting my eyes, I scanned the distance. Just wait here for now. If my estimates aren't wrong, we will be escorted into the castle in a bit. Escorted? Leopold's face was filled with doubt as he looked at the orcs in the distance. Really? Yes, really. I couldn't blame Leopold for being doubtful. I would likewise be skeptical after getting a good look at how menacing the orcs in the distance appeared. Thankfully, we didn't have to wait for long as a group of orcs descended down the mountain. Their entire presence was a stark above the guards guarding the base, and in their immediate presence, the orcs all lowered their heads as a form of respect. It was their presence that signaled to me that they were the guard that was meant to escort us to the top. Hence, looking at the others, I nudged them with my head before directly heading to where the orcs were. Let's go. Chapter 620. It has been a while since we have last seen each other. I hope you have not forgotten about me, Salug. I stood face to face with Salug in front of the castle central square. It had an opening above that allowed one to glimpse the sky above. 6 years. That was how much time had passed since we had last met each other. Staring deeply into Salug's eyes, I started to reminisce about the time we met. Back then, I was only at around E or D rank at the time. Salug was an existence that I could only look up to in those times. I used to envy his strength. Now, standing right in front of him and meeting his gaze, I felt his previous impression inside of my mind crumble. He seemed less intimidating and impressive than he had in the past. This may have been due to the fact that I had to deal with more formidable opponents in the years that followed my trip to Immorra, or it was simply because my strength had grown to the point where there were only a few people in the world that could pose a threat to me. Regardless, that did not matter to me at the moment. I had a goal to accomplish. I have not forgotten about you, human. Salug's low and deep voice echoed. The surroundings shook ever so slightly at the tone of his voice. I nodded my head slightly when I heard his words. Taking a glimpse at my surroundings and seeing the central square surrounded by several orcs, I mentioned. So you still remember that you are working for me, right? The atmosphere froze over as soon as my words resounded in the air. The orcs that were standing by the side all released their auras. How dare you? Who are you to speak to our chief like that? I ignored the enraged roars coming from the orcs and kept my gaze on Salug. My expression was extremely serious. The tensions in the space rose to an all-time high. It then all came crashing down when one of the orcs rushed toward me. The charging orc was stopped in his tracks when Salug reached out his hand in his direction. The surroundings trembled as his thunderous voice reverberated throughout the area. Stop. He has indeed improved. Taking note of the power hidden behind the voice, I silently praised. Nonetheless, I knew that this was just a cheap trick used by him to intimidate me. Chief. The orc and the ones around us looked at Salug with questionable looks. Salug glanced at them for a short moment before focusing his attention back on me. I remember our deal. Well, is that not great? I clapped my hands. I only stopped when I heard Salug speak once more. And my eyes narrowed slightly. Was he perhaps going to reject the deal? His next words surprised me, and I am not against it. Without your aid, I would have never been able to rise to my current position. It would be against my nature to repay your kindness with malice. Honest, I like it. I guess I was worrying too much before. Salug was really intending to keep his word. But, or was he? My eyes narrowed once more. I continued to look Salug right in the eyes. But what? Seeing him struggling to say something, I kept an impassive look. Actually, I already knew what he was going to say. I was merely pretending to not know about his circumstances at the moment. It became clear to me that Salug had his priorities elsewhere. The fact that the previous leader was here was a testament to this. But I do not think I will be able to meet your conditions. For the sake of my people, I cannot leave this place. Is that so? As expected, I got rejected. So far, things were going as I had predicted. Thump. Salug suddenly knelt on one knee on the ground. I understand my errors, but my priorities lie elsewhere. If you are unwilling to accept my decision, I can only resort to a more violent approach. Are you threatening me? I asked while tilting my head to the side. Not once did I ever release my pressure and let him know of my real rank. All I wanted to gauge at the moment was his sincerity, and so far, he seemed to be doing well. He will be a useful addition for when the war starts. The goal was to take over the entire planet and have the orcs build their forces in the meantime. When the third calamity strikes, I planned to create a portal for the orcs to go through and enter Earth. And for that to happen, I needed Salug complete loyalty, which was exactly what I was planning on getting at the moment. Hold this for me. Unzipping my hoodie, I handed it to Angelica. Then, stretching my shoulders, I asked, where should we do this? I went straight to the point. By a more violent approach, he was clearly pointing toward a fight. I avoided wasting time by chatting about frivolous topics and got right to the subject. Plus, I was not against this idea as I got myself ready. Here, Salug replied while he focused his gaze on the other orcs present. Erkinbilim, he deeply shouted in his own language. We were previously speaking in demonic language, which was the universal language for all races. Right after his words faded, all of the orcs around us moved away, clearing the space for the two of us to fight. Should I use mana or not? Narrowing my eyes and staring at Salug, I eventually made up my mind. Let us not. I then took a stance. It is about time I tested just how strong my body became over the past 2 years. Salug stared at his adversary as he felt a range of emotions wash over him. He was, of course, grateful for the opportunity that the human before him had given him. Without him, he would have likely continued to serve as one of the orcs' generals and perished along the way, without anyone ever remembering him. Even then, despite the fact that he felt grateful, Salug had his own priorities. Unfortunately, he could not keep the part of his pledge he had made with the human. I will not kill him and send him away as a token of apology. Salug could not quite tell the strength of the human before him. However, he could tell from a glance that he had undergone massive improvements. He was definitely a lot stronger than he was when he first came here. Even then, it was not anything that made Salug feel threatened. Taking into consideration how much time elapsed, Salug had a rough estimate of Ren's strength. It should be at around B rank. A far cry from his strength, which was of the S rank. Taking a position in the middle of the flat surface, Salug calmly observed his surroundings. His eyes then fell on several individuals. A tall man with yellow eyes, another human with curly black hair and monolid eyes, and the demoness he had signed a contract with a while back. This was actually the first time he had actually met her in person, and her strength was indeed something to be wary of. They are strong. More so for the man who had yellow eyes. His entire presence was something that made the back of his hair stand. He was scary. Extremely scary. Him aside, the pressure that the other two gave out was nothing to scoff at. The other ones beside them also looked like decently strong humans, which surprised Salug quite a bit. Shifting his attention back toward Ren, Salug silently praised inside of his heart. To have attracted so many talented and strong individuals by his side, he indeed is someone worth following. Alas, if only the circumstances were not like this. Are you ready? Salug asked while jumping around on the spot. I am ready. Ren replied back while he took a rather lax stance. It is filled with openings, Salug thought when he stared at Ren. With just a glance he could tell just how many openings there were. With 70 years of fighting under his belt, he was able to easily tell this much. Let us make this quick, he thought to himself. All right, come at me. Salug suddenly heard Ren's words and paused for a moment. He then took another look at him, and was left surprised by how relaxed he seemed. Why is he so confident? Instead of leaping to the conclusion that Ren was conceited, Salug immediately grew apprehensive. Salug frequently encountered opponents who concealed their strength before a fight. This often led to him underestimating them. He may have survived those ordeals in the past, but they also taught him a valuable lesson. Could he also be hiding his real strength? If so, crack. As Salug's body started to take on a dark green color, the ground beneath him shattered. Clenching his fist tightly, he twisted his torso and flexed his back muscles. Once again focusing his attention on Ren, he pressed his foot against the ground, and his vision blurred. In a split second, he was already before Ren, and he immediately punched out. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang in the air, as massive shockwaves swept the surroundings. The power of the attack was so great that some of the orcs and the human followers had to retreat a short distance. When they finally managed to turn their attention back to the battle, they noticed Salug gazing at Ren with bewildered eyes. It did not take long for them to take on a similar look, especially when they saw how Salug's big fist was stopped by Ren's single finger. Chapter 621. The area went completely still when it was revealed that I managed to stop the attack with one of my fingers. When Salug and the others turned to look at me, I could feel their shock. Everyone in the room was obviously astonished by how I was able to stop his attack with just a single finger. I would have also been astounded if I had been in their shoes. It had to be noted that it was not as effortless as it seemed to be on the outside. I think I broke my finger. My body was strong, extremely strong at this point, especially after I had been training in the martial body art that Han Yufei had given me. The durability of my body was still considered inferior to that of an orc, which was much more resilient than my body could possibly be. The only reason I was able to stop him was because I had cheated. Sort of. And just when I promised myself to no use mana, in the end, I was forced to use it. Sulug's strength was far more terrifying than I had expected. I was even starting to think that his strength was on par with that of Liam. Well, that was at least what I managed to make out from this short exchange. Alright, let's go again. Moving my finger away from his fist, I took a couple of steps back. It hurts. I gestured for Sulug to come my way with my other hand without showing any signs of pain on my face. In reality, I knew that my finger was definitely fucked. Without saying anything, he nodded his head. Straightening his back and taking a deep breath, he extended his hand in the direction of the other orcs. Bring me my axe. His loud voice caused the surroundings to shake. His body was emitting an erratic, dark green color. I was astonished to see a crimson tint mixed within the green hue when I took a closer look at him. Taking note of this particular aspect, my eyes flinched wide a little. He's different from before. The aura around him. How could I explain it? It was a lot different from before. Bloodlust. The cause of the change in demeanor became clear to me quickly. In the end, it came down to the fact that Sulug's body was emitting a strong bloodlust. It made me realize that he was finally taking this seriously. No, rather than being serious, he's betting his life on this. The way he was staring at me, it gave me the impression that he saw me as one of his biggest foes, one with whom he intended to contend all the way, until the end of his life. Interesting, I thought while I began stretching my legs and arms. This might turn out a lot more difficult than I had originally anticipated. Well, for as long as I don't use mana, that is. The story would be a lot different if I could use my mana. After all, with the aid of Eyes of Chronos, I didn't fear getting hit by his attacks. Here you go, chief. An orc knelt down in front of Sulug and handed him an item that was wrapped in a thick white cloth. Grasping it with his arms, Sulug brought it up and slowly unveiled the white cloth. The air stirred with each unwrap of the cloth. Sulug posed me a question while he continued to unwrap the white cloth. Are you not going to take out your weapon? Weapon. I lowered my head and stared at my waist where my sword usually was. It wasn't there at the moment. Thinking for a moment, I shook my head. No, I'm good for now. I was here to test the limits of my body, not my skill with the sword. Are you sure? Sulug questioned. I confidently nodded my head back. Yes, I'm confident. Okay. Sulug removed the cover to show a single-sided, ancient, worn-out axe. It didn't appear to be anything noteworthy at first sight. However, as soon as the final piece of cloth was taken off, a menacing atmosphere swept through the square, and the scent of iron lingered in the air. Catching a whiff of the smell, my brows knit. It smells like blood. For a weapon to have this sort of smell, it must have killed countless enemies. Carr, tracing the axe on the ground, sparks flew in the air until Sulug stopped and rested the top of his arm on the bottom end of the axe. An oppressive and authoritative pressure slowly started to come out of his body. Are you ready, human? He asked while deeply gazing my way. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. Body hardening. Active. Mind and spirit connection. Active. My body began to tremble, and I felt what felt like an electric current going through it as soon as I activated the two effects. The sensation vanished as quickly as it had appeared, but just then, I noticed that my body's muscles were pulsing oddly. And if it wasn't odd enough, my body also experienced another strange sensation. This one, it was hard to explain, however. It felt as though I could control every single muscle inside of my body, with just a thought. It felt as though my mind and all the muscles inside of my body were one. I didn't even need to think before my muscles moved in the way that I wanted. This was just about as close as I could describe the sensation that I was feeling. It wasn't something that could be explained with mere words. Rather, its effect would be more noticeable during battle, which I was about to have. All right, I'm ready. I muttered under my breath as I took another breath. Sulug vanished from my eyesight exactly as my sentences ended. One could wonder how he was able to move at such speeds with such a big physique, as his entire body disappeared from the spot. Swing to my left. Despite his speed, I was able to easily read his movement as I took a step to the side. Boom. Exactly as I stepped to the side, Sulug appeared in the same spot I was in before. He vertically swung his axe toward the ground. The ground entirely crumbled beneath the orc's full-scale assault, as one might anticipate, and a huge, thunderous sound reverberated across the area. The sound was loud enough that anyone within a couple of kilometers could hear it. That only applied to the others, however. I was currently in a state where everything around me was numb. Sort of when I was in monarch indifference, but with my own body in control. The loud noise didn't bother me in the least bit as Sulug was the only thing that was in my vision. Take a step to the right, and back. Sulug followed up with a vertical swing, which was once again easily avoided by me. I felt a little sting in my head when I dodged, but it wasn't anything to be concerned about. It was probably the chip which was running at full throttle at the moment. Step to the right again, and use your left hand to slap in a downward manner. Following the steps inside of my mind, I raised my left hand and blindly smacked the left side. Smack. Feeling a cold and flat surface on my hand, Sulug's axe came hurtling toward the ground beside me. Boom. There was another thunderous explosion. Sparing it a glance, I turned my neck and avoided Sulug's fist, which came whistling against my head. That was close. I thought it was going to land for a brief moment. Thankfully, I was able to dodge, and this was all thanks to the mind and spirit connection, which boosted my reflexes to the utmost limit. Swoosh. Just like that, Sulug kept attacking with his axe, while I continuously dodged all of his attacks without any effort. Are you not going to attack? Sulug asked, swinging his axe one more time. Boom. The ground quaked. Halting his movements, he glared in my direction. All you have been doing is dodging. Are you incapable of fighting back? Right. He was right. I was so immersed in testing my new abilities that I had completely forgotten to attack. My apologies, I will start attacking now. Pressing my foot against the ground, my vision distorted and Sulug appeared right in front of me. Tensing my back muscles and gathering my strength, I punched with everything I got. In response to my attack, Sulug tried to raise his axe. Unfortunately, by the time he attempted to raise his axe, 4 translucent rings had already formed on the axe's body, temporarily impeding his motions. The amount of time was brief, but in a fight like this, every second counted. My punch smacked him square in the cheek as it raced toward his face. Sulug's face turned a 45-degree angle in the process. Shockingly, his body didn't move a single bit. Not bad, he muttered while he stared at me from the corner of his eyes and turned his head to face me once more. However, if that is the strength of your punches, I'm afraid you won't be able to win. He raised his hands again and prepared to swing his axe at me again. I could only sigh when I saw this. As expected, although my body's strength is a lot more formidable than it was in the past, it's still nothing to that of an orc. My previous punch, had it landed on a human or anyone else, it would have probably sent them crashing against the ground. Unfortunately, I was facing an orc. Alright, let's end this. Realizing that there was no more point in continuing the bout, I waved my hand. A black and ghostly figure emerged from behind Sulug like a shadow. Then, with a single kick toward his knee pit, Sulug lost balance and his body came tumbling forward. Predicting where he would fall, I coated my leg with mana and kicked him in the head. Thump. All of this happened within the span of a couple of seconds. By the time everyone realized what was going on, the fight had already ended. Pressing my foot against Sulug's stomach, I pointed my finger toward his forehead. You've fought well. Chapter 622. You've fought well. Sulug didn't know how to react after hearing those comments, as he was left humiliated on the ground. He wanted to retaliate and say, "It's not over." But as his eyes paused on the finger that was aimed at his forehead, he involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "I will die." With just a glance he recognized the power hidden within that single gesture, and it was then that he relaxed his body. He kept his head lowered for a little while longer. I have lost. It took a while for the loss to finally register inside of his mind, and when he did, he felt extreme disappointment in himself. Who would have thought that the human would grow up to be so strong? He wasn't very knowledgeable about humans, however. He did know a couple of simple facts. For example, he knew that humans lived a relatively short life, and he also knew that humans only just recently gained access to mana. For them to develop so much, it was truly frightening. "Kill me." After some while, Sulug murmured feebly. Although he spoke in a low voice, everyone in the square could still hear him. When the orcs in the room heard his comments, their complexions transformed. Only Ren remained indifferent to his words as he continued to stare at Sulug. Opening his mouth, he asked, "Is the idea of working for me that repulsive to you? Repulsive enough to make you want to kill yourself rather than accept my offer?" "No." Sulug weakly shook his head while he looked at the other orcs present. "I just can't bear to part with them. For over 60 years I have fought with everyone here and treated them as my kin, my family. As the chief of the tribe, it would only mean treason if I leave and let them die at the hands of the demons. Becoming the chief comes with heavy responsibilities, and leaving them when they need me the most isn't one of them." His voice raised as he clenched his teeth. "That will not be something that I, Sulug, will do." His loyalty was undying. He would never let anything happen to his clan even if it resulted in him letting go of his pride and morals. Whatever it takes. Interesting. He was surprised to hear Ren's voice. Compared to before, it was a lot less serious. Yet, right as Sulug met his eyes once again, he felt a weird sense of intimidation coming from him. He couldn't quite explain it, but the feeling was akin to having his whole body submerged inside a cold pool of water. Mustering every bit of his strength, he asked Ren, "What is interesting?" "You." Ren bent down on both knees and inched closer to Sulug. "Your power and strength are amazing. Just what I needed. You don't have to worry about your accommodation, since you'll be staying with us." "What about my tribe?" Sulug cut Ren mid-sentence, prompting him to lower his head to stare at Sulug. What will happen to my tribe once I leave?" "Your tribe." Ren tilted his head ever so slightly. He then shrugged his shoulders. "How should I know? They aren't my responsibility." Sulug's heart sank when he heard those words. As expected, he only cares about me. His actions were understandable as Sulug understood his position well. However, that didn't mean he couldn't feel disappointed. Sitting up straight, he reached out for the axe that wasn't so far from him, but right as his hand was about to grab it, he felt the sole of a foot press down against his arm. "Do you really want to do that?" His sight was met with Ren's questionable look. Sulug glared at him menacingly. "I thought I already told you before. I will not be leaving my tribe. You either kill me today or leave." That does sound quite troublesome. You did sign a contract with Angelica, so killing you is off the table. Ren's eyes squinted. After a while he sighed. Get us a couple of rooms to rest. I'll think about a solution later. Ha. Sulug remained silent as a result of Ren's surprising words. He couldn't comprehend what was happening as all he could muster was a blank look. It was only after Ren spoke again that he finally woke up from his daze. You deaf. You heard him. Sulug ordered as he turned his head to stare in the direction of where the other orcs were, awakening them from their daze. Get him, and the other humans some rooms. Supporting his body with his axe, Sulug slowly stood up and looked at Ren. He had a complicated look on his face. I don't understand why you're doing this, but I hope you know that this gesture won't make me change my mind. Oh, I know. Ren nodded his head while patting Sulug on the shoulder once. You should get ready. Get ready. Sulug snapped his head to stare in Ren's direction. However, he was only met with an ambiguous look. You'll know soon enough. After that, he turned around and walked away, with the others lagging behind. It goes without saying that a few orcs guided them during the procedure. Get ready. What is the human talking about? Sulug felt an ominous premonition when he stared at Ren's departing back. Although his words sounded suspicious, Sulug didn't doubt that the human was on his side. In the end, as he was linked to the demon through contract, his death would mean her possible death. There was no way the human would take such a big risk. This could only mean one thing. Something big was heading their way, possibly a war, or something that was just as bad. Sulug was uncertain, but he wasn't one to hesitate. His years of experience had taught him a lot of things. Turning his attention back toward the Orson delegates, he commanded, everyone get ready for combat. Tell the other orcs to be wary. Activate all the defenses and equip your armor and weapons. All of the delegates, including Ondalung, were astonished by his order, but when they realized how serious Sulug was, they promptly cooperated. Understood. Immediately after that, they departed and started to get everything ready. It didn't take long for the square to empty out, leaving Ondalung and Sulug all alone. Was he the reason why you were able to become as strong as you are now and defeat me? Yes. Sulug did not lie and nodded his head. He slowly started to reveal everything that led to his rise to power. Had it not been for him I wouldn't have ever been able to defeat you. I see. Ondalung quietly nodded his head before asking another question. Let me ask you another question. Why have you decided to prepare everyone for combat after a few of his words? I have my reasons. Sulug provided an answer, but held back some information. He was unable to directly inform him that he had made a deal with a demon, and thus was aware that they weren't his direct adversaries. Although it wasn't exactly a secret that he did, as it was the reason why he had managed to sneak up on Count Azeroth, he preferred not to speak about the topic. I understand. Thankfully, Ondalung was an understanding person. It may have been due to all the time he had spent locked up, but his personality was now a lot calmer than in the past. The same could be said for Sulug, who had grown wise over the years. He was no longer the naive and power-hungry orc from the past. The thirst for revenge had long disappeared from his mind. All he thought about at the moment was the well-being of his tribe. In a way, he was starting to regret his past decisions. Get ready for battle. I have a feeling that something big is coming. Understood. What an interesting toy. Playing with a small statue in my hand, I lay in what seemed to be a bed. To be honest, I wasn't exactly sure of what to make of the thing I was laying on. More than a bed, it was more like a flat wooden bed frame with some sort of beast skin for a blanket. It was anything but comfortable. Still, I wasn't one to complain as this did not matter to me at the moment. Tossing the statue in my hand and catching it again, I mumbled under my breath. I hope he will be fast. Been a while since I had collected this statue. I knew it would come in handy. Just this simple statue in my hand was enough to start the war between the demons and orcs again. The reason was straightforward. I knew the demons were waiting for something after gathering some information from the ones I had tortured along the way. This was why the orcs were still alive. Since my goal was to conquer the whole planet, I decided that it would be best if I initiated the war before the demons were ready for whatever they were planning. I didn't want any unnecessary things to happen during my quest in conquering this planet, and it was fortunate for me to hear that an old acquaintance of mine was still alive, an acquaintance that would help me a lot in the next couple of days. Tossing the statue in my hand one more time, I snatched it from the air. Everything is going according to how I predicted, at least for now. Chapter 623. Amanda sat in her office and looked through a series of documents. Her focus was largely diverted by the significant materials in front of her. They detailed important information for her guild. This won't do. Her fine brows knit as she set one of the papers aside. She carefully took a document from her drawer, sat back in her chair, and muttered, "This many?" The data in front of her didn't make sense if compared to the document in her hand. The difference between the numbers she was seeing from the previous files with the ones that came from the document in her hands was staggering. The number difference wasn't actually bad news, rather, it was fantastic news. The only problem was that she found it hard to believe. There's something I'm missing. No matter how much she looked at the data, she couldn't make heads or tails of how it was possible for the numbers to differ so greatly. In the end, she was forced to call her secretary, Maxwell. "Maxwell, come to my office." Within the span of a single minute of her calling him, he came knocking on her door. "Knock. Come in." "You called, young miss?" "Yes, here." She slid the paper across the table and asked, "What's going on with this?" "With what?" Walking over to her desk, Maxwell politely smiled and looked at the paper Amanda was pointing at. Oh, this looks like the guild status report. What's wrong with this? Over here. Amanda pointed toward a certain area on the paper with her finger. This doesn't make sense. It says that our guild has over 400 members in the S rank range. How come I'm only being made aware of it now? And if I don't remember wrongly, we only had about 100 when I was in charge. How could the number increase so much in the span of a single year? Her father, perhaps? He may have contributed by recently breaking through to SS-, but Amanda didn't believe this was enough to attract over 300 S rankers. There was definitely something suspicious about the situation. Can you please tell me what's going on? Maxwell's face hardened a little. With his eyes darting all over the figures, he lightly coughed and replied. About this, you must ask your father. Not too long ago, he secured several big things which he made confidential. I'm afraid he's the only person that can answer this question. I don't think anyone else within the guild apart from a select few know. I see. Amanda's eyes narrowed for a moment. The distress on Maxwell's face was obvious to her, but she chose not to press the issue because he appeared adamant about keeping quiet. Something is wrong. All right, that will be all for today. Thank you. Maxwell stuttered slightly. He then bowed his head and left the room. There's something I'm missing, Amanda thought to herself as she fixed her sight on the door. The way Maxwell behaved was very suspicious. He was most likely forced to stay quiet due to her father. But what exactly did he tell him? Ugh. Suddenly groaning, Amanda hurriedly took off the chain around her neck. As soon as she did it, the mana in the space changed. The mana only stabilized after a couple of minutes had passed, and only then was Amanda finally able to relax. She looked at the jewelry set on the table next to her and murmured. That felt stuffy. The reason why she felt so stuffy primarily had to do with the necklace, which forcibly lowered her rank. On the outside, she was A rank, while secretly, she was already S- rank. With her father now back, she was able to devote all of her time to increasing her rank, and this was the result. At the moment, no one knew about her actual rank. Not even Ren. There was a motive for her actions. Amanda was a well-known person. She had exceptional talent, but she was also poised to lead the most successful guild in the human domain in the future. There were many people who harbored malicious thoughts against her. Fully aware of how perilous her position was, she made the conscious decision to conceal her true rank from the public in order to surprise her opponents when incidents did occur. There was only one problem with this. This might stay for a while. Raising her shirt and staring at the small red imprint on her skin, she sighed. The artifacts used to stifle her rank came at a price, gradual heating. Nonetheless, there was a valid rationale for it, and it did not simply heat up for no reason. The object possessed great power, powerful enough to elude even the world's most powerful individuals. She didn't have to be concerned about anyone finding out that her rank was being held in check. Malik and Ren were the ideal examples of this, because they both failed to notice the fact that her real rank was hidden. It's a small price to pay for safety, she murmured as she extended her hand to grasp the necklace and gripped it in her palm. You may not know this, but I've also graduated from the lock, and I'm currently on my way to entering my second year in my guild. My father. A high-rise restaurant's ceiling was adorned with a brilliant chandelier that was covered in gold. Only a few people were sat across a few small, round tables that were covered in white linens, leaving the restaurant largely vacant. Tranquil and melodic music played in the background, while the tall glass cups shimmered in the chandelier's light. The visitors could see the entire city of Ashton from above thanks to the large glass windows that stood on the exterior of the building. I want to go train, Jin thought to himself as he played with the napkin in his lap. I might be able to reach the same levels as you, but I don't think reaching the S rank level is impossible, especially with the mana density increasing. There are many. A lovely girl was seated across from him. She garnered discreet attention from the servers and customers in the restaurant, while wearing an exquisite blue dress that wonderfully highlighted her curved figure and gorgeous golden hair and crystal blue eyes. Jin didn't feel repulsed when he looked at her, however. He also didn't feel attracted to her. The only reason he was here was because his grandfather had forced him to be here. Now already at the age of 24, his grandfather deemed it inappropriate for him to still remain single, and thus started setting up random blind dates for him. That wasn't the only reason, however. Being the number 2 guild in the human domain, they obviously had information that wasn't known to the general population. Of this information, they knew about the incoming war with the monolith, and it was this piece of news that pushed his grandfather to set him up with dates. In short, he was trying to sell his grandson out in exchange for allying with other guilds. I don't even know if I should be mad or disappointed at this, Jin thought while taking a sip of the wine in front of him. All of the dates turned out to be beautiful women with amazing talents. Basically, 1 in a million type of woman. Unfortunately, Jin was not once ever impressed. It wasn't that he was impotent or that he didn't like girls, it mainly had to do with the fact that his priorities lay elsewhere. He cared more about improving himself and the guild than actually going out on dates. Getting a girlfriend will only make me lose valuable time, which I can use to train. He secretly clenched the cloth under his lap and put on a fake smile. Oh, is that so? That sounds so interesting. What does? The girl tilted her head and Jin's face hardened. What you were talking about, of course, Jin replied, trying to salvage the situation. But it didn't seem to have worked as she tilted her head and asked, I've talked about a lot of things. Which part exactly are you referring to? Well, shit. The part about you ranking 20th in the lock. Alright, I'm done. The girl suddenly stood up, much to Jin's confusion. She then threw the napkin that sat on her lap on the table. Next time you want to go on a date with someone, At least have the courtesy of telling them that you don't want to attend. It will save everyone's time. Finished with what she was saying, she reached out for the glass cup on the table. When she went for the glass cup on the table, Jin reacted before she could. He quickly took hold of the cup and moved it away from her. Humph. This resulted in her glaring at him before she stormed off. Jin sighed in relief when he saw this. Looks like you've learned your lessons from all the previous times, haven't you? An aged voice sounded from behind him. Jin bitterly smiled as he turned to face the head waiter. After getting a drink thrown at me 4 times in a row, I'm bound to learn from my lessons. Ha ha ha. The waiter laughed before he started to clean up the table. I'll relay to your grandfather that the date didn't work out. Please do so. Jin stood up and sighed. Fixing his clothes, he turned his head to stare at the beautiful city below. If only I didn't have to attend this crap. Boom. A tremendous explosion that caused the entire structure to violently shake woke me up. Looks like it started, I muttered as I opened my eyes. Then, with a loud yawn, I got out of bed. My back ached terribly at the moment. Damned bed. It'd be an insult to call it a bed. Boom. The surroundings shook once more. With my feet planted on the ground, I was able to remain composed. Changing my clothes, I got out of the small room I was staying in. The room's wooden door seemed a bit shabby and fragile. I could tell with just a touch that anyone could enter the room with a light punch. Secretly shaking my head, I opened the door and got out. What met my sight upon going out of the room was a long and empty dark corridor. If I'm not wrong, the stairs are on this side. I was given a rough rundown of the general structure of the castle before being sent to my room. Hence, I knew approximately where to go at the moment. Hey, can you guys hear me? I brought my watch next to my mouth and spoke. It wasn't long before I received a message back. It was from Ryan. Yes, we're all upstairs at the moment. Everyone? Yes, you're the only one that is missing. That fast. And here I thought someone would get lost. Prior to entering our rooms, I told everyone to head upstairs if anything happened. Who would have thought that they'd be this fast? Well, okay, I'll be there soon. Tapping onto the watch and terminating the communication, I hastened my steps and headed upstairs. A good show was about to ensue. Couldn't for the love of God miss it. Chapter 624. Inside the halls of the castle. How is the situation? It is not good. An orc replied with a somber expression. Were you able to get a clear idea of how many enemies there are present? The numbers appear too large for us to count. Okay, Slug replied in a serious tone. The halls quieted down after his words. Did you not say that the demons would come at us in about a year's time? Why did they suddenly attack now? I have still not recovered my strength. Omgalung asked from the side. Out of all the orcs present, he was the only one that Slug treated as an equal, and was not afraid of voicing his concerns. Do you have any plans for how we should handle the situation? I have a rough plan. Slug replied in apathetic tone. He then got out of his chair. His body started to take on a green color, and a dreadful pressure started to radiate from him. Sweeping his eyes over the orcs that were present in the room, he ordered, "Call for the shaman to come to my room. In the meantime, everyone is to prepare for battle as we have practiced in the past." Yes, the orcs replied in unison by thumping their chests once. They left after that, leaving Omgalung and Slug all alone. Is your plan to go to war and fight back? No. Slug shook his head before turning his attention toward Omgalung. He then pressed his finger on Omgalung's chest and replied, "My plan is simple." His deep green eyes stared straight into Omgalung's eyes. "You are my plan." Wow, this is a much grander spectacle than I had ever expected in my life. A sea of black was slowly moving toward us as I watched it from behind the castle walls. The numbers were so high that I felt my body turn a little cold. I am glad I did not choose to go there by myself. I could never defeat that many demons on my own, no matter how strong I was. It is the same as a typical human would with mosquitoes. Even a regular human would not have trouble smacking them if there were only a few of them. But they would simply perish if they were surrounded by thousands of them. I only see 4 marquee-ranked demons present. There does not seem to be anyone stronger than that. Liam's disappointed voice echoed beside me. He was staring off into the horizon, and as I turned to look at him, I saw that his eyes were burning with a yellow color. Scratching the side of my face and turning to look at the horde of demons in the distance, I asked, "No Duke-ranked demon? Does not seem like it." Liam's eyes stopped glowing, and his eyelids started to droop, showing clear signs of boredom. "I am bored. I thought we were going to face some formidable enemies, but in the end, it is just a bunch of weaklings. You do know that you are in the same rank as them, right?" Hein added as he stood beside him. "Ah, right, I forgot." Liam smacked himself on the forehead. "I mean, is there not anything you do not forget?" "No, not really. Who are you actually?" Liam replied when he looked at Hein. Hein threw his middle finger at him in response. "Fuck you." Having spent 2 years together, the two of them had grown familiar with each other. Liam was at this moment joking. With my help, he was now able to remember everyone in the groups. Anyways, just because they are the same rank as me, it does not change the fact that they are weaklings. The energy fluctuating that their bodies are giving out is not that strong. Squinting his eyes for a moment and letting his eyes flow one more time, he mumbled, "There is one guy over there that is half decent, but that is it, and even he is not that much of a threat." As he said those words, there was a clear sign of frustration in his voice. Moving next to him, I patted him on the shoulder. "Do not worry. They are not real enemies. You will have your fun later." "Oh." Liam raised his brow and looked at me. "You serious?" Yes. Just like Liam said, The demons in front of us were not anything special. I was not saying this because I was arrogant or anything like that, but at this point, even I could tell that their strength was not something that would pose a threat to me. But I knew this from the beginning. My goal in luring them here was not to fight them off or anything of the sort. It was to instigate a war between the orcs and the demons, so that I could start the real war faster. I only had 70 days at my disposal, and I could not just beat thousands of demons in that little time. Excluding the fact that I was not delusional to the point where I thought I could beat hundreds of thousands of demons with just a group of 8 people, I also did not think I could make it to them on time. We could not fly like the demons could. Liam and I could, although it was not particularly quick, and a lot of mana was used in the process. Given the distance we had to travel to reach them, and the fact that they numbered in the hundreds of thousands, our only viable choice was to engage them in battle with the orcs. In any case, with all the information I had gathered, I was able to learn a lot of things. One of them was the fact that Aziroth was still alive, and doing quite well. He was the key factor in my plan, and everything was going smoothly so far. By the way, Ren, it was at this moment that I felt someone tug me on the shirt. I lowered my head and saw Ryan staring at me from below. Although he was now 16 years old, he was still on the short side, forcing me to look down on him. Yeah, how did you know that the demon will come to attack us after this much time has passed? If I am not wrong, over 60 years have passed since you last came. What makes you think he would still remember you? Ah, that. Understanding what he was trying to ask, I replied. Simple really. Why do you think we are here? To meet Salug. Right. I nodded my head. My goal was to meet Salug, but that is not the only reason why. I had planned to come here for more than a year. With my plan to take the entire planet for myself, I would not just come here without any plans. There is another reason. Rather than answering, I posed him a question. Why do you think I announced it in front of everyone that Salug is working under me? There was a reason? Did you not just do it to provoke him? No. I shook my head. Although I did indeed provoke him into a fight, that was not the reason why I actually did what I did back then. Did you not notice that there were other orcs present inside of the square when I met Salug? Yes. Ryan slowly nodded his head. I remember that. Good. Given what you already know, you should be aware that the demons have placed spies inside this castle, and, oh, I get it. I was cut before I could finish my sentence. Smacking his fist on his palm, Ryan's eyes brightened up. The reason why you revealed everything and provoked Salug publicly was because you wanted the demons to know that you were the one who helped Salug break through to S-rank 6 years ago. And since you were aware that they had spies in the castle, you neglected to have them taken out during the conflict. As a result, only the demon Salug killed reacted when the spies informed the other demons of what they had learned. Ryan said everything in a single breath. I nodded my head from time to time as he continued speaking. That is right. Also, I took out a small statue from my dimensional space and tossed it to Ryan. I used this statue that I picked back then to make the demon understand that the humans Salug was talking to were the same people that ransacked his castle. Only this way would I instigate him to come attack us. I see. It all makes sense, but... Ryan stopped for a moment and raised his head. What about the other demons? Why are they not doing anything to stop them from coming? Good question. I turned to face the distance and placed my arm on the side of the wall. They are probably aware of what is happening and are just waiting to see what happens. They are definitely not happy with the situation. But why do you think I beat Salug up quickly and harshly? You know me. I am not the type to show off without any reason to do so. I suddenly asked when I looked at Ryan. Since I knew that there were spies watching, would it not be detrimental for me to suddenly show off my power and let the demons know that I am strong? Ryan's brows furrowed as he fell into deep thought. Seeing the state that he was in, I did not say anything else and just continued to watch him. I wanted him to understand things without the need for me to explain everything to him. If it was him, he would probably understand what I was planning on doing without me needing to lead him on. I felt a pang of sadness when I thought back on Small Snake. Had it been him, he would have understood my intentions quickly. I got it. Ryan's voice jolted me out of my thoughts. Go on. Pinching the middle of his brows, he spoke. The reason why you exposed your strength was so that the demons would be wary of you. In short, the reason why they are not stopping the demons from coming here despite it being against their plans is because they want to see how strong you are. If you can beat Salug, then it is only natural that they become wary of you. That is right. I patted Ryan on the head. I was very satisfied at the moment. That is exactly why I showed a glimpse of my abilities when fighting against Salug. And once we manage to defeat the incoming demons, the real ones will be coming. That is why. I raised my head to stare into the distance. We have to win this battle in a way that will make the demons take action personally, enough to make them stop whatever they are planning on doing and come to us. Chapter 625. It was approximately 2 a.m. in Ashton City. Darkness had already engulfed the entire city, with the city lights being the only source of light amidst the dark world. In a certain high-rise building, ding, the elevator doors quietly opened, revealing 2 crimson-red eyes that shone in the darkness. What a mess. Kevin raised his hand to clean his blood-stained face as his hushed, chilly voice echoed around the room. A dozen or so corpses were exposed behind him as he exited the elevator. He was greeted by a silent, dim hallway with a sizable wooden door at the opposite end. Additionally, there was a marble reception desk just next to the door, but it was empty right now. While he walked, the cameras that were pointed in different areas around the hall exploded, before they could get within his range. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of his rhythmic footsteps echoed inside the hallway. He soon stopped in front of the door. Knock, knock. He knocked on the door twice. No one responded. Knock. Kevin knocked on the door again. Ha, who is it? A confused voice echoed from the other side of the door. Rawana? Why was I not notified of anyone coming here? There shouldn't be anyone. Kevin heard a female voice coming from the same room. Rawana. That must be the name of his secretary. Kevin thought to himself, reaching out for the door with his hand. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he unlocked the door to reveal a posh office. A large marble desk sat at the end of the office space with large windows that enabled one to overlook the city from above. There were tall bookshelves on the side of the room, all filled to the brim with books, in color order. The room's newly polished oak floor was covered with a rug, and the corner contained several stone statues. The place looked extremely fancy, but that wasn't what took Kevin's attention. At the moment, his eyes were drawn toward the half-naked women that stood beside a tall man with short brown hair and mean-shaped brows. His clothes and hair were a mess, a clear indication of what had been happening moments prior to his arrival. Both of them were staring at Kevin with startled and shocked looks. What are you doing here? Gathering his bearings, the tall man glared in Kevin's direction. His body started to glow in a yellow light. It was right as their eyes met that the man's face changed. Wait, I recognize you. You're Kevin Voss. It didn't take much for the man to recognize Kevin. There was practically not a single person in the human domain that didn't know who he was. He was that famous. The man's shoulders relaxed when he recognized Kevin. May I ask you why you're here? He, alongside the woman that was next to him, started to fix their clothes. Kevin glanced at the two of them for a moment. He then raised his hand and swiped in the direction of where the woman was. Thump. With just a single movement, the woman's head decapitated and fell to the ground. What are you doing? It took a moment for the brown-haired man to understand what had just happened as his mouth hung open. You. The brown-haired man moved his head back up to look at Kevin while taking his eyes away from his secretary's head, which lay severed on the floor. Opening and closing his mouth, he struggled to find the courage to say any words. You think I don't know? It was Kevin's icy voice that broke the silence in the room. A dark red glow formed behind him, slowly rising from behind him like an enormous wave. What are you talking about? The brown-haired man stuttered and took a step back. Taking a look at the dead secretary, Kevin didn't say anything and extended his hand toward his right side. Yuck. With a clench of his hand, a muffled groan echoed out. A dark figure emerged in Kevin's hand. I applaud you for your effort in trying to sneak attack me, but I've long seen this coming. He then turned his head to focus on the brown-haired man, whose face had paled considerably. It's a shame that things had to end this way. Wait. Crack. A bone-breaking sound reverberated throughout the room, and the demon's body lifelessly fell on Kevin's hand. Then, reaching out with his hand, Kevin pierced through the demon's right arm and took out a core. No! The brown-haired man screamed at the top of his lungs when he saw the core in Kevin's hand. A powerful force surged from within his body, and his figure appeared in front of Kevin. He was so fast that it looked as if he had teleported. Crash. Sadly, his speed was insufficient. With the hand that was free, Kevin flicked his fingers and struck the man with the brown hair square in the forehead, sending his body flying and shattering the glass window in the process. Glass shards fell all over the room when the glass broke, some even whistling past Kevin's face. Time seemed to slow down for Kevin as his eyes and the brown-haired man's eyes locked in that little second when the glass broke and the man plummeted out the window. In that short moment, Kevin was able to catch a glimpse of several emotions on the man's face. From hatred to helplessness and sadness, Kevin was able to see it all. Nonetheless, crack. He crushed the core in his hand and the man's body twisted. Time accelerated once more, and the man's silhouette vanished. Kevin then heard frantic shouts coming from below the structure, followed by a low thumping sound. Thump. Police sirens echoed not long after. How many does that make? 8, 9? How many have I killed? Kevin walked toward the damaged window, unconcerned about what was going on below. He didn't stop until his feet were almost at the window's edge. Kevin inhaled deeply as he caught a glimpse of Ashton City from above, and let the image sink into his brain. He made sure to engrave every little detail of the city into his mind. His figure slowly began to blend with the night before disappearing as he raised his head to look at the shining moon in the sky. Still not enough. Thump, thump, thump. The earth trembled as sharp, hefty weapons smacked against it. Thousands upon thousands of orcs, standing in various legions of over 5,000 orcs apiece, were the cause of the trembling. Their features were hidden by the worn-out metal armor that covered every inch of their bodies. Their physical presence emanated a terrible pressure that was ominous in nature, enveloping the surroundings around them, and scaring any living organism that was within meters of their presence. Are you ready? A thunderous voice echoed across the plain, shutting any form of noise coming from the orcs. All eyes focused on an orc standing at the forefront. Just his presence alone was enough to make a legion tremble in fear, commanding the respect of the thousands of orcs present on the grass plain. Large red runes with a reddish glow could be seen on the orc's naked body, which blended with the dark green color that emanated from him. The red runes would flash up like scalding hot lava with each and every breath Sulug took, further raising his presence across the battlefield. Sulug scanned the entire battlefield with his huge axe lodged on the ground next to him. A serious and solemn look spread across his face as he memorized the faces of all the orcs around him. He could sense an ever-increasing presence behind him that threatened to force the combined pressure from all of the orcs together back, as it became stronger with each passing second. The situation was rather grim, but he wasn't one to give up. They had come so far, and he wasn't one to give up until the end. Focusing his attention on a certain direction, he shouted, "Load the weapons." Huge constructions began to will out into his sight, as the legions started to move around them. Sulug turned around to stare at the horde of demons that were slowly approaching his spot. He then focused his attention back on the weapons that were slowly being wheeled his way, and he raised his hand. "Stop," he shouted. The structures stopped moving right as his words echoed. "Load the weapons." Sulug shouted soon after, and enormous boulders began to load on the structures. The boulders were so large that it took over 1,000 orcs to carry them. It was important to point out that the boulders weren't made of any regular old stone. Instead, they were made by combining a number of different materials, which produced projectiles that were extraordinarily thick and hard. They were strong enough to resist being broken by someone like Sulug. The weapons took 2 minutes to fully load in total, and by the time they were finished, the demons had already reached them. Without wasting a single second, Sulug glared at the approaching demons and shouted, "Shoot! Rumble! Rumble!" The ground trembled after his orders and snap. The boulders disappeared from everyone's sight. What followed after were several sharp, whistling sounds. Zayu, Zayu, Zayu. Chapter 626. Meteor-sized stones weighing thousands of pounds were thrown into the air, colliding with the approaching sea of black in the atmosphere. As the enormous stones approached the dark sea composed of thousands and thousands of demons, a black tint emerged in the air, combining into a large transparent screen that served to block the incoming boulders. Unfortunately for the demons, the boulders proved far more powerful than expected, smashing through the massive energy field and crashing into the demons, sending them tumbling against the ground. Boom! The ground fiercely shook as more and more boulders came crashing against the ground. It was uncertain how many demons a single rock killed, but there were over 100 boulders being thrown at the same time, quickly slicing away at the dark sea of demons. "Reload." Sulug's booming voice echoed across the vast plain as his form stood towering in front of all the legions. The legions behind him worked together to replenish the catapults. They were extremely efficient in transporting and loading the rocks onto the catapult. By the time they threw a boulder, the next one would be ready within the next couple of minutes. In spite of this, "It's not enough," Sulug muttered to himself, his forehead tensely wrinkling. He was unsatisfied with how things were going. Looking at the approaching demon army, he knew he'd soon be compelled to abandon the catapults and fight on with his weapons. The situation looked good now, but he knew that it was bound to change soon. They didn't have much time at their disposal. "Halt!" Sulug lifted his hand and ordered the catapults to stop. The orcs came to a halt at his commands as they all dropped whatever they were doing and got back into formations. Sulug nodded in approval when he observed this. Good. He was pleased with what he was seeing. He didn't waste the past few decades training the orcs for nothing. "Get into fighting positions." Sulug's voice boomed once more. The orcs followed his commands and got into fighting formations. Every group of 4 in the legions had a heavy orc. These were orcs who wore massive and burly armor that weighed thousands of pounds. The intent behind this was to make it impossible for demons to lift them up in the air to then drop them on the ground. They essentially served as tanks and bore the grunt of the demons' attack. It was this type of formation that helped the orcs survive until now. "They are coming." The demons approached the orcs like a swarm of locusts. A real and formless pressure erupted from each demon's body, mixing and generating a frightening pressure that resembled a vast tsunami, eager to tear anything in its path apart. Sulug's runes flashed as he stared at the spectacle from afar, and his crimson tint spread and mingled with the green hue coming directly from his body. His muscles expanded and an overbearing force began to emerge from deep within his body. "Get ready." His words echoed across the vast expanse of land, igniting the battle spirit of all the legions behind him and driving them to thump their weapons on the ground. The ground fiercely shook and the orcs brought their weapons forward. Sulug shifted his attention away from the legion behind him and instead concentrated on the vast sea of darkness that was drawing nearer. He thrust his foot forward and raised his enormous axe into the air. The pressure that was coming out from his body further increased, and an intimidating feeling rose from him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time appeared to slow down abruptly as Sulug was able to obtain a better view of the demons that were rushing towards him with vicious and ravenous gazes, all looking thirsty for his flesh. In particular, his attention was drawn toward a demon who was ahead of the others, directly aiming for him. The demon's might was palpable, on a par with his own, and immediately made him wary. "Hugh." Sulug took a deep breath and shouted, "Attack." He swung with his axe immediately after saying those words, and a horrifying force tumbled out of his axe, aiming straight for the approaching demon. The power that was contained within the attack was so great that several of the demons that were within the vicinity of the attack were instantly annihilated simply by being in close proximity to it. Even the demon that was on equal footing with Sulug was able to sense how menacing Sulug's onslaught was, and its expression altered. It was unfortunately too late for the demon to dodge the attack as it was already upon him by the time it knew it. The speed of the attack was simply frightening. In the end, the demon was compelled to confront the assault head-on, and as a result, a potent force began to flow out of its body. This force merged with the surrounding air before converging to form an enormous, pitch-black barrier. Boom! The attack crashed into the barrier erected by the demon, causing the surrounding area to tremble as a thundering noise rippled throughout the whole battlefield. It was this exact noise that marked the start of the war. Are we just going to look at the war without doing anything? I heard Liam's voice enter my ears while I gazed at the ongoing war from the safety of the castle in the distance. Sparing him a glance, I replied, "Of course not. Why? Because if the two of us act now, the other demons will learn of our strength and avoid immediately assaulting us. As I previously stated, we must entice the demons to come to us, and the only way to do so is to demonstrate a strength that is scary enough for them to feel pressured, while also presenting them with a circumstance in which coming to us is preferable to staying holed up in their castles." The concept wasn't hard. My current goal was to have the demons come to us, and have them stop doing whatever they are planning on doing. This alone would help us secure a small advantage and avoid getting us in a disadvantageous position. However, that was easier said than done. If I showed them strength that was much too frightening for them to handle, they would undoubtedly hold themselves up within their own castles and wait for whatever it was they were expecting to come. Worse, they may wind up reporting this to the higher demons, making the situation even worse than it needed to be. If that happened, our condition would become tremendously disadvantageous. What I needed to do right now was help the orcs win the war in a reasonably convincing way. In a sense, this would make the demons feel intimidated by us, and make them believe that striking us while we were recovering was the greatest option for them. And for that to happen, the Orson side had to take a few losses, hence why I wasn't doing anything yet. I don't understand. Liam scratched the back of his head. You don't have to know. I patted Liam on the shoulder and headed back into the castle. On my way back inside I heard Angelica's voice. Where are you going? I'm going to train. Call me back when it looks like the orcs are losing. I left without waiting for them to reply. My current priority was to train at the moment. I couldn't let myself lag behind because of everything that was happening. I mustn't forget what happened a while back. With Malik. Yuck. Just as I was about to enter my room, my head began to ache horribly and my vision became blurry. A wet sensation trickled down my nose, forcing me to lean against the side of the wall. Shit, not again. I was having another attack. Ack. I began to stumble on my steps. My vision grew increasingly more unstable, and my breathing became rougher. Just what in the world is happening to me? These attacks. They had been going on for months with no indication of stopping, becoming worse with each attack. It hurt. It really hurt. As I got closer to the door that led to my room, I took a full breath in and held it for a moment before releasing it all at once. After that, I opened the door to my room and hastily shut the door behind me before collapsing to the floor. Thud. Coo. On the floor, my entire body began to convulse. Fortunately, this only lasted for a short period of time since I was able to restore control of my body after a handful of seconds. However, by the time I recovered, I caught sight of what appeared to be a couple of feet in front of me. My eyes shot wide open. Who is it? And I abruptly sat up, only to be left speechless by the fact that no one was present in the room. Was it just my imagination? Scanning the room with my eyes and finding that no one was around, I was left wondering whether everything was merely an illusion, but just as I was going to accept this thought, my hand rocketed toward my neck area. Ha! I was left stunned by this sudden movement, but I was quick to react as my other hand shot up and grasped the wrist of my right hand. Fucker. As I exerted all of my strength to get my other hand away from my neck, I saw that my hand had begun to shake. My other hand was only a few of inches away from my neck, and at that very moment, I could sense that my life was dangling by a thread. Just one little push. Ugh. Crack. After summoning all of my strength, a bone-crushing sound echoed, and my hand jerked in the incorrect direction. Ha. Ha. Sweat began to drop down from the side of my face as I took deep breaths, trying my best to recover from the sudden situation. What was that? The pain that was engulfing my arm was not something that entirely bothered me, as I was already used to pain by this point. What bothered me the most was the fact that I had almost died. Fucker. My teeth gnashed together. I wasn't stupid to the point of not understanding what had just happened. This was a warning. A warning that my other self just gave me. I'm slowly taking control of your body. This was the message my other self was trying to say to me. Only by taking deep breaths was I able to calm the seething rage that was building from deep within my body. I then opened my eyes and cleared my mind of any other ideas, while also ensuring that I was in full control of my body. Looks like the situation is clear for now. 10 minutes had passed since, and by then I was sure that I was in full control of my body. During that time, I was able to formulate an opinion regarding the attacks. Could the attacks have been caused by my other self attempting to take over my body? Now that I thought about it, this indeed seemed like a plausible explanation. I immediately grew warier. I slapped the side of my cheeks. Shit. Now is not the time to worry about this. Ignoring the fact that my hand was broken, I took out several crystal orbs from my dimensional space. The room, which was thin on mana, started to fluctuate. I need to focus on what's important right now, and that is improving my strength. With the mana in this world lacking, one might find it difficult to have their strength rise. There was one way to bypass this problem, albeit it was something that only the richest of people could afford to do, and that was by directly absorbing the mana inside of cores. Yes, the same cores that were extremely expensive and rarely dropped from monsters. In my hand was the same exact core, of the S rank. It cost me a pretty penny, and the way I was using it was a total waste of its usage, but I have no choice. This is the only way I can attain a source of mana in a world where mana is lacking. Inside the core was a concentrated mass of mana that could be used to train upon smashing it. This method was highly inefficient, because mana didn't just stay in the atmosphere forever, as it tended to be absorbed by everything in its area, but it was the only alternative I had, and it was just about enough for me. Alright. I took another long breath, while observing the core in my hand before ultimately crushing it in the palm of my hand. Crack! A surge of mana exploded from the core, spilling from the small cracks that formed around the core, totally engulfing the room. I quickly closed my eyes and absorbed all of the mana in the air. Chapter 627. Hemlock silently peered beneath the building from the broad window of the room. This was a lovely area at the top of the headquarters that had been restored throughout the years following the incident in the past. The one involving a certain numbered individual. The room he was in was quite spacious, roughly the size of a dining hall. There was a wide red carpet covering the floor, and several paintings were hung along the walls on either side of the room. With his hands behind his back, Hemlock quietly spoke in an audible tone. Jinhao, do you think I'm crazy? Crazy. Sat on a black sofa in the middle of the room was Mo Jinhao, the vice leader of the monolith. His drowsy gray eyes, which were completely devoid of any pupils, flickered as he rested his body back against the sofa. What suddenly brought up this topic? Did something happen? No, nothing at all. Hemlock shook his head before he turned his body around. It's just that I went to see an old buddy of mine, and while I was there, I started to reflect on the choices I've made in the past, but in the end, no matter how much I think about it, I can't see myself being wrong. What I'm doing right now is the only thing that has any chance of saving the human race. This must have been one of the motivations for you to join the monolith, right? No. Mo Jinhao shook his head while looking at Hemlock. The sole reason I decided to become a member of the monolith was because I desired to continue living. I do not share the same concern you have for the welfare of other people. They can all die for all I care. I see. Hemlock quietly nodded to himself as he listened to Mo Jinhao's words. So you joined the monolith because you wanted to survive? Reasonable. After all, there was no other way to survive in this harsh world other than to join the demons. The people of this world were much too stupid to recognize the harsh reality that was standing right in front of them, despite the fact that it was right before their noses. Shaking his head once more, Hemlock changed the topic. How are the preparations for the war? We're almost ready, Mo Jinhao replied. All of our S-rankers and the elderly are ready for combat. I've also managed to heal myself from the injuries that I sustained a few years back. Mo Jinhao clenched his fists into a ball and spat through his gnashed teeth. I can't wait to see 876 again. For what he did in the past, you'll see how brutal his death will be. The air in the room fluctuated. 876. Hemlock's eyes suddenly jumped up a little. Focusing his attention on Jinhao, he said. Talking about him, I've already met him back when I was visiting my friend. You did. Mo Jinhao jumped up from the sofa. As a result of his actions, Hemlock lowered his hand in a move to convey to him that he should calm down. Calm down. Calm down. I didn't do anything to him. We are still in a truce. There's no way I can touch him at the moment. I understand, Mo Jinhao replied as his face calmed down. However, it was precisely at this time when Hemlock cocked his head to the side and examined Mo Jinhao's body in great detail. Yes, Hemlock scratched the bottom of his chin without replying. He then mumbled, if you really want to get your revenge on 876, you might have a tougher time than you think. At the moment he's not the same as he was in the past. Knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Leader, I have an urgent message. A terrified and frantic voice sounded right after. Meeting his gaze with Mo Jinhao's, they both simultaneously redirected their sights to the door. Come in. Mo Jinhao responded in Hemlock's place, and the door opened to display the features of a young man with short black hair and a lanky figure. He was currently perspiring heavily from the side of his face, while clinging to a stack of papers that he was carrying in his hands. His face became noticeably paler the instant he walked into the room, and his gaze settled on Jinhao and Hemlock. He then lowered his head and reported, emergency report. It has been revealed that a number of contracted individuals have passed away for no apparent reason. After conducting additional studies, we discovered that the demons they had a contract with have since been eliminated, which is the likely cause of their deaths. After looking through the database, it has been determined that the demons who have vanished are the same ones who were accountable for converting the Union members during the most recent gathering that they had. The young man said everything in a single breath. When he finished and raised his head, he was startled to discover that Jinhao's and Hemlock's expressions were more grave than anyone else's could possibly be. You may leave. Before he could say anything else, with a single wave of Jinhao's hand, the young man was thrown out of the room. When the doors were finally locked, there was an immediate increase in the level of tension within the room. We have a spy within our ranks. Mo Jinhao was the first one to speak, as he expressed his opinion. I believe so too. Hemlock gave a nod of approval as he waved his hand and shifted the papers that were lying on the floor in his direction. He then continued to remain quiet, while the documents floated up to his hand, and were examined by him before he finally spoke again. With the targets being so specific, and with the deaths of the demons that were supposed to not be known by anyone, it is reasonable to assume that there is a spy among us. The tension in the room rose as Hemlock's brows started to furrow even more. At this same instant, he had a startling flashback to the words that His Highness had said to him a couple of years ago, and as a result, his demeanor changed. He issued a command by tapping on his watch. Someone call for Everblood. I would like to meet him. Understood. He got a reply not long after he sent the message. Mo Jinhao, who was silently sitting back in his chair, inquired, "Why did you ask Everblood to come here?" "I have my reasons." Hemlock replied without saying anything else. In the end, seeing how adamant Hemlock was at not speaking, Jinhao could only give up. Knock. It wasn't long until someone knocked on the door again, and a raspy voice echoed, "Have you called for me? Come in." Hemlock gestured him with his hand. As soon as the door was opened, a humanoid entity in black entered the space. The demon, in contrast to everyone else who came into the presence of both Jinhao and Hemlock, seemed to take their presence in stride as he made himself at home. "What have you called me here for?" he asked while he sat on the sofa opposite to Jinhao. His relaxed attitude caused Jinhao to frown. He nevertheless remained quiet. There was a hierarchy, and the demons were always ahead of their contractors in terms of importance. It was the sad reality for those who decided to join the demons. It was fortunate to know that Hemlock didn't seem to mind Everblood's attitude as he asked. "Recent reports have indicated that a considerable number of the spies operating in the human domain have vanished. I was wondering whether you were aware of what was going on there, seeing as you are a demon, and you are in charge of watching over that area." Hemlock was straightforward with his question, as he directly asked Everblood the crux of the problem. "I do." And so was Everblood, who promptly nodded his head. Jinhao and Hemlock took a minute to comprehend Everblood's remarks, and when they did, they were surprised. "You do." Never did they expect him to reveal it so easily. "I do, and I was just about to come to you to inform you of the situation." Everblood drummed his fingers on the armrest of the sofa. Hemlock, who was watching him from the side, took a couple of steps forward. "Jinhao and I were speculating that there is a spy within our midst." "It's not that." Everblood cut Hemlock mid-sentence. "The real culprit behind everything that is happening has nothing to do with a spy. Rather, the answer is much simpler than you think." With a small pause, Everblood mumbled, "Oh." Hemlock raised his brow. He was now curious. Who might this culprit be? Hemlock calmly asked. Everblood responded in a direct manner, while leaning back in his chair and giving him a sideways glance. "The culprit behind everything is none other than Kevin Voss." Clank. Everblood had been inside the executive room for 2 hours at this point. Nobody outside the room knew what they were talking about during that period, but judging from how eerie silent and tense the environment was outside the room, it was most likely very sensitive information that they were discussing. Everblood emerged from the chamber on his own just when the clock indicated that 2 hours had gone. As he came out, there was no one else behind him. As he exited the chamber, he was greeted with the sight of a lengthy corridor that was only a few feet wide. As he moved forward another step, a figure materialized next to him. Chains were dangling from the arms and legs of the figure in question. "It's almost time." A hoarse and cold voice echoed throughout the halls. In spite of how loud the voice was, the only one who could hear the voice was Everblood. He promptly replied inside of his mind, "Only a few weeks left until the truce ends. All of the arrangements over the past few years have been made." "That's good," replied the figure that walked beside him, while the long set of chains hanging from his arms and legs scraped the ground behind him. "My goal may have changed, and I won't be able to take over my body for a bit, but that no longer matters." The voice became colder, sending shivers down Everblood's spine. "As long as Kevin dies, everything will be solved. Don't worry, I'll make sure to get the job done." Everblood responded in his consciousness as his feet came to a halt in front of a specific room. The door opened with a flick of his wrist, and he entered alongside the enigmatic person. Greeting Everblood upon entering the room was a sight that made him smile. "With everything we've prepared, I have no doubt in our chances of completing our goal." Chapter 628. The sky was filled with a brilliant and enormous orange sun. The size of the sun was so enormous that it appeared to fill up half of the sky, turning the blue sky a muted orange color as a result. A little table in white was perched on top of a vibrant patch of foliage. Jezebeth observed the landscape in front of him while he relaxed on a small chair. "Human tea isn't too bad." He held a small teacup in his hand, one that was opaque black in color and only filled halfway with a transparent green substance. Jezebeth refilled his cup with more tea as he observed the calm and peaceful setting that had descended upon the surrounding places. "Isn't this nice?" Jezebeth muttered something under his breath as he removed the teacup from his grasp and placed it on the table. The scenery before him was stunning. Jezebeth felt this location to be very calming due to the presence of the enormous mountains in the distance that extended all the way to the clouds, and the birds that could be heard chirping all around him. A pleasant breeze was blowing through his body as he looked off into the distance and saw large trees that towered over the landscape. Everything felt so peaceful and tranquil, especially when compared to the demon world, which felt rather stuffy for him. Jezebeth, while silently mumbling to himself, picked up the teacup with his hand once again and crossed his legs. "It pains me to know that I will soon have to bring about the destruction of this world. If it had been feasible, I would have kept it, but unfortunately, in order for me to do what I set out to do, I have no choice but to destroy this planet." He let out a sad sigh when he said those words. After putting the teacup down once more, Jezebeth lifted his head to take in the orange-tinged blue sky and the enormous sun that was hanging in the sky. Grasping his chin with his hand, he mumbled to himself, "This should be the third last planet that I need to destroy before seizing all of the fragments, right?" There was a trace of uncertainty in his voice as he said these words. As a result of the fact that his memories had not yet been completely restored, he was unsure of the actual number of worlds that remained in his path of destruction. 3 was his current estimate, but it could definitely be more than that. It was necessary to point out that there were a great number of planets in the universe, and that it was not possible for him to destroy them all. The only type of planets he was interested in finding were the ones that concealed the planetary seed, also referred to as Akashic fragments. They were his main source of strength, and the key that would lead him to the Akashic records. He was close. He was practically on the cusp of achieving his objective. He had never been this close to actually getting his hands on the records in his entire life, but at the same time, he had an exceedingly dreadful foreboding that kept him alert at all times. Just why can't he kill me? Jezebeth realized one thing: after recovering part of his memories after consuming additional fragments, Kevin was refusing to kill him. For whatever reason, he seemed adamant about keeping him alive. And it was for this exact reason that made Jezebeth feel uneasy. What exactly are you planning? And what exactly am I missing? No matter how hard he tried to understand what was going on, he just couldn't get his head around it. Could it perhaps be connected to him? Jezebeth had a sudden thought while he drummed his fingers over the table. By him, he was referring to Ren. Thinking about him, Jezebeth also felt that he was abnormal. Although he wasn't exactly sure, he knew that he had a connection with Kevin. The two of them. Could Ren perhaps be someone that Kevin chose to have me killed? A hypothesis formed inside of his mind. However, he readily shook his head after a thought. It was unlikely. Jezebeth had an inkling that all of this was related to the records. They were probably the reason why Kevin refused to kill him. It may be far-fetched, but what if? Jezebeth furrowed his brows. But what if the records have plans to do something significant once I'm no longer around? Due to the fact that I have taken control of so many of their fragments, it's possible that they have become apprehensive of me, and maybe every creature in the universe. Do they have some kind of plan in mind that only Kevin knows? One frightening enough to leave Kevin with no choice but to continue regressing over and over again. Is this why he is refusing to kill me? Jezebeth sipped the tea till it was entirely empty. But if that was true, what does Ren have to do with this equation? Jezebeth's brows furrowed. A sudden thought occurred to him, and his brows jumped up a little. Wait, what if Kevin's goal is to fight the records? Jezebeth tilted his head a little. All sorts of ideas started to flood his mind at that moment. Since he is both the fruit and the product of the records, it is safe to presume that he cannot harm them in any manner possible. What if Ren was his solution to the problems? What would happen if he surreptitiously transferred his power over the regressions, such that one day he would end up killing me and... Jezebeth's hand froze once his thoughts paused there. It can't be. Kevin wouldn't be this crazy, right? To undergo so many regressions, and have Ren go through so much torture. A heavy silence descended across the area around him as Jezebeth fully submerged himself in his thoughts. It wasn't long before he broke out in an unexpected fit of laughter. Piffed. Jezebeth's roaring laughter resounded across the world as he shattered the teacup in his hand. Ha ha ha. Rumble. The earth unexpectedly began to rumble and shake at the echo of his laughter. The ground began to fracture, and the mountains began to crumble. Suddenly, lava erupted from the depths of the globe and splattered against the expansive plains that comprised the world. In the space of just a few seconds, the world that had been so tranquil moments prior was transformed into a place filled with destruction. All of this came as a result of one man's laugh. Jezebeth, having last achieved some level of composure, restrained his laughter. What an absurd hypothesis. He thought aloud while he took a look at the surroundings, which were in complete ruin. It was a very absurd hypothesis that didn't quite make sense, yet made sense at the same time. He had never stopped to consider how it was possible for a human being with no connections to the records to become so powerful. After all, the record set a limit for the world for a reason. It wasn't done for the sake of doing it, but rather as a precaution to prevent anyone from ever reaching a level that threatened their existence. It was really strange to think that another human being except Kevin could get to this point. It can also explain why Ren has white hair while Kevin doesn't. He did indeed find it weird that Kevin, who used to have white hair in the past, suddenly had black hair. Was it a strange coincidence, or was there more to it? Jezebeth was curious to know. Well, that's too bad. Jezebeth muttered while he looked at the planet. Whatever was happening to the planet was bound to happen anyway. He felt no pity for the inhabitants of the planet that had died during his fit of laughter. All right, let's wrap this up. Jezebeth stood up from his seat and waved his hand. The end of the world came as a direct result of his seemingly insignificant movement. As the ground continued to press together, and lava continued to push its way up from beneath the ground, it was only a matter of time before the world burst. Before the planet imploded, Jezebeth had already vanished into the vastness of space. When he appeared in the space beyond the planet, he held out his hand and beckoned. Come over here. A white seed-like object flew toward the palm of his hand right after. Grasping it with his hand, he smiled and brought it to his face. Ha! A trail of white flew from the seed and made its way into Jezebeth's mouth. The scene was reminiscent of someone sucking a spectre-like substance. At the very moment that he ingested the seed, Jezebeth sensed that his vision was beginning to warp, and the world around him began to turn utterly white. Boom. Massive libraries chock full of books suddenly descended from above and spread out in a never-ending spiral around him, encompassing every region of his vision. A single blink from Jezebeth allowed his eyes to focus on a golden light off in the distance. It was at that point that he became aware of a golden book that was lying open in the far distance. It had a golden sheen all around it, and he started to hear muffled mutterings and whispers inside his head. As if in a trance, Jezebeth outstretched his hand. He could feel his heart beating powerfully inside of his head. The records, he mumbled under his breath. The scene before him didn't last long, as the world around him warped and Jezebeth found himself back in the same place as he was before. It took him a while for him to get out of his trance, and his face changed alongside his breathing. I was so close, he desperately mumbled. He was so close to the records. He could still feel the book, which was only a couple of inches away from his fingerprints. Ha, ha. He grabbed his face with both hands while his body moved up and down. Everything that was in his immediate area began to fall apart at the same time as his short white hair began to grow longer in tandem with his strength. Like a maniac, he continued to mumble, just a little, just a little. Huey. My eyes opened abruptly and I took a rough gulp of air. I sat up straight and looked about at my surroundings, which were currently covered in fine black powder. Then, closing my eyes once, I sighed in disappointment. Nothing yet. My little session was still not enough for me to break through to the next rank. There was a slight hiccup in the process, but it didn't affect my training in the least. Boom. The surroundings shook again, and I stood up from my spot. Stretching my body a little, I took a deep breath and headed out of the room. Of course, I didn't forget to take a potion in order to heal my broken hand. Enough time has passed. It's about time I ended this. Both sides should have lost enough of their forces, just enough to give reason for the other demons to attack after this wave is done. Chapter 629. Cough, cough. I coughed several times before finally reaching the castle's upper levels. When I opened the doors that led to the top of the castle, I saw the others standing in the same place I had left them, solemnly and heavily looking into the distance. How is the situation? I asked. After sparing me a glance, Leopold commented, not good. He was the only one who bothered to acknowledge me when everyone else was too busy observing the situation in the distance. Boom, boom. The ground continued to shake, and anyone who paid close attention could hear the agonizing screams of the orcs as they struggled for their lives. Seeing the scene, I asked Leopold, how many losses have the orcs sustained? They've lost a couple of legions, and are barely holding on. It was Angelica who spoke this time. The orcs' line of defense will break soon. I was just about to call you, but it's good that you came here in time, she added, her eyes squinting and locked in the distance. I nodded my head slowly and moved towards the edges of the wall. From my vantage point, which allowed me to survey the entirety of the battleground, I could see how dire the situation was. Indeed, it was exactly as Angelica was describing it. At this point, the orcs were just about managing to hang on. The only reason they were able to survive at the moment was because of Salug and Ombalum, who stood at the front and repelled the marquee-ranked demons. If not for them, the situation would have been extremely precarious, if not hopeless altogether, and every single orc would have perished. Is it our time to finally make a move? Liam's voice, which was tinged with excitement, echoed beside me. Sparing him a glance, I shook my head. There is no R in this situation. The only one that will move is me. Ha! Everyone looked at me with surprised expressions when I said that. Before they could air their grievances, I added, I know you guys want to fight, but now is not the time. The only one that the demons are wary of, right now, is me. You guys will fight, but you aren't allowed to display a strength that is greater than half of your actual strength. As soon as those words left my mouth, everyone's expression took a sharp turn for the worse. This was especially true for Liam, who appeared to have completely lost his soul. As expected of a battle maniac, I didn't doubt he would have reacted this way in the slightest. Don't worry, you will have plenty of time later to show off your skills. For now, please do as I say. It's the best way to end this farce as quickly as possible. Once I had complete control of the world, there were a lot of things that I wanted to accomplish. Among these things, one of my goals was to move my headquarters here. With the human domain soon to be engulfed in a war, it was no longer as safe as it was in the past. By conquering this planet, and with time flowing at a faster rate than on Earth, secretly building my forces for when the Demon King arrives was the most adequate approach. I can even have my parents come here for the sake of safety. Who knows, in the near future I might even be able to build a city. I am getting too far ahead of myself. Moving my thoughts away from my ambitions which were spiraling out of proportion, I looked in Ryan's direction. Ryan, please head downstairs and get ready to work. Got it. Ryan nodded his head once his eyes met mine. He immediately headed downstairs after he heard my voice. Following him from behind was Angelica, who was now essentially acting as his bodyguard. Hein asked, so we just hold back in the fight? He placed his hand over the fortifications, ready to jump down at any minute. I massaged my chin when I looked at Hein. It won't be a problem if it is him. I swept my gaze over the others and ordered. Everyone apart from Hein has to hold themselves back. You can go all out if you want. He was a tanker anyways. He might attract some attention, but it wouldn't be to the level where the others would be wary. Oh right, Han Yufei, you shouldn't use the Gravar style at all if you can. If you do that, you'll end up getting way too much attention. If there was one person that would stand out the most, it would have to be Han Yufei. When it came to socializing, He was the most reserved member of the group, however. This only applied to non-combat situations. His power was unrivaled in the heat of battle, especially when it came to encounters of this magnitude. In a situation where there were a lot of enemies, he might even be a lot more useful than I could ever be. Combined with his other body art, let's not think about it. The thought aroused a lot of jealousy. It was only after I took a peek at the Gravar style that I realized how devastating it was. Alright, let's go. After pressing my hand against the walls of the castle, I jumped down and started running toward the vast battlefield. The others followed right after me from behind. Boom. In the center of the battlefield, where the leaders of both sides were engaged in combat, enormous energy blasts shot back and forth between the two camps, obliterating everything that was within their vicinity. Be it allies or enemies, nothing was spared. It was a brutal sight to anyone that watched it. Where is he hiding? Where are you holding the thieves? In the midst of the mayhem, a voice that was both frantic and angry could be heard. It belonged to none other than Aziroth, whose fingers collided with Sulug's enormous axe, pushing him several steps back. It was clear from this exchange that Sulug was a notch weaker than Aziroth. Coo. As he slid across the ground, Sulug groaned in pain and glared in Aziroth's general direction. He remained silent throughout their conflict, much to the annoyance of Aziroth, who responded by attacking with an even greater level of ferocity. Do you not know how much I've waited for this moment? Do you have any idea for how long I've planned this? My target used to be just you, but now that I've found out the truth, I'll make sure to eliminate everyone involved in your little schemes. A potent force erupted from within Aziroth's body, and at the same time, his body flashed through the air before materializing next to Sulug. Because of how quickly he moved, by the time Sulug was able to react, Aziroth was already by his torso and had his hand positioned directly in Sulug's abdominal region. Bam! A tremendous force erupted from Aziroth's palm, and Sulug's body was hurled all the way back, slamming into the ground as it did so. Boom! A deep crater formed in the area in which he crashed, and the area around him turned silent as the orcs within the vicinity all stopped doing whatever they were doing for a moment. With their leader down, the orcs' morale fell drastically. Sulug opened his eyes to stare at the ashen gray sky in the distance. At that moment, he had very limited control over his body. It seemed as though every single part of his body had been completely crushed, and he had a hard time moving around because of it. Not yet. Sulug tried to force himself up. Hearing the muffled and desperate cries of his kin, he used whatever was left inside of him to force himself up. Even if he ended up dying today, he was only going to leave after he killed Aziroth. At least him. But just as he was about to move, he felt a hand press against his shoulder, and his body fell back. Sulug recognized the voice right away. With a turn of his head, he discovered the same human who had previously saved him, standing next to him. When did he get here? Sulug wondered in shock. Don't worry about it. I'll take it as that you owe me one again. Ren disappeared from Sulug's vision right after he said those words. You. Within a minute of his disappearance, Sulug heard the furious rantings of Aziroth's voice. His piercing screech could be heard all the way across the battlefield. The earth began to shake, and off in the distance, two enormous forces collided with each other. In order for Sulug to get a clearer picture of the situation, he mustered every ounce of strength he possessed and forced his body to climb out of the crater. As soon as he emerged from the crater, he was overcome with astonishment at the sights that greeted him. Let's give them a good show, shall we? Aziroth heard a few faint words in his ears before being flung into the air. Soon after, he heard a sharp whistling noise. Whiz! The side of his face prickled sharply as a wet sensation trickled down his cheek. Yuk! The wings on Aziroth abruptly expanded, and his body came to a stop in midair as it did so. After finally getting his bearings, he was able to get a better look at the person who was to blame for all of this. Jet black hair, deep blue eyes. Aziroth's teeth were clenched tightly together. This was the first time he saw the thief who had ruined his life many years before, and the boiling rage that he had suppressed for all of those years was about to erupt in a single moment. It took him everything to stop himself from rushing toward his opponent. He was angry, but not stupid. He could tell with just a glance that his opponent was strong, and recklessly charging at him would only result in his imminent loss. I will have plenty of time to torture him after I beat him. The wings behind his back began to rapidly expand, casting a large shadow on the ground beneath. His overwhelming pressure began to draw out of his body before rushing in the direction of his opponent. When confronted with the terrifying pressure, Ren casually swept his gaze across the battlefield and mumbled something under his breath with a very serious expression. His voice was soft. While it was faint enough that no one could possibly hear it, Aziroth was still able to pick up on what was being said. How should I do this? Should I just let him hit me first and then attack, or should I just pretend to get hurt? Chapter 630. I was in a real dilemma at the moment. Aziroth's rank was approximately S rank. It was an impressive rank, but for me, who was one rank ahead of him, his pressure wasn't anything that made me feel threatened. With all my skills and sword art, he couldn't kill me unless I let him hit me. Not only that, but my current goal was to make it appear as if the battle had been hard fought. That meant figuring out how to keep my strength in check while also displaying something good enough for the other demons to believe that getting rid of me now, rather than later, was the best option. How should I do this? Should I just let him hit me first and then attack, or should I just pretend to get hurt? Unknowingly, I began to blurt out my thoughts. Aziroth's glare made me notice this as his figure vanished and reappeared in front of me. Unlike some of the opponents that I faced in the past, he wasn't one to talk much as he directly attacked after hearing my provocative words. He was so quick that it appeared as if he had teleported to me. Clang! I easily parried his blow by extending my sword to the right, where it collided with his sharp claws and produced a deafening metallic ring that reverberated through the air. Yuk! I let out a loud groan and moved back a couple of steps in the air. Pretend to be hurt? With this strength, Aziroth's furious voice reverberated throughout the air, and his figure vanished once more. The next instant, he was standing right next to me again. Pathetic. Swoosh. As his claws came hurtling toward my face, I felt a wind that was both chilly and acerbic blow past me. In that split second, I saw a few strands of my hair softly fly in front of my vision, and at the same time, I felt a sharp sting on the area directly below my right eye. Aziroth's figure materialized not long after. You dodged that? He asked in a tone that suggested he was somewhat surprised. In the meantime, I reached up to touch my face and felt a wet sensation on my palm. Blood. His last attack had caused me to bleed. This is much harder than I thought. Not engaging in conflict with him, but rather making the fight seem closer than it actually was. I would have been in a bit of trouble if the chip hadn't told me where to move in order to get grazed. He is coming again. I felt a sudden surge of demonic energy coming from opposite me. Without a doubt, Aziroth was pissed. Once more, his form vanished and then reappeared in front of my very eyes. This time around, he was moving even more quickly than he had in the past. It wasn't just by a little bit, rather, it was by a quite significant margin. Right eye. At the precise instant that he vanished from view, I cocked my head to the left. His lanky arm materialized in the exact position where my head had been before. Aziroth's eyes widened in surprise. He seemed to want to scream how, but I never gave him time to think about it as I pressed my hand against his chest and pushed. Boom. After I focused some of my mana into my palm, his body was propelled backward at high speeds, only coming to a stop after 8 rings formed behind him. Hyuk. His back arched backward, and he let out a painful groan. Shortly after that, pointing my finger in his direction, 4 more rings formed, all 4 pressing down on his wings. I motioned downward with my hand, and his body collided with the ground. Boom. A massive crater formed beneath me. Ha, ha. Obviously, I had to make it look as though I was having a tough time. What better way than by breathing heavily? My life would have been so much easier if I paid more attention to the chip inside of my head. Meanwhile, I secretly regretted my decision to only learn to use the chip in the past couple of years. It was only because of the chip inside my head that I was able to accomplish all of this. Based on the direction in which Aziroth's eyes were looking, the path that his body was shifting toward, and the hand that he was raising, I was able to figure out where exactly he was going to try to attack, and easily predict his movements. It was a lifesaver. Let us finish this. After a casual sweep of the battlefield, I noticed that the other 3 Markiranked demons were fighting against Salug and the other Orson chief, still unaware of what had happened. My body began to levitate downwards. After making contact with the ground, I came to a halt in front of Aziroth, who was being restrained by more than 20 distinct rings at the moment. Will 20 rings do? After watching Aziroth for a while and noticing the rings shaking, I finally shook my head and pressed my hand down in the air. A total of 5 additional rings materialized in the air and began to press against his body. The shaking came to a stop. Coo. I could hear Aziroth's groan echo as he struggled with all his might to break free from the hold, but it was a futile effort on his part. He was stuck to the ground after using the second effect of Ring of Vindication, gravity manipulation. He might have been able to escape if there had only been a couple of rings on his body, but with over 25 rings on his body, it was impossible. You. Unable to get out of the restraints, Aziroth glared at me. I cast a brief glance toward the distance, where Salug and Ongalug were, and there I saw them working together to stop the Markiranked demons, who had noticed what was going on with Aziroth. It was at this moment that I realized that I needed to hurry. Thus, I lowered my body a little and whispered to Aziroth, "Just know that I'm grateful for the help you've lent me in the past. Had it not been for you, I would have never been able to be as strong as I am today." When I said those words, I pressed my hand down, and the ground beneath me cracked. Aziroth's body buckled under the strain, and his core shattered with a flick of my finger. Just like that, Aziroth died, and the surroundings came to a standstill. Sheeing. I drew my sword from my waist, unconcerned about the reactions of those around me. Then, pressing my foot against the ground, I propelled my body forward, and began attacking all of the other demons. This much should do. Observing the entirety of the battlefield from a gigantic orb were several demons. The demons' attention seemed to waver between the gigantic orb that stood in the middle of the room, and the figure that stood at the far end of the room, as an eerie and menacing stillness spread throughout the halls that they were in. At this point, it was fairly obvious that the war had come to an end, with the orcs emerging victorious as a result. At that precise instant, everyone's attention was drawn towards a particular figure with black hair and blue eyes that reaped through the hordes of demons inside the gigantic orb. He was like a god of death, stomping and slaying all the demons that were in his immediate vicinity. His face was quite pale, which was a clear indication that he was growing increasingly tired. However, with the assistance of Salug and Ongulong, he was able to continue reaping through the lives of the demons. It's all that human's fault. The silence was broken by a demon. Almost immediately, He began to point the finger of blame for their defeat in the direction of the mysterious human, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Despite the fact that the war was never planned out to begin with, and that the army that left was only a small portion of the real army they had, the demons that were present still held an increasing resentment for the human that was in the orb. Had it not been for him, Azeroth and the others should have been able to emerge victorious. Yeah, it's all that human's fault. If he didn't join in, we would have been able to annihilate all of the orcs in one go. As more and more demons joined in on the discussion, the room, which had been relatively quiet before, quickly became noisy. Tap. At that precise second, a distinct low-pitched noise could be heard reverberating throughout the entire hall. Immediately after that, a terrifying energy started spreading stealthily throughout the entire quarter, and it immediately rendered the mouths of every demon that was there shut. Prepare yourselves for battle. The figure rose from the throne, and a solemn tone could be heard reverberating throughout the hall as he spoke. Everyone in the room suddenly adopted a solemn bearing, and looked at one another, while maintaining an expression of grave concern. A demon with deep red eyes, long black hair, 2 large horns, and an elegant bearing stepped forward while grasping a wooden cane in his right hand. Azeroth's sacrifice was not in vain. With this, I'm able to grasp the relative strength of the human that stepped forward. Have all the armies prepare for battle. I will personally take action. The moment it was revealed that he would personally take action, the entirety of the room went into an eerie silence. Stepping down a small flight of stairs, the demon issued another order. Instruct the demons that are fighting to continue fighting. Tell them that if they run away, I will personally ensure that they meet their end. His command caused the numerous demons that were present to become perplexed. Why did he not have the demons retreat and join them later? Why must they continue fighting? Wouldn't that just lead to their death? Was he perhaps still bearing a grudge for going out without his orders? Although they were all perplexed, none of the demons had the courage to express their bewilderment. This was how terrifying the demon that stood in front of them was. Sweeping a glance at the demon delegates, the demon's brows furrowed. A chilling pressure spread throughout the entirety of the hall. What are you waiting for? Yes. One by one, the demons disappeared from their spots, and it wasn't long before everyone was gone, leaving only one person behind. Casting a gaze on the orb and focusing his attention on the human that was displayed on it, the demon mumbled. How did humans manage to enter this planet? Should I relay this to His Majesty? Sheeing. 2 demons' necks were severed by my blade as it sliced through them. I reached out with the palm of my hand to grab their cores, and I crushed them between the fingers of my extended hand. I think this is about enough. As I pressed my foot against the ground, the edges of my vision began to blur, and I realized that I was several kilometers away from the battlefield. I could hear the sound of metal clashing in the distance, along with the pitiful shrieks of the demons, who were being swatted away like flies by the orcs, who seemed to have been reinvigorated by the deaths of the leading demons. I think I showed just about enough strength. When I noticed that some of the demons were deliberately moving away from me, I decided it was time to leave the battlefield. After putting my sword away, and ensuring that everything was in order, I made my way back toward the castle. When I turned around to head back toward the castle, I found that there were no obstacles in my way. I was already back in the building within 5 minutes, and from there, I headed toward the lower levels of the castle. I wonder if Ryan is already done. I mouthed my thoughts out loud as I descended a flight of stairs. After I descended to the lower levels, I proceeded forward until I came to an old wooden door. I grasped the old metal handle and opened the door. How long will it take? Not too long, give it an hour. Okay. It was there that I was met with the sight of Angelica and Ryan talking to each other, while large metallic wires and panels appeared all over the place. Their heads snapped in my direction as soon as they noticed the door opening. I greeted them while dabbing away some of the blood that was on my body. Looks like you guys are having a hard time. Chapter 631. Within a tranquil region of the human domain, the grass swayed in response to the passage of a light breeze, with its movement consistent with the direction in which the wind was blowing. At this very instant, the air abruptly began to warp, and a number of little footprints appeared on top of the grass. So this is the human domain? A rough and groggy voice sounded. Rander, who was looking at the enormous metropolis in the distance, was the one who spoke. Night had fallen on Ashton City, and the bright city lights were visible from where he suddenly appeared, making it all the prettier. It doesn't look too bad. Another voice sounded from behind him, although it looks more beautiful than efficient. From just a glance, you can tell that the defensive system is filled with flaws. You're right, Jimnook. Rander caressed his beard. He took a minute to etch the scene of the city in the distance, and then he materialized a small round object from thin air. Let's see. We should be in the right location. Rander took his sight away from the item and looked around him. But I don't see anyone. Are they perhaps late? Weren't we supposed to meet here? His brow furrowed a little. It was essential to emphasize that Rander was not a patient person in any way. As a matter of fact, his patience was notoriously short, and all of the more senior dwarves were well aware of this trait of his. A while ago, back when Ren was in the dwarven domain, he was successful in deceiving the majority of elders in the Congress due, in no small part, to the fact that he possessed this particular character trait. If it weren't for the fact that I owe him one, and that he promised to show me something interesting, I never would have come here. Rander reacted angrily by crossing his arms and harumphing. Jimnook and the many other dwarves who were standing behind him were not the least bit taken aback by his antics. When they found out that the guy who was scheduled to receive them was running late, they had more or less anticipated that he would behave in this manner. "I'm sorry I'm late." At the very moment that Rander was about to throw another tantrum, a hushed voice echoed from some distance, and a man dressed in black with 2 crimson-red eyes appeared from behind a tree. He was none other than Kevin. In the instant that the eyes of the dwarves fell on him, they immediately stopped talking. Observing him from afar, Rander's eyes furrowed. Meanwhile, Kevin continued to head in their direction with a friendly smile on his face. "I apologize for my tardiness. I wasn't made aware of the exact location where you would show up. The only reason why I was able to find you was because of the fluctuation that came from the portal that you guys came out of." Kevin scratched his head in embarrassment. Then, sweeping his eyes toward the other dwarves, he secretly counted inside his head. 18 dwarves. "What exactly are you planning on doing, Ren?" It had been on Ren's orders that he was instructed to come here on the 4th day, that he left for Immorra to pick up several people. Among them there were a handful of prominent figures from the dwarven domain, Jimnook and Rander. Despite the fact that he wasn't quite clear on Ren's objectives, he went ahead and promised to assist him. There were also several other instructions that he had left with him, which he was planning on carrying out after he was finished with the current task. "This isn't the first time that I'm following Ren's arrangements." A bitter smile crossed his face when his thoughts paused there. The smile faded not long after, but it soon re-emerged on his face. After casting his eyes over the other dwarves, he took a few steps to the side and motioned for them to come with him. "Please come with me for now. I'll lead you to the location. Let's go." Rander gave Kevin a quick glance before waving his hand at the other dwarves. Kevin sighed in relief when he saw the dwarves moving. Turning his back on them, he started to lead them toward the location that Ren had told him to lead them to. "Oh right, I'm also supposed to tell the others." Recalling something, Kevin lowered his head to check his watch. He tapped the screen and dialed a number. Beep, beep. Demon Hunter Guild, uppermost floor. "Amanda, where will you be going for the next couple of days? And why are you refusing to go with the bodyguards I assigned to you? You are only A rank, and with how popular you are, I'm afraid that something might happen to you." The anxious tone of Edward's voice could be heard across his office. Amanda sat opposite him with her legs crossed. "Don't worry, Dad. I'll be going on a short trip, and it won't take too long." "What trip? Is it dangerous?" "Maybe." There was a tinge of uncertainty in her tone. If Amanda had to be honest, she wasn't sure. She was just given a brief overview of what she needed to do and what was in store for her in the upcoming days. "It shouldn't be anything too dangerous, but I can't guarantee that something won't go wrong." Those were the exact words Ren had told her when giving her a brief rundown of the situation. "Is there any way I can change your mind about going alone?" Her father's voice took her out of her thoughts. Amanda shook her head as she cast a glance his way. "No. I'm sorry, but I've been told that I can't bring anyone with me, but don't worry. I'll be fine." This was true. Nobody else but her and a few other individuals knew about the operation that was being carried out, as it was conducted in a manner that was exceedingly covert. Leaking even the smallest piece of information about the operation might result in catastrophic consequences. This was especially true in the event that the knowledge was obtained by demons or someone connected to them. "I'll take my leave now, Dad." Amanda stood up from her seat and checked her watch. "I won't be able to talk to you for the next couple of days, so please don't worry. Even if it takes longer, don't worry. I'll be fine. I'm with Ren." "Okay." Edward relented after seeing just how stubborn Amanda was being. Taking a sip of the cup of whiskey that sat beside him, he commented quietly, "Have a safe trip, and make sure to protect your body at all costs. You might never know what that beast will do." By beast, he was referring to Ren. As Amanda listened to her father's comments, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Ever since the event that date a few years back, in which she went missing for more than a week, Edward had become particularly overprotective of her. When Ren went to him to apologize for what happened, Edward was infuriated. Despite that, it led to nothing as he never did anything. Although Edward was angry, he was understanding and knew that Ren wasn't actually at fault in the situation. Nonetheless, he still developed a little grudge, as one might say. One that became more evident when the two of them started dating. It wasn't anything big, more like petty remarks here and there, similar to the ones he just blurted out a couple of moments ago. Amanda honestly found his reactions funny, especially when they made Ren's expression change. She liked seeing all the different types of expressions Ren made. They were cute. This was probably why she never told him to stop. "I'm bad." Reeing. The moment she was about to leave her father's office, her phone began to ring, interrupting her train of thought. She pulled out her phone, checked the caller ID, and saw that it was Kevin. Before opening the door and walking out, she gave a quick glance in the direction of her father and waved her hand. "I'm leaving," she softly whispered. Clank. The door closed behind her. She then picked up the phone after leaving his office. "Yes. Are you ready?" Kevin's soft voice echoed into her ears after she spoke. Amanda nodded her head. "Yes, I'm ready." "All right, come to the location that I sent to your phone. Make sure to be here in less than an hour." "Understood." Amanda's face turned solemn. She then posed a question. "Who else is coming with me?" "Several people," Kevin ambiguously replied. Amanda's brows furrowed. "Anyone that I know in particular?" "Jin, Melissa, and Emma." There was a slight pause during the mention of the last name. Amanda's brow raised. "They're coming too." "Yes, Ren requested their help too. I didn't think they would accept his request at first, but they surprisingly all readily agreed to help." "I see." Amanda lowered her head and massaged her chin. She had a thought. What about you? Are you coming? No, I won't be. You aren't? Amanda was a bit surprised by his answer. Kevin followed up not long after. I can't leave at the moment. With the impending war, my absence will be quickly noticed by the executives of the union. Ah, right. She almost forgot that he was someone from the union. His explanation did make sense. Also, Kevin paused for a moment and the line went quiet. Did I lose signal? Amanda looked at the phone display after the line continued to remain quiet for the next half a minute. Once she made sure that the connection was still on, she called for his name. Kevin, there are several things that I need to do during those 4 days. His voice echoed not long after. Amanda opened her mouth, but no words came out. She let out a long exhale shortly after. I understand. I won't force you to come. I'll be arriving shortly. Please wait for me. All right. Amanda hung up the phone shortly after, but she stood rooted on the spot for a couple of minutes following the call. There is something wrong with Kevin, Amanda thought to herself. She had a keen awareness of the world around her and the people. Her past had contributed to the formation of this aspect of her personality. She was able to deduce a number of things from someone's statements by paying close attention to what they were saying and by carefully analyzing the tone of their voices, alongside the contents of their words. Most notably, she was able to pick up the pause right before he said Emma's name. Is something going on with their relationship? Could that possibly explain why he sounded so glum while he was on the phone talking to her? Amanda was currently juggling a lot of thoughts in her head. It is unfortunate, but this is none of my business. After some time had passed, she decided to let it go. If it was true that it had something to do with his relationship with Emma, then she had no business interfering. She wouldn't like it if others butted in her relationship with Ren. I better get going. Amanda put the phone away and made her way toward the bottom floor of the guild. Along the way she had a thought. I should still pay close attention to the situation in case I'm wrong. Chapter 632. This place hasn't changed since the last time that I've been here. It was shit as usual. Jin moved in the direction of an old and dilapidated warehouse that was off in the distance. It was a building that he was acquainted with as he had been there in the past. Ren's mercenary group headquarters. He didn't have the fondest of memories of the place as it reminded him of the incident that happened a while back, when he was kidnapped against his will by Kevin and Ren. Those bastards. Even now, as he reflected on the occurrences that took place a long time ago, he felt an unsettling rage rising up from the depths of his being. It took a few deep breaths before he became calm again. Let's calm down for now. Ren isn't even here at the moment. There is no point in getting angry about something that happened in the past. Despite what he said, he never relaxed his clenched teeth as he moved closer and closer to the warehouse's entrance. He was clearly still upset about what had happened in the past. In any case, this wasn't the reason why he was at the warehouse at the moment. He was there for a completely different reason. Another planet, huh? Ren extended his invitation to travel to another planet yet again. This time, he did not resort to another kidnapping. Or at least, he did not attempt the same thing again. And even if he did, Jin did not intend to fall for the same trick again. Regardless, after hearing Ren's offer, Jin was about to deny his request once more. However, just as he was about to refuse, he realized something. Isn't this the best opportunity to skip out on all the dates that grandfather is planning on having me attend? If he left for another planet, wouldn't he be able to skip the dates that were planned for him? It was at that moment that he stopped hesitating and readily accepted the offer. To him, anything was better than attending those blind dates. Yes, please. He arrived at the entrance of the warehouse and rang the doorbell. Clank. You're here. It wasn't long before the door opened and Jin came face to face with Kevin. Jin greeted Kevin with a simple nod and entered the warehouse. What a sharp contrast. The stark contrast between the outside and inside of the warehouse never ceased to amaze Jin. Almost as soon as he walked through the door, he had the impression that he had been transported to an entirely new location. From the furnishings and fittings, as well to the rooms themselves, everything seemed to be made with the most up-to-date and high-priced technologies and materials. The equipment in the training room was even better than the best spots at his guild, which was saying something. To tell you the truth, Jin was currently experiencing feelings of jealousy. Just where in the world did Ren get all of this money from? If he had to make an estimate, all of this would cost at least several billion of you to make. Since when has Ren been so rich? Jin wondered to himself as he kept looking around with amazement. It wasn't long before they stopped in front of a small metallic door. Coming to a halt, Kevin turned around and seriously said, "What you're about to see, make sure to keep it a secret, all right?" Okay. Jin nodded his head upon seeing how serious Kevin looked. Kevin's face softened when he saw Jin nod. After that, he grabbed the door handle and opened the door with a little bit of force. All right, let's go in. Jin let out a strange sound at the exact moment Kevin opened the door, and he was able to get a good look at what was behind the door. Dwarves. What met his sight upon opening the door were dwarves. It wasn't just one of them, but there were more than a dozen of them, and they were all currently moving around a room that was the same size as a tennis pitch, connecting some strange wires to what appeared to be a large portal. The room was painted entirely in white, and it was crawling with dwarves who were busy moving around and connecting various devices located all over the space. Jin rigidly turned his head to look at Kevin. Are they setting up a portal? They are. Kevin nodded his head. You see, even though my skill enables me to set up a portal, it still has a cooldown that I have to respect. It may have decreased over the years as my strength has grown, but I simply can't teleport that many people with me at once, so I found that setting up a portal was the best option. Plus, with the dwarves here, teleporting across planets shouldn't be a problem. Okay, Jin nodded his head while he stared at the dwarves, who were hard at work. He then asked something else. Will they also be coming with us? Us. Kevin looked at him with a strange look. He then shook his head. I don't know if you've been made aware of this, but I won't be coming with you guys. I still have a lot of things to do at the Union. Right. Jin nodded his head in understanding. His excuse made sense. Unlike him, who worked for an independent guild run by his family, Kevin worked for the Union, and was directly responsible for stopping the monolith. Given the current situation, it made sense for him to not have time to come with them. What about them? The dwarves? Yeah, the dwarves. Why exactly are they coming with us? Jin crossed his arms together while his eyes swept over the dwarves that were hard at work. His eyes carefully scanned the dwarves before him. He then looked at Kevin with a confused look. Is Ren going to a planet that used to belong to the dwarves? I don't know. Kevin shrugged his shoulders with a smile. All I know is that Ren invited them personally, and that they agreed to his request. If you want to know more, you have to ask Ren yourself when you meet him. At the moment, they're setting up the portal that you and the others will use. I see. Jin quietly mumbled. It wasn't long before he spotted a couple of familiar figures standing at the far end of the room. Melissa, Amanda, and Emma? He instantly recognized them, and was surprised to see them there. Are they also coming? Yes. Kevin nodded his head slightly. At the same time, Emma's face turned to face him, and their eyes met. Neither one of them spoke before Emma cast her angry gaze away from him. It looks like they're having a fight. Jin easily picked this up, but chose to remain silent. It was none of his business, and it wasn't exactly the first time that this happened. The fact that Melissa didn't seem to think anything of it was also proof of this. Now that I think about it, why is Melissa also here? Never did he expect her to come here. She wasn't the type of person to come to this type of stuff. Seemingly able to read Jin's thoughts, Kevin spoke. Melissa is trying to create something new, but she's missing a few ingredients that she can't find in the human domain. She wants to try her luck on Immorra, the planet you'll be visiting. Oh, Jin finally came to an understanding. If it's like that, then it makes sense. What about you? Why are you going to Immorra? Kevin suddenly asked him a question just as he was about to greet the two of them. Jin's face hardened, and his body froze completely. I want to train. It was fortunate that he was quick to react, as he quickly devised a plausible excuse. At this point, the words, I want to train, had become synonymous with him. Oh, that makes sense. Kevin didn't think too much of his excuse, and headed toward a couple of dwarfs in the distance. With nothing else to do, Jin followed him from behind. Hey, humans. A loud burly voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire room. When Jin turned to see who was speaking, his gaze was drawn to a particular dwarf in the distance. He's strong. Jin could tell he was extremely powerful just by looking at him. Not only that, but he seemed to exude a commanding presence that made everyone around him easily obey his commands. Even Jin felt extremely pressured by his presence. Is there anything, Rander? The only one that seemed completely unaffected was Kevin as he kept his smile and asked, or is everything already sorted? Yes, we're all sorted. Rander moved to the side of the portal and pressed a button on one of the keyboards that were attached to the panels that were connected to it. As soon as he pressed on the key, the mana that was already present in the atmosphere began to stir, and the portal began to function. The portal is all set up. Get ready, we're about to leave. Chapter 633. As soon as Ryan pressed a few of the buttons on the control panel, the portal that he had constructed began to behave in a peculiar way. There was a rustling in the air, and on the control panel, there were suddenly rows upon rows of data that appeared with each second that passed. The information that was written on the panels was incomprehensible to me. Even with the chip in my head, I couldn't make heads or tails of what was written on them. The same couldn't be said for Rain, who looked through the data in a composed manner and typed a variety of different codes at the speed at which they were appearing. With the sudden press of a key, Ryan urged us back. The portal is connected. Take a couple of steps back. Sure. I complied with his request and moved a couple of steps back. After not even a fraction of a second had passed since I had taken a step back, the portal started violently trembling, and an eerie whistling sound that was reminiscent of that of the wind blowing inside of a storm started to reverberate throughout the room. Rada, Rada, Rada. The large metallic portal began to shake, as did the room, which had already been shaking slightly before this occurred. Okay, the connection is established. The loud reverberation of Ryan's voice occurred at the precise moment when the shaking started to become more intense. He pressed another key and everything went deathly quiet. The shaking stopped, and so did all the noise. Ryan hurriedly moved toward where the portal was with a large core in the palm of his hand. Ready? He asked whilst looking at both Angelica and I. Meeting Angelica's eyes, we both nodded our heads as we quietly observed from a distance. Ready. Ready. Okay. Ryan shattered the core in his hand, and a wave of mana exploded in the air. The scene looked similar to a large explosion of colors, as the mana instantly started to spread throughout the entire room. Well, at least, attempted to. When Ryan placed his hand on the edge of the portal, the mana that was previously unrestrictedly moving through the room abruptly came to a stop. Then, much like a magnet, it began to draw closer and closer to the center of the portal. Done. Ryan wiped the sweat that had accumulated on his forehead and moved toward where we were. What do we do now? I curiously asked while paying attention to the portal that was slowly starting to form. We just wait. How long? Not much, just a minute. And just as he said, by the time a minute passed, the portal fully formed. A green light lit up at the top of the portal, and figures began to appear one by one in the room we were in. It's working. I could hear Ryan's faint whisper coming from beside me as my attention was drawn toward the figures that appeared one by one inside the room. I'm glad that I was able to be of help, Ryan quietly mumbled. I ruffled his hair a bit when I heard the last few words. You've always been helpful. Here's a couple of figures I haven't seen in a while. I was cut mid-sentence by a rough voice. A thin smile formed on my face as I focused my attention on the source of the sound. Jimnook, Rander, it has been a while. What an interesting place this is. They had already lost interest in me by the time they caught a glimpse of the room we were in. I didn't mind this at all as I stepped forward and gave them a brief rundown of where we were. I had previously omitted this information for security measures. We're currently on a planet called Immorra. It was an old Orson planet which was mainly used for agriculture. Immorra. Rander massaged his beard upon hearing the name of the planet. His eyes lit up after a while, and he slapped his thigh. Ha! I know this place. You do? Jimnook couldn't contain his surprise at the fact that Rander seemed to know where we were as his head snapped in his direction. I too was surprised as my focus shifted toward him. How do you know? Hee hee. Rander held his belly and laughed. I spend most of my time studying, as opposed to you, who spends most of his time playing with nonsense. I remember coming across the description of this planet a couple of years ago. Oh, enlighten me. Jimnook's brow arched upward. Rander smirked in contempt. If I don't remember wrong, this planet wasn't just any regular planet, but was actually the biggest agricultural planet among the 7 Orson planets of the past. In the age before the orcs were conquered by the demons, there used to be 7 main Orson planets, which were Nostralia, Pastoralia, Onosi, Alides, Chapra, Diamia, Zohades. All these planets held great strategic importance and were where the main forces of the orcs resided, but Rander raised his finger in the air as he looked at Jimnook. Despite how important all of the planets were, their importance was nothing in comparison to that of Immorra, the planet we're currently on. In fact, one might even argue that the main reason why the orcs lost the war was precisely because of the loss of this planet. Had they not lost this planet, they might have been able to repel the demons back. During the time that Rander was talking, he walked around the room. As he touched the walls of the room, a shine began to appear in his eyes. Not only is this location ideal for cultivating medical plants that possess ore-like properties, but it is also crammed to the gills with incredibly rare ores and minerals. This place is a gold mine, damn it. He slapped his thigh in excitement before he looked at me. Why in the world didn't you tell me about this before? If you told me about this place earlier, we could have already extracted tons and tons of metal, which would have been extremely useful for us in the upcoming war. I apologetically shook my head. Sorry, but I wasn't exactly free since the time we last saw each other. A lot happened, and this just flew off my mind. This was the sad reality of things. With everything going on in my life, I never realized how important Immorra was. I couldn't be fully blamed for this because portal technology had only recently advanced to the point where it could connect to places that were thousands of miles away, and the dwarves' generosity in imparting a great deal of the technical expertise that they possessed was a significant factor in making this accomplishment possible. In any case, I could have come here with just Kevin, but it would have been impossible to bring the others. There was a limit to his power. Anyway, we should take things easy for now. A war is still ongoing at the moment. A war? Jimnook and Rander took a moment to look at each other. They then peered their sights toward the far end of the room. Their brows simultaneously furrowed. You're right, but it seems to be coming to an end. Rander was the first to speak after he took his eyes away from the wall. I replied shortly after. This is, unfortunately, only the first wave. The dummy wave, I presume. The real one will come soon. The frown on Rander's face deepened. Ren, you do know that Jimnook and I can't stay for long. With Inferno showing signs of movement, I'm afraid that we will have to return before the war erupts, so we can't really help. Why? Don't worry about it. I dismissively waved my hand at Rander. I didn't call you guys to help me with the war. I've only called you here to help me set up the portal, and help me out with a couple of other things. I glanced toward the other dwarves that were slowly appearing one by one inside the room. There are many things that I want to construct here, and I can only do it with your help. First and foremost, I intended to rebuild the entire castle over here. With the war approaching, it required a more effective defensive system, and this worn-down castle was just not going to cut it. Following that, I intended to relocate my headquarters, and the dwarves were the best at constructing an adequate defensive system with all of the latest technology. For example, I needed a place that could efficiently produce mana in which I could train. The lack of mana in Immorra's atmosphere was easily felt, as my strength had slowed significantly since arriving here. It was fortunate that I had brought several cores with me, but despite my wealth, I wasn't wealthy enough to carelessly consume cores in exchange for mana. In any case, the dwarves knew how to build rooms that could channel mana from the core more efficiently, allowing me to train in an environment similar to that of Earth. With time passing faster here, it would later prove to be a huge advantage for me. Obviously, I'm not asking you guys to do this for free. As I've already informed you before, I'll present you guys with a great opportunity in exchange for you guys helping me construct a couple of things, and don't you think I've managed to keep my word? You have. Rander sincerely nodded his head. I'll have to admit, this place will indeed benefit us a lot. Since we are people of our word, we will do as you request. Great. I smiled in relief once I heard Rander's words. I was relieved to hear that. Boom. The room began to shake violently again, and several people lost their balance in the process. My mouth opened as I turned to look at the room's ceiling. Regarding the war, you can leave it to me. Plus, my mouth stopped as a few familiar figures appeared from out of thin air. My main reinforcements are already here. Chapter 634. You guys are finally here. I approached the familiar figures who appeared from the portal. They were none other than Emma, Melissa, Jin, and Amanda. Where exactly are we? Emma was the first person to speak. She did so while she was curiously looking around the room. I barely feel any mana in the air. There are some traces of demonic energy, but there is also a trace of something else, but I am not exactly sure about what it is. It is aura, and we are currently on a planet called Immorra, I replied, giving them a brief introduction of the planet we were on. This was an old Orson planet that was primarily concerned with agriculture and farming. Because there are many beasts on this planet, most of the food that orcs used to eat come from here. When you say agriculture, do they still do that? Melissa inquired, raising her glasses with a finger. As I shifted my gaze to her, I shook my head. To be honest, I do not know. I will have to ask Salug. He might have an idea of what you are looking for. Melissa approached me before I told her about Immorra with a detailed request on a specific property she desired from a plant. I did not know of any plants with the same properties as the ones she requested at the time. But when I was reminded of my trip to Immorra, I told her that if she came with me, she might be able to find what she was looking for. To be honest, the chances were slim, but it was better than nothing. Nonetheless, to my astonishment, she readily agreed, which explained why she was here in the first place. Boom. The building started to shake once more, startling everyone present. I looked up toward the ceiling before looking back at the others. There is a war going on upstairs at the moment, if you are curious as to why the building suddenly shook. It is almost coming to an end, so you do not have to worry too much. What you do have to worry about is the next war. That one is going to be a tough one. Not only would there be a significantly greater number of demons than there were at the moment, but their overall force would also be greater with even more marquee-ranked demons showing up. Also, I had a sneaking suspicion that at least a demon of the Duke rank was going to show up, but I could not say for certain that this was the case. Salug was the one who broke the news to me, but even he was not entirely sure about the information he shared. If this turned out to be the case, then I had no choice but to take everything more seriously. The gap between S+ and SS- was much wider than one might think. With my current set of skills, I could pose a threat to someone of that rank. That, however, was dependent on my opponent. It was nearly impossible for me to propose a fight if they were ranked higher than simply SS-. I need to quickly break through. Once again, I was reminded of how urgently I needed to break through. Here, a soft voice snapped me out of my thoughts. I turned my head to see Amanda handing me a small black ring. My eyes lit up when I saw the ring. Oh right. I grasped the ring from Amanda's hand and tossed it to Rander. Rander, catch. Ha, what? Unprepared, the ring fumbled in his hands. It was not until he was finally able to get his hand on the ring that he breathed a sigh of relief and glared at me. What in the world are you doing? I did not respond and simply motioned with my head. How about you check what is inside before you complain? Rander's brow furrowed. Nevertheless, he acted in accordance with my request and examined the contents of the ring. Soon after that, he turned his head to look at me, and his eyebrows immediately began to arch upward. This is definitely a lot of stuff. Just what in the world are you trying to have built? A lot of things. I smiled at him. I want to first have this castle reinforced with some defensive artifacts, and at the same time want you to help me set up a mana chamber where I can train. With the things inside of the ring, it should not be a problem for you guys to be able to build that stuff. Am I wrong? No. Rander shook his head. After that, he passed the ring on to Jimnook, who was engaged in some light conversation with the other dwarves that were present. What do we have here? Jimnook took the ring from Rander's hand. When he checked the contents of the ring, he exhibited a response that was comparable to that of Rander's. Interesting. This is a lot of stuff. More than one would actually need to build the things that you have requested. Clearly, you are planning something else. Jimnook tossed the ring in my direction and looked back at Rander. How much time do we have? If we take into consideration that time here flows 10 times faster, 20 days. Within 20 days, we can try to build everything that he requested us to build. In the meantime, I will send a couple of dwarves to check out the surrounding mountains and see the best area to mine. Rander replied after he took out a stopwatch from his dimensional space. He quickly got to work after that. After giving commands to the other dwarves in the room, the atmosphere in the room abruptly changed, becoming much livelier as an assortment of tools suddenly materialized out of nowhere and filled the entire space. I nodded in satisfaction when I saw just how efficient the dwarves were. It might take a while, but if things go smoothly, it will not be long before I manage to build enough forces to combat against Jezebeth. My fists secretly clenched when I thought of Jezebeth. The scene of him killing Small Snake in front of my eyes was still deeply imprinted into my mind. There was nothing that was going to stop me from killing him. Nothing at all. What should we be doing? It was Jin's voice that snapped me out of my thoughts. Once I turned my head to look at him and the others, I motioned to them with my hand. Do not worry about that. I have got a couple of rooms prepared for you guys. Just make yourself comfortable for the next couple of days. It would be best if you guys got a good idea of the internal structure of the castle. It will prove a lot more useful than you guys think. I grasped the door handle and pushed the door back. Just as I was about to leave, I remembered something and turned back to look at them. Oh right. I massaged my chin and thought. I almost forgot that they are supposed to be here in secret. Should I have Salug shut down a certain part of the castle so that no one apart from me and the others can enter? The room became eerily quiet after everyone entered the portal. Kevin was the only one left, and he swept his gaze across the room before settling on one of the panels in the distance. It contained Immorra's coordinates, courtesy of him who shared it to the dwarves. I better get going. I will be seeing Ren in a couple of days anyway. He was going to teleport to Immorra as soon as he was finished with his business. There were a couple of things that he needed to do there. Other than that, his workload over the next couple of days would be anything but small. Among the things he needed to do for the Union, he needed to kill a couple of more individuals as well as all of the secret branches set up by the monolith. He had to do this in order to ensure that the war would be won without any hiccups. Kevin cast his gaze around the room. In that time, his eyes paused on all the cameras that were present in the room. Secretly channeling the mana inside of his body, the cameras stopped working, and he extended his hand forward where a red book formed. He opened the book and read through its contents. Almost there. He closed the book, and a bright white light quickly engulfed the room. The white light spread throughout the room before merging with Kevin. Status: Time Codex Absorption. Progress: 35%. A notification prompt appeared in his vision. Kevin paid no mind to it as he waved his hand and dismissed it. Then, casting another gaze at the room, he stopped channeling his mana, and the cameras returned to normal. Alright, since Ren is busy, I better get going as well. Monica is probably going to nag at me if I come late. Kevin grumbled aloud while his shoulders slumped down in defeat. Just as he was about to reach the door, Kevin's feet came to a sudden halt, and his face changed a little. Ding, ding, ding. His vision was suddenly filled with a plethora of different notification prompts, which served to alert him. However, it was not long before a more substantial notification materialized in front of him, and at that moment, a chilly light flashed in his eyes. System alert. The Time Remnant has set his sights on you. The side of Kevin's cheeks began to clench as he concentrated his eyes on the notification prompt that was in front of him. So you are finally going to make a move. He had almost forgotten about it because he had been silent for so long, but now that the truce was finally coming to an end, and Ren was still in control of his body, the other Ren planned on taking matters into his own hands and acting independently. Kevin secretly smiled to himself. So be it. I think it is about time the two of us finally met after such a long time. Chapter 635. Bang. Sparks flew through the air as Hein easily deflected the demon's attack with his shield. He then brought the shield near his shoulder and smashed his body against the demon, sending it tumbling toward the ground. Ha! Iron Lance. After delivering the initial blow, he followed it up by penetrating the demon with his extended hand, which had a thin gray hue extending forward in the form of a pointy spear. Spurt. Black blood spilled all over Hein's body in the process, dyeing his clothes and shield a black color. His hand continued to penetrate deeply into the demon's body, until finally coming to a stop when he felt something hard. Exerting a little more force, a glass-shattering sound echoed. Crash. Thank God I am no longer in my old phase. His mouth twitched when he saw the state his shield was in. It was completely dyed in black. Had it been the past him, he would have immediately freaked out at the thought of his shield getting dirty, but it no longer bothered him as much. It still did, but just not as much as it did in the past. Ha, ha, this is tiring. Hein's breathing was rough. He had slain so many demons that he had lost count, and as he lifted his head to look ahead, he groaned audibly. Just how many are there? The number seemed endless. Hein, pay attention. He was suddenly startled by the sudden sound of Leopold's voice coming from behind him. Suddenly, an energy blast shot past his cheek and exploded a couple of meters in front of him where a demon was standing. Boom. Hein turned to look back. Thanks. Don't lose focus in the middle of battle. Ava approached him from behind. She was currently sitting on a large gray wolf. The wolf was about double Hein's height, towering over most of the orcs on the battlefield. There was also an intimidating presence exuding from its body, alerting the many demons around them. Seeing her approaching, Hein instinctively slammed his shield towards his right side, resulting in the instantaneous death of a demon that tried to sneak up on him. All right. Hein nodded his head dismissively. A few seconds later, he stepped on the dead demon's body, destroying its core directly. I was just thinking about how long we will have to fight. From the looks of things, we will still be fighting demons for a long time. You're not wrong, Leopold commented from the side as he rested his shotgun on his shoulder. With his free hand, he cut a demon's body in half. But you don't have to worry too much. He pointed toward the distance. The war is going to end a lot sooner than you think. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began violently shaking, and Hein could hear the agonized cries of the demons off in the distance. When he turned his head to look at what was going on, he was astounded to see the orc chief slashing his axe through more than a dozen demons. In every place where his axe cut, demon parts fell and black rain began to fall. Wow. Hein muttered in amazement. The ferocious and imposing manner in which he dispatched the demons as though he were trimming some weed left a deep impression in Hein's mind. Who is he? Lien's voice echoed beside him at the moment. That over there is an orc, Liam. He is currently fighting against demons. Hein explained when he realized that Liam was standing next to him. He made sure to sound as comprehensible as possible. Liam looked at him with a look filled with disgust. What's with that look? Don't tell me that you have forgotten about orcs and demons. Who are you again? It was Hein's turn to go silent. You know, I think. Just as he was about to say something back, Leopold's energy beam once again brushed past his cheek, killing a demon behind him. Boom. Hein glared at Leopold. Can you not do that? Then pay more attention to your surroundings. Leopold shrugged his shoulders. Guys, focus. Let's finish this quickly. I want to go back and get changed. Ava's voice echoed, and a large shadow fell across everyone's faces as her wolf leaped forward and bit into a couple of demons. Fighting while holding back is boring, so let's finish this as fast as possible. She disappeared into the distance after that. Taking a look at the others beside him, Hein rushed in the direction of where she went. Hey, wait for me. You are supposed to stay behind me. I am a tank for a reason. I felt Rander's gaze pause on me as I surveyed the battlefield from the top of the castle. Is the orc going to be alright with all the modifications you are going to make to the castle? It should be fine. I reassured him. It won't matter. Since it will help out with the war, I am sure he is going to be fine with it. The changes that I was going to bring to the castle would not only benefit me but Salug as well. Not only that, but after having saved his life not too long ago, there was no way Salug would disagree with what I was doing. He might be surprised initially by the appearance of the dwarves, but I am sure he is going to be understanding. Well, if you say so. How do you want us to modify the castle? For now, I want you guys to focus on making the mana chamber. My priority at the moment was breaking through to SS- rank. Although I was uncertain, I had a feeling that the stronger I became, the harder it would be for the other meat to take over my body. Having said that, given his original strength, I was beginning to wonder if my efforts had been in vain. After some consideration, I realized that the only way for me to escape the influence of my other self was to reach a level comparable to his. Although I was not sure what his true strength was, I knew it was not something I could attain in the span of 2 years. It was simply impossible. Still, I cannot just give up. Even if one day he might end up taking over, I did not want to have any regrets. By the time my life reached an end, I wanted to at least accomplish everything that I had set out to do, or lay a foundation for that. Just like my plan with Immorra. After you are done setting up the mana chamber, I want you to help me set up some defensive measures for when the next wave comes. What about after the war? Jimnook walked over to us, peering down the castle which sat atop a large hill. I thought for a moment before replying. There are a lot of things that I want to get done here after the war is done. By the time you two return and sort out the problems with Inferno, how about sending more dwarves here to help me set up a city? A city? Both Rander and Jimnook looked at me with surprised looks. I silently nodded my head. I am going to contact the Elven Queen not long after the war ends, and also have her help me out with this project. The end goal is to turn this planet into a trump card for when the third cataclysm arrives. My ambitions for this planet were big, very big. I had initially just wanted to turn this planet into one where I would have the orcs slowly raise an army for when the third cataclysm arrived, but I realized that this planet had a lot more potential than that. It had the potential to become a trump card that could turn things around during the third cataclysm if used correctly. Not only would it also bring me an endless source of income, but it would also allow me to build a better relationship with the other races. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. Your plan sounds great and all, but how can you make sure that the information about this planet does not get leaked? Pouring cold water on my ambitions was Rander. I sighed out loud when I heard his words. That is what I am trying to figure out at the moment. Jezebeth could destroy this planet with just a swipe of his hand if he came to know about its existence. For my ambition to be fulfilled, I needed to be extremely careful. Careful enough to not allow any information about this planet to leak to him. We should first start by setting up a large barrier that blocks all sort of information with the outside world. One that is similar to the one in Henlauer. Jimnook suddenly suggested. I turned my head to look at him. Is that possible? It is. He nodded his head and added, it will cost a bit, but it won't be a problem for you since we would also benefit quite a lot by establishing a city over here. This way, we can process all the ores here instead of back in Henlauer. It will drastically reduce the chances of us getting discovered as well. Yeah. I agreed with what he said. If they were to process the ores back in Henlauer, the spies from Inferno would without a doubt notice something odd, compromising the whole situation. The only problem I see with the idea is the mana problem. Even if you manage to destroy the compressor that is pumping demonic energy into the air, this planet has barely any mana in it. Mana chambers only work in small rooms, and trying to fill a whole city with mana is not feasible. It is fine. I waved my hand. The city does not need to be filled with mana. A couple of mana chambers will do. This place will mainly be a place where the orcs can build their forces while you guys develop technology and mine for the ores. With this planet's main source of energy being aura, I knew that it was impossible for me to use this place to train for a long extended period of time. It sucked since the time flow difference would be of big help for me, but as they all said, beggars cannot be choosers. Alright, Jimnook and I will start working on the framework of the city. We will get back to you soon. Rander tapped me in the thigh. Well, at least that area. Laughing out loud, he waved his hand. We will be going back now. I will let you know if we need anything. Yeah. My head shook when I saw Rander leave while laughing. At this point, I am not even surprised. Chapter 636. Was this all planned by you? A booming voice could be heard reverberating in every nook and cranny of the castle. Was the demon attack something that you planned? I was confronted by Sulug, who cast a menacing glare in my direction as we stood face to face with each other. Neither one of us backed down from our spot. It had been 2 days since I had left the battlefield, and by this point, the vast majority of the demons that had been there had been eradicated. Up until Sulug's return, things were running smoothly. Of course, that was until he returned. When he got back, everything went into disarray, and he immediately began yelling at me. His voice was so loud that the surrounding areas shook. Do you think I'm stupid? You think I wouldn't know? He shouted once more, the surroundings shaking at the loudness of his voice. He tapped my chest as he extended his thick arm, pushing my body back a bit. I know that you brought the demons to us, and you purposely didn't interfere in the war until a good number of my people had died. You purposely let them die for whatever your goal is. Sulug continued to shout in an angry manner. I looked at the people that were in the same room as me for a moment, and then brought my attention back to Sulug. My brows furrowed. Calm down for a moment, I said in a soft tone. Soft enough so that only the two of us could hear. If you shout so loudly, everyone is going to hear you. As if I care? How can I calm down when so many of my people have died? Sulug's voice only raised when he heard my words. I furrowed my brows when I noticed this. I glanced at his exposed stomach and made a quick decision. Bang! I threw a punch at Sulug's stomach with all of my strength. His body suddenly gave way, and he went tumbling to the ground, landing on both knees. Cook! The moment he hit the floor, there was a deafening silence throughout the room, followed by the other orcs in the room becoming enraged and making an attempt to attack me. What are you doing? Protect the chief. Quiet down for a moment. I extended my right hand and flicked the air. Ripples formed, and the air boomed. Kuek, kak. The orcs were pushed back and collapsed to the ground. I didn't use much strength, just about enough to knock them to the ground, but not enough to knock them out or kill them. That was never my intention, to begin with. Keep your people in check while I'm talking. I glared at Sulug from above. After that, I extended my arm to grab his head, and I brought his face in close proximity to mine. First things first, don't speak so loudly when you're close to me. It hurts my fucking ears. My ears were still throbbing from all of Sulug's screaming. It was very annoying, especially since I could hear a faint ringing sound inside my head. Secondly, I lowered my tone. What makes you think I actually care about your people? They aren't my responsibility in the first place. You don't have much of a choice if you want to win a war, even if it costs the lives of your people. Sacrifices need to be made. A war wasn't won without any sacrifices. Although it was true that I purposely let some orcs die in order to accomplish my plans, the orcs weren't my people. I wasn't merciful enough to save them all. When looking at the bigger picture, it was sometimes necessary to make sacrifices, similar to what the Union did to me in the past when they offered me a sacrifice in order to negotiate a ceasefire with the monolith. I was pissed back then, and rightfully so, but that didn't mean that I didn't understand where they were coming from. In fact, I understood their intentions all too well, and it was exactly because of that I never planned on destroying the Union. I was angry, but not irrational. Remember this, the only ones that I have to take care of are the people that are in my group. You're one of them, and that's why I saved you back then, but don't think for a moment that my help will extend toward the other orcs. I extended my hand and pushed my finger toward his chest. They are your responsibility, not mine. Whatever happens to them, it's on you, not me. I let go of Sulug's head and pushed him back. Next time you want to complain about something, remember the words that I said to you. Then, I turned to look at all the people present in the room. Glaring at them, I raised my hand and flicked my finger again. Thud, thud, thud. The orcs who had been slowly standing up fell back to the ground, unconscious. Ava and the others were the only ones who were spared. I turned to face them and nudged the door with my head. Do me a favor and leave the room for now. All right, got it. After I had finished speaking, they exited the room, and silence swept the place. Get ready. A low, sinister voice reverberated throughout the halls of a large castle. The troops are ready. We are ready to depart at any time. A demon replied while kneeling down on one knee. Suriol lowered his head to glance at the demon before nodding his head. This is the perfect time to strike. The truth of the matter was that he was disobeying the orders that he had been given initially. At first, it wasn't in the plans for him to fight against the orcs. The sole reason they were supposed to be kept alive was so that they could be turned into contractees. This was the past, however. Upon seeing the strength of the human that appeared out of nowhere, Suriol felt a sense of danger. He needed to remove the threat as soon as possible. We are departing in the next hour. Make sure to have everyone ready. His mind was connected to the spies. Everything that had happened in the Orson territory was seen by him, and he knew that the human and Sulug were having an internal dispute. If there was a best time to strike, it would be now. Sweeping his gaze over all of the demons that were present in the hall, Suriol's voice turned ice cold. I will kill anyone that is late. Yes, sir. The demon hastily nodded his head, clearly afraid of Suriol. Good. Suriol nodded his head in satisfaction. The demon that had been standing before him vanished, and he was left standing all by himself in the halls of the castle. Tap, tap. The rhythmical sound of his footsteps echoed as he stopped in front of a large glass window. Not bad. He couldn't help but crack a grin as he looked out the window and took in the sight of an unending sea of darkness that covered the entirety of the surroundings. A terrifying and gloomy atmosphere loomed over the surroundings, sending chills down his spine. Are you all right? I extended my hand toward Sulug, who was still kneeling on the ground with both knees together. Sulug shot me a look and grabbed my hand, helping himself up. You didn't hold back on your punch, did you? You can't blame me. It would look more realistic that way. Plus, I helped Sulug up with my hand. God, he is heavy. Aren't you an orc? Isn't your body supposed to be strong? A punch like that shouldn't really be too much for you anyway. It still hurt. Sulug grumbled while he rubbed his abdomen area. You will be fine. I nonchalantly waved in his direction. Although I did in fact punch him with everything that I had, it was a little too much for Sulug to still be complaining about it. He was an Orson chief, for God's sake. Anyway, I think we have got the message through. Everything that just happened was an act. Obviously, I wanted the demons to see that the situation was not that good inside of the orc camp, with me fighting with Sulug. Serve as a motivation to make them come faster. Prior to this, I had Ava and the others relay the message to Sulug to act this way. It wasn't necessary, but with just how big the war was going to be, every little thing mattered, and something like this couldn't be overlooked. What do we do now? Sulug asked, no longer showing any signs of pain from the previous attack. Shifting my attention towards him, I spoke. For the time being, it would be ideal if you could set up some sort of reconnaissance to keep us updated on the situation with the demons. As things stand, we must be wary of every move they make if we are to win this war. I got it. Sulug thoughtfully nodded his head. After discussing a few more things with me, he left the room. Ha. I let out a long sigh once Sulug left the room. Finally. Shit. My hand trembled, and I clenched my teeth. The pain I had been suppressing since the beginning was finally releasing itself, and I was gradually losing control of my body. A bitter smile spread across my now pale face. At least, I was able to hold this in until he left. Ugh. Chapter 637. It's been a while since I've last seen you smile. Amanda approached me after I came out of the room. Her face was unusually serious. I turned to look at her while cocking my head. You think so? I never really noticed myself, if I had to be honest. But it wasn't as though I was surprised by this development. There wasn't much to smile about. Also, having had another attack just a couple of minutes ago, I couldn't really bring myself to smile. Here, Amanda placed her hands on the edges of my lips and pulled them upwards. Much better. She returned to smile herself. Her smile was stunning, enough to make anyone fall into a daze with just a glance. Well, anyone but me. I was pretty much used to her smiles by now. Well, for the most part. I wasn't exactly totally immune. What? What are you doing? It was hard to speak when she had her hands on my lips, pulling them up. Helping you smile. What does that have anything to do with the situation? It doesn't. Amanda let go of my lips. It's just that you look a lot better if you smiled a little more often. Cocking my head even further, I eventually nodded my head. Well, sure, I'll try to smile more. This wasn't too hard of a request. Not like smiling was that hard. I smiled. Happy? For what? I'm smiling, aren't I? Amanda's brows furrowed. No. Amanda's reaction took me back. What are you talking about? Was she playing a prank on me? I could clearly feel myself smiling. Are you playing around with me? Amanda asked, inching closer to me. I shook my head. That was what I was about to ask you. Amanda's face hardened. Her reaction took me aback. Hey, what's wrong? Here. Rather than answering me, she took out a pocket mirror and handed it to me. I took it from her hand and looked at it. No way. Reflected on it was my face. Jet black hair, deep blue eyes. At first glance, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. At first glance though, upon closer inspection, I realized something. Why am I not smiling? My expression. It was stiff. Although I felt myself smiling, I did not have a smile on my face. Just what in the? I closed the pocket mirror and handed it back to Amanda. Thanks. Ren, what's going on? Amanda took the pocket mirror back and looked at me with a worried look. I waved my hand in reassurance. It's nothing to worry about. Just a little side effect of practicing a certain art. I will be able to smile soon. That was a lie. Most likely, this came as a result of the previous attack I had. For now, it's better if I just play this off as something like a side effect of an art I'm practicing. If you say so. Amanda nodded her head, her face still filled with doubt and concern. Obviously, she didn't buy my excuse, but as expected of her, she didn't push for an answer. You hungry? I rubbed my stomach and attempted to change the conversation. A bit. How about we go eat then? I wouldn't mind that. Great. I stretched my back a bit and gestured to Amanda with my hand. Come, let's go eat. Because of the light breeze that was blowing across the grassland, the blades of grass that previously stood upright bent in a prostrating fashion. 3 figures flashed across the grassy field as their feet left behind shallow footprints. They moved in such a covert manner that they left no trace of their presence. How much longer do we have to move? There were a total of 3 shadows, and one of them was Melissa. Her breathing had become labored as she worked hard to keep up with Jin and Emma. Slow the fuck down. I'm going to die at the rate we're going. It wasn't until she started swearing that Jin and Emma finally slowed down and gave her some time to recover. Ha, ha, ha. Have some mercy. I'm about to die over here. She quickly fell back on the grass and supported her body with her extended hands. The first one to complain was Emma, who grumbled. You can't really blame us for going too fast. You were the one that insisted on following us. That's because I didn't know you guys were going to run for 5 hours straight. Melissa had a hard time breathing as her hands leaned on her knees, and she took deep breaths to try and steady herself. The two were moving at such a rapid pace that it was impossible for her to keep up with them, despite the fact that she wasn't exactly a weak person herself. With her current rank being at B, she was still a lot weaker than the two of them who were in the S rank range. She was exhausted, and if not for them finally stopping, she would have already started puking on the ground. Fuck, I should have never agreed to follow them. Melissa held onto her stomach and slumped back on the grass. Her goal was clear: find the herb that she wanted. Following Jin and Emma seemed to be the best option, but that proved to be a grave mistake on her end. Raising her head to stare at both Emma and Jin, Melissa stared at the dark sky and waved her hand. Take a rest, you two. I won't be able to move for at least 10 minutes. You might as well rest as well. But I'm fine. Not tired at all. Me too, Emma and Jin responded as they exchanged glances for a moment. Melissa clenched her teeth tightly. Am I out of shape? She lightly pinched her stomach, and then lowered her head and allowed her hair to fall to the side of her face. Pondering over something, she asked, by the way, are you sure we're going in the right direction? Positive, Jin answered while he looked toward the distance. According to the orcs, this is the direction of where the demons should be coming. Jin's speech halted. It was then that his eyes suddenly squinted and his expression changed. He quickly turned around and his figure vanished from the spot. Hide, quick. What? No time for that. After grabbing Melissa by the arm and yanking her away, Emma turned around and followed Jin from behind. They saw a large boulder off in the distance and hid behind it. Immediately after that, Jin stepped forward. Pressing his foot into the ground, Melissa felt a slight fluctuation in the air. His sudden actions aroused her curiosity as she looked around, wondering what he had done. But just as she was about to say something, she noticed something in the far distance. Her mouth instantly shut and her expression mimicked that of Jin and Emma. Well shit, everything is ready. I met up with Rander after I received a direct message from him. We were standing in front of a circular room surrounded by 4 thick metal pillars on one of the castle's lower levels. The room was filled with an eerie humming sound, and each of the 4 metallic pillars had some strange glowing runes on the sides. I could feel thin threads of mana covering my fingertips when I extended my hand. The feeling reminded me of the numbness that occurred when one's hand falls asleep. This is amazing. I quietly mumbled in amazement as I looked at the structure in front of me. So this is a mana chamber? It indeed is. Jimnook walked from the rear while carrying a towel covered in black stains. He wiped his hands and patted one of the large metallic pillars. There are a total of 4 pillars, as is evident. These pillars convert the mana that has been imprisoned within the core, and then slowly release it within the chamber. Compared to simply shattering the core to release the mana it contains, the chamber will gradually release the mana at a rate that can be calmly absorbed. This will make things a lot easier for you and anyone that wishes to enter. Not only is it more efficient, but you will be able to stay for longer periods of time, without needing to switch the cores. He moved toward a panel situated toward the side of the room. Also, since everyone's rate of absorption is different, you can adjust the mana release rate based on someone's rank. For you, it would be around S+ rank. He pressed one of the keys in front of the panel. The space vibrated slightly, while an oozing mechanical sound reverberated throughout the air. The runes that surrounded the pillars began emitting a brighter glow, and there was a discernible thickening of the air within the chamber. Amazing. All right, try it out. Jimnook gestured at me with his hand. I stared at him for a moment before nodding my head and complying. As soon as I stepped foot inside the room, I was taken aback by the sudden re-emergence of a sensation that was very familiar to me, but which I had not experienced in a bit, well, at least not to this extent. Unknowingly, the pores on my body started to open up, and I began eagerly sucking in the mana that was floating around in the air. This is incredible. I turned my head to look at Jimnook and Rander, who were smiling at me with proud smirks on their faces. What did I tell you? Rander began tapping at his chest. Just leave things to us and we'll get things done. Right. I nodded my head at their words. In less than a week after I made the request, they had already constructed a mana chamber that I could use for my training. The speed was astonishingly quick, which was incredibly helpful for me at this very moment, especially with the shadow of the impending war hanging over our heads. My body jerked with excitement, and as it did so, murky air came out of my mouth. Clearly, the abundant mana that was all around me had begun to stimulate the pores on my body. I bitterly looked at Rander and Jimnook, who grinned wryly at each other as they exchanged glances. Rander was the first one to speak as he waved his hand and bid me goodbye. We will leave you alone. Our time is almost up, so we'll take care of a few things and return to say goodbye. All right, let me know when you guys will be leaving. Sure thing. Good luck with your breakthrough. I waved them goodbye and sat down on the ground. Taking another deep breath, I closed my eyes and focused on the mana around me. Everything around me gradually became still, and millions of different colored particles appeared within my vision. Their presence triggered something in my mind, causing the muscles on my body to twitch. I felt a wave of rare excitement wash over me. I can feel it. I can definitely break through to SS- rank soon. Chapter 638. We will be taking our leave, human. Rander spoke out while Jimnook stood by his side as they both stood behind the mana chamber. It had been almost 20 days since the two of them had arrived on this planet, and unfortunately for them, it was now time for them to depart. This news did not make them happy. They would have remained on the planet had it not been for the situation in Henlauer. However, their high positions made it impossible for them to stay, which was regrettable. Jimnook and I will be the only individuals departing. As promised, the other dwarves will be staying here with you, and as previously mentioned, we will deactivate the portal and only reactivate it when we return. This is just a little precaution that we will take in order to ensure that the planet remains hidden. Of course, if you want to open it again, you can simply ask Ryan, as he has the key to activate the portal. Even though the dwarves who had come here were people whom both of them had put their full faith in, it was never a bad idea to be on the side of caution. It was always the person that you trusted the most that betrayed you. As a result, Jimnook and Rander arrived at the realization that it would be wise to close the portal upon coming out of the portal. In any case, even without Ryan, you did mention that you had another way out, so I won't say anything further. Rander tapped on the large metallic door that separated him from Ren, who was still inside. I wish you luck with your breakthrough. Thank you. Ren's voice could finally be heard from the other side of the door. Rander returned a smile. Don't mention it. He turned around after that. Jimnook followed him close from behind. We'll come back in at most a month. Human time, which is around a year here. 10 months. Rander's brows furrowed, and he murmured to himself, well, it shouldn't be a war that lasts too long. In any case, by the time we get back, everything should have been taken care of. Hopefully, the foundation of the city will already be built by then. I honestly doubt Ren will need any more than half a year to completely finish the demons. Jimnook commented from the side. He, too, was engaged in serious reflection regarding the issue with the demons. Due to the fact that this planet presented the dwarves with a wealth of opportunities, he was understandably anxious about the matter. Don't worry about it. If he manages to break through, the war should be a breeze. I guess you have a point. Jimnook finally nodded his head. Even though he wasn't as strong as Rander, and he wasn't a specialist in combat, he had certain artifacts that could help him gauge just how strong Ren was, and after briefly using them to measure Ren's strength, he knew that Rander's words contained some truth in them. That being said, I have a feeling that things are a bit more complicated than what they seem to be on the surface. It wasn't just a feeling, because his artifact picked up a powerful fluctuation coming from a distance. However, because it was so far away, Jimnook couldn't be certain about the validity of his assumption. Upon hearing his words, Rander's expression changed to one of grave concern. How sure are you about this? Not very. Jimnook shook his head before giving him a rough rundown of what he had found. I see, that makes sense. So what should we do? Nothing, we have to go back for the time being. It is up to the human to figure out what the next step in the process is. We have finished our part, and it is now time for us to go. Well, all right. Jimnook bowed his head, and then indicated his understanding with a nod. I guess you have a point. It ought not to be too much for him to handle, especially considering the large number of fresh faces he had brought in. Their strength wasn't half bad, that's for sure. Yes. Rander gave a subdued nod before turning his attention toward a specific corridor. Jimnook followed him quietly from behind. It wasn't long before the two returned back to Earth. The demons are coming. I can feel their presence. Sulug opened his eyes and began walking off into the distance. As he rose from his seat, he wore an expression of unparalleled gravity. He had never before in his life felt the same level of dread as he did at the moment. Not even when he was standing at the front lines of the war that had occurred a few days back. He had the distinct impression that death itself was drawing nearer to him in the distance at the moment. Wherever it passed, it would only leave desolation behind. Are you ready? Ombalung stepped beside him and asked. Sulug spared him a glance. No. He shook his head. He then grimly and candidly shared his viewpoint on the matter with Ombalung, who at the time had his thick arms crossed over each other, and was staring off into the distance. If my estimates are correct, we won't last longer than a single day. We are at that much of a disadvantage in this war. Excluding the food supplies, the sheer numbers of our enemies are what worries me. A sudden thought occurred to Ombalung as he turned to look at Sulug. What about the human? Can't he help? If it's him, that's with the human included. Sulug poured cold water on Ombalung as he cut him off. In spite of the fact that he was aware that Ren was a capable individual, at the end of the day, based on what he observed, he was stronger than him, but not significantly stronger than him, at least not to the point where Sulug felt completely hopeless. Although he did completely subdue him, and display a great deal of strength, during the first war, Sulug believed that this was not sufficient. He was aware that the foe that was approaching might not be significantly more powerful than Ren, but that was irrelevant to the discussion at hand. What difference would it make if he were the strongest individual in the battlefield if he were facing off against millions of demons? Even an elephant would die at the hands of millions of ants. Get ready for battle. After taking one final look in the direction of the horizon, Sulug turned around and entered the castle once more. Just as he was about to enter, he didn't forget to say a few more words to Ombalung, who was still quietly staring into the horizon. This may be our last war, but we should at least make it count. Don't die in vain. His presence gradually faded away into the background of the castle. Ugh. A groan escaped from my mouth as I felt a sweet sensation rise from the back of my throat. Fuck, this is much harder than I originally thought. Breaking through to SS- rank was a harder task than I had originally anticipated. Despite the plentiful mana that was around me, for some unknown reason, my body refused to rank up. Typically, there would be this weird tingling feeling running through my body when I felt that I was about to break through. At least, the natural way. Wasn't so much so this way when someone took a herb to increase their rank. In any case, I currently didn't feel anything at all, which was strange. I swear I felt the sensation not too long ago. What's going on? 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. No matter how much time passed, the sensation that I was expecting never came. What is wrong? I knew that I was close to breaking through to SS- rank. The fact that I could already agglomerate mana in solid form was a testament to that. Yet, there was something that I was still missing. But what exactly am I missing? No matter how much I racked my brain over the matter, I just couldn't seem to come up with a solution to the problem. Boom. Suddenly, the room began to shake, and I could hear an explosion going off in the distance. Instantaneously, I was aware that the war had already begun, and the sense of urgency that I had previously been experiencing only intensified. Fuck, this can't go on. The longer I procrastinated, the worse the circumstances were going to become when I finally went back outside. Despite the fact that I had faith that Hein and the others would deal a significant amount of damage to the demons, I couldn't help but feel that it might just not be enough. The demons were simply too numerous, and what if there is a demon that is much stronger than is known? One that could even cause problems for Liam. Realistically speaking, with Liam around, there shouldn't be any problems in the war. He was strong. As a matter of fact, he was most likely just as strong as I was. His presence provided me with a sense of comfort and safety. However, what if, in the unlikeliest of scenarios, the demon that was watching over the other demons was something that not even he was able to handle? That would be really bad. As I worked harder to collect the mana that was all around me, the sense of urgency that had been building up inside of me intensified a further notch. Ugh. I could feel my head starting to spin as my heart started to beat at a faster and faster rate, and before I knew it, sweat started running down the side of my face. Fuck it. When I swept my hand in front of me, a variety of medicinal plants and potions materialized before my eyes. I can't let that happen. I must break through, no matter what. I reached out and grabbed one of the herbs, and then I chewed on it. Since I can't break through naturally, I might as well force it. As soon as I took a bite of the herb, I felt a surge of energy throughout my body, and the throbbing in my veins intensified. I clenched my teeth and braced myself for the inevitable agony that was about to befall me. This was not going to be a smooth breakthrough. In fact, it was most likely going to be a very painful one. Chapter 639. They're here. Hein cast his gaze off into the far-off horizon, then turned his attention to the people standing next to him. Everyone was here, from Ryan to Han Yufei. Apart from Ren, everyone that was part of the mercenary group was present. A solemn air pervaded the area around him, and he could feel his hand clenching the shield in his hand even more tightly. Are you sure you guys can handle this? As Ryan gazed into the distance, he struggled to find the right words to say. The color of his face began to fade, and he moved backward without meaning to. Although Ren did say that the next wave would be a lot harder. I didn't think it would be this much harder. I get you. Hein murmured something quietly, as he turned his head and looked off into the distance, where he could see the entire landscape turning completely dark. The longer time passed, the more evident it became that a sense of impending doom emanated from the distant sea of darkness that stretched all the way toward the horizon, and did not seem to end. What's this smell? Sniffing with his nose, Hein was able to detect the putrid odor of dead and rotting flesh coming from all of the orcs that had been killed in the previous war and were still being kept in the area where they had died. It made his stomach churn, and just as he was about to turn his head away, Leopold spoke. We can no longer be as relaxed as we were in the previous battle. Ava nodded her head in agreement as she quietly mumbled something else under her breath. I hope I won't have to sacrifice any of my pets. Her voice was audible enough for Hein to hear. He shook his head upon hearing her words. Realistically speaking, her wish was impossible. The number of demons in the distance numbered more than 1 million. With only about 100,000 orcs on their side, the battle was a very disadvantaged one. The only way I can see ourselves winning is if Ren, Liam, and the others can make a difference. The reality was that the strongest beings typically won wars. The wars fought by the lower-ranking beings were not as significant as those waged by the superior beings. Each one of the higher beings could wipe out thousands of lower-ranked beings with just a swipe of their hands. It was very important that they made a difference. Hey, Liam. Hein suddenly called out. Liam turned back to look at him once he heard his name. What is it? Do you feel any strong presence coming from the demons in the distance? Liam had a special power, one that provided him with the ability to gauge an individual's level of power with just a single glance. Although Liam gave off the impression of being a very reckless person on the outside, the only reason he was able to be reckless was because of this broken ability of his. He had a complete understanding of the power level of his adversary, so he was able to judge when to fight and when to retreat. Although it was indeed true that he was a battle maniac, there was a good reason why he was still alive up to this point in time. And it sure as hell wasn't because he was simply lucky. For the most part, that is. I do feel a lot of strong presence, Liam said. To Hein's surprise, Liam's voice was extremely solemn at the moment, which was quite unusual for him, because he typically sounded bored. In fact, he also detected a hint of excitement in his voice. Clearly, the situation had tickled his battle spirit. There are multiple marquee-ranked demons that I can see with just a glance. How many? About 27 of them. Tis. Hein took a breath of cold air. The mood instantly shifted and became incredibly heavy as soon as his words came out. 27? Ryan shouted in shock as he woke up from his daze. His expression was incredibly pale at the moment. We might be screwed. Hein felt his hand tremble a little as he looked at Ryan. His reaction. He understood it, counting Liam, Angelica, Salug, Omgulong, Ren, Jin, and possibly Han Yufei. They were at a massive disadvantage when it came to those who could put up a fight against marquee-ranked demons. To make matters worse, Liam's next words caused everyone's faces to freeze. There also seems to be a Duke-ranked demon hidden at the far end. Liam's eyes squinted, and the yellow hue that was emanating from his eyes became brighter. It wasn't long before his face became extremely serious. It also doesn't look like a regular Duke-ranked demon. I'm afraid he's someone that is in the late stages of his rank. He isn't someone that I can defeat with my current abilities. Haha. Hein let out a nervous laugh as he stared into the distance. For the first time in a while, he finally felt hopeless as his knees started to weaken a little. I might actually die today. The demons were now closer than ever, and the pressure coming from them was even more apparent. It was tremendous. Hein let out a long sigh and lowered his head. I guess I'll be seeing you soon, small snake. Hein put on a brave face and took a deep breath, slapping the sides of his cheeks and making a loud clapping sound that startled everyone around him. Fuck it. He cursed out loud. There's no point thinking negatively. At the moment, with all the training that we did over the past 2 years, there's nothing that will say that we will lose. I also doubt Rin would send us here without knowing about the situation. Let's just try our best not to die, alright? Who said anything about giving up? Hein suddenly felt Liam's disgusted look. He turned his gaze toward the distance and added, I never once said that the war wasn't winnable. I was just, this is so fun. Liam moaned halfway through his sentence. Everyone silently took a step away from him. Not that he cared as he continued to stare into the distance and slowly unsheathed his sword. The more I think about it, the more excited I am getting. Finally, I don't have to hold back. I want to see just how strong I've become. Clank, clank, clank. At this precise moment, a deafening metallic rattling reverberated throughout the air as the castle's gates began to lower and large catapults began to move out into the surrounding area. Diverse types of orcs, numbering in the tens of thousands, were stationed close to the catapults and slowly pulled it forward. Their massive frames instantly attracted the attention of Hein and the others. They are using those things again, it's no use. Although they are strong, it takes way too much time to reload those things. By the time the demons arrive, the orcs' formation will be in disarray. Leopold mumbled as he leaned his body forward, gazing at the large catapults moving down the hill. He has a point. Hein quietly nodded his head when he heard Leopold's comments. The weakness of the catapults was glaringly obvious to him, at least from what he saw in the first battle. Not only did they require an excessive amount of time to reload, but they also disrupted the momentum of the orcs, who were forced to reposition themselves in order as each reload displaced them from their formation. A lot of precious time was wasted as a result of this problem. That's not necessarily the case. Ryan shook his head once he heard Leopold's comments. Everyone turned their attention toward him, who calmly pointed at the catapults. Why don't you guys look closely? Do those things look like normal catapults to you? His words caused everyone's pupils to constrict as they concentrated more intently on the catapults. It was at that moment that the eyes of a few of the people who were present opened wide in shock. Ryan nodded his head and explained, fully expecting their reactions. Yes, the dwarves have made adjustments to the catapults, so there is no need for anyone to be concerned about the current predicament. According to what I've gathered, the amount of time it takes to reload the catapults has been cut down significantly, and their weight has also been drastically reduced. He suddenly puffed up his chest a little. And this is no thanks to my master, Jimnook. Thank God. Hein sighed in relief upon hearing Ryan's words. He had almost forgotten about the dwarves. Hein had been unable to see what the dwarves were doing, because he had been training with the others. However, when he thought about Henlauer, and how intelligent the dwarves were, everything started to make sense to him. With their help, the situation wasn't as hopeless as he thought it was. Is that the only thing that they built? He suddenly heard Han Yufei's voice. Ryan glanced at him briefly and replied, no, there are still a couple of other things that they've built. For example, the walls of the castle have been reinforced, and the same can be said for the equipment that the orcs are wearing. Ryan pointed toward the orcs in the distance, who were marching forward with the catapults at their sides. If you look closely at what they are wearing, you will notice that their armor and weapons are brand new. In recent days, the dwarves have smelted and crafted a new batch of armor that is significantly stronger and more durable than the ones they previously wore. Compared to the past, their combat effectiveness has increased significantly. That makes sense. Hein nodded while placing his hand over the fortification. It was as Ryan said. The armor and weapons that the orcs were wearing did indeed look newer compared to the ones they previously used. With it, they should be able to last longer, but, Hein sighed as he took another look toward the distance. There were simply way too many demons for him to count. He was beginning to doubt the effectiveness of this equipment change. From the looks of things, the equipment change is not going to cut it. Realistically speaking, the outcome of the war will most likely depend on Liam or Ren, the two strongest of the group. If they somehow managed to defeat all of the Marquis-ranked demons and the Duke-ranked demon, then perhaps there was a chance for them to win the war. But that's only if Ren is here. Turning around and seeing that Ren was still not present, Hein grimly shook his head. Last he heard, he was trying to break through to the next rank. It was both good and bad news. Taking another look at the demons in the distance, Hein's grip over the fortification increased. I hope he can make it in time, or we're fucked. Chapter 640. The demon's higher army was made up of one Duke-ranked demon, 27 mark-ranked demons, and 500 count-ranked demons. It was a force that should have easily wiped out anything that was on the planet. They would have conquered the entire planet long ago, had the demons' ultimate goal not been to make all orcs their contractees. Suriol, the Duke-ranked demon in charge of overseeing this planet, was currently floating at the tail end of the army. Behind him were the 27 mark-ranked demons delegates, while the count-ranked demons were at the very front, leading the legion of demons. Duke, we have almost arrived. One of the demon delegates spoke. Suriol came to a stop in the air and gazed into the distance. His brows furrowed tightly. Likewise, the demon delegates came to a halt and turned their heads to look at one another. They found the manner in which Suriol was behaving to be rather peculiar. Is there anything that you are displeased with, Duke? The demon that had spoken before asked. Suriol shook his head. No, the demons took a breath of relief. Suriol was notorious for his impatient and tyrannical nature. One wrong move and they would find themselves dead without knowing how they had died. His next words, however, brought heavy tension into the air. I just get the distinct impression that there are several powerful figures off in the distance, which the scout report didn't make me aware of at all. If the error was only by a factor of 1, I could possibly have let things go. However, for some reason, I get the impression that the number of powerful figures is much greater than what is reported. Why is that? The demon delegates broke into a cold sweat as they stared into the distance. Even though he didn't make any outward displays of his anger, and didn't say anything to indicate it, everyone understood that Suriol was incredibly angry at that very moment. He was the sort of demon who was happiest when he was in complete control of everything, so the fact that this chain of events had clearly gone in the opposite direction of what he preferred was very frustrating to him. For there to be variables that he hadn't thought of, he was clearly displeased. How is this possible? I am sure our spies would have noticed if there was someone of that caliber in there. One of the demons spoke up in shock. That's right, if there were this many strong people, and we coup. The demon stopped halfway through his sentence. In his sight was Suriol's raised hand, an indication for him to stop speaking. Stop speaking for now. I'll let this slide since this isn't too much of a problem. All the demons sighed in relief when they heard his words. Depending on how well you do in the war, I'll decide whether to kill you or not. Once he uttered those words, the faces of the demon delegates hardened. All of them swallowed a mouthful of saliva as they exchanged glances. Clearly, the threat from Suriol had worked as their gazes turned sharp, especially when they were looking at the castle and the Orson army in the distance. What do you want us to do, Duke? Nothing for now. From the looks of things, it appears as though our enemies are aware of the fact that we've implanted spies in their midst. Suriol dampened the enthusiasm of the group. He gazed at the vast army in front of him with a dispassionate and icy expression. Let the weaker demons fight for the time being. There is no immediate need for us to join the conflict. Observe the situation from where you are and intervene if you notice anything out of place. If not, remain put while I take care of the Orson leader. Suriol's wings slowly started to expand. After pressing his foot into the air, he vanished from his previous location and materialized at the very top of the demon army. Fwop. As he spread his magnificent wings even further in the air, he produced a massive shadow on the ground below. As he looked around the castle, his eyes eventually settled on a specific individual inside the structure. Slug. There you are, Orson Chief. His croaky and sinister voice rang through the air like a gentle whisper. He extended his hand, and all of a sudden, a powerful force erupted from within him. It shot straight towards Slug in a ruthless manner, moving at extreme speeds. The power behind the attack was so great that the surroundings began to warp, and as a result, several hundred demons fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. This was all caused by the residual demonic energy that was left over from that one single attack. Move away. Slug, who was subjected to such a terrifying attack, could only watch helplessly from below as it dove at terrifying speeds in his direction. With just a glance, he could tell that he could do nothing against the attack as it was simply far above his level. Even the orcs that were next to him felt completely hopeless. Despite this, not a single one of them surrendered, as they synchronized the raising of their weapons and prepared to defend their lives at all costs. Roar. The surrounding walls were shaken by the tremendous roar that Slug let out. He brandished his enormous axe and readied himself to launch an assault with all of his strength. He thrust his head back to glare at Suriol and shouted with everything he had in him. Even if I die today, I won't die until I at least injure you severely. As he pounded his foot against the ground beneath him began to crack, and the green hue that was emanating from his body began to rapidly expand in the air. It then mingled with the red hue that was emanating from the runes that were attached to his body, giving it a hue that was a darker shade of yellow. Crack, crack, crack. As he continued to pound his foot against the ground beneath him continued to crack, and it wasn't long before a crater formed beneath his feet. Ha! As he yelled at the top of his lungs once more, a frightening energy started to appear at the very edge of his axe. At this point, the attack that Suriol had launched against him was only a few meters away, threatening to erase his existence within the next second. Excuse me. A silhouetted figure suddenly materialized in front of Slug just as he was about to cut with his axe. Everything happened so quickly that he was barely able to react to it. Boom. The last thing that Slug heard was a terrifying explosive sound as the dust in the air rose in the air, masking Slug's vision, as well as the vision of those around him. What the? Slug felt his body skid several meters back due to the aftermath of the attack. In spite of that, His mind never stopped thinking about the figure that appeared before him just as Suriol's attack was about to hit him. What happened? It took a few seconds for the dust to settle, and by the time it was completely settled, what Salug saw was a set of long hair that swayed lazily in the air, a human-like figure that was grasping a long and thick sword with one hand, blue lightning crackling all around his body, and two majestic yellow eyes that glowed a resounding yellow hue stood in front of Salug as smoke swept past his body. If that wasn't enough, his clothes and his figure both appeared to be in pristine condition, despite the powerful explosion that had occurred several seconds prior. The sight, it became deeply imprinted inside Salug's mind. Strong. At the other end of the battlefield, a soft whisper rang in the air. Get ready. Jin slowly got out of his hiding spot and fixed his gaze in a certain direction. This is going to be a lot more difficult than I had anticipated. With just one glance at the number of demons that were in the air, Jin felt his complexion change. Having secretly followed the demons from behind and having relayed to the orcs their position, Jin had more than enough time to see just how dreadful the situation was, and honestly, it is beyond dreadful. It was impossible for them to deal with the sheer number of demons, and if that wasn't bad enough, there were also more than 20 marquee-ranked demons, along with one that appeared to be a step above that. I am with you on this one. Emma also stepped out from the hiding spot and nodded her head. From the looks of things, the situation doesn't look good at all. One mistake and we might find ourselves meeting in the afterlife. Don't count me in. Melissa's voice echoed from behind. She was peeking from behind a tree. I'm just here for the herbs. If you guys die, I won't be there to collect your bodies. If we die, you won't have anybody to recover in the first place. Emma rebutted. Melissa quietly nodded to herself. Good point. Quiet for a moment. Jin hushed the two of them as he brought his finger to his mouth and crouched a little. As Jin continued to stare off into the distance like a stealthy hunter looking for his prey, the atmosphere around him fell into complete and utter silence for the next couple of minutes. He was currently looking for an opening in the back formation of the demons, where the marquee-ranked demons were located. With his current strength, it was possible for him to deal with one marquee-ranked demon, perhaps even two, but that was just about it. Of course, this only applied to situations where he was fighting against them one-on-one. If it was through an ambush, now that was a completely different thing. Got it. It wasn't long before Jin's eyes became animated. The Duke-ranked demon has left. Now is our chance. As soon as she finished speaking those words, Jin's form disappeared into the darkness. A chilly glint flashed across his pupils as his eyes fixed on a specific marquee-ranked demon that was floating in the air above him. I wonder how many marquee-ranked demons I can kill before getting noticed. Chapter 641. Looks like that's my cue. The last thing Han Yufi heard was Liam's voice as he landed softly on the ground after leaping past the fortifications. In less than a second, a terrifying energy swept through the area and headed toward the lower levels of the castle. Because the energy was so powerful, Han Yufi found that it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to breathe. The only thing that he could do while that was happening was just watch as the energy came smashing against the lower floors, right where Liam landed. Boom. Following the deafening sound of the explosion, thick dust billowed into the air and obscured Han Yufi's and everyone else's vision. As soon as the dust settled down, Han Yufi was once again able to catch a glimpse of Liam, who appeared to be unharmed for the most part. His gaze and the demon above met, and in that instant, time came to a standstill. His figure disappeared after that, reappearing right in front of the demon that had produced the terrifying attack, and he slashed with his sword. Clang! A droning, metallic sound reverberated through the space above, and it continued to do so for a few seconds. The two of them immediately began to fight one another as powerful shockwaves erupted into the atmosphere. While this was happening, the demons that were previously standing still finally decided to move. The orcs responded in kind as they brandished their weapons and roared. Roar, heck, harg. As a direct result of their movements, meteor-like objects of enormous proportions began to shoot in the air, heading toward the demons in the distance, signaling the beginning of the war. Instantly, agonized and pained screams started to engulf the entire battlefield. In this case, the screams were mostly from the demons that were taken down by the enormous boulders, which were launched from the catapults at the front of the castle. Thousands upon thousands of demons would get swept up by that single attack from the catapult. However, despite the fact that a great number of demons were being killed with each attack, a new row of them would appear from behind them, replacing the previous row, and continuing their advance. Their numbers seemed endless. This is not good, Han Yufi muttered inwardly as he gazed toward the distance. Despite everything that the orcs were doing in trying to get rid of as many demons as possible, it was evident that their efforts were futile, as the number of demons approaching their direction was simply far too many. Compared to the Orson army, the demons were at least 20 times their size. The battle wasn't one that had much hope of victory from the very beginning. Nonetheless, I guess it's our turn to finally let loose. Han Yufi suddenly heard Hein's voice coming from beside him. Clank. He brought his fists together violently, which resulted in a droning, metallic noise being produced. Ava, who was standing next to him, played a few notes on her flute in a casual manner. Toodle too. What followed after her simple actions was a scene that left Han Yufi and the others in awe. No matter how many times I see this, I will never get used to it. It was simply not something that could be explained with a single word as four enormous mammoth-like creatures appeared beneath the castle. Beside them stood a number of enormous wolves that were at least twice as tall as a typical human being, and standing behind them were large creatures that resembled armadillos, but had spikes on their tough backs, and possessed a fierce and menacing appearance that would make anyone's hair stand. If that wasn't enough, above them were large birds that flew around them and circled around them. In total, there were about 40+ creatures standing in front of the castle. Their rank and presence were all incredibly strong. A one-man army. That was what Ava was. She was a one-man army. Toodle too. With yet another flute blow, the beasts became enraged and charged the approaching demons. What is this? Beasts. What is hap? Hyuk. Wherever they went, demons would be swept away, as the mammoth-like creatures at the front destroyed everything in their way, acting as the path clearers, while the armadillos at the back cleaned everything that was left behind, with the wolves supporting the mammoth from the sides with their fast speeds and sharp claws. The coordination between the beasts was flawless and impeccable, getting rid of hundreds of demons at the time. Ava's impact wasn't any weaker than an S- ranked individual. Hein, who was obviously slower than them, trailed them from behind, slowly lagging behind with the passing of time. His figure was rather pitiful. Even then, Han Yufei didn't think much of it. He knew just how terrifying the current Hein was if he actually tried. I should also start my attack. When Han Yufei saw that everyone else had already moved ahead of him and was attacking the demons, he was no longer able to contain himself, and he leaped down from the fortification. Upon landing, the only thing that met his sight was rotting flesh and cracked cores that closely resembled broken shards. There was nothing else. This was obviously the fallout from what Hein and the others had left behind. Sheeing. He extended his hand toward his right, and a large sword that was double his size appeared in his hand. The sword did not have a particularly pleasing appearance, rather, it resembled a sharp bone that had been shaped into a large broadsword. Because it was not an artifact, the power that emanated from it did not appear to be particularly impressive. It was, in fact, just a bone, but not just a regular bone. Han Yufei took a deep breath. Status. Ability. Martial body. The veins in his muscles began to protrude as his muscles began to swell. His strength increased significantly, and steam began to slowly escape his body. His presence started to attract the attention of the distant demons, but if that was not all, boom. When he took a single step forward, the previously enlarged muscles in his body contracted to the point where he became leaner. Han Yufei effortlessly raised the large sword in his hand with one hand while creating a crater beneath him with a single step. Contrary to what one might believe, practicing the Gravar style did not make one larger. No, rather, it made them leaner. The whole point of the Gravar style was to compress all of the muscles within the body for greater explosiveness. The focus was on muscle density. The denser the muscles, the more explosive you were with your attacks. And currently, Han Yufei's muscles were contracted to the point he felt his body overflow with power. By the time the sword was raised above his head, over 100 demons had already reached him. Completely unfazed by the demon's appearance, Han Yufei muttered a single word. Collapse. He then slashed down with the sword. His vision distorted momentarily, and all of the demons in his vicinity vanished. Even the typical black rain that would come out from a massacre did not appear, as everything simply vanished from around him. The scene was so shocking that it felt as though nothing had happened. If not for the long scar that traced for over a kilometer, and was several meters in depth, one might have believed that nothing really had happened. But something did really happen. Han Yufei exhaled as the tip of his sword touched the ground. Staring into the distance, he murmured, "For a regular slash, this was not bad." Amanda used one hand to grab hold of the necklace that was draped around her neck, and she used the other hand to maintain her hold on the bow. As long as she wore the artifact, she was able to sense a warming sensation rising from the area just above her chest. It is time that I remove this. Even though she was hesitant, Amanda was aware that the time had come for her to stop concealing her abilities. She carefully unhooked the necklace from her neck. Almost immediately, she noticed that her strength was shifting, and she also noticed that her hair was beginning to flutter as the mana in the air began to warp. The whole process took no longer than 5 seconds, and by the time she was done, she felt her strength rise all the way to S- rank. The feeling, it was completely different from before, as she felt all of her senses become enhanced while her control over the mana became significantly easier. In the same manner, as Jin, Amanda made it a point to make full use of all of the resources that were at her disposal. In contrast to Jin, who refused to use the skills and arts for reasons such as his pride, Amanda, in the past, refused to take on such powerful skills because she felt that the guild needed it more than she did. She had a tendency to prioritize the guild matters over her own interests at times, and if her father had not pointed this out to her, she would never have realized. In any case, even without this realization, Amanda would have changed her ways, particularly with what happened to her father and on that planet. In the end, the thing that she took away from all of these experiences was the realization that she was still far too weak, and that she needed to work on becoming stronger. Hence why she started to prioritize her own self-interests and decided to become a little bit more selfish. At the end of the day, one needed to have a little bit of selfishness in order to get what one desired. There is a lot of demons. Staring into the distance, Amanda's brows furrowed. From where she was, she could see the members of Ren's group completely dominating the lower levels of the tower. Wherever they went, demons would be killed. Their presence completely took over the lower levels, but it is not enough. From where she was, Amanda could see that there were simply way too many demons to deal with at the same time. Despite the fact that they were dealing with them at an alarming rate, it was still far from enough. Amanda knew that she had to do something. Hence, she slowly took a stance and raised her bow. She inhaled deeply, closed her eyes for a fleeting instant, and focused on the mana that was housed within her body before drawing her bow. A soft glow began to envelop her entire body at the same time that a blue translucent arrow began to form on her bow. Opening her eyes once more, she shifted her gaze toward the far distance, where the demon army was before mumbling something under her breath. Count ranked, agility type, ambush type, status, skill, target lock, type, non-combat ability. Description: allows the user to filter and select specific targets based on user-defined criteria. The greater the number of targets selected, the heavier the mana consumption. The skill's activation altered her view as everything started to change right before her very eyes, and over 100 different red dots appeared in her vision, all of which were targets that perfectly fit the criteria that she had selected beforehand. A thin smile formed on her face when she saw all of the targets. Her back arched backward and she released the string of her bow. Instantly, the arrow in her bow disappeared into the sky. The speed at which it flew was so fast that it released a small shockwave. While the arrow kept rising in the air, Amanda lowered her head and once again turned her attention toward the battlefield. She lowered her bow and waited for a couple of seconds before murmuring something under her breath. Boom. It was then that it happened. A rain of blue arrows shot at terrifying speeds toward the ground like the heavy rain of a storm, each perfectly aimed for the demon that she had previously selected, leaving nothing but death behind. Chapter 642. As Liam lifted his head to gaze into the sky, where he saw a magnificent figure floating, he mused to himself. How powerful. Not even Ren would be able to put this kind of pressure on him. At the very least, based on how he felt during his battles with him. Both he and Ren never engaged in a full-scale conflict with one another. They had reached a point where their strength would cause the destruction of everything in their vicinity. Their training room, which was built using the most durable equipment available to humankind, could no longer withstand the full brunt of their attacks, preventing the two of them from ever going all out. That being said, Liam had his eyes, and from there he could measure the force hidden within an individual. I am afraid he is even stronger than Ren, and not by a small margin. The entirety of the battleground was shrouded in darkness as Liam's vision started to distort at the presence of the demon in front of him. Bah, thump, bah, thump. Liam could feel his heart beating at his throat as he continued to stare at the enemy before him. It also seemed that the demon had taken notice of Liam's presence as he lowered his head and murmured, "Who are you?" Liam was able to hear the demon's voice clearly despite the chaos that was occurring on the battlefield. They sounded to him like soft, sinister whispers. Thin blue threads began to crackle around his body, while his eyes took on a yellowish hue. His vision became distorted as everything turned black, leaving behind only white wisps in his vision. Each wisp varied in size, with the spot where the previous demon stood being the largest and covering his entire field of vision with a brilliant white hue. Amazing, Liam thought while staring at the demon. He could feel the back of his neck rise as a result of the power emanating from him. Nonetheless, he wasn't scared. He had seen his fair share of powerful demons throughout his life, and the demon in front of him was no different from those he had previously encountered. Plus, no one can be compared to him. The prince ranked the demon he had met on the previous planet, the one planet that took away Small Snake's life. When compared to him, the demon that stood in front of him was nothing to write home about. He was still extremely powerful, but not to the point where it left him helpless like the prince-ranked demon. I want to see just how much stronger I have become. Liam started removing his sword from its scabbard in a methodical and careful manner, as if his face turned extremely serious. His vision gradually returned to normal, and the crackling sound made by the thin white lightning bolts became even more intense. Almost immediately after that, Liam's vision started to blur, and the next thing he knew, he was suddenly standing in front of the demon. Clank! He only threw a straightforward slash, but the demon was able to easily parry it away with his hand. The demon cocked his head slightly before launching his own attack, which was directed directly toward Liam's neck, and came at a sharp angle. Fast, Liam thought to himself. Nevertheless, he had already seen it coming as a white line formed in his blackened line of sight, that came as a result of him activating the power of his eyes, and he cocked his head to the side, easily avoiding the demon's attack, much to the surprise of the demon. The lightning that was circling Liam's body crackled even more fiercely, and he slashed once more in the direction of the demon's body. Sheeing. The second attack he launched was significantly swifter and more powerful than the first one he had thrown, and at once more left the demon in a state of bewilderment. Clang! When Liam's sword made contact with the demon's hands, a powerful metallic ring reverberated through the atmosphere, and pressurized wind gales shot out from the point of contact between the two. The demon was pushed back, and Liam once again attacked him. Boom, boom. In the background, muffled sounds of explosions could be heard. The attacks were so ferocious and loud that the mana chamber shook as a result of their aftershocks. Ugh. I grit my teeth and suppressed the groan that was about to escape from my mouth. Fuck, fuck, fuck. My entire body seemed to be twitching uncontrollably as I felt a searing heat rising from the depths of my body. As the pores on my body completely opened up and eagerly absorbed the mana in the air, a whirlpool began to form around me in the process. My consumption of the herb brought about these effects. It wasn't one that helped me break through specifically, but rather helped me increase the rate at which I could absorb the mana that was in the air around me. Because I had consumed an excessive amount of herbs in an effort to progress, I was no longer able to keep up with such a method, and was instead limited to using this method in order to force myself into the next rank. It hurt. It fucking hurt. But I could feel myself progressing. Slowly but steadily, I was starting to feel a subtle tingling sensation near the center of my chest. Almost. Clang. The human sword was once again stopped by Suriol's sharp nails. He is pretty powerful, Suriol thought as he gazed at the human before him. At this very moment, he felt his sword graze his sharp nails. Car. The sound that came as a result of the grinding wasn't anything too pleasant. Nonetheless, Suriol ignored it and focused his attention on the human's sword. He raised his pinky and tapped the sword's body for an instant. Then, with a low grunt, he flapped his wings and pushed the human far away from him. Uck. The human flew several meters back before stopping. The hue that was coming out of his eyes glowed an even brighter shade of yellow. You are one strange human, Suriol mumbled all of a sudden as he lowered both of his arms. The human's face hardened for a moment, most probably out of confusion. Suriol continued. I don't exactly know what your power is, but it seems like you can move your body at speeds which leave even someone like me speechless and… Suriol's eyes narrowed as his head bobbed up and down, while he studied the human carefully. More specifically, his eyes. It seems like your eyes are a bit special. I wonder. He wasn't even able to finish his sentence before he felt a light breeze brush past him, and the human appeared behind him. As if expecting his appearance, Suriol merely turned his head and cocked his head a little where a sharp sword shot past. An impatient one, I see. A leisurely smile spread across his face as he interlocked his hands behind his back. He took a step back and spoke. Do you want to know something? The human's sword once again came whistling past his body. This time, Suriol was unable to dodge, and he found a part of his wing get torn it up a little. Speak less, fight more. I'm starting to get bored. The human's voice echoed inside Suriol's ears. True to his words, he really did sound bored from the tone of his voice. Suriol's face stiffened for a moment, before he smiled once again. Very well then. He clapped his hands once and continued what he was saying. What was I about to say? Right, I was about to tell you which clan I belong to. Suriol skillfully avoided the human's sword as the smile on his face turned rather sinister, and he licked his lips. I belong to the clan of Envy. Immediately after he said those words, he tapped the air. Ha! The human exclaimed in surprise following Suriol's actions as he turned his sword. His body came to a sudden stop while Suriol's smile deepened even further. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. He extended his hand forward and clenched his hand. All of a sudden, the human's sword shattered and purple particles scattered in the air, falling gently against the human's body. All of this happened so fast that by the time he realized what had happened, it was already too late. Suriol slowly approached the human and asked, Now, shall we see exactly who you envy? What's going on? Liam looked at the demon standing in front of him with confusion. He remembered fighting against him when all of a sudden, his sword shattered and a series of purple dots landed on his body. He did try to avoid them, but it was already too late by the time he realized what had happened. Strangely, I don't feel weird. Whatever the dots were, they didn't seem to be that dangerous. Yet, as he gazed in the demon's direction, and more specifically, at his wide smile, Liam had an ominous premonition. And it wasn't long before his premonition became true, as the demon suddenly laughed out loud. This was a lot easier than I had expected. As soon as his laughter ceased, he turned his attention to Liam. All right, let's see the result of my work. All of a sudden, under Liam's gaze, the demon started to morph. His skull started to wiggle, and so did the bones in his body. The whole transformation was rather grotesque, as blood started leaking out, and a foul smell pervaded the air. The scene. It was reminiscent of something one would only see in horror movies. It was disgusting, especially the foul smell that was lingering in the air. It was anything but pleasant. I should probably attack him now. As Liam continued to stare at the demon in front of him, he reflected on the situation. If he attacked right now, he would almost certainly come out on top. That is, unless it was some kind of trick or trap. But it did not look like it to Liam. Far from it actually, as the demon truly looked vulnerable at the moment. Liam felt his hand twitch as another sword appeared in his hand. If I attack him now, he will get injured for sure. He probably would not die, but he would definitely get injured. Liam's foot pressed forward. Ugh. Just as he was about to step again, he stopped himself. Never mind, that wouldn't be fun. He suddenly let out a yawn. Scratching the back of his head, Liam shook his head in disappointment. Who am I kidding? This is the first time in a while that I can have some fun, and I'm not about to throw it away. Stupid. Liam's found the whole situation stupid. Sure, his decision was also stupid, but he quite frankly didn't care. If he attacked his opponent now, and dealt him some damage, he would without a doubt have a chance at beating him. But he chose not to do so. Reason? Because it was not fun. Then again, stupid as it was, this was Liam's nature, and he perfectly understood how stupid his decision was. Not that he cared. Why should he care in the first place? His sole purpose for living was to fight against strong opponents. Remove that from the equation, and he would just be an empty shell. In the first place, didn't he leave the human domain and go to the demon realm because he was bored? What was the point of living if there was no purpose? Since I can't fight against Ren all the time, and we're both limited to our environment, it would truly be a waste for me to throw such an opportunity away. Truly. Well, this is unexpected. A familiar voice woke Liam up from his slight daze. His brows immediately furrowed upon hearing the demon's voice. Ha! Lifting his head up, Liam was left stunned by what he saw. Deep blue eyes, black hair, rather buff yet lean body. What's going on? Slowly opening his mouth, he called out. Ren. Chapter 643. Is he sharper than I let out, or is he just stupid? Suriol pondered to himself as he gazed at the human standing not so far from him. In the previous few moments, right when he was morphing his body, he sensed a slight murderous intent coming from the human. He thought that he would attack him. If there was a time when he was most vulnerable, it would indeed be during his transformation, so Suriol found it surprising that he didn't attack him. Did he sense something? In truth, the human would have most likely suffered severe injuries, or even died had he chosen to attack. The fact that he didn't do anything had in itself saved his life. Suriol was not so dim-witted as to allow the human to take advantage of such a glaring weakness in his defenses. He was obviously prepared. This new body isn't too bad. Suriol shifted his attention toward his new body. He repeatedly clenched and unclenched his fists before raising his head to look at the human, who was staring back at him with a look filled with surprise. The grin that was already on his face grew wider. This is the existence you envy? He asked while moving around in this new body of his. Suriol was a member of the Envy clan, a duke ranked one at that. What made the clan of Envy the strongest of the other clans was the unique power a certain part of their members had. Envy, lust, gluttony, pride, greed, wrath, and sloth. Each clan represented a sin, and with it, they were born with an innate power that was only unique to their clan, and that perfectly matched their sin. In Suriol's case, his power was that of someone who, by looking through the memories of their adversary, could flawlessly imitate the person that their adversary envied. In this case, it was the form that he had just copied. It took a total of 10 seconds for Suriol to get used to the new body, and when he did, he felt everything become clear as information started to flood his mind. They were a bit scattered as there seemed to be something wrong with the person's memories, but they were enough for Suriol to absorb and assimilate with himself. He is indeed a person worth envying. He extended his hand, at which point a sword composed of tangible demonic energy materialized. Suriol slowly assumed his position as he locked eyes with the human standing opposite him. Let us see the power of the human that you envy, shall we? Click. Fuck off. Hein let out a resounding roar as his shield collided with a nearby demon, knocking the demon to the ground with a loud crash. The next thing that he did was stomp on the demon's head with his foot. Crack. After hearing a familiar cracking sound, he dashed forward, where he was followed by the simultaneous assault of 5 demons. Boom. Hein did not move from his position and instead fixed his gaze on the demons that were in front of him. The moment their eyes locked, both of them took on more vicious and bloodthirsty expressions. Hyuk. Quack. Hein extended his hand and swiped in a horizontal manner. There was a pileup on the ground of several severed heads due to the result of his actions. Hein manipulated the flame scions in the air with the flick of his finger, and as a result, the demons' bodies burned to a crisp, exposing 5 unblemished cores. He didn't think twice about destroying them as he stomped on them with his foot. Bang. Uck. Hein suddenly groaned as a demon appeared from his right side and attacked him. He was, fortunately, able to block the attack with just his body. There's so many. Not even a second after killing 5 demons, and 10 more were at him. The numbers. They seemed endless. Fuck this shit. He let out a resounding shout as he pounded his shield against the ground with one single large movement. Hui. Boom. The ground began to fracture, and a powerful shockwave propagated outward, forcing the demons that were around him to spread apart. Hein took advantage of the opportunity that presented itself in that split second by pressing his foot against the ground and propelling his body in the direction of the demon that was closest to him. Hyuk. His shield slashed the demon into 2. Without taking a single break, he twisted his body, and the head of a nearby demon detached, falling to the ground. As the blood continued to pool on his shield, it didn't take long before it turned black in color. With no time to care about the cores, Hein crushed the head of the demon with his foot and kicked toward his right. Like a whip, his foot smacked against a demon's neck, sending it crashing against the ground. Be it fist, foot, shield, head. Hein used everything that he had at his disposal to kill the demons around him. Looks like learning from Han Yufei wasn't that bad of an idea after all. His current fighting ability came as a result of Han Yufei teaching him martial arts. Hein had the realization quite some time ago that merely defending himself was not going to be sufficient. He needed to find ways to deal with his opponent, which was why he had asked Han Yufei for assistance. Han Yufei was happy to assist him in exchange for something similar. Now that I think of it, this isn't nearly as bad as my time with Han Yufei. He shuddered involuntarily at the memory of his battles with Han Yufei. It was bearable at first, but the guy, he was inhuman at this point. Hein feared him more than Liam and Ren. Initially, he was manageable. However, after practicing some strange art, he became impossible to fight against. Not only would the training grounds be left in shambles, but the manner in which he fought left absolutely no room for Hein to take a breath at any point in time. Hein was powerless to stop Han Yufei from his endless onslaught. All he could do was brace himself and wait for his stamina to run out. However, this never seemed to happen throughout their spars as Han Yufei never seemed to run out of stamina. He was quite simply a monster. Still, it's all thanks to him that I have improved so much. Hein bitterly smiled and took a deep breath. Eyeing the demons in front of him, his eyes sharpened, and his shield started to glow. Steel domain. The glow around his shield became brighter, and it wasn't long before the shield split into 5 different sized pieces. They began hovering around him, and while Hein grunted once, the shields began to grow in size with the assistance of Hein's mana, which was attached to the shield's side in the form of a translucent tangible material. It wasn't long before he had 5 hovering shields, centered by a part of his previous shield. Down. Hein gestured with his fingers, and the shields bowed with their apexes facing outward. All of this transpired in a fraction of a second, and with a twist of his hands, the shields began to encircle his body with increasing velocity. He then extended his hand forward, and the radius around him expanded. Heek, heek. Black rain started pouring shortly after as agonized screams accompanied the rain. The scene was extremely gruesome, with limbs flying everywhere around Hein. However, he didn't have time to care about this as he could feel his mana dwindling at an alarming rate. It was depleting so fast that he couldn't even process the disgust he was feeling in his stomach. This is a lot more exhausting than I thought. Hein started to grit his teeth. At the rate he was going, he didn't see how he could survive for more than 20 minutes. It sounded like a lot of time, but in reality, it was practically nothing in comparison to a war that would probably last quite a long time. If that wasn't all, boom. Hein was taken aback by an unexpected explosion, during which he felt a powerful force blast against his shield, and he was forced to retreat. The shields that were rotating around Hein fell to the ground in a helpless manner, as he skidded back several meters. Spurt. Feeling a sweet sensation down his throat, Hein suddenly found himself spitting blood. Fuck, shit. He wiped his lips and slowly raised his head up, at which point he was confronted with the sight of a demon looking in his direction. Hein could tell with just a glance that the demon in front of him was no regular demon. All the demons that were previously attacking him had long stopped attacking him, and had shifted their attention away. What do we have here? A sinister whisper echoed in the air. Hugh, Hugh. In response to the demon's gaze, Hein noticed a change in the rhythm of his breathing. Marquis. Shivers ran down Hein's body. The rank of the demon became apparent in his mind, and his body shuddered even more fiercely. He could barely raise his head as the demon scrutinized his body carefully. You shouldn't have stood out so much. His eerie and sinister voice once again echoed inside Hein's head. Had you not stood out so much, I would have never have found you. The voice suddenly sounded a lot closer. Unbeknownst to Hein, the demon was already a couple of meters away from him. Fast. Hein thought as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He wasn't even able to tell how the demon had gotten so close to him. Hein's complexion paled, and his body abruptly twisted in the direction of where the voice came. But it was unfortunately too late. He felt a powerful force press against his abdomen, and his body flew several meters back until he crashed against the ground. Bang. Fuck. Hein cursed out loud as he felt every part of his body ache. He slowly lifted his head up to stare at the demon that was slowly approaching his direction. No, slow was an understatement. By the time Hein blinked, he was already upon him. With his extended hand, he ruthlessly swiped at Hein's face, trying to end his life in an instant. Coup. Hein felt his life flash across his eyes as he stared at the approaching claws. The claws soon reached Hein. No. Clang. Chapter 644. It all should have ended with a swipe of my hand. That was what Mercurian, a Marquis-ranked demon, thought as he swiped down at the human before him. He had a rather strong body, one that was difficult to break with a single attack, and that required quite a bit of strength, in spite of him being a rank lower. Even so, it should not have been impossible for Mercurian to overcome. In the end, orcs had a similar level of toughness, and he was easily able to kill them. Clang. Mercurian was taken aback when he felt his claws strike something solid and felt a vibration emanating from his hand as a result of the impact. What is going on? He wondered aloud as he lowered his head to look at the human. At this precise moment, Mercurian was astounded to see that the human's body had turned completely black, and thin yellow lines began to appear around the human's body. They glowed a faint tint of yellow and brought rise to an indescribable sense of oppression. What is going on? Mercurian stared in disbelief as he sensed that something was off about the situation. Bang! Before he could even begin to make sense of what was happening, he felt a strong force envelop his entire body as he was pushed several meters backward. Hayek. Ha. Ha. It hurts. As Hein laboriously gulped for air, he was suddenly overcome with excruciating pain throughout his entire body. Particularly, he was able to feel the throbbing and searing pain in his veins, making it hard for him to even utter a couple of words. Nonetheless, with the pain came an indescribable amount of power. Hein yelled out in agony as the muscles in his right hand began to twitch in an uncontrollable manner. He was starting to lose focus, and his vision was starting to blur. The pain was that intense. Damn it. I did not expect to use this so early into the war. Hein muttered a curse under his breath as the shaking in his right knee and the growing darkness in his vision continued. Remember, Hein, do not ever use it unless you are in danger. Since you are only learning about the body part, using it will result in excruciating pain that will make you want to commit suicide. Hein started recalling a few words Han Yufei had told him in the past. Not only that, since you have not fully mastered it yet, the pain will be even worse than I can describe. Remember, do not ever use the Gravar style unless your life is really in danger. Haha, I should have listened to him. Hein let out a strained laugh. The Gravar style. Yes, what Hein was currently using at the moment was the Gravar style. Well, at least a small part of it. He could not actually learn the graver style since he did not use the sword, and it did not fit his fighting style. However, with Han Yufi's permission, he was able to learn a small part of it. The part that focused on the body. Ugh. The throbbing only got worse with time. I do not have much time. The 20 minutes he previously had now turned to a couple of minutes. Hein was aware that he was in a difficult situation. However, when confronted by a demon with the rank of Marquis, he knew that he could not show any restraint at all. Boom. With just a single step, the ground beneath him tore into shreds and his vision distorted. Before he knew it, he was in front of the Marquis-ranked demon. He raised his arm and, curling his hand into a fist, he punched with all he had. His movements were so fast that when he threw a fist, the demon could do nothing but stay firm on his spot as he crossed his arms together to block the attack. Hyuk. As a result of Hein's attack, the demon was forced to retreat several meters in the opposite direction. When he finally came to a stop, he had a look of complete and utter surprise on his face. How? He wondered aloud while maintaining a blank expression on his face. However, before he could even begin to comprehend what was taking place, Hein appeared in front of him once more and delivered another powerful punch. Bang! Hein's attacks were relentless. He did not even leave a single moment for the demon to catch his breath. His fighting style perfectly resembled Han Yufi's. Relentless and destructive. The only difference was that Hein was slowly losing strength with each second that passed. Nonetheless, it was enough for him to deal severe damage to the demon. Boom. Hein smashed the demon's head against the ground with his hand while his right foot pinned the demon's body to the ground. Hayek. When the demon crashed into the ground, he let out a pitiful screech, and his eyes widened in shock as he stared at the ground in disbelief. How is this possible? Hein was able to tell what the demon was thinking simply by observing the expression on his face as he mounted the demon's body and began to punch the demon with everything he had. Bang. One punch. Bang. A second punch. Bang. A third punch. As the demon's head was smacked to one side, and then the other, the pace of the punches began to quicken and eventually reached a frenetic state. The blows were so powerful that the demon could not even scream as his eyes rolled back into his head and blood flew everywhere. This should be enough. When Hein had already delivered his 15th punch within a span of 2 seconds, he could feel his body on fire and realized that he needed to put an end to the situation at this very instant. He had to put an end to things right away if he wanted any chance of surviving this and making it out alive. He raised his hand and made preparations to put an end to everything right at this very moment. His hand frozen in midair as he was about to swing it. Hein blinked once, and during that brief moment, his eyes came into contact with those of the demon. It came as a complete shock to Hein when the demon's eyes, which had previously been red, suddenly turned yellow. At the same time, Hein felt his entire body suddenly become lethargic. Are you feeling tired? The demon opened his mouth and his voice quietly entered Hein's head in a low whisper. The corners of Hein's eyes began to droop, and the hand that was still in the air appeared to be on the verge of falling at any moment. You have had your fun with me already, have you not? I think it is enough, do you not think? The demon's voice continued to ring inside of Hein's head like multiple whispers. Right. I am indeed tired. Hein murmured inwardly as he heard the demon's voice. The demon's eyes began to shine with an even greater brilliance, and Hein's hand, which had been raised earlier, began to slowly lower itself. I know that you have used a lot of energy. How about you go to sleep? I think you deserve some sleep after everything that you did. The demon's voice gradually became softer over the course of the conversation, and Hein did not even notice when his eyelids began to close before it was too late. Right. He is right. The demon's words made sense in his mind. At this point, his strength and stamina were almost entirely depleted. As a matter of fact, his mental clarity had already begun to diminish well before this moment. He had not been able to think clearly in quite some time, and the voice of the demon completely resonated with what he was experiencing on the inside. Not only that, but he somehow felt even more tired when the demon's eyes turned yellow. How about you take a small nap? I think you deserve it. I agree. Hein mumbled something as he eventually nodded his head and closed his eyes before collapsing next to the demon with a soft thud. Thud. Mercurian exhaled deeply as he felt the weight of the human being lifted off of his body. The glow that had been in his eyes vanished, and as soon as it did, he jerked his head around to glare at the human that had been beating on him from above just a moment ago. How embarrassing. He quietly mumbled. For a Marquis-ranked demon like him to suffer such an embarrassing beatdown, he felt various emotions. Shame, anger, resentment. This human is dangerous. He slowly stood up and looked at the human who was passed out on the ground. Mercurian was a member of the Sloth clan, and he had a lingering fear that if he had not been able to use his abilities at the precise moment that he did, it could have been him lying on the ground instead of the human. Naturally, the idea that he was going to die never entered his head at any point in time. He was a Marquis-ranked demon while his opponent was not. Despite his sudden rise in strength, it still was not enough to deal with the large gap in rank the two of them had. Sure, he did get beaten down on the ground, but that was all part of his plan. He just needed to find the opportune time to use his powers and render his opponent immobile through the usage of his powers. And he succeeded. Let us get rid of him. Mercurian glanced at the battlefield around him and decided to kill the human in front of him. His next set of actions was rather quick. Raising his foot, he stomped toward the human's head. Ha. Or at least tried to. The moment his foot was about to crush the human's skull into a pulp, it suddenly froze in the middle of the air, preventing it from doing its intended damage. What is going on? Makurayan slowly turned his head, and as he did so, his eyes fell upon a beguiling figure that had two large horns growing out of her head. Her eyes had a rosy gleam that shone brightly. If you do not mind, how about letting him go? Her seductive voice echoed throughout the air as she slowly made her way toward Makurayan. What? Makurayan gave a single blink of his eye as he caught a glimpse of the demon approaching him from behind. When he felt something out of the ordinary, his heart began to race, but he was unable to move, and all he could feel was his head slowly nodding. How sweet of you. The demoness murmured something in his ear in a low voice. Before Makurayan could even realize what was happening, she was already standing in front of him. Leaning her head closer to his ear once again, she whispered something else. Now that we are at it, why do you not do me another favor? Makurayan experienced chills down his back as he listened to her words, but it seemed as though his body was frozen in place, and he was unable to move at all. The demoness tilted her head to the side and smiled seductively in his direction. She lowered her voice and cocked her head slightly as she spoke. Why do you not die? Everything turned black after that. Chapter 645. Jin leaped into the air as he snuck toward 5 marquee-ranked demons, who were a little farther away from the other marquee-ranked demons, who had made the decision to advance a little in order to scope the war. Some of them had even actively joined the war, trying to balance the situation as Ren's members were wreaking havoc at the very front. Their very presence was tilting the balance of the war, as they massacred hundreds of demons at a time. I should also play a role. With his rank being S- rank, Jin now had the ability to fly as he skipped through the air in a secretive manner. Nearing the demons, he activated his first skill, Absolute Stealth. B. The user can completely conceal their breathing, heartbeat, and noise, as well as their physical form upon activating this skill. Over the years, Jin had acquired many different skills. Most of them came from his guild, at times as a reward for all of his accomplishments, and at other times as a gift from his parents and grandfather. He used to be very hesitant about taking skills in the past, as he wanted to prove to the others that he didn't need the guild in order to be the best. But as he grew up, and he thought back on his previous thoughts, he could only shake his head and lament about how stupid and naive his thoughts were. If you are born with an advantage, use it. He was born with a golden spoon ever since he was little, perhaps because of others' jealousy, and how they claimed that the only reason he was strong was because of his grandfather and all of the potions he was fed as a child. Jin began to believe their words, giving rise to his edgy teen phase, where he would think of everyone as his enemy. He had long grown past that phase. He now knew better than anyone that the only opinion that mattered was his. It was his life, not theirs. What right did they have to say anything about his life? Just the thought of how he had been manipulated in the past brought rise to a hidden anger within him. Fortunately, I realized it early. All he needed was one wake-up call to learn of this, and from there, Jin decided to use the one advantage he had over the others and acquire the best skills he could through his guild. Not only that, but he also learned the best arts that the guild had to offer. Of course, he only learned those that would benefit him, and he didn't just learn all of the arts for the sake of learning them. If only I could have practiced everything earlier. Just thinking back at all the time he had wasted with his worthless pride gave rise to a high sense of disappointment in himself. What a waste. Phew. His body emerged from behind a marquee-ranked demon. There were a total of 5 marquee-ranked demons scattered around him, and none of them took notice of his presence. Appearing from behind the demon, Jin's eyes changed as 5 different red shooting targets appeared in his vision. Axiom Lock. S. The user gains the ability to see through the opponent's axis, pivots, and center of gravity, granting them a significant advantage in combat. As he fiddled with the 2 daggers in his hands, a circular domain started to spread out from his body, until it began to encircle the area around him as well as the marquee-ranked demon. Domain of Silence. A. Constructs a domain around the user that prevents all noise from escaping. The domain was invisible. Only Jin had the ability to see it expand from out of his body, and encircling the area around him and the demon. The next set of actions all happened in a flash. With his eyes darting all over the targets, Jin's hands flashed, and the dagger in his hand pierced right through every single spot marked in his vision. The demon screamed out loud, but no noise came out of his mouth. If that wasn't enough, by the time Jin was done attacking the marquee-ranked demon, the demon found himself unable to move as the ligaments of both his arms and legs had been torn. A long line spread across his neck, and his wings had been cut. The last thing the demon felt was a hand piercing through his head. After that, everything went dark. That's one. Jin silently murmured to himself as his eyes narrowed. Killing this demon was the easiest part. The hardest part was what followed after. After all, although he had the skills that granted him the ability to kill someone silently, it did not camouflage his kill. Within the next 2 seconds, one of the demons near him would definitely notice that something was wrong and warn the others. Thus, Jin's figure suddenly appeared in front of another demon, after briefly disappearing. This time, he decided not to use his A-ranked skill, Domain of Silence, and instead just attacked with his right hand, which was holding a sharp dagger in it. On the other hand, his other hand, which was empty, was extended toward the left side. His hand gradually took on a shadowy appearance as a dark haze began to envelop it. Thin threads started to shoot from the tip of his hand, aiming toward 2 nearby marquee-ranked demons. All of this happened within the short 2 seconds span that he had given himself. By the time the demons realized that something was wrong, the threads had already reached them, and had locked onto their respective necks like sharp daggers. Jin was hugging a demon from behind while pressing a dagger against his neck. On the other hand, his left hand, which was extended toward the 2 other marquee-ranked demons, had thin black threads that encircled their necks. 3 out of 4 of the remaining demons were locked under his control within that short period of time, and by the time the 4th demon turned around to see what was going on, he was met with the sight of Jin's cold eyes. Spurt, spurt, spurt. A fountain of black blood began to spray in the air as the demon stared at Jin with a look of absolute dread. What was happening before the demon's eyes seemed impossible. It was completely beyond his common sense. He had just turned around to look at the battle at the front, only to be shocked to see that his comrades had all been incapacitated. All of this happened so fast that he had been unable to react at all. How? The demon thought to himself as he moved back a little. His eyes were filled with absolute horror and dread. Thump, thump, thump. 3 muffled sounds echoed beneath as Jin dropped the bodies of the demons onto the ground. In his hand were 3 perfectly shaped cores, which disappeared with a flick of his finger. Just like that, Jin had gotten rid of 4 marquee-ranked demons. What was happening right now was no coincidence. This was the product of Jin's hard work. He understood just how big the gap between him and Ren was. His goal used to be to chase after him, but he realized that that was stupid. Fundamentally, Ren was not him. Ren was a swordsman, and Jin was more of an assassin. The weapons they used were different, and so was the way they fought. It was upon this realization that everything became clear to Jin. I'll just focus on improving what I'm good at instead of trying to catch up to Ren. He might not be the best swordsman around, but he sure as hell was going to be the strongest assassin there was. And the fact that he could kill 4 marquee-ranked demons when his strength was the same as theirs was a testament to just how strong he had gotten over the years. He's pretty good, Emma murmured as she looked toward the sky where Jin was. Currently, he was face to face with a marquee-ranked demon. She witnessed, alongside Melissa, him dispatch 4 marquee-ranked demons in a matter of a minute. His strength had honestly left her stunned. I wonder just how much effort he must have put in over the years to become this strong. Without a doubt, Jin's talent wasn't the only thing that had led to him becoming this strong. She knew better than anyone that effort and dedication were the necessary requirements for one to become strong. A bitter smile spread across her face as she thought about the effort she put in. Haha, I wonder if my efforts are still not enough. The reason why she wanted to become strong was so that she wouldn't be a burden for Kevin, but it didn't seem like he appreciated her efforts as he seemed to have put some distance from her over the last few years. She didn't realize why at first, and the thought saddened her, but upon further reflection, she realized that it was most likely because he still found her a burden, and that he was most probably putting on a distance with her so that she wouldn't get hurt. Well, at least that was what she forced herself to think. After all, there was no way Kevin would abandon her, right? Oi, wake up. Ouch. A slap at the back of her head was what snapped her out of her thoughts. She hastily turned her head and glared in Melissa's direction. What was that for? Ha. Melissa looked at her with a look that said, "Are you seriously asking me something so obvious?" while she pointed at the battlefield. Falling into a daze when there's a war going on? Did you get hurt before coming here? Ah. Emma put on an embarrassed look. She lowered her head and whispered, "You're right. No shit, I'm right." Ruthless as ever, Melissa didn't hold her punches as she continued to rant. I get that you're having some relationship troubles, but there is a time for everything, and now is not the time to think about this type of stuff. How did you? It doesn't matter how I know. The device I set up around us isn't going to last forever. The core is already running out of energy, so you better get ready to fight soon. Melissa took out several flasks from her dimensional space, all of which had different colored substances hidden inside. She opened one and handed it to Emma. Here, drink this, it will help you fight better. What's this? Emma asked out of curiosity. Melissa shoved it at her and answered, "Just drink it. I'm not going to poison you." All right then. Emma drank the potion under Melissa's gaze. Ha! She felt a sudden burst of strength. Her eyes opened wide in shock as she gazed at Melissa. Don't ask questions. You wouldn't understand even if I told you what I did. She tossed several different colored cards in Emma's direction, after which she crouched down on the ground and tapped onto a small device set up on the ground. Get ready, in the next few seconds we will be assaulted from all sides. Make sure you don't die. Way. Melissa tapped onto the device before Emma could finish her sentence, and all of a sudden, she felt thousands of different eyes pause on her body. Chills ran down her body. Fuck, Melissa. As the shaking in the room became more intense and my heart began to twitch, I let out a scream. Yuck. At the same time, the room began to shake even more fiercely. This was especially true for the pillars, which were shaking so violently that it appeared as though they could topple over at any moment. Bang. Not yet. I pounded the ground with my fist and clenched my teeth tightly. I shut my eyes and concentrated on the mana that was entering my body. I continued to control its movements within my body in order to make sure that everything was operating as it should. A single mistake and I was fucked. When I shut my eyes to examine the state of my body, I was delighted to reach the conclusion that I was only a few seconds away from breaking through. Immediately after I realized this, my eyes snapped open and I hastily chewed on another herb. Quake. As if scalding lava was traveling through my veins, my body jerked up and I let out a heart-wrenching scream. The scream was so loud that it drowned out the sound of the explosions coming from the war, and it wasn't long before I suddenly heard a cracking sound inside of the room. Crack. Everything changed after that. Chapter 646. Angelica's expression was one of gloom, as she stooped down to examine Hein, who was lying unconscious on the ground at that moment. She sighed in relief when she realized that Hein was fine and slowly stood up and scanned her surroundings. Luckily, he seems fine, but he is completely spent at the moment. The area surrounding her was completely empty, as a circle formed in her vicinity, as any demons that entered her radius abruptly turned around and charged the other demons in the area with blank looks on their faces. What are you doing? We are on the same side. Traitor. This was all thanks to her power that allowed her to control the weaker ranked demons. Report to me your situation. Angelica raised her wrist and whispered something. It was not long before she received several replies. Yuck, I am not holding out too well. I have lost 8 of my pets already, and I am being pushed back at the moment. The first one to reply was Ava, and it sounded as though she rushed when she spoke. Her manner of speaking made it abundantly clear that the circumstances surrounding her were dismal. I am with Ryan at the moment, and I am helping out from above, but the demons have already infiltrated a small part. Leopold's audio was cut off in the middle, and Angelica's brows furrowed. What happened? A crisp voice echoed after Liam's voice. It belonged to none other than Amanda, who kept shooting her arrows in the sky, killing hundreds of demons at the time. I am fine for now, but I am slowly running out of mana. I have been targeted by a few demons, so my mana is depleting rapidly. I am also fine, but I am currently fighting against 5 marquee-ranked demons, so I do not think I will be fine for much longer. The response from Han Yufei arrived much later than the one from Amanda, and when it did, Angelica lowered her wrist and furrowed her brows. Raising her head, she looked at Liam, who was in the sky, and her expression turned even grimmer. This is not good. It was at this precise moment that she became aware of the fact that the war's equilibrium was on the verge of tipping. If they waited just a few more minutes, they would all be in some very serious trouble. Her heart unknowingly quickened. Click. The all-too-familiar clicking sound echoed inside of Liam's head as he felt something sharp brush past his skin. With just a blink of his eyes, he cocked his head to the right and narrowly avoided the Duke-ranked demon's sword. You dodged that. A look of surprise appeared on the demon's face. Liam chose not to respond, and instead focused his attention on the Duke-ranked demon standing in front of him. His current appearance was identical to Ren's in every way. From the structure of his body, his hair, and his eyes, he was a carbon copy of Ren in every possible way imaginable, to such an extent that Liam had the impression that he was currently in a fight with Ren. There was only one problem. It is not fun. He had already fought with Ren dozens of times before. He knew almost everything about Ren's fighting style. It was effortless for him to counter his usual fast movements. It seemed as though things were getting easier for him, even though he was in a situation that should have been getting harder. I don't like this. Unknowingly, he was voicing out his displeasure aloud. The Duke-ranked demon paused. You do not like this? I do not. Liam shook his head with a clear look of displeasure on his face. Do you have any idea how many times in the past I have faced off against Ren? It is to the point where I cannot even keep track of it all anymore. Actually, it was more like he forgot, but he was not going to say that. I have almost completely committed all of his movements and attacks to memory at this point. Do you seriously believe that if you were to become him, it would make things more difficult for me? As Liam clenched his teeth and focused his attention on the fake Ren, lightning began to crackle around his body. Unfortunately, that is the furthest thing from the truth. He tapped his sword, producing a similar clicking sound. The Duke-level demon was barely able to parry the attack with a sword swing. Despite this, he was nonetheless pushed back. Liam pursued after him. See, what you are doing is not even that impressive. I can do that too. If Ren had been present and witnessed the scene, he would have likely shook his head in dismay. Since when did my sword art become as common as a cabbage? For there to be 2 people who were using something similar to the Keiki style, Ren would have unquestionably begun re-evaluating his life decisions. Even though theirs were imitations, and not identical, the fact that they were able to imitate it to the degree would have left one speechless. Click. As Liam appeared directly in front of the Duke-ranked demon, the lightning crackling around his arm intensified, as did his movements. If he was fast before, he was now impossibly fast. Clank. He slashed down with everything he got, forcing the Duke-ranked demon back again. Not enough. The crackling sound of lightning that was occurring all around Liam's body became even louder. His form, which had been visible just moments before, disappeared into the background, leaving behind only 2 pupils that shone with a brilliant yellow hue. The bolts of lightning danced wildly behind him, and it wasn't long before they seemed to take the shape of a gigantic blue dragon. The second movement of the Ivorian style, Lightning Dragon. The dragon lunged forward, opening its mouth wide before biting in the direction of the Duke-ranked demon. The force with which the attack came was extremely devastating, and it was sufficient to cause the complexion of the Duke-ranked demon to change as several hundreds of blue rings appeared right in front of him. Ring of Vindication. Elemental Discharge. Lightning. The dragon, which had previously been the size of an airplane, shrunk considerably when it saw the circles for the first time, and it was not long before it disappeared completely. The Duke-ranked demon smiled when he saw the dragon disappear. His smile did not last very long, because all of a sudden he felt the hair on the back of his head standing up. Shortly after that, he began to hear the echo of a chilly voice next to his ear. You would think I would fall for something like this. Liam extended his hand in the direction of the demon's head. His movement was simple, as he only extended his hand, but it was enough to startle the demon, because the speed at which he was moving was simply mind-boggling. Even he, a Duke-ranked demon on the verge of reaching the prince rank, was struggling with his speed. That alone signified just how fast Liam's movements were. Sadly, the unfortunate reality was that the demon was not just a Duke-ranked demon in name. At precisely the moment when Liam's hand was about to come into contact with the back of his head, the space around Liam began to crack, and what appeared to be the pointed tips of actual swords began to materialize all around him. Shit. Liam cursed to himself as he stopped whatever he was doing. After that, different white lines started to appear in his field of vision. This was immediately followed by his yellow pupils shining with a greater yellow hue. He then took a single look around him, and was able to skillfully sidestep the white lines that were headed in the direction of his body. Unfortunately, the number of white lines was simply far too many for him to completely avoid. Spurt, spurt, left shoulder, and right thigh. He felt something sharp in those areas. Blinking once, his vision returned to normal, and it was there that he realized that his whole body was covered in blood. He was clearly injured. Are you bored now? The voice of the Duke-ranked demon could be heard coming from the direction of his far right. Instead of turning, Liam lowered his head. Not talking, the demon seemed to have misunderstood Liam's silence for confirmation, as he did not attack again. Instead, he slowly approached Liam, who was floating in the air with a serious look on his face. What are you thinking about? The demon was already in front of Liam before he knew it. Secretly, the area around Liam had started to become enveloped by a darkish domain which was slowly isolating the two of them. With a calm look on his face, he carefully scrutinized Liam's body. Instead of attacking immediately, his figure morphed back to its original form. He no longer looked like Ren. In his mind, the battle was over. With the domain established, it was impossible for him to die. What do you think about signing a contract with me? The demon's eyes shone once again, and Liam felt his body grow lethargic once more, as his head was filled with soft whispers. A contract appeared in the demon's hands. Sign the contract. The demon swept his eyes across the battlefield and smiled. Sign the contract and... Ha! The demon came to a halt in the middle of his sentence, as he abruptly turned his head to look toward the distance, where he sensed a significant shift in the surrounding environment. He was not the only one to notice the abrupt change in the environment, as the entire battlefield came to a sudden halt. Almost immediately after that, a massive yellow column shot straight up into the sky. Instantaneously, a terrifying suffocating pressure engulfed everyone in the battlefield. Nearly everyone could feel their breathing becoming more labored, with the exception of the demon that was standing in front of Liam. At the same time, the pupils of several demons in the distance began to contract. This power. The demon gazed off into the distance, while maintaining an expression of utter disbelief on his face. In contrast to everyone else present, he had an uncanny ability to gauge the intensity of the pressure that was emanating from the distance. Liam weakly turned his head to look in the direction of where the pillar was coming from. A smile spread across his face as he glanced in the demon's direction and mumbled, "That is the existence that I envy. I did it. After suffering for who knew how long, I had finally broken through." A refreshing feeling enveloped my entire body as I slowly stood up from my spot. When I opened my eyes to look around, I was left stunned by what was within my vision. So many Xians. There must have been over 1 million distinct particles of varying hues that suddenly materialized all around me. These particles touched my body and moved around it in response to each and every movement I made. I was able to see the Xians move away from my hand as I raised it, and it looked almost exactly like I was moving my hand through the water. It was very interesting. Now is not the time for me to get fascinated with this type of stuff. I raised my head to stare toward the distance, and it was there that my brows furrowed. Luckily, I did not take too long to break through. My vision suddenly became distorted as I took a casual step forward. With that one step, I was suddenly standing outside the walls of the castle. My gaze traveled across the battlefield, and it was not long before it was drawn to a particular demon off in the distance. Is that Liam? Next to him was a familiar figure. It was none other than Liam. My brows furrowed even more tightly when I saw in just what state he was in. They did not stay knit for long, as they soon relaxed. What an idiot. I muttered to myself quietly as I worked very hard to suppress the urge to shake my head. At first glance, I was able to tell that he had challenged the Duke-ranked demon on purpose, because this opponent was the most powerful one on the battlefield. Little did he know that the so-called Duke-ranked demon was on the verge of breaking through to the rank of prince. Actually, he probably knew, but he still did not care. This fact alone made it harder for me to stop myself from shaking my head. Even though I fixed most of his memories, why cannot he act normal for once? This was giving me a headache. Actually, realistically speaking, he was the only one that could have stopped the Duke-ranked demon for as long as he did. Rather than being an idiot, he was the one that pretty much prevented the war from ending early. I was just being too sensitive since he always tended to pull this type of crap. Blinking once, I found myself standing next to Liam and the demon. I calmly opened my mouth and said something after lowering my head to cast a fleeting glance in Liam's direction. Let me handle things for now. Chapter 647. Wait, Ren, I can still fight. I still haven't used my trump card. It doesn't matter. You already had your chance, and honestly, Ren didn't even bother to look at Liam before he shot him. Even if you were to successfully defeat him, the cost would be too great for you to bear. Please return to the castle and allow me to handle the current situation. Tisk. After making a clicking sound with his tongue, Liam sheathed his sword, and the hue that had been swirling around his body began to fade. When he looked into Ren's eyes, he found that he could not bring himself to disobey his orders. The things that he said weren't totally off base. Even though there was a slim chance that he could triumph over the demon that stood in front of him, the price that he would have to pay to defeat that demon would be far too high for him to stomach. In spite of the fact that he often acted on impulse, he was not exactly wishing to die just yet. There were a great number of other goals in his mind that he wanted to accomplish before dying. Dying to some unknown Duke-ranked demon wasn't on the list. Like fighting the Demon King, the one demon that was said to be unbeatable. Now, dying against him would indeed be fun. Fine, but just this time. There won't be a next time. His body then fell to the ground, and he disappeared immediately after. In the sky, Ren and the Suriol stared at each other. Ren's eyes appeared rather icy, in contrast to Suriol's, which shone with a watchful intensity. Opening his mouth, Suriol asked, "Did you just break through?" "I thought that was obvious enough." Ren cast a casual glance in the direction of the castle, which was located behind him. He didn't feel the need to lie about his most recent breakthrough. To him, it wasn't going to change the outcome of the fight regardless. Additionally, the phenomenon that his breakthrough had brought into existence ought to have already been a dead giveaway at that point. Clearly, Suriol was just asking to waste time and get a better read on his strength. "I see." Duke Suriol closed his eyes once. His wings quickly grew larger, and a powerful force erupted from his body, heading in the direction of Ren like an unstoppable tsunami. When confronted with such intense pressure, Ren simply extended his hand forward and swiped to his right, which allowed him to effortlessly slice through the assault as though it was made out of paper. Not bad. The unassuming actions taken by Ren caused Suriol's expression to become solemn. Even at that point, Suriol maintained a relatively relaxed posture. "How about we step it up a notch?" The second part of his sentence echoed inside Ren's ear from the back as Ren felt the presence of someone standing right behind him. To his surprise, he could still see Duke Suriol's figure standing in the spot where he had previously stood. It was obvious that he moved at such a rapid pace that he left behind discernible afterimages of himself. Despite this, Ren was able to respond in time as 5 rings materialized directly behind him, forming a stack that stopped Duke Suriol's impending attack. Crack. The attack was slowed down as a result of 4 out of the 5 rings shattering completely. The final ring also shattered, but by the time it did, Ren had already moved a considerable distance away from where he had been standing before. His actions surprised Duke Suriol, who looked at Ren with a surprised look. "So you've also dodged that?" His laid-back demeanor remained consistent the entire time, but his smile was slowly receding. When he moved his hand in front of him, the space in front of him shattered, and his hand disappeared, only to reappear in a flash right next to Ren as the void next to him shattered like broken glass. Coup. The sudden unexpected action taken by Suriol caught Ren off guard, as he was unable to deflect the blow in time, and as a consequence, he sustained an injury on the back of his neck from which blood began to pour. As if that wasn't bad enough, Duke Suriol continued to attack Ren, resulting in cuts appearing all over Ren's body. Within a very brief amount of time, Ren's body had already become covered in cuts, and blood had started to leak out of the various wounds and onto the ground. Duke Suriol beamed with satisfaction as he took in Ren's predicament, and then began speaking. "It's useless. Just because you've advanced to the next level does not mean you can fight on equal grounds with me. It was over 150 years ago that I was promoted to the Duke rank. Even if you had managed to stabilize the mana within your body, you would not have been able to fight me, as our strengths still differed by a large margin." In other races, Duke Suriol's rank was roughly equivalent to an SS+. Compared to Ren, who had just broken through to SS- rank, there was still a significant gap in their abilities, and this was what he was attempting to convey to Ren, who was struggling to avoid his attacks. If all of that wasn't bad enough, Ren's level of experience paled in comparison to that of Duke Suriol, who had lived for over 500 years. In his head, there wasn't much of a fight left to be had. Although he was initially surprised by Ren's appearance, the surprise was where it ended. "I will make sure to torture you a bit more for everything you have done over the past few months. All of my discarded plans and subordinates." As he continued to attack, Duke Suriol experienced a sudden outburst of rage as his attacks grew increasingly vicious. Ren, who could barely avoid his attacks, began to bleed even more blood. Everyone on the ground was able to see Ren's lonesome figure floating above them as their hearts began to sink. The gap between Duke Suriol and Ren, everyone who was looking up from below could make out every detail perfectly. Instantaneously, the morale of the demons grew stronger, whereas the orcs' morale became weaker. The conflict on the battlefield below took a new direction as the demons' attacks started to become more fierce, while those on the orc side started to become less intense. They were all beginning to feel hopeless about the outcome of the war. Quack. After being shot in the head with an arrow, a demon toppled to the ground, sending it crashing down hard against a pack of other demons that were fighting beneath the Orson castle. It was at that moment that another arrow formed with a flick of Amanda's bowstring. This arrow was perfectly aimed at the exposed core of the demon, and when it was suddenly released, the arrow shattered the demon's core into millions of different pieces. If that wasn't enough, with another flick of her finger, the arrow exploded, and a large explosion resounded throughout the air, completely disintegrating the demons that were beside the fallen demon. Boom. Another few down. How many does that make? Amanda had long lost count of how many demons she had killed at this point. The only thing she could feel was her dwindling mana, and the searing pain on her fingertips. It's bleeding. Her mouth twitched when she noticed that her fingers were bleeding. Evidently, all that shooting had injured her finger. Normally, she would not have a problem, because she could simply take out a potion to heal her wounds. Unfortunately, the situation did not allow her to do so as her hand continued to flick her bowstrings as demons appeared from all sides. Wherever she looked, a new demon appeared, and thus she was forced to swiftly move and twist her body, in a way that granted her the ability to lock sight with the demons that were attacking her. It was fortunate that she had her skill Target Lock S activated, as its functions were rather close to an aimbot. She didn't even really need to aim properly to kill a demon with such skill. The only downside was the large amount of mana that the skill consumed. Thud, 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 thud. As demons continued to descend from the top of the castle and attempt to attack Amanda, her body continued to leap into the air and twist. Her bow let loose 3 arrows that flew at horrifying speeds. One after the other, the arrows pierced the skulls of 3 demons, causing them to fall to the ground with great force. Ha, ha. Amanda gently touched down on the ground, and then she channeled her mana in such a way that it formed 2 sharp, mana-based ends at the tail ends of her bow. After that, she twisted her heel and turned around. Spurt, spurt, spurt. As the sky began to rain an increasing number of corpses, a dark bloody rain threatened to soak all of her clothing, greatly alarming Amanda. Fortunately, the blood never spilled on her clothes as a thin layer of mana covered her body. As if a clean freak like her would ever want her clothes dirty by blood. Ha, ha. I can't last much longer. As she felt her vision begin to warp slightly, she immediately severed the head of another demon, by cutting it off with the sharp end of her bow as if it were a sword. The thin layer of mana around her body was starting to dwindle, and she could feel her breathing becoming rougher with each passing second. It had been at least 8 hours since she had begun to fight, and it was unavoidable for her to eventually start losing stamina as a result. Instead, the fact that she could fight for as long as she did until now is already an extremely impressive feat in and of itself. Even so, everyone had a limit, and Amanda had just about reached hers. Shiu. Another arrow flew from her bow, and it impaled 2 demons on its way through their skulls. When she felt another presence behind her, she turned around and flicked her finger once more. However, as soon as she turned around, she was horrified to see that 8 demons were diving toward her at extreme speeds. Oh no. At this precise moment, Amanda became fully aware that she was in a precarious situation. When she flicked her hand, an arrow materialized in the middle of her bow. However, as she pulled the string, she realized that the arrow was fading in and out of existence. A definitive demonstration that there was insufficient mana to continue sustaining it. She was suddenly overcome with a sense of impending doom as the demons sneaked up on her without her even realizing it. Amanda clenched her teeth together, causing the arrow that was in her bow to vanish, and then she took a stance, getting ready to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the demons. Die human scum. In the split second, before she came face to face with the demons, she was able to make out a muttering of profanity coming from the direction of the demons as they closed in on her. It was obvious that she had garnered the resentment of the demons, especially after the fact that she was responsible for the deaths of so many of their fellow soldiers. Amanda took a few steps forward and braced herself for battle against the demons, showing no sign of the slightest bit of fear. Tum. Ha! Just as Amanda's bow was about to make contact with the demon's sharp nails, her entire body froze up. Boom. In the next instant, the 8 demons obliterated right before Amanda's very eyes as blood spilled all over her clothes. Ha! Amanda stood there in a daze as she looked toward her right, where she saw a familiar figure standing not so far from her with his fist pointed in her general direction. The figure was none other than Han Yufei. Chapter 648. Amanda's eyes lit up the moment they caught sight of Han Yufei, and the moment that happened, she finally let go of her tension and knelt on the ground on one knee. Ha, ha, thank you. Amanda muttered a few words of gratitude as her body slowly started to twitch from exhaustion. Without a second thought, she took out several potions that Melissa had given her and gulped them down in one go. As soon as she downed the potions, she started to feel a warm sensation that spread throughout her entire body. The wounds on her fingers and other parts of her body started to slowly heal. In case that wasn't enough, her mana and stamina were also beginning to return to normal. Little by little, a small flush began to spread across her previously pale face. How strong. Amanda was surprised to see how potent the effects of the potions were. Considering that she was the young mistress of the most powerful guild in the human domain, it did not come as a surprise to know that she had taken a lot of potions in her life. She naturally possessed an accurate understanding of the potency of the effects produced by these standard potions. However, when compared to the potions that Amanda had just consumed, which had been given to her by Melissa, she realized that there was a vast difference between the two. As a matter of fact, she had the impression that she was now able to fight once more. Incredible. This discovery astounded her as she slowly stood up. Are you okay? It was then that Han Yufei walked over. Amanda nodded her head as she turned her head to look at him. I'm fine now, thank you. Things would have been much more difficult for her if it hadn't been for his prompt intervention. That's great. Han Yufei refocused his attention on the demons that were approaching the castle from below. Just as he was about to take a step forward, and was about to once again engage in combat with the demons, his foot came to a halt, and he slowly turned around, as if remembering something. With a visible shudder of his body, he looked at Amanda with a pitiful look on his face. Hey. His voice quivered slightly. What is going on? Amanda was taken aback by his unexpected actions, and she stared at him with a perplexed expression on her face. What, exactly, was it that caused him to react in such a manner? Amanda didn't have to wait very long before she figured out the answer to that question. However, after she heard his subsequent words, she was left at a complete loss for words. Can you do me a favor and stop telling him that his charm is lower than mine? It has been causing a lot of problems. Amanda's eyes blinked a couple of times as she tried to process his words. The moment she did so, she became aware that her hand was covering her mouth. Before she even realized what was happening, she had already started giggling uncontrollably. Please, he is weaker than the human that I previously fought. While staring at Ren, who was covered in blood and had been severely beaten, this was the realization that came to Suriol. Ren was in a terrible state, but what was even worse was that he didn't put up even the slightest bit of resistance when he was being attacked, which made the situation even worse for him. Is he really the human in the memories? When Suriol recalled the memories of the previous human he had been fighting, he had the distinct impression that something was wrong with the memories he received. He wasn't supposed to be this weak. Despite the fact that Suriol was aware of Ren's weaknesses due to the memories he had acquired from Liam, things should not have been this simple. Something was amiss, so he instinctively stopped attacking and retreated, his eyes brimming with alertness. Obviously, he did not forget to leave a mark on the human's body before he left. What sort of game are you playing at? Suriol asked as he scanned the human in front of him. After taking a second look, he was unable to detect any menacing power emanating from the human. Despite this, he continued to listen to his gut instincts, which told him to retreat. There was something really odd about the human. What game am I playing at? And shortly thereafter, the human slowly raised his head. When their eyes met, the human brushed back his hair. At the moment, he sported an expression that could be described as both indifferent and icy, giving off the impression that he did not possess any emotion. Things became especially alarming when his eyes started to become a hollow gray color. I'm not playing any games. I am merely just trying to adjust myself to this new rank. He extended both hands to his sides while mumbling something to himself. It is not every day that one experiences such a drastic rise in power. The sky started to dim as a direct result of his direct actions. A powerful hue began to envelop Ren's body, as the sky began to show signs of cracking and tearing. At the same time, his SS- rank strength erupted from his body. What's this? After being startled, Suriol looked around him with a confused expression on his face. The power that was slowly enveloping the battlefield was very intimidating, to say the least. Enough to cause even Suriol to feel some sort of strain. However, if that wasn't all, martial body. The weight that was pressing down on Suriol became significantly heavier by that light murmur coming from Ren's mouth as Suriol's expression finally changed. On the other hand, Ren's body began to undergo transformations as his muscles began to swell, his veins ruptured, and his rank steadily increased. Within an instant, Ren's rank shot up from SS- rank all the way toward SS rank. It cannot be. Gulp. Suriol involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he moved back. Ren's power increased to a dangerously high level for an unknown reason. Suriol felt pressure build from all of his sides as his eyes met with Ren's, who was standing in front of him. No, I cannot let things continue like this. Suriol's expression hardened as he became aware of how dire the situation was, and a terrifying energy began to emanate from his body at the same time. In his mind, he tried to reassure himself. There is no need for alarm. Since I possess the previous human's memories, I should be able to anticipate his movements. He scanned his surroundings and recalled something. If I am not wrong, soon enough sword energies will come crashing down toward me at incredible speeds. I should get out of here as fast as possible. After taking in his surroundings, Suriol came to a conclusion very quickly. He furiously glared in the direction of his opponent, while rapidly expanding the wings on his back. Then, with a flap of his wings, his body zoomed in Ren's direction. If I head to where he is, he will be forced to stop whatever he is doing. After all, there is no way he can attack himself, right? His body accelerated through the air as he approached Ren swiftly. When Suriol finally came face to face with Ren, just as he had predicted, he watched him furrow his brows, and then abort his attack entirely. Clearly, he had realized Suriol's intention. Ha ha ha, I bet you did not see this coming. Suriol revealed a crazy smile after successfully stopping Ren's attack. Sheeing. As he slashed at the human that was in front of him, he didn't squander even a single second of the valuable extra time that he had bought for himself, and attacked with everything he had. Unfortunately, Ren was able to avoid his attack with just a small step backward. Suriol's heart sank, but it wasn't long before it calmed down again. That is right, I still have that. His special power, the one that allowed him to gain an advantage over his opponent. After one more beat of his wings, his body lurched backward, and he came to a stop in the middle of the air. This should be far enough. Oh, are you going to do something? Suriol was startled by a sudden whisper in his ear. When he turned around and saw Ren standing directly behind him, his expression changed drastically. What? Before he could even begin to comprehend how Ren had appeared behind him, he had to repeatedly close and reopen his eyes. Only then was he able to start making sense of what had happened. He didn't give it a second thought before hurriedly twisting his body and slashing in Ren's direction. Clang! Ren's sword, which Suriol had not realized had been removed from its sheath, deftly blocked his claws as they attempted to cut him in half. Clang! 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 Shockwaves propagated throughout the atmosphere as the two engaged in a duel in midair, with Suriol attempting an attack and Ren defending himself with a simple turn of his sword. It also had to be noted that Ren had only been using one hand throughout the entire exchange. It was clear to those spectating that he was the one who was at an advantage at the moment. What is going on? Suriol wondered to himself as he continued to attack. I am a Duke-ranked demon that is on the verge of breaking through to the Prince rank. He is merely a human that has just broken through to Duke rank. I should be having the upper hand. What was going on? Things didn't make sense at all. Clank! When his sword and Suriol's nails collided, the result was a sonic boom, in the form of a pressurized wind gale that spread out across the sky. Hayak! In the aftermath of the assault, Suriol discovered that he had been pushed back by several meters. He raised his head to look at Ren, who seemed rather composed and calm. As a result of the exchange, he had also taken a few steps back. As a matter of fact, it appeared that he had retreated a few steps further than Suriol. This was a resounding demonstration that Suriol's strength was indeed superior to that of Ren, and it was at this very moment that Suriol came to a sudden realization. It is his technique. At this precise moment, Suriol had the epiphany that Ren's strategy, or technique, whichever it was the thing that was enabling him to engage evenly in head-to-head combat with him. Currently, Ren's whole body was riddled with wounds, and he looked to be in a sorry state. But why do I feel pressured? Just his gaze alone made Suriol feel uncomfortable. He was unsure of exactly what he had done before, but the end result was that his rank was now only marginally inferior to his own, and he was fighting evenly with him, perhaps even winning. No, this cannot be happening. I will give you two choices. Ren's emotionless voice rang inside Suriol's head, cutting his thoughts away. Suriol forcefully calmed himself down and calmly asked, "What are the two choices? We stop this meaningless fight, and you submit to me." As expected, Suriol's teeth clenched when he heard Ren's words. He had long estimated that this was what Ren was going to say. The only reason he had asked was because he wanted to buy himself some time to use his skill, the one that allowed him to duplicate his opponent's point of envy. At this moment, he realized that this was the only way for him to salvage the situation. Almost there, he raised his head to look at Ren. What is the other choice? Ren scoffed as his eyes began to dull, and an incomparably powerful pressure began to erupt from his body. If you choose to attack, I will kill you. Kill me. Suriol was left stunned by Ren's answer. Letting the answer sink into his mind, he suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, has all that power gotten into your head? Do you actually think you can defeat me with the power you showed? He was strong, that was certain, but for him to actually kill him, you have gone completely crazy. All that power has gotten into your head, I guess. Ren responded in a sluggish manner, while bringing his hand forward and repeatedly clenching and unclenching his hand. Honestly, having just broken through to this new rank and feeling all the power that comes with it, I would find it quite saddening if you were to choose to submit to me. After all, I do want to have some fun as well. You sound quite confident in yourself. Suriol gritted his teeth in a covert manner. Suddenly, a purple hue erupted from out of his body, and his figure began to transform. So that is your choice. A soft smile soon began to spread on Ren's lips as he extended his hand. I couldn't have asked for anything better. When he closed his fist, the surrounding air suddenly became icy. Shortly after that, the sky began to twist and cracks formed all over the sky. Bright yellow swords began to emerge from the cracks in the sky, with their tips all pointed in Suriol's direction. Let us see. Ren lowered his head to look at Suriol's, and as he did so, he slowly pressed his hand down, causing the swords that were floating in the air to plummet to the ground like a torrential downpour of death. What is going on? What is that? The ongoing conflict below was slowed down as everyone turned their attention to the sky in order to observe the phenomenon that was taking place in the atmosphere as an insurmountable pressure bore down over a large radius that encompassed several kilometers. The very instant that they saw the enormous swords raining down from the heavens, many people felt a tightening in their chests as they swallowed mouthfuls of saliva and focused their attention on the two individuals that stood in the sky. At this moment, everyone knew that the outcome of the conflict between the two would dictate the real winner of the war. Instantly everyone stopped whatever they were doing and focused their attention on the conflict above. Chapter 649. As soon as the swords started to fall down toward the ground, the world started to shake as an overwhelming force began pushing down toward the ground. Come, let me see how much more you can entertain me. With an expression that suggested he was looking down on the world, Ren continued to press his hand downward as more and more swords appeared from the void and extended toward the world. Mana agglomeration. Sky Rapture. This was the name of the move that Ren was utilizing at that very moment. It was a skill that was exclusive to him, and was not a component of the Keiki style. Ren was now able to exert control over all of the Xians that were located within a few kilometers of him as a result of his successful establishment of a stronger connection with the Xians that were present in the atmosphere. When compared to before, he was on a completely different level right now, at least from a realistic standpoint. He had improved his strength to such a degree that the Keiki style was no longer as useful or significant as it had been in the past. It was necessary to point out that Ren's current strength had already surpassed that of Grandmaster Keiki when he was in his prime. The Keiki style, despite the fact that it was still somewhat useful, was not something that he would consider using very frequently anymore. Shiyu, Shiyu, Shiyu. As they descended from the void, the tangible sword energies that were as thick and long as a tree all focused their attention on Suriol, who was floating in the air slightly below Ren. His figure, which had been undergoing a transformation earlier, had already finished morphing and resumed an appearance that was eerily similar to Ren's. The expression on Suriol's face, which had become identical to that of Ren's, changed to one of bewilderment. What's going on? He looked up at the sky with shock. The figure that you envy is none other than yourself. How is this possible? As soon as Suriol realized that he had transformed back into the previous form he had taken, his heart went through a period of extreme upheaval. As he processed this information, he was stunned to discover that Ren envied himself the most. How was this possible? No, wait. His eyes widened in surprise as he took a moment to process the information stored in his memory. Ah, I see. Suriol finally cracked a smile as his body once again underwent some changes. His hair began to change from black to white in a gradual manner as his once blue eyes underwent a change as well, gradually transitioning to a grayish color, and his face lost all expression as it became expressionless. Suddenly, from deep within Suriol's body, a strange power surged out. At the same time, all kinds of different memories surfaced within his mind, and everything around him lost its color. As he lifted his head to stare at the incoming sword attacks, his head cocked ever so slightly, and he slowly raised his hand above his head. The sky beneath him ripped into shreds as various black-colored swords warped beneath him in a threatening manner as the air around him stirred. In the time it took for more than 100 swords to materialize in the space beneath him, the swords that were coming from Ren had already begun to draw closer to him. This should do. The sword energies that were buried beneath Suriol rose into the air with a single motion of his hand, and were precisely directed toward the oncoming storm of swords. The two attacks quickly collided with one another, and the world slowly started to lose its color. At the same time that an eerie silence engulfed the entire planet, visible circular pulses that changed color from red to gray and back to red began to spread out across the entire surface of the world. It was then that it happened. Boom, boom, boom. The aftermath of the conflict between the two powers resulted in the sky being filled with the deafening sounds of explosion after explosion, while the land beneath it was ripped to pieces and mountains were leveled. Get out of the way. Run. As a result of the two attacks, the demons and orcs that remained on the ground were quickly ripped to pieces, which caused widespread panic and chaos. Everyone who was standing there retreated quickly and looked for somewhere to take cover. As the residual energy from the clash above continued to spread throughout the entirety of the battlefield, no one was safe, whether they were enemies or allies, as many died in a matter of seconds. It was fortunate that orcs were born with powerful bodies and were not as affected as the demons, who were completely annihilated, their cores included. Nonetheless, the number of orcs seriously injured as a result of their clash was nothing short of small. It didn't take long for the chaos to calm down, but by the time the lingering energy from Ren and Suriol's exchange had dissipated, the world was already in a state of complete devastation. The ground beneath them was completely leveled, and thick cracks appeared on the ground beneath them. Further adding to that, all of the vegetation that stood beneath had been completely eradicated. Ah, ugh, help. Only the sound of orcs and demons wailing in agony and pleading for assistance could be heard throughout the world. Unfortunately, no one came to their aid as everyone was focused on the two figures in the air that bore a striking resemblance to one another. I think I just found something very interesting. Suriol spoke while floating gently in the air and gazed at his new body with awe and fear. He then gently raised his head to stare at Ren in the sky. Who would have thought that there was another part of you? After catching a glimpse of his memories, Suriol came to know about the other Ren's existence, and with the fact that Ren had experienced his power firsthand, Suriol was able to assimilate with the memories of the other Ren extremely well. It would not be incorrect to say that he was in an entirely different league than he was in the past. The current Ren, who had previously bothered him, no longer appeared as threatening. Meeting Ren's line of sight, Suriol smiled. I guess it's my turn to say to you to keep me entertained. I hope you last for enough time to appease me. Suriol gently pointed his finger in Ren's direction. At that precise instant, sword energy materialized right in front of Ren's head. Seemingly able to read Suriol's intentions, when the sword suddenly appeared in front of him, it did not present any difficulties for him. Instead, he flicked his hand forward and scattered the energy in front of him. That being said, a troubled frown soon appeared on his face as he stared at Suriol with a vigilant look. Ren understood that the situation had turned for the worst, and it wasn't long before the situation turned from worse to dire as Suriol appeared right in front of him with his hand extended toward his face. Ren was taken aback by his speed, which was on par with teleportation, and as his vision began to be obscured by the approaching hand that was inching closer to his face, he felt his movements become sluggish. Not good. At that precise moment, Ren became fully aware of the fact that he would die the moment Suriol's hand touched his face as the space around him started to distort, and his figure began to fade. Nice try. Despite this, Suriol made a slow turn to the right, and advanced his hand in such a way that it appeared as though he could perfectly read his movements. Because of the rapidity of his movements, those who were observing from below were unable to make out what was taking place. Nonetheless, their confusion was short-lived as they witnessed a figure plummet to the ground at breakneck speed. Boom! The earth was torn apart by a subsequent explosion, and a sizable crater was produced on the surface of the ground. After the dust had settled, standing in the middle of the crater was Ren as blood dripped from the side of his mouth. He wiped the blood in the corner of his mouth and stared toward the sky where Suriol was standing. At the moment, he was looking at his body with wonder as a smile slowly pulled on his face. What fascinating power, he murmured in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Suriol's attention shifted in Ren's direction, and he soon chuckled. How about I present you with the same offer that you previously gave me? He poked fun at him while his smile gradually expanded into a broad grin. Word for word, he started to repeat the words that Ren had previously told him. I'll give you two choices. We stop this meaningless fight and you submit to me. If you choose to attack, I'll kill you. Ren's expression remained as emotionless as ever as he continued to stare at Suriol. At this precise moment, his body was riddled with wounds, and his body repeatedly twitched. Those who were observing the scene could plainly see that Ren was at his wits' end, whereas Suriol appeared to be in a significantly better state. The many people who were watching felt a tightening in their chests, which brought Suriol even more joy. He took in their expression with ecstasy as the grin on his face twisted all the way toward his eyes. How about it? Are you willing to submit to me? Suriol continued to tease with a broad grin on his face. Ren, on the other hand, maintained his expressionless gaze fixed upon Suriol, while he continued to stare at him in complete silence. It did not take long before his eyes gradually closed, and the hue that had been revolving around his body began to shrink toward his body. The world came to a sudden standstill, as a gentle breeze caused Ren's clothes to flutter. Ren's silence brought the entire world to a silence as everyone's focus turned on him. His next words would decide the outcome of the war. The silence continued for what seemed to be an eternity as a stifling and suffocating atmosphere permeated every corner of Immorra. So, Suriol questioned as he cautiously stared at Ren, who was calmly standing on the surface of the crater. Why aren't you answering? Hearing Suriol's words, Ren's eyes gradually opened, and he shook his head. I'm good. Shortly after that, a tremendous power erupted from his body, causing the entire world to shake. Simultaneously, a pillar of light emerged from Ren's body, and tore through the dark clouds that were above him in the sky. Pointing his finger in Suriol's direction, Ren mumbled. It may still be too early for me to use this move, but I'll give it a go. Chapter 650. I focused my attention on Suriol, who was currently emanating an inexplicable power from his body, as he stood in the sky. While I had my attention fixed on Suriol, I felt an immediate and significant shift take place within my body. Unbeknownst to me, a hazy tinge began to emanate from my body. Simultaneously, a sizable tear formed directly above my head. Crack, crack. What I was about to do now was not something I had ever done before, nor was I confident in performing. In fact, I was currently taking a significant risk. There were 5 distinct movements that comprised the Keiki style. Each movement was distinct from the previous one, and the level of complexity steadily increased from one to the next as the sequence progressed. Prior to his passing, Grandmaster Keiki had only completed the 5th movement. That was his very last movement. In the past, I had mentioned the possibility of there being a 6th movement to the Keiki style, one that Grandmaster Keiki, who had long since passed away, had not been able to find before his eventual death. Over the course of the past few years, I had done everything in my power to try to feel that final 6th movement, but I could never, for the life of me, feel myself unearthing that movement. I tried everything I could think of, but it was all to no avail. It seemed as though it was not something I could perform with my set of skills. I was still far too weak to sense it. Of course, that was until I caught a glimpse of it. The memories of my other self is what is making this possible. It was during that brief period of time that I was able to witness the full extent of my other self's power, and it was from there that I caught a glimpse of the 6th movement. There were many other things that I saw back then, but the 6th movement was the thing that stuck with me during that time. I did not really understand it back then, as I was still too weak, but things were different now. Now that I had broken through to SS- rank, as if all the pieces of the puzzle had been placed in the right order, it finally clicked inside of my mind, and an image appeared within my darkened mind. It was a single sword, one bright and tangible sword that had a translucent sheen to it and appeared to hold some kind of unexplained power, one that appeared to be capable of turning the world on its axis with a single blow. It was a sword with unfathomable power. Still, I could sense that the sword was not something that I could still wield with the strength that I possessed at this time. It seemed so close, yet so far. I wanted to spend more time dwelling over that sword and study it better before using it, but, as I stared at Suriol, who was currently taking the same fighting style as the other me, I knew that this was the only shot I had at victory. I can only beat him this way. The other me was simply too strong. He was a being that I did not think I could ever match up with in my entire life. Maybe, this weird sword is the only way that I can beat him. Suriol's ability only expanded toward what my body experienced, while my other self took over. Even though he had most likely caught a glimpse of the sixth movement from my recollections, it was impossible for him to perform, because it was not something that could be accomplished with a mere glance. If he had absorbed the memories of my alternate self, it would have been possible, but he had absorbed my memories, and I had no real knowledge of it. Nonetheless, his fighting experience and his movements were the same as my alternate self. Thus, I knew that performing the sixth movement was the only way for me to win. As I carefully pointed my finger in Suriol's direction, the image of the sword that had been floating around in my head started to become clearer, and the tear that had been standing directly above me started to gradually expand. As a yellow tip began to surface from behind the crack, the vegetation that was located outside of the area of the land that had been leveled began to sway in the direction of the tip as if it had been attracted to it. What is this? No, wait, what are you doing? Suriol's shocked voice could be heard from above as he stared at the large tip of the sword protruding from the small crack that had just appeared directly above my head. Instantaneously, he attempted to attack me, but the pressure from the sword above me completely obliterated any and all attacks that were headed in my direction. No, what is going on? As waves of energy began to spread throughout the entire world, the clouds in the sky began to separate, and a domineering aura began to descend upon the world. As time went on, a sword began to emerge from the fissure, and the pressure that was squeezing the world to its very core gradually became more intense. Piffed. I coughed up a mouthful of blood at the exact moment that the tip of the sword emerged from the crack and revealed a portion of its translucent body. My body shook erratically while I tried to remain standing on the ground, and the sword flickered in and out of existence. Suriol, who was bracing himself for my sudden attack, had a sudden change in expression as the look of fright on his face quickly faded, and he regained his composure. So that is what it was. Your body cannot keep up with whatever you are trying to do. I could feel the relief in his voice as he said those words. Clearly, he had been given a fright by my sudden actions. All right then, I will take your actions as a refusal of my previous offer. Following that, he gradually extended his hand and opened the palm of his hand. A pitch-black spherical ball began to form directly in front of his palm as the world around him began to gradually lose its color. As if the world around him was merging with him, everything within his immediate surroundings began to warp as an energy that was on a level comparable to the tip of the sword began to spread across the world. Cracka, cracka. The sky began to crackle with lightning as the ground below was set ablaze, and the demons that were trying to aid their fallen comrades beneath scurried away as quickly as they could. This is worse than I had expected. I cursed when I realized just how powerful the move that Suriol was about to perform was. In addition to this realization, it dawned on me just how powerful the move that I was attempting to perform actually was. I could hear a small cracking sound coming from the bones in my body, while at the same time that I could also feel the muscle fibers in my body steadily snapping. Actually, it is not about the strength of the move, but my knowledge of it. At that very moment, I was attempting to carry out a move that I had never practiced before, and with which I had only recently become acquainted with. I was essentially trying to run without knowing how to walk. I was out of my mind for even trying this move, but, this is the only way. It was the only way for me to win this fight. Because of this, I chose to disregard the stress that my body was going through and instead maintain a singular concentration on the sword that was forming directly above my head. Unknowingly, my body began to levitate in the air as my feet no longer touched the ground. Coo, rumble, rumble. The world shook as two energies secretly clashed against each other, causing my head to swell with heat and every part of my body to throb with agonizing pain. Ha, ha. As the pain that I was experiencing left me gasping for air, and my eyes began to sting, tears began to form in the corners of my eyes. My life, which had been tormented by nothing but pain, was once again subjected to inhuman-like pain as blood poured down my wounds, and the tip that was hanging above my head finally revealed its body in all of its majesties as two gigantic ripples spread out in the sky, destroying everything within the immediate surroundings. As I moved my hand forward in a gentle motion, the wounds on the rest of my body began to stretch, and the bones in my hand began to shatter. Yet, as I glared at Suriol, who was gazing back at me with a maniacal look, I clenched my teeth and continued to press forward. Fucking go. At my shout, half of the sword poked out from the crack as the world around me lost its color and everything distorted. This is my last warning, human. Give up and submit, and I will spare you. If you choose to attack, I will kill you and all the humans that you brought with you. As he stared at the blade that was aimed squarely at him, Suriol's eyes narrowed and hardened into a fierce glare. Suriol felt a chill run down his spine as he stared at the tip of the sword that was aimed in his direction. At the same time, he furiously circled the demonic energy that was contained within his body as he prepared to unleash his most powerful move, death. That was what came into Suriol's mind as he stared at the enormous sword that stood in front of him. Just by giving it a simple look, he was able to sense a penetrating force directed toward himself. At the same time, he unknowingly swallowed a mouthful of saliva out of anxiety. How can he unleash such an attack? Suriol thought to himself as he furiously continued to circulate the demonic energy inside of his body. The purple-black sphere that was floating in front of his palm began to grow in size over the course of a short period of time, and it was not long before it ballooned up to the size of a small sun. The power that was emanating from his attack was just as menacing as the one that Ren was preparing to unleash. Piffed. Nevertheless, just like Ren, the move that Suriol performed took a significant toll on his body, as evidenced by the fact that he spewed a mouthful of blood and staggered around in the air as his eyes turned white for a brief moment. Crack. Suriol's right pec made a subtle cracking sound at the exact moment he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened as the sound reached his ears, and his face stiffened in horror. No. Suddenly, Suriol let out a piercing scream as he stared at his hand, which was covered in his own blood. No, no, no. Suriol continued to scream in his air as his eyes became completely bloodshot, while he glared at Ren with obvious intent to kill him. It appeared as though he had completely lost control of his mind. How dare you? It is all your fault. Prince rank, the highest rank that a demon could achieve outside of the king rank, which was considered to be impossible to achieve, with only one precedent in the past. Jezebeth, the current demon king. Attaining a higher rank automatically confers a higher status, and once one reaches the prince rank, they have achieved the highest status possible. One could be forgiven for assuming that demons holding ranks lower than prince or princess, such as a duke, also enjoyed a high status. That was accurate the majority of the time. However, there were a few exceptions. One of the exceptions to this rule was the clan that the demon belonged to. The more powerful the clan, the greater the number of duke-ranked demons that lived within it. The more common duke-ranked demons were, the lower the position they held within the clan. Another exception was if the demon had committed a crime, such as eating the core of another demon. Suriol, who belonged to the most powerful clan, the clan of Envy, and who had previously consumed multiple demon cores in an effort to break through to the duke rank, was sadly one who fell into this category. All of this stemmed from his desperation to reach duke rank back in the past. It was this sin of his that led to him being trapped in such a run-down planet known as Immorra, and it was also his duke rank strength that prevented the demons from directly killing him. Despite this, after more than 60 years of living on this planet, Suriol's greatest desire was to depart from this location once and for all. All he needed to do to get out of this place was to break through to prince rank. Once he broke through to prince rank, there would be no one to stop him. He was close. So very close. Yet, crack. A simple cracking sound was all he heard, but it was the sound that signaled the end of his hopes and dreams as the prince rank, which he had been so close to attaining just a few moments earlier, suddenly moved out of his reach. When Suriol's demonic energy began to spiral out of control, and his eyes began to bleed black blood, the sphere in front of him condensed, and the world around him twisted. In all honesty, it was only natural for Suriol to lose his mind. After all, it had taken him more than a century to get to this point. Who would not react the same way if they were put in the same position as him? As Suriol pushed his hand forward with great force, and sent the ball toward Ren's location, he wore a look of insanity on his face. At the same time, the wings that were located behind his back rapidly expanded. Ah! Suriol let out another crazed scream as he ferociously glared in Ren's direction. Die, 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 die. In response to Suriol's sudden outburst, Ren remained calm as he tried his best to suppress the agonizing pain and the constant fractures that appeared all over the bones in his body. The moment that he heard Suriol's roar and felt the attack head his way, Ren's body had already reached a point where almost every bone of his body had fractured, and the muscles on the upper part of his body had ruptured. Damn it. Unfortunately, when Suriol launched his attack, the sword that was hovering above his head was still only half exposed, and he was well aware that he had long since reached the point where he could go no further. Ugh. Consequently, with another scream, Ren pushed his hand forward, and the tear from which the sword was emerging slowly closed, thereby severing the sword in half and leaving behind an exposed portion of the other half. Still, it was enough. Ren extended his hand while tightly clenching his teeth together at the same time. He then raised his head to stare at the oncoming assault, and while doing so, he murmured in a low tone, "Go." As soon as he finished speaking those words, the sword that had been hovering above his head vanished in an instant, and the world was immediately engulfed in an eerie silence, as all living beings on the planet held their breath in anxiety. As everything came to a sudden halt, Ren's sword reappeared in front of the purplish-black sphere, its tip gently touching the edge of the spherical ball of energy as it did so. After that, the entire world became completely gray, as gentle ripples spread outward from the point of contact between the two attacks. These ripples added to and subtracted from the world's coloration with each succeeding ripple, twisting the world's visual from gray to normal in a repeating fashion. This went on for what seemed like an eternity, until all of a sudden, a gigantic red cloud appeared in the sky. It was like something out of a nightmare. Boom! A terrifying explosion that sounded like it was going to break the world in half reverberated all over the world. Ren's vision turned black, and the world trembled. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.